Introduction. Traversing the vast realm of the Shang Dynasty, the tyrant Zhou. At the outset, the reincarnation of a spirit pearl demon pill emerges as the Chan Sect orchestrates its plans to seize my kingdom. As the emperor of humanity, how could I allow the hypocritical Chan Sect to manipulate me? Moreover, Nezha is my dear nephew. Nezha is not a demon child, but a harbinger of fortune for the Shang. Thus, I declare him the third prince of the nation to protect our Shang. Unlocking the emperor's banner, I absorb souls, refine demonic energy, and nurture the demon lord. Ao Guang, the dragon king of the East Sea, has suppressed the underwater inferno for a millennium now. I bestow upon the dragon clan the title of the divine beast of Shang, revered by all. Unlocking the emperor's sword, I tear through space, traversing all directions, gathering Shen Gongbao and the disciples of the Jie for my own purposes. Yin Shiniang, are you aware that Nezha's mother, Yin Shiniang, is indeed my dear Yin Shou? Chapter 1. The Tyrant Zhou, Nezha's uncle. In the grand city of Chaoga, the Emperor Xin returns victorious. The king personally led the expedition to the eastern territories. 1 Xian 2 Lulang, 3 Gao Li, 4 Manshur, 5 Fugong, 6 Suojia, 7 Dong 2, 8 Warun, 9 Tianbai. The enemy, in fear, scatters. The king returns in triumph. His wisdom rivals the 3 sovereigns. His virtues overshadow the 5 emperors. The populace sings praises. Long live our king, Emperor Xin, for 10,000 years. Within the city of Chaoga, officials chant praises in unison, while citizens kneel in reverence and nobles bow deeply. Along the streets, fragrant flowers fall and drums echo in celebration. Emperor Xin, with a single arm gripping the reins, rides his majestic white steed, gracefully treading upon the petals as he proceeds slowly forward. His countenance is stern, with sharp features, and his gaze burns like a torch, exuding an overwhelming aura of regal authority. Noble women and young maidens lining the streets are enraptured by his majestic presence, some even collapsing in excitement, gasping for breath. Yet Lu Chong, seated upon his steed, remains unfazed within. 15 years prior, he had crossed over to this realm, becoming the last monarch of the Shang, later referred to as Zhou. Initially, he was filled with trepidation and confusion. However, on the day of his ascension, he awakened the human emperor's counterattack system. The system endowed him with knowledge and abilities beyond his time, enabling him to govern with diligence and reverse the decline of the Shang. Now, the storehouses overflow, the populace knows no famine, and the military is sharp and ready. He subjugated the western Rome, conquered the eastern and stabilized the kingdom, rejuvenating the Shang. At the celebratory banquet, Prince Bo Yikao of Shiqi pays homage to the king, congratulating his victorious return. A frail young scholar rises to toast him. Lu Chong, with a slight rotation of his wine cup, gazes coldly at him. This is Bo Yikao, the son of Jie Chong and future elder brother of King Wu of Zhou, GFA. Bo Yikao drains his cup and lifts his gaze toward the exalted king, his heart trembling with fear. He recalls his father's prophecy that the war against the Eastern would last at least 5 years, reassuring him not to fear while residing in Chaoga as a hostage. Yet, now the king has vanquished the 9 clans of the Eastern in merely 9 months and returned in triumph. This king of Shang is indeed a born conqueror. His father claimed the Jie clan would eventually replace the Shang. What does this have to do with me? My dear father? Even if you have many sons, you cannot leave me in such a predicament. As Bo Yikao trembles in anxiety, the courtiers seem to sense a shift in the king's silence. Your Majesty, the Duke of Shibua, Jie Chong, shows disrespect by not attending the celebration of your eastern conquest. He must have ulterior motives. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Duke of Shibua harbors disloyal thoughts. We must summon him at once to confront him. 2 ministers rise indignantly, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, namely Fei Zhong and Eli. Lu Chong recognizes them. These 2 are notorious for their flattery and slander, renowned treacherous ministers. However, they bear no true disloyalty, they merely covet power. Such treacherous ministers are more useful to keep than to promote. Some matters can only be handled by them. Upon hearing this, Bo Yikao immediately kneels, weeping for mercy. Unjustly accused, Your Majesty, my father is of advanced age, unable to endure the hardships of travel, and is diligently managing Shiqi, preparing provisions for military use. He is truly loyal and has no disloyal intentions. May your majesty discern. Fei Zhong and Eli coldly retort. Even when facing death, he still speaks flowery words, your majesty. Please punish him to set an example. Lu Chong raises his wine cup and downs in one go. He gently places the cup down, producing a soft thud. Instantly, the grand hall falls silent. Calmly, he states, "The Duke of Shibua, Jie Chong, is of advanced age. I permit him to remain in his fief and not come to Chowga." The ministers are taken aback, and Fei Zhong and Eli exchange bewildered glances. Bo Yikao, with tears of joy, repeatedly bows. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." Lu Chong continues. "Moreover, the Duke of Shibua is of esteemed virtue and loyalty to the Shang. I hereby appoint Jie Chong to the rank of Sangong. Given Bo Yikao's sincere filial piety, I grant you permission to return to Shichi to serve your father, fulfilling your filial duties at his bedside." Bo Yikao is overjoyed, having narrowly escaped death and able to return to Shichi. "Your majesty's benevolence." Bo Yikao is forever grateful and vows to serve you loyally alongside my father. "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty." He bows fervently, tears mingling with gratitude. Lu Chong smiles faintly. How can one capture all tigers if they do not let one return to the mountain? The two royal uncles, Baigon and Ji, weep profusely. "Shower, you have grown." They had thought Emperor Xian was obsessed with warfare and inherently cruel, not realizing he also understands the principles of leniency in governance. The fact that the Duke of Shibua did not come to pay homage, yet the king not only forgives him, but also rewards him, demonstrates wisdom. In such a manner, even if the Duke of Shibua harbors rebellious intentions, he would not dare to act rashly. Without support, it ultimately amounts to a trivial concern. Our king is increasingly resembling the human emperor. "Your majesty is wise." Both royal uncles praise in unison. Lu Chong observes their tearful, comical expressions and smiles slightly. Both royal uncles are men of loyalty. One is willing to sacrifice for him, while the other fled to establish a new country after the fall of his own, refusing to serve Zhou. He raises his wine cup in a toast to the two royal uncles. The banquet continues, and ministers commend him. "Your majesty, with unparalleled wisdom and martial prowess, is indeed a blessing for the Shang, worthy of the title of a sage king." Lu Chong shares a drink with the ministers, sets down his cup, yet sighs deeply. He gazes towards the end of the table, where a dignified-looking general sits, his eyes fixed on the sky outside the door. "Generally," Lu Chong calls out, silencing the ministers as they turn their gazes toward the general closest to the entrance. General Li Jing, commander of the Chentang Pass. He is also the reincarnation of the demon Pill and the father of Nezha. Moreover, he is the husband of Yin Shiniang, Lu Chong's own sister. Li Jing, pulled from his reverie, quickly rises from his seat, approaches the throne, and performs a deep bow. "I am here." "Rise." Lu Chong smiles gently, revealing a hint of concern. "My 10th sister marrying into your family has indeed been arduous. She is now pregnant with her 3rd child, is she not?" Li Jing's heart warms, and he slightly lifts his gaze, tremblingly responding. "Thanks to the king's concern, Tin Yang is indeed with child for the 3rd time." "How long has it been?" Lu Chong's gaze sharpens, imbued with deeper meaning. Li Jing's face pales instantaneously, unable to conceal the truth. He stammers. 3 years and over 5 months. Upon hearing this, the ministers erupt in surprise. Pregnant for over 3 years and not yet given birth. Could be a demon child. A complex expression flickers in Lu Chong's eyes. He knows this is the harbinger of Nezha's imminent birth. At this moment, his primary concern lay with Li Jing's disposition. "General Li, what is your perspective on this matter?" Li Jing bowed his head in silence, cold sweat beading upon his brow. He understood that the king was testing him. Should he exhibit even a hint of dissent, it could very well spell his demise today. Before he could respond, Fei Zhong interjected. "Your Majesty, if it is indeed a demon spawn, it must be eradicated." Evil Lai stepped forward, a mocking smile adorning his face. "General Li, you ought to slay that demon spawn immediately, for the sake of the great Shang's realm, for the king's favor, and for your own honor. General Li, surely you do not hesitate?" Chapter 2. Dare to declare that my nephew is a scourge. I see you as a scourge. Fei Zhong and Evil Lai sprang forward like hounds scenting prey, pointing at Li Jing. 3 years without birth. It surely is an ominous demon spawn. You must execute this demon spawn at once to prevent it from endangering our great Shang. Li Jing's face flushed crimson, fists clenched, ready to argue. However, a chilling voice echoed from above. A demon spawn? Are you insinuating that my unborn nephew is a monstrosity? At these words, Jing felt a cold sweat drench his back. In a fervent effort to protect the child, he bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I assure you, the child in Tin Yang's womb is by no means a demon spawn." Yet Fei Zhong and Evil Lai retorted, "Generally, just because you say it is not a demon spawn, does that make it so? If it is not a demon spawn, how could it remain in the womb for 3 years without being born? Indeed, it must be that you, Jing, have conspired with demons, using Lady Yin's womb to give birth to a fiendish child, plotting treachery. This cannot be tolerated." Faced with their relentless accusations, Jing's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his hands. Had it not been before the king, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash these treacherous ministers. "Your Majesty, Jing has never colluded with any demons, nor would he dare use a womb to bear a demon. I implore your wisdom." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. This Jing was not one of those who would resort to slaying a child to protect himself. Rather, he was the father of the magical child Nezha, willing to sacrifice himself for him. With this in mind, Lu Chong felt a newfound sense of calm. In the realm of magical children, the celestial beings of the Chan Sect were all cunning villains. That elder, resembling a longevity peach, would stop at nothing for alchemical concoctions, even sparing neither Jing and his wife nor Nezha. Such a vile practitioner. They of the Chan Sect dare to call me a tyrant? I spit. I, DXN, shall protect this nephew of Nezha. Fei Zhong and Evil Lai exchanged cold smirks, preparing to sow discord, when suddenly, a loud crash resonated as a square copper wine cup was hurled to the ground. "Fei Zhong, Evil Lai, you two have no evidence, yet you spout baseless accusations. This is utterly outrageous." Uncle Bygone rolled up his sleeves, whether out of anger or intoxication, his face flushed as he stood on one foot atop the wine table. He pointed at the two treacherous ministers, unleashing a torrent of curses. He was ready to deliver a few resounding slaps to Fei Zhong and Evil Lai. Beside him, Jie hastily pulled Bygone back, bowing to Lu Chong, his expression calm as he advised. "Your Majesty, it is often said that the heavens have their ways, not preserving for Yao nor destroying for Jie. Strange occurrences in the world have been countless throughout history. If every anomaly were tied to the court, would that not be absurd?" Lu Chong observed the two elder uncles, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. One, a fiery Uncle Bygone. The other, a composed Uncle Jie. Despite their differing temperaments, in terms of strategy, talent, and virtue, they were no less than renowned ministers like Yin or Kong Ming in later times. Moreover, although ministers of this era had distinct roles in civilian and military affairs, each possessed considerable strength. Even the calm Uncle Jie, well-versed in classical texts, could mount a horse and draw a bow, leading 5,000 men to conquer Pyongyang after the fall of the Shang, showcasing formidable martial prowess. As for the fiery Uncle Bygone, he was a man of extraordinary resolve, capable of slicing open his own heart and holding it aloft for others to see. What immense courage that required. As a member of the Shang royal family, if one could not easily draw a heavy bow of 700 or 800 pounds, one would feel embarrassed to greet others. Such was the spirit of the great Shang. Seeing Bygone's flushed face, the expressions of Fei Zhong and Evil Lai turned pale, rendered speechless. Lu Chong, fearing that Bygone might truly become intoxicated and slay the two on the spot, quickly interjected. "Fei Zhong, Evil Lai, you may withdraw at once. You fools, cease your antics. If it were not for your utility and dirty work, I would consider twisting your heads off to see if they are hollow." After dispatching them, Lu Chong turned to the two elder uncles, saying, "Your insights are indeed sound. Yet if this matter were to spread, it would be difficult to ensure that no one would exploit it to create turmoil." Upon hearing this, Jing, who had just begun to feel relieved, found his heart suspended once more. "Your Majesty, I am willing to stake my life on the assurance that Tin Yang's womb harbors no fiend. I beseech you to grant us time. If what is born is indeed a demon, I shall personally bind it and present it to you for judgment." As Jing spoke, his heart felt as if it were being sliced, tears welling in his eyes. Bygone and Jie both sighed deeply. The king's reasoning was sound, even if they were unperturbed. It was hard to ensure that others would not spread rumors, seizing the opportunity to undermine the great Shang and the king. However, Lu Chong smiled. "General Li, my nephew shall certainly not be a demon, but rather a grand auspice. You need not worry. Nezha was soon to be born. How could he, as the uncle, not take heed? Even if it were the reincarnation of a demonic orb, it would still be his beloved nephew. Who dares to declare my nephew a calamity? I see you as a calamity. Li Jing, upon hearing this, raised his head in disbelief, gazing at the exalted king. Thank you, your majesty. Sob. The proud general, Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words, tears nearly escaping him. The other ministers, however, exchanged anxious whispers. Lu Chong, without needing to listen, could guess their concerns. In the era of the Shang Dynasty, superstitious beliefs were predominant, and very few, like Jie and Bygone, could separate natural disasters from the fate of the dynasty. Should any unusual phenomenon occur, people would be quick to weave tales, claiming that he, as the king, had defied the mandate of heaven, lacking benevolence. A celestial anomaly serves as a warning to the king. A change in the stars foretells tribulation for the king. 3 years of pregnancy without birth surely indicates heaven's admonition to the king to cease selecting consorts. I spit. Has heaven meddled too much? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. How many consorts I choose is for me to decide. Lu Chong cleared his throat and then spoke aloud. General Li, rest assured, my nephew is endowed with extraordinary talents, as divined by the shamans, requiring a full 3 years and 6 months before his arrival. By the way, how many days remain? Li Jing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened. 3 years and 6 months? That means it is tomorrow. Lu Chong smiled slightly, having calculated his campaign against the Eastern E to coincide with Nezha's birth. Tomorrow, when Nezha is born, I shall join the ministers in celebrating my nephew's birthday at Chintang Pass. The ministers gasped in astonishment. Li Jing, Bygone, and Jie were equally taken aback. Li Jing, with a complex heart, tentatively inquired, Your Majesty's generosity. I am deeply grateful. Is it not too extravagant, perhaps in violation of propriety? The ministers bowed in unison, urging him, Your Majesty, during the birth of the crown prince, such grand ceremonies were not held. Moreover, should any malevolent force intrude, it could pose a danger to Your Majesty. We implore you to reconsider. Please, Your Majesty, ponder this. Yet, Lu Chong remained calm and replied, Before me, how could there be any malevolent entities? Do you truly believe that I cannot uphold the vast realm of the Shang Dynasty? That I cannot quell the evils of this world? His voice resonated like thunder, compelling the ministers to bow their heads in deference. Our sovereign is the ruler of the world. How could it be that he cannot maintain order? Uncle Bygone stepped forward, addressing the ministers with clarity. Jie smiled subtly and added, Your Majesty's journey to Chintang Pass, aside from celebrating the birth of General Li's son, is also to seek blessings for our great Shang. The ministers exchanged glances of astonishment. Seek blessings? Jie continued. The celestial signs, though not directly linked to the dynasty, are indeed tied to the fortunes of the people. General Li's son, after 3 years and 6 months of gestation, heralds auspicious omens. Your Majesty, leading the officials to this occasion, is to welcome these auspicious signs and pray for the well-being of our Shang subjects. Your Majesty is virtuous. I, for the common folk, express my gratitude. Bygone regarded the composed Jie beside him, inwardly giving a thumbs up. To accomplish great deeds, one truly relies on the scholars. Such eloquence, such articulate expression. He promptly affirmed, What Jie says is indeed so. The irritable Uncle Bygone echoed his sentiments, casting a glance at the ministers kneeling in the hall. What do you all think? Indeed. What Master Jie has stated is true. What Lord Bygone has asserted is equally so. The ministers in the hall nodded in agreement, not daring to voice any dissent. Chapter 3. The Birth of the Demon Child. Observing the two loyal Uncle Wang efficiently managing the court, Lu Chong could not help but smile slightly. These two Uncle Wangs are indeed rare treasures. With their assistance, many trivial matters of state no longer burden him. Generally, please return to Chintang Pass and dutifully accompany Lady Tin during her childbirth. Should anything go awry with my 3 nephews tomorrow, I shall hold you accountable. Thank you. Your Majesty. General Li bowed 3 times, departing with tears in his eyes. As the banquet concluded and twilight descended, Lu Chong made his way to the inner palace, casually summoning 2 exquisite courtesans, and thus spent the night in silence. The following day, Lu Chong awoke leisurely, the dawn still early. He skillfully accessed his Emperor panel. Name, DXing. Son of Yin Shou, Lu Chong. Age, 33. Realm, perfect first stage of Human Emperor. Can advance after completing tasks. Ability 1. Human Emperor Physique, 10 unyielding strength of 1,000 pounds. Immune to demonic charms and sorcery. Born as a Human Emperor, exuding unparalleled charisma. Ability 2. Human Emperor Banner. Unlockable upon advancing to the second stage of Human Emperor. Ability 3. Human Emperor Sword. Unlockable upon advancing to the third stage of Human Emperor. Ability 4. Human Emperor Platform. Ability 5. Over the past 15 years. In pursuit of achieving the perfect first stage of Human Emperor, he has completed a series of system tasks, and the Shang Dynasty has flourished under his governance. With his Human Emperor physique reaching level 10, he is now impervious to blades and bullets, immune to malevolent forces, and possesses extraordinary allure. Once he fulfills the advancement task, he can ascend to the second stage of Human Emperor and unlock the Human Emperor Banner. Optional advancement task. Protect the demon child Nezha during his birth, ensuring his innocent heart remains unscathed. Gain Nezha's favor of 10. Optional advancement task. Prevent the demon child Nezha from being born, subjecting him to the scorn of the masses. Gain Nezha's animosity. Lu Chong couldn't help but marvel. It appears that the heavenly Tao is destined to have Nezha reincarnate as a demon child. The will of the heavenly Tao is beyond the intervention of even the highest celestial beings, and he, in his current state, has no hope of altering it. Moreover, what kind of twisted task is this? Animosity? It surely intends for me to meet my demise. I must choose. Furthermore, Nezha is my dear nephew. Regardless of whether he reincarnates as a demon child or a spiritual pearl, I cannot allow his tender heart to be harmed. In this world, the only uncle capable of igniting such fierce hatred in my adorable nephew would likely be none other than Yang Jian. As dawn gradually brightened, Lu Chong rose from the embrace of the two exquisite courtesans. In the prime of his youth, he realized he ought to summon 2 more next time. With his Human Emperor physique reinforced to level 10, he occasionally found his strength overwhelming. Calling upon the palace attendants to assist the 2 courtesans, he refreshed himself, donned elegant attire, and, revitalized, stepped out of the inner palace. Your servant pays respects to the king. A graceful and dignified lady clad in a light yellow gown awaited at the door, bowing in greeting. Lu Chong recognized her as his principal consort, Lady Jiang, the daughter of the Eastern Marquis. She was virtuous and gentle, yet in their intimate moments, she remained still with closed eyes. Is something amiss? Lu Chong inquired with a hint of indifference. Lady Jiang, lowering her gaze, replied, Your Majesty, your campaign has been arduous. Last night, I intended to summon you back to the palace for rest, but upon seeing that you had already succumbed to slumber, I refrained from disturbing you. Might I inquire about tonight? Observing her bashful demeanor, which was both enchanting and captivating, stirred a slight movement within his heart. However, recollecting her lackluster skills extinguished the flicker of desire that had ignited. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss tonight later, he stated before turning to depart. His pressing concern for the day was to hasten to Chuntang Pass to protect the tender spirit of his 3 young nephews. At Chuntang Pass, a cry of agony pierced the air. You wretched scoundrel. This pain is unbearable. Yin Shiniang clamped her teeth onto Li Jing's arm, leaving it bruised and battered. Madam, endure just a little longer. Relief is imminent. He lamented inwardly. The immortal Tai was currently meditating in the backyard. Once the hour arrived, he would manipulate the formation to summon the spirit pearl. Yet, the wait felt interminable. Glancing at his arm, marked with bite marks, he grimaced. If they did not hasten, not only would Shiniang succumb, but he too would falter. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao stood atop the roof, observing his senior brother, Tai, clutching 2 puppet talismans. He had devised a plan to seize the spirit pearl. He deftly sent the talismans flying, affixing them to the backs of a servant and a midwife, controlling the servant to fetch wine for Tai. Here, esteemed immortal, your efforts have been commendable. I hear you enjoy a good drink. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please indulge. Tai opened his eyes to behold a colossal wine vat, his expression revealing a flicker of astonishment. Is this truly 2 mouths worth? This vat is larger than my face. However, gazing at the exquisite offering before him, he steeled his resolve and promptly declined. This cannot be accepted. It is a crucial moment for the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. Drinking could lead to complications. Please take it away. What harm could it bring? Esteemed immortal, you have labored so for the sake of Lord Li's child. A sip of wine may even sharpen your clarity. This is a fine vintage, a treasured brew that has been preserved for many years, as per Lord Li's instructions. The servant insisted, uncorking the vat and releasing a rich, fragrant aroma that wafted into Tai's nostrils. He swallowed hard, torn between his desires. Could it truly be as lordly commanded? But what if I were to become intoxicated? That would be most troublesome. Despite his protests, his nose betrayed him, inhaling the intoxicating scent once more. The servant urged, how could that be? You are an immortal. How could an immortal become drunk? Drink, it is perfectly fine. Taking a deep breath of the wine's aroma, Tai could no longer restrain himself. Indeed, you are correct. A little indulgence can be delightful. An occasional sip will not lead to any issues. I shall partake of just a small taste, and you shall bear witness. He lifted the vat and drank voraciously, emptying it entirely. A belch escaped from the lips of the drunken Tai Zhenrun, who found himself spinning in a whirlpool of dizziness before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Shen Gongbao leaped into the courtyard, regarding the inebriated Tai with disdain, scoffing, what a waste. The Celestial Master must truly be blind to assign you the task of reincarnating the Ling Ling Pearl. Clearly, I am the most fitting candidate to ascend as one of the 12 golden immortals. However, after several attempts, he discovered that he could not unlock the Balian. Celestial Master? Li Jing, noticing that Tai had yet to activate the reincarnation formation, hurried out to investigate. To his astonishment, he found Tai Zhenren sound asleep before the array. Celestial Master? The time has come, Celestial Master. Tai not only remained unresponsive, but even rolled over to continue his slumber. Li Jing glanced at the wine vat and caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma lingering on Tai. Drunk? Drinking at a time like this? A nearby servant interjected. My lord, the Celestial Master is inebriated. I will support him while you help him expel the wine from his belly. Once he does, he will awaken. Li Jing frowned slightly, but he is an immortal. Such actions would be a grave insult to his dignity. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. What time is it? Formalities? Let me handle this. Lu Chong strode into the courtyard with purpose, delivering a punch that struck Tai Yi's rotund belly, sending him crashing against the courtyard wall. Ugh! Tai Yi expelled the wine he had consumed, emptying his stomach completely. Chapter 4. The Demon Child? Clearly, it is my Deshang's auspicious omen. Tai Zhenren, having rid himself of the alcohol, finally roused from his stupor. With a dazed expression, he surveyed the three individuals around him, wiped his mouth, and inquired, it seems I have dreamt something. Who struck me? Tai turned his gaze toward the servant, who frantically shook his head. Not me, not me. He then looked at the man in the center, whose noble visage and exquisite attire exuded an aura of authority that made even this immortal feel a sense of apprehension. Is it you? Tai inadvertently addressed him with a formal you. And what if I did? Lu Chong glared coldly at him. He was well aware that this portly figure was Tai Zhenrun, the master of Nezha. Fearing that the king might become enraged and strike Tai down, Li Jing hastily interjected, Celestial Master, this is the elder brother of my wife. He acted out of impatience. The time has come. Quickly activate the Balian. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhenren felt a pang of guilt, smacking his forehead in realization. Oh, I completely forgot such an important matter. What a memory I have. He approached the Balian, summoned the unlocking interface, and fumbled with it, causing the screen to emit a series of red flashes. Li Jing urged anxiously, Celestial Master, hurry and activate it. Tai Zhenren scratched his head. I seem to have forgotten the unlocking password. What? Li Jing gasped in shock. Lu Chong rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver another blow to Tai, but was halted by Li Jing. Uncle, do not act impulsively. If he can forget the password, just say whether he deserves to be struck. Lu Chong seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched. On the roof, Shen Gongbao was so anxious that he nearly bit through the eaves, exclaiming, Damn it, you glutton, don't thwart my plans. Hurry up and remember. Li Jing also wore a worried expression, urging, Immortal, please think again. Tai Zhenren attempted to adjust the mechanism once more, but the same red light persisted. Suddenly, Lu Chong recalled that the Balian could be unlocked with a fingerprint. After traversing through time for over a decade, he nearly forgot the narrative. He approached Tai's back and swatted a mosquito. With a swift slap to the back of Tai's head, he caused him to lean forward, pressing his hands directly onto the Balian. Subsequently, a green light illuminated the area. I remember now. Tai Zhenren's chubby face radiated excitement. Forget the password. There's fingerprint authentication. Just then, a servant shouted loudly as the tavern opened. Free drinks for all. What? Tai turned in excitement. But Li Jing swiftly grasped the servant's hand before he could touch the spirit pearl. I sensed something off about you just now. Tai then glanced at the servant's back, his face filled with tension. Was that a puppet talisman? Is my junior brother here? Peering further into the array, he then noticed the midwife grinning sinisterly, holding the spirit pearl and the demon pill. I'll give you a red one. But before she could finish, she found her hands seized and unable to move. Lu Chong stood behind her, coldly remarking, "You wish to exchange for my nephew's spirit pearl?" Suddenly, a long whip crackling with lightning lashed out towards Lu Chong, its ferocity forcing him to evade swiftly. Junior brother. Tai Jinren hurriedly produced his whisk to intercept Shun Gongbao's thunder whip. Come forth. With a mighty tug, Tai unexpectedly found that the whip's other end was devoid of any presence. A sinister laugh echoed from behind Lu Chong. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Gongbao had already appeared at his back, delivering a swift palm strike. The speed of this attack startled Li Jing profoundly. Your Majesty, be careful. If you are harmed by him, my entire family would be unable to bear the consequences. Upon hearing the title Your Majesty, Shun Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty? Yin Shang Dxin. He looked up, feeling an imposing aura akin to a mountain, the king's might overwhelming. He hastily retracted his palm and leaped back. Lu Chong did not turn to face Shun Gongbao. Instead, he scrutinized the midwife's hand, slightly furrowing his brow. Just moments ago, the demon pill had been seized by Shun Gongbao. Now, Shun Gongbao had thrown the demon pill into the array. And regardless of Li Jing and Tai's attempts to obstruct him, the formation was complete. He had merely taken the spirit pearl. Gazing at the spirit pearl in Lu Chong's possession, Shun Gongbao felt a surge of reluctance. Yet the royal presence emanating from Lu Chong deterred him from making another attempt. Though he was already a disciple of the Yushu Palace, he dared not offend the Emperor of Humanity. Suddenly, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the delivery room. It's here. The wife has given birth. Shun Gongbao gazed at Tai, who wore an expression of self-reproach and reluctance, and with a sneer, declared, "The demon orb has already come into being. Tai, you have failed." Ha! Tai Jinren let out a deep sigh, lamenting, "It is over." Li Jing, filled with anxiety, bowed to Lu Chong and hurried towards the birthing room. Shun Gongbao cast a glance at the spiritual pearl in Lu Chong's possession, begrudgingly transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing. Although he had thwarted the reincarnation plan of the spiritual pearl, having failed to procure it for his old friend as promised, he was at a loss as to how to explain this to the East Sea. Lu Chong observed the retreating Shun Gongbao and then glanced at the spiritual pearl in his hand, as well as the eagerly anticipating Tai Jinren. Master, do you desire it? Indeed, I desire it greatly. Then do you have a means to replace the demon orb with this spiritual pearl? My esteemed master did not impart such knowledge to me. Lu Chong resolutely tucked the spiritual pearl into his embrace. The will of the heavenly Tao is difficult to alter. Ultimately, Nezha has indeed become the reincarnation of the demon orb, though the spiritual pearl rests in his possession. The transformations of the heavenly Tao are beyond his current imperial realm to counteract. Just as the war of deification is destined to occur, there will inevitably be a great battle affecting the three realms between Inshou and GFA. What he must do is navigate through the vast transformations of the heavenly Tao to discover a path that defies fate. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the Li residence. Lu Chong and Tai disregarded everything else and rushed into the courtyard. They beheld the villagers from Qintang Pass, who had come to offer congratulations, scattering in terror, while civil and military officials alike were paralyzed with fear. A monster! A monster! A fiery meatball rampaged through the Li residence. The crowd shouted in alarm while desperately dodging the onslaught of the meatball. Moments later, the meatball landed, sprouting limbs and transforming into the likeness of a newborn child. It was capable of standing and walking, yet its eyes seemed devoid of awareness. Upon noticing the flames in its hands, it revealed a playful and amusing smile. Tossing fire around with increasing delight, Li Jing remained on high alert, rushing about to save others. This is not good. The demon child has descended, exclaimed the plump Tai Jinren, his face filled with dread. Nonsense. What demon child? Lu Chong stood before him, eyeing the flame-wielding child. This is clearly a celestial blessing bestowed upon the great Shang. Who dares to label it a demon child or a monster? Where are the Tiger Ben troops? Just as he spoke, the surroundings of the Li residence were encircled by a legion clad in black armor, leaving no escape for the officials or common folk. Behold, my three nephews are not monsters, but rather grand auspices. Lu Chong crouched before the unconscious demon orb Nezha, extending his arms. Jar, come here and let your uncle embrace you. Nezha lifted his head, gazing at the formidable and majestic man before him, his lips curling into a joyful grin. With a flick of his small hand, a burst of flames shot towards him. The civil and military officials were instantly struck pale with fear. Protect the carriage. Chapter 5 Brother Wang. I implore you, return my child to me. Upon witnessing his son unleash a torrent of flames towards the king, Jing was rendered nearly paralyzed with fear. The assassination of the king would result in total annihilation of his family. The officials and common folk were equally terrified, their spirits shattered. Standing outside the Li residence, Baigon's complexion turned ashen. Were it not for the support of the Tiger Bend troops beside him, he might have collapsed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He rushed into the Li residence, intent on safeguarding the king, only to be halted by the grasp of Jie at the entrance. Baigon, have you forgotten your instructions prior to the king's arrival? Do not act impulsively, Jie cautioned. But the king is in danger. Baigon's eyes widened in alarm. Jie, however, calmly replied, do not panic. Observe closely, the king is unharmed. Upon hearing this, Baigon focused intently, and the look of distress on his face transformed into one of elation. Truly, the king is remarkable. He is impervious even to fire. Our sovereign is undoubtedly the chosen one. Such trivial demonic flames cannot harm him. Baigon felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then inquired of Jie, elder brother, you seem unperturbed, yet your hands are icy cold. Jie's face flushed as he withdrew his hands into his sleeves. It is merely the chill in the air, nothing more. Yet it is nearly June. How can it still be cold? Lu Chong swiftly scooped up the naked little Nezha, whose demonic flames posed no threat to his human emperor's body. While firmly suppressing Nezha's struggles, he maintained a composed demeanor as he addressed the officials and populace. What say you? Is my nephew a harbinger of good fortune? Upon witnessing this, the officials promptly knelt, collectively exclaiming, Heaven has bestowed auspicious omens to protect our great Shang. May the state remain steadfast and the nation's fortune flourish. The king is wise. May he bless the people. The virtuous human emperor, may he enjoy boundless longevity. As the officials extolled the king, the common folk gazed upon the sovereign cradling the demonic child, feeling the awe of divine authority. Men and women, young and old, all knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly. An elderly man with a white beard bowed deeply before a tree, proclaiming, the king is indeed a celestial being. I am in admiration. A sturdy man, noticing the elder's gesture, hurriedly brought him before Lu Chong, offering an awkward smile before returning to his place on the ground. The elder continued, but if the king were not present at Chintang Pass, how could we coexist with this auspicious being? The elder's words echoed among the populace, who shared in the sentiment. Indeed, what if we inadvertently offended this harbinger of good fortune? That would be a grave sin. Lu Chong recognized that the people were fearful of Nezha and contemplated whether to keep him within the palace. Where's my child? Where's my child? Yin Shiniang, disregarding her condition, rushed out from the delivery room, her voice thick with tears as she searched for Nezha. Jing hastily supported her and brought her before the king. Your Majesty, rise. Lu Chong assisted Yin Shiniang to her feet. As she beheld the flame-wreathed child in the king's hands, tears streamed down her face, and she reached out to take him. Child, my child. Yet, the unconscious Nezha, at this moment, cared for nothing but to wriggle free from Lu Chong's grasp. Although Lu Chong possessed immense strength, it was impossible for him to exert too much force on such a small child. He could only hold him close to prevent him from causing any trouble. Yin Shiniang fell to her knees with a thud, bowing her head to Lu Chong while pleading. My lord, I beseech you, return the child to me. He is not a demon child. He is my flesh and blood. I implore you, let me hold my child. Her voice was filled with sorrow, tears glistening in her eyes. The officials and citizens present could not help but be moved by her lament, shaking their heads in sympathy. Jing also knelt beside her, addressing Lu Chong, Your Majesty, I vow upon my life to ensure that this child will be well disciplined and closely guarded, never to step outside the Li residence. The plump Tai Yizhenren also bowed respectfully to Lu Chong, his face tinged with shame, saying, the fault lies with me. I should have ensured that Lord Li's family welcomed a spirit pearl reincarnate, but I never anticipated it would become a demon. Auspicious. He gazed nervously at the ruler of the Yin and Shang, then produced a golden collar from his robes. This item is the Qian ring, which can be used to subdue, protect auspiciousness from malevolent forces. After casting a brief thought, Lu Chong nodded. It was indeed more reliable for the child to remain with his parents. Separating them would be exceedingly cruel. Be gentle. Do not harm my dear nephew, Lu Chong cautioned. Tai Yizhenren promptly nodded, not daring to delay. As the sun and moon coexist, may all spirits reunite, and with the boundless power of the Qian ring, I command. The Qian ring transformed into countless fine threads, encircling little Nezha's neck, solidifying into the ring. As the demonic energy and flames were suppressed by the Qian Kuan ring, little Nezha gradually ceased his struggles, his consciousness slowly returning. Lu Chong then handed the child over to Yin Shiniang. As she cradled her tiny child, a gentle smile graced her face. Almost in disbelief, she gently touched the corner of his mouth, but little Nezha suddenly roared again, biting down on Madame Yin's hand. Blood flowed freely. Tai Yi and Li Jing wore anxious expressions, and even Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly. This little one's teeth were sharp, akin to those of a kitten. Had it not been for his own invincible royal body, he might have suffered a grievous wound. Yet, Madame Yin exhibited no anger. Instead, her face remained tender as she gently rested her forehead against Nezha's tiny brow, her eyes filled with compassion. "Child, do not be afraid. Your mother is here. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." As though sensing the warmth of maternal love, little Nezha's eyes gradually regained clarity. He released his bite, slowly lifted his head to gaze at Madame Yin, and ceased his struggles, allowing his mother to embrace him. Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback, letting out a soft sigh. Thankfully, the situation had turned out without dire consequences. Yet, from behind, Lu Chong spoke coldly. "Tai Yi, as a disciple of the Yusu Palace under the guidance of the primordial heavenly sovereign, you are tasked with the noble responsibility of becoming one of the 12 golden immortals and undertaking the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. However, your indulgence in drink has led to grave missteps. Do you acknowledge this transgression?" Tai Yi, plump in form, turned to face Lu Chong, only to be met with an overwhelming aura of authority that compelled him to lower his gaze. He bowed humbly, confessing, "Your Majesty's words ring true. The fault lies with me and my junior brother, Shun Gongbao, whose rivalry has brought about this misfortune. Thus, it is only just that I, as the elder brother, bear the brunt of the blame. I beseech your Majesty to impose the appropriate punishment." Lu Chong, observing Tai Yi's sincere contrition, recognized that despite his unreliability, he possessed a good heart. In times of peril, he had willingly come to Nezha's aid, even going so far as to reconstruct his physical form and restore his soul. "Considering that your actions were not malicious," Lu Chong decreed, "I shall temper your punishment. You are henceforth appointed as Nezha's mentor, tasked with guiding him in the arts of cultivation. Do you assent to this?" Tai Yi nodded vigorously. "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's benevolence, and I shall impart all my knowledge to Nezha." Suddenly, he inquired, "How did your Majesty know the child's name is Nezha?" Tai Yi was taken aback. This name had been bestowed by the heavenly sovereign, yet he had not yet named the child himself. How could the king of Yin and Shang be aware of this? Lu Chong offered no explanation, continuing sternly, "Moreover, there is another decree you must heed. You are henceforth forbidden from drinking. As long as you remain Nezha's mentor, you must abstain from alcohol to avoid further mishaps. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's expression was one of profound anguish. His heart aching at the thought of such a decree, abstaining from alcohol felt like a fate worse than death. Nevertheless, he reluctantly nodded. "I shall dutifully obey your Majesty's command and will no longer partake in alcohol." Yet, he added, "There is one matter I must report. My master has cast a heavenly calamity curse upon him. When 3 years pass, it will summon heavenly thunder, and at that moment, his soul will surely disperse." Chapter 6. The bestowal of the imperial standard to Li Jing. Absorbing the demonic qi, Lu Chong raised his hand slightly, addressing his uncles Bai Gan and Jie with solemnity. "Esteemed uncles, I implore you to lead the officials back to their respective duties to stabilize the situation in Chaoga. It is imperative that the auspicious nature of Nezha be spread throughout the streets and alleys, ensuring that all citizens of the Shang Dynasty are aware that my sister, Yin Shiniang, has borne a child after 3 years and 6 months, a child who will be a great blessing to our realm. I desire to hear no rumors or slander." Bai Gan bowed, his voice resonant like a mighty bell. "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall exert our utmost effort." Jie clasped his hands, his gaze resolute. "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall collaborate with the great sorcerer to ensure this matter is handled without concern." Watching his uncles depart, Lu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. He trusted their reliability and felt no need for further words. He then turned to Nezha and his parents, Li Jing and Yin Shiniang. Yin Shiniang lay in bed, cradling the swaddled Nezha, whose curious, sparkling eyes explored his surroundings. With reddened eyes, Yin Shiniang gently caressed Nezha's small face, her voice laced with worry. "Your Majesty, the calamity curse upon my son Li Jing," turned to Tai Yi, his gaze filled with urgent pleading. "Tai Yi, I beseech you to appeal to the heavenly sovereign on our behalf, to wield your divine powers and lift the curse upon my son." The expression on Tai Yi Jinren's face grew solemn as he slightly nodded, declaring, This is a matter of life and death for Nezha. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. Lu Chong surveyed the crowd and suddenly spoke. Jinren, even if you ascend to the heavenly court, it may be difficult to meet the heavenly sovereign. His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, startling everyone present. Jinren widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What prompts the king to utter such words?" Lu Chong's gaze was profound as an abyss, and he replied slowly, "The heavenly sovereign avoids meeting. The reasons are not for me to speculate. However, the method to break the curse is not solely this one. I believe you are aware." Jinren was initially taken aback, then his expression transformed into one of shock. "Are you suggesting that method?" Hearing this, Jing and Yin Shiniang felt a flicker of hope ignite within them and quickly pressed for more information. Lu Chong replied solemnly, "There exists a method of substitution, which allows a blood relative to endure the tribulation in Nezha's stead." Jinren was struck with astonishment, pondering how he could possess knowledge of such a clandestine technique. This art was extraordinarily mysterious, unlikely for an ordinary person to comprehend. Jing, initially astonished, soon regained his composure, a resolute smile gracing his face. "Excellent. I am willing to face the tribulation for Nezha." Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang was overcome with tears, gripping Jing's arm tightly, her voice trembling with a choked sob. "No, Nezha is a part of me. How could I let you go? It is my burden to bear." The two argued vehemently, their faces flushed with emotion. Observing this, Lu Chong scoffed, "Have you considered Nezha's perspective in your thoughts? If he were to learn that you bore the burden for him, he would carry an insurmountable weight of guilt and regret for the rest of his life." Jing and his wife were struck as if by lightning, left in stunned silence, exchanging glances without words. Lu Chong softened his tone. "You two should focus on accompanying Nezha as he grows, allowing him to live without worry. As for the tribulation, I will devise a plan." With that, he slowly withdrew from his robe a resplendent human emperor banner. In an instant, the room was illuminated, golden light surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire space. The radiance seemed to embody the power of creation, both solemn and mysterious. Upon seeing the human emperor banner, Jinren's astonishment erupted like fireworks. "A primordial treasure? Its value rivals that of the Shanhua Sheiji map bestowed upon me by my master." The banner measured approximately 3 feet in length, its pole forged from an extraordinary black metal, incredibly hard and emanating a chilling brilliance. The pole was intricately carved with lifelike dragon patterns, interspersed with gems that shimmered with a subtle glow. The banner itself was woven from rare golden silk, with runes that appeared and vanished, flowing and shifting. This human emperor banner could absorb the demonic energy within Nezha and protect the Li residents from malevolent forces. Lu Chong elaborated to Jing and Yin Shiniang that this banner was fused with his soul, rendering it unusable by others. Placed within the Li residence, it would undoubtedly suppress the demonic orb and deter any evil spirits from approaching. Upon witnessing the human emperor banner, Tai was filled with envy. Truly, the human emperor possesses artifacts of such caliber. Moreover, he generously offered to eliminate the demonic energy for Nezha by directly bestowing it upon Jing. Alas, young Nezha is indeed fortunate to have such a benevolent uncle. Reflecting on this, he could not help but remember his own master. He, who has been rather lax in his cultivation, has never once faced his master's ire. Instead, the significant responsibility of the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl was entrusted to him. Regrettably, he has faltered in this task, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt towards his venerable teacher. Henceforth, he must diligently guide Nezha. In doing so, he can offer a semblance of accountability to his master. Jing knelt down, bowing deeply. "Thank you, your majesty. I vow to guard the great Shang with my life, and shall never betray your expectations." Lu Chong nodded, his gaze shifting to Jinren. He spoke earnestly. "Tai, you must exert every effort to instruct Nezha in the arts of sorcery. My nephew possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become the backbone of the great Shang. The position of the third prince to protect the nation rightfully belongs to him." Jinren quickly clasped his hands together, speaking with sincerity. "Rest assured, your majesty, this humble Taoist will devote himself to teaching Nezha, abstaining from all intoxicants, and should I stray from this vow, may I face divine retribution." Lu Chong smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to gently caress Nezha's cherubic face. Nezha blinked his large, curious eyes, gazing inquisitively at the emperor's banner, babbling innocently, his demeanor eliciting affection from all. However, within Lu Chong's heart, thoughts swirled tumultuously. The figures of the dragon clan, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, and Ao Bing surfaced in his mind. They had been deceived and exploited by the immeasurable immortal elder, reduced to pitiable pawns in the alchemical game, nearly transformed into elixirs alongside the underwater demon tribe. Lu Chong understood that to contend against the impending calamity of the Fengshen, and to save the great Shang from the brink of annihilation, it was imperative to win over the Dragon Clan, aligning them with the great Shang's interests. It seemed that this journey to the East Sea was unavoidable. Lu Chong silently resolved within himself. At this moment, Tai Jinren scratched his head and approached Lu Chong with an innocent grin. "Your Majesty, might I inquire if the spiritual pearl could be returned to this humble Taoist?" Lu Chong produced the pearl, a smile gracing his lips. "Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten." Tai Jinren extended his hands, his face brimming with anticipation. Unexpectedly, Lu Chong tucked the pearl back into his bosom, stating with gravity, "This spiritual pearl rightfully belongs to my nephew. For now, I shall safeguard it. You need not concern yourself. Focus solely on instructing Nezha." With that, he turned and departed. "Farewell, Your Majesty." Li Jing and Yin Shiniang respectfully bid him farewell. Watching Lu Chong's retreating figure, a weight lifted from their hearts. Yin Shiniang remarked, "Nezha is truly fortunate to have such a kind uncle. It is a blessing for our entire family." Tai Jinren, however, wore a bewildered expression, caught between laughter and tears. "Well, it is what it is. Let us concentrate on teaching Nezha. Could it be that this emperor of humanity possesses a method to alter the very course of fate?" Chapter 7. Shingongbao. "Would you be willing to serve as my grand national teacher?" Lu Chong rode swiftly alone, arriving at the shores of the East Sea. The sea breeze wafted gently, and the waves surged. A somewhat desolate figure sat solitary upon a massive rock by the sea. Lu Chong's heart stirred as he approached, only to discover that the individual was none other than Shingongbao. At this moment, Shingongbao hung his head low, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. Cradling his knees with both hands, he murmured incantations, his voice brimming with boundless frustration and resentment. Alas! The Lingling Pearl was meant to be a meticulously prepared gift for Ao Guang. Yet now, everything has dissipated like mere bubbles. How can I face my old friend with such disgrace? His face was etched with disappointment, his brows tightly knitted together, and he sighed repeatedly. His lamentations carried away by the distant sea breeze. Raising his hand, he harshly wiped his face, as if to erase the humiliation and discontent that filled his heart. Anger blazed within him like a raging inferno. With a fierce crack of his whip against the nearby rock, fragments flew, as if even the steadfast stone shared in his indignation. His master, perceiving him as a leopard spirit, had repeatedly relegated the arduous and thankless tasks to him. Each allocation of elixirs was pitifully scant, rendering him a mere servant in the eyes of his peers. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his slender, fragile arms trembling like branches in a tempest. As for the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, outsiders only beheld its formidable exterior. Who would suspect it was a prison for the Dragon Clan? The dragons had endured centuries of suppression by the celestial court in the depths of the oceanic inferno, only to meet such a dismal fate, treated like mere monsters, ruthlessly oppressed. Although I am a disciple of the Chan school, my horned and furred form binds me just as tightly. I possess undeniable talent and work diligently, yet receive no recognition. Even the coveted position among the 12 golden immortals eludes me. Overcome with grief and rage, Shingongbao abruptly rose, pacing anxiously atop the rocks, each step infused with fury. Lu Chong quietly approached from behind, the crashing waves perfectly muffling his footsteps. Immersed in his own turmoil, Shingongbao howled at the sky, completely unaware of Lu Chong's proximity. "Shingongbao?" Lu Chong called softly. Startled, Shingongbao trembled violently, stumbling and plunging into the water with a splash. Lu Chong stood firm atop the rocks, watching helplessly as Shingongbao floundered in the surf. "Shingongbao, what time is it, and yet you still indulge in a sea bath? Hurry up, I have matters to discuss with you." Finally managing to struggle back to the surface, water droplets cascaded from his hair and garments. Upon recognizing Lu Chong, his complexion drained of color, resembling a pale sheet of paper, his voice quivering and stammering. "Chong Chong." Lu Chong felt a jolt of shock. Instinctively clenching his fists, his palms slick with cold sweat. How did he know my name? Could he see through my true identity? If that were the case, this person cannot be allowed to live. A thought raced through his mind with alarming swiftness. Shingongbao stuttered as he continued, "Your Majesty, I implore your forgiveness for my transgressions." Upon uttering these words, he hastily clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Chong, his actions frantic yet maintaining decorum. At that moment, Lu Chong exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously taut nerves now relaxed, as he waved his hand dismissively and declared, "It is of no consequence. I absolve you of your misdeeds." Shun Gongbao cautiously lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with gratitude and trepidation. The emperor indeed possessed an extraordinary presence, exuding an aura so formidable that it commanded respect. Had he truly harmed the emperor, the repercussions would have been far graver than those incurred by Tai Yi, with consequences beyond imagination. Lu Chong then shifted the conversation, retrieving a mystical orb emanating a celestial glow from within his robes. Fixing his gaze upon Shun Gongbao, he inquired, "Do you seek this artifact to present to the Dragon King Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea to nurture his son Ao Bing, thereby serving the heavenly court in the future?" Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao's eyes widened in astonishment, as though he had witnessed the most incredible sight in the world, his face displaying an expression of shock, seemingly unable to believe his ears. "Your Majesty, how did you come to know this?" His voice trembled, the astonishment within him akin to the raging waves of the sea. Lu Chong smiled enigmatically, his expression imbued with mystery, yet he offered no explanation, instead tossing the orb nonchalantly to Shun Gongbao. Alarmed, Shun Gongbao quickly reached out to catch it, feeling the orb's weightiness in his hands, filled with skepticism. "Your Majesty, what does this signify?" Shun Gongbao asked, his voice quaking. With a calm demeanor, Lu Chong replied, "As a member of the demon race, even if the spirit orb is reincarnated and ascends to the heavenly court, will those exalted immortals regard you as one of their own?" Lu Chong's words struck Shun Gongbao like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within his heart. He understood this truth better than anyone. As long as one's origins were demonic, one would inevitably be deemed inferior in this ruthless realm of cultivation, regardless of effort or toil, forever distanced from the disciples of the Tao, with treatment as disparate as heaven and earth. Yet, what alternative pathways existed? After diligently cultivating for many years, his confusion and helplessness only deepened. Lu Chong placed a reassuring hand on Shun Gongbao's shoulder, his gaze resolute as he queried, "Shun Gongbao, are you willing to serve me?" This question detonated like a bomb within Shun Gongbao's tranquil heart. "Ah, no." He hesitated, his voice subdued. "Unwilling?" Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events, which diverged from his anticipated narrative. "I must not deceive you, Your Majesty." Shun Gongbao finally summoned the courage to articulate his thoughts, explaining that as a disciple of the Tao, he was forbidden from engaging in worldly affairs. After speaking, he bit his lip, seemingly making a momentous decision, and returned the orb with both hands. However, Lu Chong laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the sea breeze. "How could I reclaim that which I have bestowed? Do you perhaps look down upon my gift, Shun Gongbao?" Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao was so overwhelmed that his voice slightly trembled, his hands involuntarily quivering, and his eyes sparkled with emotion. "Is it truly so, my lord? This esteemed merchant king is exceedingly generous." However, before he could fully recover from his ecstasy, Lu Chong continued, "Indeed. Yet, I would also like to request your assistance in guiding me before the Dragon King of the East Sea, so that I may converse with him. I desire to have him and his dragon kin serve as the national guardian beasts of our grand commerce. Would that be permissible?" Chapter 8. The sea-supporting needle. Shun Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. The smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by a look of shock and bewilderment. He stared intently at the king, seemingly searching for any hint that this might be a jest. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure, bowing his head in deep contemplation. Emperor Xinxin possessed such audacity. The dragon clan was currently oppressed by the heavenly court and the Chan Sect, yet he showed no fear, instead seeking to ally with them, even bestowing upon them the title of national guardian beasts. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavenly court and inviting calamities upon himself? Moreover, the reputation of the demon clan among mortals was one of pervasive fear. Although the dragon clan suppressed the sea's demon kin, their renown was scarcely better. Whenever calamities arose at sea, rumors of sea demons and dragons wreaking havoc would inevitably follow. Was all of this truly worthwhile for this king? Suddenly, a saying from his father, Shun Jingdao, surfaced in his mind. "My disciples are not distinguished by race. All are welcome to learn. As long as one diligently practices, one day they shall be embraced by the true teachings of the Chan Sect. Strive, strive. If only it were that simple." Regrettably, reflecting on his own experiences within the Chan Sect, where he faced disdain due to his origins, constantly constrained like a hawk at the mercy of its handlers, devoid of freedom and prospects, brought moisture to his eyes. A tumult of emotions surged within him, the past humiliations and sufferings crashing over him like a tide. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back, as he wrestled internally. On one hand, There was the shackling identity of a disciple of the Chan Sect, bearing years of grievances. Yet, the bond with his master was a profound sentiment, difficult to sever. On the other hand, there was the olive branch extended by Emperor Xinxin. Should he persuade the dragon clan to submit, not only would he gain the spiritual pearl, but he could also fulfill his long-held ambitions within the grand commerce. After a long while, Shen Gongbao lifted his head, his face streaked with tears, an outpouring of years of grievances and helplessness. He knelt on one knee, his voice resolute yet tinged with emotion. "Thank you, my lord. I am willing to assist in persuading the dragon clan to align with the grand commerce." Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been testing the waters and did not anticipate such a prompt agreement from Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao continued, "I am deeply grateful for your lordship's kindness. However, as a disciple of the Chan Sect, I am bound by strict regulations. Without my master's command, I am unable to participate in court affairs. I hope for your understanding." Lu Chong silently scoffed, recognizing the evident intentions of the Taoist sect, led by the celestial master Tai, to reincarnate the spiritual pearl into the household of Li Jing in Xintang Pass, an unmistakable ploy to undermine the Shang Dynasty. Was this not an attempt to meddle in the affairs of the court? These practitioners of the Tao are indeed like thieves who cover their ears while stealing a bell. However, he did not press the matter further, for he understood that given the sect's exclusion of the peculiar Xinguang Bao, it was only a matter of time before Xinguang Bao would seek refuge under his banner. "Take your time to ponder," he said, "should you reconsider in the future. The gates of the Shang will always be open to you." Lu Chong's demeanor remained calm, his tone even, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Xinguang Bao bowed once more, his eyes filled with remorse. "Thank you, your majesty, for your generosity. I shall forever remember your kindness." He then proceeded to perform the water avoidance technique, preparing to escort the king to seek out the dragon king Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea. With a deft hand, he executed the technique as Lu Chong, bearing a grave expression, swiftly traversed the unfathomable depths of the Eastern Sea. Before long, they arrived at the terrifying underwater purgatory. The sight before Lu Chong caused him to gasp in shock, his heart racing violently. Within the purgatory, molten lava surged like a boiling sea of blood, roiling with ferocity. Great pillars of fire erupted skyward, instantly boiling the surrounding waters, while the rising steam, though tinged with a refreshing chill, could not mask the overwhelming heat and terror that assailed them. In this atmosphere thick with despair and dread, the wails of sea monsters echoed incessantly. These creatures varied in form. Some were colossal like mountains, while others darted about with ghostly agility, vanishing in an instant. Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they battered against the surrounding rocks, producing deafening sounds, seemingly struggling to break free from the confines of their prison. At the heart of this inferno stood a colossal stone pillar, steadfast as if bridging heaven and earth. Lu Chong gazed at this pillar, a sense of awe washing over him. This was the sea stabilizing needle. Over a millennium ago, during the Great Yu's efforts to control the floods, this needle had been used to gauge water levels and stabilize the deluge. More than 1,000 years later, it would be wielded by Sun Wukong as the formidable Rui Jinggu Bang. Contemplating the sea stabilizing needle, Lu Chong was overcome by a profound sense of the passage of time, feeling as though he stood at the nexus of history. "Your Majesty, we are almost at the seabed," Xinguang Bao announced. In that instant, a massive white dragon surged forth from the molten lava, its sinuous body coiling around the great sea stabilizing needle. The white scales glimmered ominously in the glow of the lava, resembling a shimmering suit of armor. The dragon bore a vicious scar near its eye, unmistakably that of Ao Guang, the dragon king of the Eastern Sea, who at this moment commanded the dragon clan to guard this perilous underwater purgatory. Upon seeing Xinguang Bao's arrival, a flicker of excitement flashed in Ao Guang's eyes. Brimming with anticipation, he eagerly inquired, "Did you acquire it?" Shen Gongbao's expression faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, before he stammered, "No." Ao Guang's gaze instantly dimmed, disappointment washing over his face like a relentless tide, as if the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited was mercilessly doused with cold water. In disbelief, he inquired, "Didn't you obtain it?" Yet Shen Gongbao abruptly replied, "If I didn't acquire it, what am I doing here?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang could not help but feel both anxious and infuriated, rolling his eyes and retorting, "Next time, just nod." At that moment, Ao Guang's attention shifted to Lu Chong, who stood behind Shen Gongbao. This man possessed a tall and commanding stature, exuding an air of majesty, as if he were born to wield dominion over the world. Ao Guang's heart brimmed with curiosity, and he promptly asked Shen Gongbao, Who is this? Shun Gongbao immediately stepped aside and respectfully introduced. This is the great king of Shang, Emperor Xian. At this proclamation, the surrounding dragon clan fell into a stunned silence, their eyes collectively fixating on Lu Chong. The great king of Shang? Emperor Xian. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming tide of astonishment surging within him. He had never anticipated that the extraordinary figure before him was none other than the exalted Emperor Xian. Quickly, he presented himself, his imposing figure reminiscent of a towering peak. Clad in resplendent silver garments adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns, he shone brilliantly in the dark abyss of the undersea purgatory, akin to a beacon of light amidst the shadows. His flowing white hair was neatly tied back, his countenance stern yet resolute, with his eyes radiating authority and wisdom, exuding an innate nobility and regal demeanor in every gesture. In the presence of Lu Chong, Ao Guang did not hesitate to bow deeply, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant and respectful. I am Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, and I pay my respects to the Emperor. Chapter 9. The Dragon Clan's Decree. Guardians of the Nation. Lu Chong slightly raised his hand, his expression gentle as he spoke. Rise. The East Sea Dragon Clan has guarded this realm and suppressed the demon race for millennia, a deed of great merit. Upon hearing this, a warm surge filled Ao Guang's heart, and he hastily rose, his eyes brimming with gratitude. For years, the Dragon Clan had borne the weight of the demon race's infamy, silently enduring the misunderstandings and prejudices of the world. How could he not be moved by the Emperor's recognition and praise? Lu Chong turned his gaze toward Shun Gongbao, offering a subtle nod. Understanding the cue, Shun Gongbao carefully retrieved the spirit pearl from his bosom. As the spirit pearl emerged, it radiated a soft and sacred light, illuminating the entire undersea purgatory. Seeing the spirit pearl, Ao Guang's eyes ignited with excitement. His hands trembled slightly as he took a few steps forward, yearning to grasp the pearl, yet hesitating, caught in a moment of reluctance. His inner turmoil resembled a tangled mass. He longed for this precious spirit pearl, yet feared that his actions might be too abrupt. Is this the spirit pearl transformed from the Hunyuan pearl? If infused into the dragon egg, my son Ao Bing could attain unparalleled divine powers? Ao Guang's voice quivered, filled with uncertainty and anticipation. No, Xing Wangbao shook his head. Is that not so? A hint of disappointment flickered in Ao Guang's eyes. Indeed, Xing Wangbao's lips curled into a proud smile. Ao Guang rolled his eyes in resignation, reaching out to take the spiritual pearl, only to be interrupted by Xing Wangbao, who exclaimed, "This item has endured numerous trials, bestowed by the great king." Ao Guang paused in surprise, inquiring, "Bestowed by the great king?" Xing Wangbao promptly provided him with a succinct explanation. Upon hearing it, Ao Guang was overcome with emotion, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Lu Chong, his voice trembling as he expressed, "Thank you for the great king's generous gift of the spiritual pearl." Once he had received the pearl, Xing Wangbao continued, "The great king intends to invite the East Sea Dragon Clan to become the national guardian beast of the Dashang." Guardian beast? Ao Guang's eyes widened in shock, an indescribable excitement surging within him. The Dragon Clan had long been regarded as a demon race, confined to the East Sea, suppressing other demons, enduring centuries of discrimination and oppression from humanity. Now, this Emperor of Men proclaimed that they would be enshrined as divine beasts, a glory the Dragon Clan had long yearned for. However, Ao Guang's expression soon darkened, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. For many years, humanity had viewed the Dragon Clan as demons. Such prejudice was as immovable as a mountain, not easily shaken. If they were to hastily become the national guardian beast of Dashang, might it inadvertently bring unnecessary trouble? How would the ministers and the court perceive this? What would the common people say? A tide of worries and concerns surged in his heart. He was aging, and some matters no longer seemed worth the struggle. Ao Guang lifted his gaze to Lu Chong, his eyes filled with regret, and sighed as he gently declined, "Your Majesty, I am honored by your kindness. But the Dragon Clan is currently in a precarious situation. Becoming the national guardian beast of Dashang may indeed bring about complications." Lu Chong appeared to have anticipated Ao Guang's refusal. With a calm demeanor, he strolled to the edge of the inferno, gazing intently at the churning magma beneath. His eyes were resolute, and he spoke slowly. "If I were to rebuild the demon court and assist you in battling against the heavens once more, would you be willing to aid me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sultry, melodious laughter echoed. "Rebuild the demon court? What grand ambition. I, Aluan, am intrigued." With that, a colossal dragon with purple scales and blue fins emerged from the molten rock, revealing itself to be Alwyn, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Her elongated, graceful form glimmered like jewels, shimmering with enchanting radiance under the glow of the lava. Her narrow eyes sparkled with a lively light, exuding a unique charm and cunning. Bound by long chains, Alwyn could only rest at the edge of the inferno, her gaze fixed on Lu Chong. She softly inquired, "Will the great king assist us in rebuilding the demon court? But what must we do for you in return?" Her voice was enchanting and alluring, reminiscent of a melodious tune that stirred the imagination. Ao Guang frowned slightly upon her emergence. He was acutely aware of Ao Run's unruly nature, which often led her to instigate trouble. He offered an apology to Lu Chong, saying, "Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions. I shall promptly return this wayward dragon." Yet, Lu Chong merely waved his hand with a calm demeanor and addressed Ao Run, who was toying with her serpentine form. What wrong is there in such words? It is better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. As the Emperor of humanity, how can I allow those so-called celestial beings to dictate my fate? What authority do the heavenly courts possess to remain lofty above all? I shall defy the heavens, ensuring that no deities reign supreme in this world, and no one shall have the audacity to meddle with my destiny. He gently caressed the moist, smooth nose of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Ron, and smiled softly. "Do you truly wish to serve the heavenly courts as mere hounds for eternity?" In the searing and perilous atmosphere of the underwater inferno, Ao Run allowed Lu Chong to stroke her nose. Her elongated form, adorned with shimmering purple scales, gleamed with an eerie luminescence in the dimness, and her slanted eyes sparkled with a morbid excitement, akin to a child who had discovered a fascinating new toy. "Brother, let us revel," Ao Run cooed, her voice echoing within the confines of the underwater purgatory, laced with a hint of seduction. She writhed her body, swimming before Ao Guang, her gaze brimming with fervor. "You have aligned the dragon clan with the heavenly courts, suppressing the demon race, yet you remain in the depths of the sea, enduring countless grievances. Now, this Emperor of humanity possesses both courage and strength. He can offer our dragon clan a new path. Why must we continue to endure this stifling existence?" Ao Guang's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes reflecting a tumult of conflict and struggle. He gazed down at the gentle glow emanating from the spiritual orb in his hand, its light illuminating his stern visage. Clad in silver attire, he stood out strikingly against the darkness of the underwater inferno. His silken white hair flowed neatly behind him, yet, in this moment of inner turmoil, it appeared somewhat disheveled. "Ao Run, cease your reckless words," Ao Guang admonished in a stern tone, though his voice lacked conviction. He lifted his gaze to Lu Chong, his eyes filled with gratitude and remorse. "I shall forever remember your grace in bestowing this spiritual orb, Your Majesty. Henceforth, should you require anything, the East Sea Dragon clan will spare no effort to protect the great Shang." However, Ao Guang's voice faltered momentarily, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. As for the matter of the new demon court, he chose to feign ignorance and implored the Emperor to speak no further. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment crossed Ao Run's eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Chong remained composed, observing Ao Guang with a contemplative expression. He understood that it was indeed far-fetched to expect a single statement to persuade the Dragon King to incite rebellion against the heavenly courts. His purpose for this visit was merely to sow the seeds of insurrection within the hearts of the East Sea Dragon clan and the entire demon race. As time progressed, this seed would undoubtedly take root, flourish, and grow stronger. There is no need for the Dragon King to feel burdened. This matter is entirely voluntary. Lu Chong remarked with a gentle smile, his tone calm, yet confident. His gaze was resolute, and his posture upright. Standing amidst this abyssal inferno as if he were a beacon of authority, utterly incongruous to the surrounding terror. Yet, there was an undeniable aura of control emanating from him. "However, since I have arrived today, certain matters must be addressed, and words once spoken cannot be retracted." Lu Chong's voice resonated through the depths of the ocean as he slowly raised his hand, pointing at Ao Guang with a solemn expression. "Today, I hereby decree that you, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, shall be bestowed the title of the Guardian Beasts of the Great Shang." Chapter 10. Reward acquired. The Emperor's Sword. Strength can be augmented by gathering subordinates. Upon hearing Lu Chong's proclamation, Ao Guang and Ao Run could not help but be taken aback. Receiving a direct decree from the Emperor was a transcendent honor. Compared to those celestial beings above, this Emperor before them was far more reliable. Ao Guang hastily prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Ao Guang, on behalf of the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, expresses profound gratitude for the Emperor's decree." This Emperor Xian truly possesses remarkable courage. Ding. Task 2. Bestow the East Sea Dragon Clan the title of Guardian Beasts. Completed. The host's cultivation level is elevated to the 3rd stage of the Emperor's realm, receiving the reward, the Emperor's Sword. Lu Chong's heart surged with elation. His power had increased, and he had acquired such a divine artifact. He gently raised his arm, and in that instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, blindingly brilliant, nearly rendering one unable to open their eyes. As the light gradually receded, the onlookers beheld a long sword emanating resplendent brilliance, now manifesting in Lu Chong's hand. This sword was none other than the fabled Emperor's sword. Its blade was elongated like a sinuous serpent, with graceful and fluid lines. Its entire body shimmering with a subtle golden glow, reminiscent of sunlight cascading upon gold. With a delicate flick of the Emperor's sword, a crisp hum resonated through the air, and the surrounding space began to tremble violently, as if the very world were quaking in response. Ao Guang, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astounded. "What is this?" he stammered, his voice rendered hoarse from sheer astonishment. Even Ao Run was inwardly astonished. Such a divine artifact. It would be difficult to find anything comparable even within my elder brother's dragon palace. Her gaze was firmly fixed upon the Emperor's sword, her eyes brimming with envy and excitement. Lu Chong, feeling the boundless power contained within, turned his gaze toward Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao, speaking softly, "From this day forth, if the Dragon Clan has any needs, you may send envoys to the shore to seek General Li Jing at Chintang Pass. He will certainly convey your words to me." With that, he waved the Emperor's sword once more, creating a rift in space before him. Turning to depart, he left Ao Guang, Ao Run, Shun Gongbao, and the multitude of the East Sea Dragon Clan still engrossed in the awe-inspiring scene they had just witnessed, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. This great Shang Emperor possesses an existence that rivals any innate treasure, Ao Guang murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting deep reverence. Shun Gongbao stood there in a daze, the words of Lu Chong echoing in his mind. The pretense and disdain among the celestial peers were starkly different from the sincerity he felt now. He recalled Lu Chong's resolute gaze, filled with trust and expectation, igniting a fervent passion within him. To serve such a person, he would gladly embrace death. Shun Gongbao clenched his fists. Yet, thoughts of his father, Shen Jingdao, and his earnest hopes for him to join the Chan Sect and pursue the righteous path caused his brow to furrow, leaving him in a state of indecision. In contrast, the eyes of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, sparkled with anticipation, her cheeks slightly flushed, and an unusual glimmer danced in her gaze. Such a figure as this human emperor was undeniably a born leader. If I could have the support of this great king of humanity, perhaps I might truly escape this abyssal prison. Yet, I wonder what would the cost be. Upon returning to the shore, Lu Chong did not immediately head back to Chaoga. He was aware that, while his encounter with the East Sea Dragon Clan had not completely fulfilled his aspirations, it had yielded some measure of success. He needed a tranquil space to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Lu Chong ascended to the very rock where Shun Gongbao had stood, closed his eyes, and began to organize his thoughts. Although the East Sea Dragon Clan had yet to agree to the restoration of the Demon Court, their dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Court had begun to surface. This rebellious seed, if nurtured properly, would surely bear fruit in the future. As for Shun Gongbao, having endured much injustice within the Chan Sect, with just a little guidance, he would inevitably join my ranks. A faint smile graced Lu Chong's lips. Though Shun Gongbao was a disciple of the primordial supreme being of the Chan Sect, with a mere invitation to stay, appealing to his emotions and reasoning, I could soon gather countless disciples of the under the banner of the great Shang to serve me. Moreover, gazing at the Emperor's sword in his hand, Lu Chong's heart swelled with excitement. With this sword, he could traverse to any place he desired and meet anyone. For instance, he could confront the young GFA of Shiqi, or the formidable Sanshao, who could conjure the 9 curves Yellow River Formation, or even Yang Jian, who was studying under the Jade Emperor on Yuling Mountain. Having transcended to become the human emperor, he was determined to defy fate. He would save the destinies of Nezha and himself. He would eliminate the infinite immortal and the Chan Sect. He would safeguard the great Shang, which had slipped from the grasp of Dixin. Heaven sought to destroy the state of the lonely ruler, to replace Shang with Zhou. But that lonely ruler would defy heaven itself. Lu Chong glanced at his human emperor's reversal system. Name: Dixin In Shou Zishou, Lu Chong. Age: 33 years. Realm: Human Emperor Level 3. Ability 1. Human Emperor Body 10, single-handedly possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds. Immune to demonic charms and sorcery. A natural-born emperor with extraordinary allure. Ability 2. Human Emperor Banner 1. Capable of collecting souls, absorbing demonic energy, nurturing demons, and intimidating evil beings. Ability 3. Human Emperor Sword 1. Traversing the four corners of the world, wherever the heart desires, one can reach. The ability to ascend to the 4th tier of the Human Emperor is now unlocked. The ability to ascend to the 5th tier of the Human Emperor is also available. The host has reached the 3rd tier of the Human Emperor. To unlock new tasks, one must first cultivate their power and refine the Human Emperor Banner and the Human Emperor Sword to level 10. Achieving the perfection of the 3rd tier of the Human Emperor, Lu Chong let out a subtle sigh of relief. The Human Emperor Banner can autonomously upgrade by absorbing the demonic energy from Nezha at Shintang Pass, and with each level gained, it increases the number of demons it nurtures. What he needed to focus on now was to cultivate the Human Emperor technique and elevate the level of the Human Emperor Sword. Elevating the Human Emperor Sword's level does not involve slaying foes or vanquishing monsters, but rather gathering followers. For instance, individuals like Shun Gongbao, Tai Junren, Nezha, and Ao Guang and Ao Bing, regardless of being human, demon, or immortal, can all contribute to this elevation. The stronger and more numerous the followers he collects, the faster the Human Emperor Sword will upgrade, and correspondingly, its power will magnify. However, Nezha is still quite young, and both Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao require some time. Finding followers at this moment poses a challenge. Additionally, it is imperative to foster friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing, ensuring them both a delightful childhood. While pondering these matters, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Lu Chong turned cautiously, his Human Emperor Sword at the ready. Approaching the foliage, he probed with his sword. Momentarily taken aback, it was an injured white fox. Chapter 11. The Prejudices in the Human Heart. Like a great mountain curled amidst the snow-white fur was a white fox. Its glass-like eyes misty with tears, its hind leg trapped in a rusted animal trap. Crimson blood trickled down its silvery coat, blooming like red plums upon the green stones. This was a white fox with an injured leg. Lu Chong was momentarily stunned. A white fox. This creature bore no stray hairs and exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the little white fox's hind legs was drenched in blood. The white fox trembled in fear as it gazed at Lu Chong, paralyzed by its injury and unable to flee. Its face was a mask of terror, seemingly petrified by the presence of this human, too frightened to utter a sound. Had it fallen victim to a hunter's trap? Lu Chong reached out, prying the trap open and casting it aside. After assessing the injury, he set the broken bone and tore a strip of fabric from his dark robe to bind the fox's wound. Over the years, engaging in battles and tending to others' injuries had become second nature to him. Once bandaged, Lu Chong gently soothed the little white fox's head, encouraging it to lower its guard. He speculated whether it might be a fox spirit. If so, he would indeed have stumbled upon a treasure. It wasn't that Lu Chong harbored any peculiar inclinations or desires for the beauty of fox spirits. The prominence of the fox demon within the demon clan is second to none, its numbers vast and its prowess in the art of seduction unparalleled, making it ideally suited for the roles of spy and informant. Moreover, as the esteemed King Zhou of the Shang Dynasty, one feels a peculiar void in the absence of a fox demon by one's side. However, I am resolute that I shall never be ensnared by a mere fox demon's charm, becoming a tyrant in the process. Gradually, I sensed that Lu Chong was administering some form of treatment to it, and a flicker of confusion and doubt appeared in its eyes. The white fox, gazing at the bandage on its leg, seemed to possess a spark of sentience as it nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Lu Chong. Taken aback for a moment, Lu Chong then smiled gently, remarking on the little white fox's innate spirit. The white fox regarded this formidable yet gentle human before it with a burgeoning curiosity, seemingly drawn to the warmth emanating from Lu Chong. It inched closer, closing its eyes in a gesture of trust as it settled down. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky. Lu Chong, having spent the better part of the day managing the affairs surrounding the births of Nezha and Ao Bing, decided it was time for a respite. Reclining against the stone, he gazed at the sunset, the evening clouds painted in splendid hues. The little fox appeared weary, narrowing its eyes in slumber. Just as Lu Chong was about to depart, he heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching. Where had that thieving fox scampered off to? Before long, a group of irate villagers stood before Lu Chong. At the forefront, a fisherman clad in coarse cloth wielded a sharp fish spear, pointing accusingly at the little white fox. "Is this the culprit?" he demanded. "Indeed, it is this white-furred creature that pilfered my hen," exclaimed a woman, her round belly indicating her pregnancy, as she carried a small boy in a backpack. Stealing hens? Lu Chong queried, glancing at the now awakened little fox beside him. Absolutely. It devoured my hen, and in its haste, it was caught in the trap set for it. The pregnant woman asserted with unwavering conviction. This is not the first instance. I have witnessed this white fox loitering at my doorstep on multiple occasions. One night, I distinctly saw it chasing my hens, sending them into a frenzy. Upon hearing these accusations, the villagers erupted in outrage, causing the little white fox to cower behind Lu Chong, emitting a low growl of fear. The fisherman, brandishing his spear, commanded Lu Chong, "Stand aside. We intend to flay this audacious fox and display its pelt at the village entrance, ensuring that no fox dares to steal our hens again." Observing the trembling, pitiable state of the little white fox, Lu Chong furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, I had not detected the scent of chicken blood on this fox. If it had indeed feasted on a hen, remnants of feathers or blood would surely linger on its mouth or paws, yet both were impeccably clean. Do you possess any evidence to support your claims of theft? The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, and the pregnant woman cried out, "What proof do you seek? I witnessed it with mine own eyes. Could I possibly deceive you? Furthermore, if it weren't this fox, who else could have stolen the hen? Surely, none of us from the fishing village would commit such an act." Others immediately shouted in unison, "It is this fox that has stolen. Hand over the fox to us." Hearing the cries of the villagers, Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly and sighed in resignation. He retrieved a purple gemstone from his possession and handed it to the woman, saying, "Take this as compensation. It should be sufficient to purchase 100 chickens." Lu Chong was uncertain of the gemstone's true worth. Yet since it was an ornament he had always worn, it must have considerable value. It would surely suffice to compensate the pregnant woman's hen. Although the hen was not what the little white fox had consumed, it seemed unnecessary to argue with the villagers about this. It would only waste time. The sky was growing dark, and if he did not return to the palace soon, he feared they would become frantic with worry. The woman ceased her weeping and took the gemstone, examining it by the light of the torch. She then hurled it into the East Sea, exclaiming, "You think a mere stone can deceive me? Not a chance." The others glared at Lu Chong with indignation, their faces contorted with anger. Indeed, after all these years, I've never heard of someone using a stone to compensate for a living chicken. Do you take us for fools? They scoffed. Humph. Are you protecting a fox? Could you be its accomplice? A demon. Surely a demon. Just look at how affectionate you are with that fox, even tending to its wounds. What else could you be but a demon? Let us rid ourselves of this demon altogether. We can take both of you to Chintang Pass and collect a reward from General Li. As Lu Chong observed the escalating misunderstanding and the seething crowd of fishermen encircling him and the little white fox, he realized they regarded him and the fox as prey, their eyes gleaming with avarice. In the face of his own subjects, Lu Chong endeavored to maintain his composure and restraint. However, one villager stealthily crept behind him, raising a hoe to strike at the back of his head. "You demon, perish!" Crack! Lu Chong swiftly grasped the wooden handle of the hoe, having experienced countless ambushes on the battlefield before. Yet this attack came not from the enemy tribes, but from his own subjects. A flicker of anger ignited in Lu Chong's eyes. He kicked the assailant away, who crashed against a tree with a thud, instantly losing consciousness. The crowd was taken aback by the fox demon's counterattack. Some rushed to report to the authorities, while others closed in on Lu Chong and the fox demon. "He has killed someone. He has killed someone. We cannot let him escape. Even if he is not a demon, he must have been ensorcelled by this fox spirit, enchanting him. We cannot allow them to flee. Quickly, go to Chintang Pass and have Lord Li deal with these two fiends." Lu Chong's gaze turned icy. "Very well. Lord Li, is it? I shall await your arrival and see how Li Jing shall respond." Chapter 12. The Emperor's Fury. Not a single one shall escape. Lu Chong, like a tiger, perched upon a rocky outcrop by the sea, cradled the white fox in his arms, gently stroking its delicate and adorable little head. The fur of this fox is smooth, far more pleasant to the touch than that of cats or dogs. Observing the white fox's contented demeanor, Lu Chong couldn't help but smile. However, the surrounding villagers glared at him with clenched teeth, convinced he had fallen under the enchantment of the fox spirit. What normal person would display such affection towards a mere fox? Either he was possessed, or he was a demon himself. Regardless of the truth, they merely needed to keep a close watch on him, ensuring he did not escape. Once the authorities arrived, they would surely reap the rewards. Though their words were harsh, the brutal display of violence Lu Chong had exhibited earlier rendered them hesitant to approach him. A few timid souls attempted to retreat, but as they took a step back, Lu Chong's murderous gaze fell upon them, serving as a stark warning. Lu Chong had tenderly coaxed the little white fox into a state of blissful slumber. its beautiful mouth opening in a yawn. His gaze drifted to the distance, his brow slightly furrowing. The messenger had finally returned. Esteemed officials, the fox spirit and its demonic companion are ahead. The sound of clanking armor grew louder as the centurion, adorned with twin feathers atop his head, approached with a commanding presence, the bronze bells on his uniform ringing a soul-stirring chime. The firelight illuminated the fresh scar on his youthful face, a testament to his valor earned from the battlefield against the Eastern just a month prior. The messenger was accompanied by several soldiers clad in light leather armor, their copper gear adorned with a crimson hemp cord that fluttered in the wind. The leading officer's armor was notably new and robust, crowned with a bronze helmet etched with a design of the Tao Tai, and two black feathers of the bird of prey protruding from its top. With every step he took, the bronze bells jingled, creating a resonant sound. At a glance, Lu Chong could tell that this was a newly appointed centurion. "Where's the demon?" the centurion called out, brandishing his sword as he strode among the villagers, lifting his chin and speaking with authority. Upon seeing the soldiers from Chintang Pass, the villagers felt a surge of hope, parting to create a pathway, fervently recounting their grievances as if welcoming their saviors. Lu Chong sighed softly. It appeared that Li Jing had not summoned any reinforcements. Only a centurion from Chintang Pass had arrived. Through the villagers' dialogue, he learned that the centurion was a distant relative of the woman whose chicken had gone missing, having come to exterminate the fox spirit with a team of 5. Yet, upon noticing Lu Chong's opulent attire and the intimidating aura surrounding him, the centurion sensed something amiss. He thought to himself, could this man be a dignitary from Chaga City? Such noble presence was unprecedented. The man in the dark robe, with a jade pendant at his waist, bore the insignia of the Xian bird holding the sun, a symbol that could only be worn by those of significant rank. Over 600 stones in the royal capital. As he glanced at the shattered stones at Lu Chong's feet, cold sweat drenched his inner garments. The power that had reduced the rock to dust could likely rival even that of General Li. "Forgive me, my lord." He knelt on one knee, the clash of armor against the rock sparking a shower of sparks. Behind him, 5 soldiers hastily followed suit, their copper armor adorned with the fluttering crimson hemp cord, resembling bloodied serpents in the wind. Previously, I had observed Lord Li Jing commanding his troops to eliminate malevolent spirits. Yet even he could not compare to the formidable presence of this individual. At this moment, cradling the white fox in his arms, he sat casually upon the boulder, exuding an aura of dominance. His dark robe, adorned with intricate patterns and golden embellishments, was unlike anything I had ever witnessed in terms of nobility. Even if he were not a high-ranking official, he was undoubtedly of noble birth. Lu Chong, however, wore a stern expression, lightly shaking his hand in silence, indicating that he wished to handle the matter without interruption while he tended to the fox. The centurion promptly nodded in agreement. Having heard the messenger's account, he had initially presumed it to be merely a minor disturbance caused by a petty spirit. Yet now, he could not help but furrow his brow. The villagers claimed that a fox had stolen a chicken, and in its flight, it had become ensnared in a trap, allowing it to escape when they were not vigilant. The white fox itself bore no trace of malevolence. It was, in fact, not a spirit at all. The centurion could only relay the truth to the gathered crowd. Nevertheless, the pregnant woman and the villagers were unconvinced, even going so far as to kneel before the centurion, demanding justice, lest they threatened to harm themselves in protest. The centurion, compelled by the situation, approached Lu Chong respectfully to propose that if they were to take the fox away, compensating the villagers with 2 copper coins would suffice. As for the injured man, he suggested offering some compensation as well, allowing the matter to be resolved amicably. Seeing that time was of the essence, Lu Chong preferred not to engage in prolonged disputes with the villagers. Settling the matter with a monetary exchange would be far more expedient. However, Lu Chong never carried copper coins. The centurion, displaying understanding, replied that indeed, since it had been confirmed that the little white fox was not a spirit, the fault lay with him for inadequate management, and therefore, he would bear the costs, sparing Lu Chong any concern. Lu Chong nodded, instructing him to seek reimbursement at Lord Li Jing's residence afterward. The centurion recognized Lu Chong's aristocratic bearing. Even the jade ornament adorning his silk sash could cover a year's worth of wine expenses. Clearly, he was a person of significance, and such an opportunity to assist a prominent figure was exceedingly rare, perhaps even elevating the centurion's own status. With great respect, he declared, "It is my honor to serve you, my lord." He hastily produced a copper coin to compensate the pregnant woman. As for the man who had been knocked unconscious, he was roused with a slap and given 2 copper coins. Upon receiving the coins, the woman and the injured man eagerly bit into them to ascertain their authenticity. The copper coins, resembling shells and cast from bronze, were indeed quite valuable. A coin the size of a thumb could purchase 3 or 4 chickens. Seeing that the coins were genuine, their spirits lifted. Lu Chong found amusement in the scene, pondering how the woman would react if she knew that the purple jade cast into the sea could have fetched at least 1,000 copper coins. The other villagers, witnessing the commotion yield nothing, scoffed derisively, uttering unseemly remarks. Who would shield this little vixen? Surely, he must have ulterior motives for wanting to take her home. Just look at those beguiling eyes. She must have enchanted him. Even if she is not a demon now, she will undoubtedly become one in the future. My lord, our Chun Tang Pass has been fighting against demons for generations. We cannot allow this creature to escape so easily. Who knows? Once she returns to restore her strength, she may come back to seek revenge on us. It is likely that the child from Aunt Zhang's family was also taken by this fox. Humph. This time it was chickens she stole, but next time it could very well be children. Just then, a childish curse rang out. Demon, die. A boy, nestled in a pregnant woman's basket, hurled a stone at the white fox, striking her squarely on the nose. The white fox let out a startled yelp. A delicate yet agile nose now marred by a fresh wound. The villagers erupted in gleeful laughter. Sirs are right. Let us just kill this seductive fox. Lu Chong gazed at the injury on the fox's nose, and a shadow of darkness swiftly enveloped his face. Captain, go fetch Li Jing. His voice boomed like thunder preceding a storm, deep and commanding. The captain had not anticipated that these ignorant villagers would complicate matters further. As he prepared to reason with the crowd, he was taken aback by the sight of a resplendent golden sword that had inexplicably appeared in Lu Chong's grasp. The sword radiated an overwhelming pressure, leaving the onlookers awestruck. The shimmering blade reflected the villagers' expressions of terror. The captain, now filled with dread, nodded hastily, his heart racing. This was it. To dare pronounce Lord Li's name so casually. This man undoubtedly held a status even above that of Lord Li. Should he unleash his wrath, the entire Chun Tang Pass would tremble. Moreover, that sword could not possibly belong to an ordinary noble. It must belong to royalty. Witnessing the fury etched upon Lu Chong's face, the captain dared not dwell further on the thought and hurriedly made his way to the Li residence. Before departing, he instructed his 5 soldiers, ensure that no one escapes. Until Lord Li arrives, not a single soul is to be let go. Anyone who dares to flee will be executed without mercy. Chapter 13, Innocence. The captain was halted by Lu Chong, who tossed him a palm-sized bronze tiger. Take this and summon Li Jing at once. Do not delay. Yes, my lord. The captain swiftly mounted his horse and galloped away. Before long, a pregnant woman, lying on the ground and clutching her belly, pleaded, Sir, please let me go. Oh, my stomach. I feel my child is about to be born. A soldier, adorned with a bronze Taotai mask, coldly pressed the blade of his bronze spear against her, stating, Take another step forward, and you will be deemed a traitor. Execution will follow without question. Upon hearing this, over 20 villagers found themselves encircled by 5 formidable soldiers, none daring to move. The fisherman had already discarded his harpoon, and all farming tools and burdens were confiscated. With a fawning smile, the fisherman inquired of the 5 fierce soldiers, What is happening, sirs? Was it not agreed that we would capture this fox demon? Why have we been surrounded instead? They all turned their bewildered gazes toward the figure atop the boulder. A man wielding a golden sword, accompanied by a fox. Could it be that these soldiers have also been enchanted by the fox? Yet, the 5 soldiers answered him with a mere 4 words. Military orders are paramount. This phrase constituted the most crucial regulation established by Lu Chong when he formulated the new military code for the Great Shang. Any soldier daring to disobey the commands of their superiors would face execution without exception. Should any one of the 5 soldiers allow even a single person to escape, they would all be deemed equally culpable and executed together. Realizing that escape was futile, the villagers could only sit helplessly on the ground, gazing up at Lu Chong on the boulder, their eyes filled with terror. Could it be that this man truly wielded such authority that he could command the garrison of Chun Tang Pass? Surely, he could not be of royal lineage. If that were the case, we would undoubtedly be doomed. Panic ensued among the crowd, yet the pregnant woman spoke up. Fear not, everyone. Trust in General Li. General Li guards Chun Tang Pass and has encountered many demons. When he arrives, he will surely advocate for us. Yes, indeed. Furthermore, our village is the wealthiest within 100 miles, and we pay the garrison double the military rations each year. What can the royal family do? Can they truly slaughter us all? General Li has previously stated that we, the common folk of the Great Shang, need not fear those of noble birth. As long as we abide by the law and pay our taxes, no one would dare to harm us. Exactly. Our village contributes the most rations near Chintang Pass. I refuse to believe that this royal family would dare to touch a single hair on our heads. Indeed, indeed. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as a chestnut steed galloped toward them. The rider, clad in armor, with a chiseled visage and a beard, was none other than Li Jing, the father of Nezha. Having received the orders from the centurion and recognizing the bronze tiger talisman, he wasted no time. After a brief command, he hastened alone to their aid. In the darkness, gazing at the silhouette cast against the night sky atop the boulder, it felt as if a heavy mountain pressed upon his heart. Lordly, lordly. Upon seeing Li Jing approach on horseback, the villagers immediately cried out in unison, as though they had spotted a savior. Wonderful! Lordly has arrived. We are saved. However, Li Jing's gaze did not linger on them. Instead, he swept past them, racing toward the towering boulder. The villagers, who had just moments ago worn expressions of confidence, were now taken aback. They watched as Lordly dismounted before the boulder, then bowed deeply toward the figure atop it. I, Li Jing, have arrived late to protect the king. I beseech your forgiveness. As this statement was made, the entire seaside fell into an eerie silence. The villagers' eyes were fixed upon the figure above, while the fisherman could no longer hold himself upright, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Great king, in the vast realm of the great Shang, there is but one figure known to all, the monarch venerated by Li Da, the supreme emperor, Xin. With a resounding thud, the pregnant woman collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious, while the other villagers fell to their knees, their faces ashen. The very person they had just condemned to death at the hands of a beguiling fox spirit was, in truth, their sovereign. It was over, utterly finished. The villagers lay prostrate, their eyes brimming with despair. Offending nobility might leave them with a chance to survive, but to provoke the emperor meant only one fate: death. Great king, spare us, cried the fisherman, kneeling and fervently bowing his head. We were blind as bats to dare offend the emperor. We deserve to die. We implore your mercy. The 5 soldiers also knelt, their hearts pounding in their throats. They could never have imagined that this esteemed individual was none other than the illustrious ruler of the great Shang, the wise and virtuous emperor revered by all. They were even less prepared for the realization that the legendary hero, capable of single-handedly slaying the leaders of enemy forces, stood before them. In the army, few had laid eyes upon the emperor's visage, yet all had heard of his invincible prowess on the battlefield. Gazing at his formidable silhouette, they were gripped by a wave of trepidation. Had they dared to let any villager escape mere moments ago, their heads would likely have rolled by now. Lu Chong stared at the myriad stars above, cradling a snow-white little fox in his arms, and addressed Li Jing with a calm demeanor. Have you discerned the truth for me? Li Jing replied gravely, Your Majesty, I have already dispatched men to the fishing village to gather evidence. We shall have a report shortly. Lu Chong nodded slightly, opting for silence. Li Jing then produced a small red ceramic vial from his robes, presenting it with both hands to Lu Chong. Your Majesty, this contains 2 elixirs I procured from the esteemed Tai Jinren. Consuming them will swiftly restore your vitality and fortify your essence. Lu Chong regarded Li Jing with mild surprise. You are thoughtful. Li Jing hastily offered the vial to the emperor, feeling a sense of relief. As a formidable general, he was not accustomed to the art of gift-giving. Had it not been for the meticulous nature of Tin Yang, he might have arrived empty-handed. Lu Chong uncorked the vial and extracted 2 pills, placing them before the little white fox. The fox glanced up at Lu Chong and, without hesitation, devoured both pills. Observing such a spirited creature, Lu Chong couldn't help but smile. Moments later, the centurion who had delivered the message arrived on horseback, bowing before Lu Chong and Li Jing. Li Jing inquired, Have you found any results? The centurion replied promptly, Your Majesty, esteemed Li Da, I indeed discovered the item within the chicken coop. Upon hearing this, Li Jing exhaled in relief and bowed to Lu Chong, saying, Your Majesty, the clues have been uncovered. I humbly request that you accompany us, for I shall lead the villagers to restore the innocence of this white fox. Chapter 14. Ao Guang of the East Sea, Salutations to the Emperor of Humanity. In the village of Xingyu, leaden clouds loomed over the undulating sea, while the briny wind rustled the fishing nets. 100 soldiers encircled a hut, torches held aloft, their flickering flames casting grotesque shadows upon the earthen walls of a pregnant woman's home. On the damp bluestone pavement, serpentine traces of water glimmered with an eerie azure hue. Lu Chong, Li Jing, the white fox, the centurion, and 100 soldiers gathered the entire village, men, women, and children, around the home of the pregnant woman, where a hen had gone missing. The centurion had verified, just as Li Jing had suggested. that the ground was indeed soaked with fresh water. He splashed water upon the unconscious pregnant woman to rouse her, inquiring, "Did you water your home today?" The pregnant woman shook her head in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Jing addressed the puzzled villagers. "In my extensive experience, this is the mark left by the sea yaksha transforming into water. Your old hen was not stolen by this white fox, but was taken advantage of by the sea yaksha, who infiltrated in its watery guise to feast." The villagers were struck with astonishment at Jing's explanation. The sea yaksha? Could it truly be the work of the sea yaksha? Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, the pregnant woman hurriedly protested. "I have never seen a sea yaksha. With so many eyes in our village, how could any of us have witnessed such a creature? If it were not the white fox that stole my hen, why then have I seen it loitering around my home?" Other villagers nodded in agreement, recalling how the white fox had often been seen wandering about the village, even knocking over items in their yards. Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. The villagers' assertions held merit. Without evidence, mere conjecture could not serve as proof. Lu Chong sneered. That was a warning from the white fox. Jing's eyes brightened with realization. "Your Majesty is indeed astute. Had it not caused a commotion, how would you have emerged? You would have lost something precious to theft." The crowd murmured in sympathy. A small girl, 2 or 3 years of age, approached the white fox unnoticed by the adults, startling them when they finally caught sight of her. "Child, come back. Be wary of the fox biting you." Her mother, filled with terror, rushed to retrieve her, only to be stopped by the soldiers. Yet, in the next moment, the little girl embraced the white fox, her demeanor affectionate. As she gently blew on the wound upon its leg, the white fox tenderly extended its small tongue to lick the girl's cheek, a display of intimacy between them. In soft, childlike tones, the girl soothed, "Sister Fox, do not cry. The pain has flown away." Witnessing this tender interaction, the crowd was filled with perplexity. At that moment, the girl's mother appeared to recall something, remarking, "A few nights ago, there was a large puddle in our yard, and I saw this white fox with my daughter." The fox let out a piercing scream, which frightened me into driving it away with a stick. Jing nodded thoughtfully and explained, "It seems that the item the sea yaksha sought to steal was none other than your daughter. Had it not been for the white fox's cry, you might never have seen your daughter again." Upon hearing this, the crowd was divided in their opinions. It seemed implausible. For many years, Xingyu village had enjoyed peace, never losing a thing, let alone a child. Yet, this time, only a hen had gone missing. If it truly were the work of the sea demon, how could it possibly only take one hen? Indeed, how does one explain this? Observing the little girl clutching the white fox, Jing shook his head slightly and sighed, remarking, "Even this small girl knows the virtue of gratitude, while you remain oblivious. Were it not for this white fox safeguarding your village, your children might have been snatched away by the sea demon long ago." At these words, the faces of the crowd were filled with astonishment. The white fox was not a thief, but a protector? How could this be? Foxes do not refrain from stealing chickens. Noticing the lingering skepticism among the crowd, Lu Chong unsheathed the emperor's sword with a decisive flourish. The crowd gasped in surprise as he made a sweeping motion with the sword, creating a rift in the fabric of space. From this rift emerged Guang, the dragon king of the East Sea, adorned in silver armor, dragging the green-skinned sea demon bound in chains. "Wretched beast, kneel," Guang commanded coldly. The sea demon hastily lowered its head like a toad, kneeling before the astonished onlookers. The villagers gasped at the sight of the dragon, horns atop Guang's head. It is indeed a dragon. Panic spread among the crowd, and even Jing visibly tensed. The dragon race was a formidable entity of the East Sea. This dragon king exuded an extraordinary aura, likely a sovereign among dragons with unfathomable power, perhaps beyond even his own capabilities to combat. Yet, in the next moment, the terrified crowd was taken aback once more. The dragon king unexpectedly knelt on one knee before Lu Chong, bowing in submission. Guang of the East Sea pays homage to the emperor. The dragon's roar reverberated, causing the fishing nets to tremble. As Guang's knee touched the ground, the chains binding the sea demon rattled loudly. Lu Chong addressed Jing, reassuring him, "There is no need for alarm. The dragon race shall henceforth serve as the guardian beasts of our great Shang. They will not only refrain from harming our people, but will also bless our realm with favorable weather." At these words, Jing and the soldiers were astonished with joy, while the villagers struggled to believe their ears. The dragon race, long regarded as a demonic entity, would now protect the citizens of Shang? Could this be true? Guang then spoke to the crowd. "This is the sea demon. I have acted on the orders of the great king to apprehend it. Please, let the great king administer justice." The crowd was left in stunned silence at this proclamation. By the orders of the great king? the leader of the demonic race. The Dragon King claimed to obey the Great King's command. The sea demon hastily kowtowed, pleading for mercy. This lowly creature previously ventured ashore to steal chickens. A grave transgression indeed. I beseech the Great King to show leniency and mete out a lighter punishment. Lu Chong then turned to Li Jing and inquired, "What is your opinion? As the guardian of Chuntang Pass, tasked with safeguarding against the demon race, it was only fitting that he weigh in on the matter." After a brief contemplation, Li Jing stated, "The sea demon has repeatedly ventured ashore with the intent to steal from the fishing village, even attempting to abduct children. A serious offense." The sea demon trembled in fear, and Ao Guang frowned slightly. Li Jing continued, stating that considering it had not harmed any person and merely stolen an old hen, the offense was relatively minor and thus could warrant a lighter punishment. The eyes of the sea yaksha regained their former luster, and Ao Guang could not help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Li Jing. He decreed that the sea yaksha would be detained in the Li residence for 3 years under his personal supervision, with a stern warning that should it commit theft again, the punishment would be severe and unforgiving. Lu Chong nodded in approval, finding the sentence quite satisfactory. Indeed, the father of Nezha possessed some discernment. The sea yaksha, upon hearing this, bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, lordly. Thank you, lordly." However, Li Jing remarked, "You should not be thanking me, but rather this white fox. Had it not been for the white fox's protection of the village children, you might have committed a grievous error. The consequences would not merely entail a 3-year confinement." The sea yaksha suddenly comprehended, hastily bowing fervently to the little white fox, uttering, "Thank you, Lady White Fox." "Many thanks, Lady White Fox." The little white fox, in response, held its head high, exuding an air of pride, seemingly indifferent to the sea yaksha's gratitude. Lu Chong could not suppress a chuckle and gently patted its head, finding it an utterly adorable little fox. At this moment, the onlookers awakened to the reality, bowing in gratitude towards the little white fox, proclaiming, "Had it not been for the little white fox, our Xingyu village would have suffered countless disasters. We shall erect a statue for the fox immortal and build a temple to honor her. We implore the fox immortal to remain here and continue to bless us." Observing this, Lu Chong furrowed his brow in secret. This crowd of simpletons, who had just been enamored by the fox spirit, now hailed her as their fox immortal. He had summoned Li Jing and Ao Guang here not to listen to such nonsense. Chapter 15. Disrespecting Spirits and Deities. If your kneeling and offerings are merely to gain protection, then such actions are utterly unnecessary. Lu Chong, cradling the white fox, addressed the kneeling crowd coldly. If you merely seek blessings from deities without striving for self-improvement, how do you differ from serpents, insects, birds, and beasts? The subjects of the great Shang are the masters of all creation. Humanity shall triumph over destiny. With me present, no deity is worthy of my subjects' reverence. Though Lu Chong's voice was not loud, each word resonated like thunder. The villagers, upon hearing these declarations, felt as if they had experienced a seismic upheaval. The subjects of the great Shang, masters of all creation, disrespecting spirits and deities. Ao Guang gazed at the emperor of humanity, filled with astonishment. Even with its millennia of experience, such words could be deemed heretical. Was this emperor of humanity audacious or merely naive? Yet, the very essence of these words stirred within him a long-frozen heart, causing it to beat with fervor. Once upon a time, the dragon clan was the sovereign of the primal wilderness, but times have changed, and now they are reduced to mere pawns of the celestial court, trapped in the eastern sea alongside the demon clans. If not for the preservation of the dragon clan, would he not yearn to wield a 3-footed blade and ascend to the celestial court? Anything would be preferable to being like a domesticated dog, shackled in the infernal depths of the ocean. Moreover, was Ao Bing's endeavor merely to ensure that he too would be shackled by the humiliating chains of the heavenly court for eternity? Li Jing was taken aback by Lu Chong's words, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. The immortals, in their formidable might, regarded mortals as mere blades of grass. With a mere gesture, they could dictate the fates of lives. If the human spirit could indeed triumph over celestial forces, then perhaps, if it were the great king, he could indeed defy destiny. A flame ignited in his gaze as he turned to the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Li Jing bowed respectfully to Ao Guang, who nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, the two fathers appeared to reach a profound consensus. The villagers, once kneeling in doubt, shock, and fear, now transformed their sentiments into guilt towards the white fox and reverence for the great king. The centurion and his 100 soldiers were equally stirred. They had once perceived the great king as exalted, yet he regarded them, his subjects, as more significant than the celestial beings above. The centurion, alongside his men, knelt in unison and proclaimed, "Long live the great merchant emperor, may he reign for countless ages." The villagers echoed their devotion, kneeling and chanting, "Long live the great king." Jing addressed the villagers, stating, "Our great merchant emperor is a wise and virtuous ruler, keenly discerning, regardless of whether one belongs to the human or demon race, as long as they are willing to contribute to the great merchant's cause and unite in purpose. They are all citizens of the great merchant. The emperor is supreme, unafraid of celestial or demonic beings. The emperor is supreme, unafraid of celestial or demonic beings." The centurion and the villagers knelt together, their voices rising in fervor. A wisp of ethereal breath, delicate as smoke, emanated from the heads of the chanting crowd, gradually coalescing and merging into the emperor's sword held by Lu Chong. Lu Chong beheld the notification on the emperor's reversal system. "Panel, congratulations, host. You have garnered faith power." The emperor's sword level has risen to 2. A surge of joy welled within him. With the elevation in rank, golden runes adorned the sword anew. Its power not only intensified but also unlocked an automatic protective feature. Should danger befall its wielder, regardless of the sword's location, it would instantaneously tear through the fabric of space to safeguard Lu Chong. In that moment, as he grasped the emperor's sword, Lu Chong felt an ineffable connection with it. Seeing that matters had concluded, Lu Chong departed alongside the White Fox, Guang, and Jing. The centurion prepared to gather his soldiers and leave as well. But the villagers of Shengyu halted him, anxiously inquiring, "My lord, has the great king's grace spared us?" The centurion frowned and replied to the villagers of Shengyu, "Your preconceived notions led you to regard the White Fox as a malevolent beast, and you dared to confront the great king. Were it not for the great king's benevolence and virtue, where would your heads be now? The White Fox can no longer remain in your village. This is your own doing. If you wish to repay the great king's kindness, you must reflect on how best to serve the great merchant." The white-haired village elder, filled with remorse, hastily inquired, "Might we implore the esteemed centurion for guidance on how we ought to proceed henceforth? Deprived of the White Fox's protection, how can we repay the king's benevolence?" The centurion sighed at the ignorance of these simple villagers, responding, "It is solely due to the king's wisdom that the auspicious White Fox has blessed and protected you. Henceforth, you must engage in virtuous deeds, serve the nation, and extol the king's virtuous name. Let it be known far and wide that our great merchant king embodies the virtues of Yao and Shan." Upon hearing these words, the villagers finally comprehended the truth. "Thank you, esteemed centurion, for your counsel. This old man shall henceforth devote all efforts to lead the villagers in proclaiming the king's virtuous name." "Indeed," echoed the other villagers, including the fisherman, the pregnant woman, and the injured villagers, all nodding in agreement. The elder stroked his beard, declaring, "It is the king's virtue that has brought about the auspiciousness of the fox goddess. We must not forget our gratitude, and shall spread the king's glorious name. Regardless of age, we must never forget that we are subjects of the great Shang." "Absolutely. Moreover, the dragon tribe of the East Sea has now become the guardian beast of our great Shang. Henceforth, they shall no longer be our foes. Will we not enjoy favorable weather every year, devoid of worries about droughts and floods? Indeed, the king's virtue has summoned auspiciousness. Moreover, we have tamed the dragon tribe of the East Sea to serve as our guardian beast. To be reborn as subjects of the great Shang is indeed a tremendous blessing. We are grateful to the heavens for having such a virtuous king." Lu Chong approached the shores of the East Sea, untying the cloth around the little white fox's leg to examine its injuries. He smiled, remarking, "The celestial herb of Tai has proven effective in such a short time. The wounds have nearly healed." Placing the little white fox on the sand, he observed its bright eyes as it took a few steps before joyfully darting back and forth. Guang remarked, "This little white fox possesses considerable spirit. Perhaps the king should keep it close for amusement, which would be a boon for the creature." However, Lu Chong replied, "All things possess souls, and the little white fox has its own destiny. If fate allows, we shall meet again. If not, it would be futile to force it." With a meaningful glance at Guang, he waved farewell to the little white fox, which paused before entering the forest, turned, and ran back. Approaching Lu Chong's side, it opened its mouth slightly towards the piece of dark cloth in his hand and extended its right paw, seemingly requesting the cloth. Lu Chong gently tied the dark cloth around the little white fox's right leg, and the creature joyfully twirled around before retreating into the woods. Lu Chong then turned to Guang and Jing, stating, "Nezha and Bing, both transformed from the primordial pearl, share the same origin. They shall be the pillars of our great Shang in the future. I intend to set a 1-year appointment. On this very day next year, here by the East Sea, we shall have the 2 children compete. Let the nobility of Chaoga witness the splendor of the new generation of our great Shang. Chapter 16. The parental competitive spirit of victory in defeat. A year of appointment? Upon hearing the proposal from the Emperor of Humanity, Ao Guang cast a glance at Li Jing, a smirk of arrogance gracing his visage. I believe there is no necessity for such a contest. Ao Bing is a reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, and furthermore, he is my son from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Engaging with the demon pill seems rather unjust. Oh. Li Jing raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards the distant, pitch-black seascape. The Dragon King certainly exuded confidence. Yet, Li Jing was convinced that effort could alter fate. Even if the demon pill were a reincarnation, our Zhou possesses royal blood coursing through his veins, complemented by the personal tutelage of the esteemed Tai Junren. I have faith that even a reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against our Zhou. Ao Guang's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes coldly fixed on Li Jing. Hearing General Li's words, he appeared quite self-assured. In comparison to the Dragon King's confidence, Li Jing seemed to lag behind. With a gentle flick of his crystalline dragon claw, the corners of his mouth twitched. After a moment, he respectfully bowed to Lu Chong. Since the king has expressed intent, Ao Guang shall naturally comply. Throughout this year, I shall certainly urge my son to intensify his training, ensuring that he does not disappoint the king. He then bowed his head to Lu Chong in farewell, giving Li Jing a cold snort before turning back towards the Eastern Sea. Li Jing also offered a respectful bow to Lu Chong, assuring him, "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall certainly oversee Zhou's diligent training, and he shall not be bested by the Dragon King's son." His gaze lingered on Ao Guang's departing figure, an inexplicable spark of competitive spirit igniting within his eyes. Resolutely, he turned and mounted his steed, galloping in the direction he had come. Lu Chong observed the reactions of the 2 men, momentarily taken aback. Is this father truly so fiercely competitive? He had anticipated some reservations, yet was surprised by how readily they had both agreed. Indeed, the competitive spirit of middle-aged men often manifests through their children. Summoning the sword of the Emperor, Lu Chong cleaved through the void and returned to the Wang Palace of Chaoga. By now, the night had surpassed the hour of Z, and Lu Chong was about to retire for the night. However, to his surprise, a woman was seated upon his bed. It was Jiang Shi, who had waited outside for him all morning. "My king, you have finally returned," Jiang Shi remarked cautiously. "I have been awaiting you for half the night. I wonder if you have dined?" Having casually consumed a few boiled eggs during his visit to Li Jing's earlier, Lu Chong now felt a pang of hunger. "Is hunger weaning?" he inquired. "I shall assist him." With a delicate cry, Jiang Shi was swept into Lu Chong's embrace. "My king, how affectionate." A night passed in silence. Half a month later, Lu Chong sat upon the throne, gazing down at the messenger kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, news to report. The son of the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, known as Bo Yikao, was waylaid by mountain bandits on his return to Shiqi." "What happened?" Wang Shu Baigan, in a fit of urgency, seized the messenger, lifting him from the ground. The entire court held their breath, eyes fixed on the messenger. Ji furrowed his brow, his countenance filled with helplessness. He was intercepted by robbers, who plundered his wealth and the beautiful maidens bestowed upon him by your Majesty, and then reduced him to meat paste. Upon the messenger's words, a profound silence enveloped the court. "Your Majesty, the hostage from the Western Marquis was slain on his return journey. It is to be feared that the Marquis will not let this matter rest." A civil official stood forth. "What is there to fear? This was the work of bandits, not our doing. Life and death are predestined." A military general scoffed. Both factions had their supporters, and after a lengthy debate, the civil officials conceded that the hostage had not been adequately protected and thus should offer consolation and public apology to the Western Marquis, along with compensation. Conversely, the military faction argued that the individual was already gone. At worst, they could send back the remains and offer a token reward. Lu Chong, seated upon the throne, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had initially believed that returning Boikeo would alter his fate, yet he was met with the grim realization that he had merely become fodder. In sending Boikeo back to the west, Lu Chong harbored a desire to experiment, to ascertain the extent to which he could influence the destinies of those in this realm. Additionally, he sought to present GFA with the challenge of inheriting the throne of Shiqi. However, he soon discovered that altering the course of destiny was far more arduous than anticipated. In the past fortnight, Lu Chong had attempted to use the imperial sword to tear through the fabric of space and reach Shiqi in search of GFA. Yet, upon rending the void, He sensed ominous and terrifying presences probing from that realm, instilling in him the dread that taking that step would precipitate dire consequences. An instinctively felt connection to the celestial mandate. Moreover, he realized that the inevitable tragedy would still unfold. Rewriting fate was not a simple endeavor. Wang Shu Jizi stepped forth from among the ministers, and the clamor of debate subsided. In our great Shang kingdom, peace reigns, the populace flourishes, and the law is strictly upheld, with few instances of banditry. The return of the Western hostage, accompanied by 100 armored guards, makes it utterly inconceivable that bandits could successfully ambush and butcher Boikao under such circumstances. The ministers were taken aback at this assertion. Indeed, how peculiar. In the realm governed by the king, thieves did not thrive. For a bandit group to slay 100 guards, they would need to number at least 500 or 600, and that would require prior ambush preparations. To dare to intercept a convoy under guard on the official roads demonstrated both the strength and audacity of these brigands. A voice, resonant and powerful, echoed through the hall. Behind Wang Shu Jizi stood a gallant warrior, his flowing beard and piercing eyes adorned in splendid golden armor. Your Majesty, I, Huang Feihu, humbly offer to lead 100 armored soldiers to eradicate this bandit group. Lu Chong regarded Huang Feihu, the esteemed martial king of the Shang, and smiled faintly. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Esteemed martial king, your standing is far too lofty to concern yourself with such petty thieves. Huang Feihu hastily waved his hand. Urgency etched across his features. It is not a matter of status, Your Majesty. The emergence of bandits on the official roads, particularly in the heinous act of butchering the Western hostage, is a flagrant affront to the law. During the expedition to the Eastern E, you did not take me along. But now I finally have an opportunity to prove myself. You cannot deny me this chance. Remaining in Chaogu every day, unable to encounter even a significant thief, I find my martial prowess utterly wasted. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong hesitated, gazing at the loyal Huang Feihu of the 7 generations of the Shang Dynasty, and sighed. Since the king of martial virtue has spoken, I cannot refuse. A glimmer of joy appeared on Huang Feihu's face, tears welling in his heart. At long last, there is a chance to lead troops into battle. During the campaign against the 9 clans of the Eastern E, the king tasked him with guarding Chaogu. Previously, during the campaign against the Chong and Rong tribes, he was also assigned to protect Chaogu. Now, with the rare opportunity to eradicate bandits, he must seize it. Grateful for the king's grace, Huang Feihu hastily bowed in thanks, his hands trembling from excitement. 3 years after 3 years. It has been a decade since he last commanded troops. Though this time it is merely 100 men, he must demonstrate his prowess. He shall show the king that the Huang family has not produced 7 generations of frivolous science. Chapter 17, Zhou, Uncle's life is entrusted to you. After Lu Chong ascended the throne, Huang Feihu, the king of martial virtue, had repeatedly petitioned to lead an expedition against the Western Rong. Yet Lu Chong persistently rejected him for 3 years. Frustrated, he privately voiced his grievances, feeling that the king held him in disdain. However, after 3 years, Lu Chong personally led the newly trained royal army, striking the Western Rong with the force of a tempest, utterly decimating them on the desolate plains. He single-handedly infiltrated their camp, capturing the Rong leader and bringing him back to Chaogu. From that moment, Huang Feihu understood the meaning of achieving great success in a single endeavor. He also realized how naive his earlier complaints had been. Subsequently, he recounted the king's remarkable feats to his sister. She developed an admiration for the king, insisting that Huang Feihu invite him to their home as a guest. She was so inspired that she prepared a grand feast for the king. When Lu Chong sampled merely a bite, he was so moved by her sincerity that tears streamed down his face. What was this dish? A hodgepodge of the cave dwellers? How did she manage to stew the meat to such a flavorless consistency? Nevertheless, considering the Huang sisters' ethereal beauty and grace, he decisively took to the kitchen himself. Allowing the Huang siblings and Huang Feihu's wife, Madame Jia, to experience the true essence of the Shang hot pot. Huang Feihu's sister, witnessing the king's striking appearance and extraordinary culinary skills, tearfully implored Lu Chong, "Great king, I beg you, if I cannot taste such exquisite hot pot again, I shall languish in despair. As long as I can enjoy the hot pot you personally prepare, I will do anything." Left with no choice, Lu Chong agreed to take the Huang sister back to the palace as his consort, bestowing upon her the title of noble consort. As Lu Chong pondered the current situation of the Huang Guifei, tending to a small vegetable garden within the royal palace, cultivating various greens to experiment with in hot pot dishes, he could not help but shake his head in dismay. He wondered whether the wild vegetables she had recently procured would lead to a bout of diarrhea or perhaps a state of numbness. It would be best if they merely rendered him unconscious, sparing him from ongoing torment. Within the grand hall, Huang Feihu observed the king's slight shake of the head and internally lamented, "Is the king still wary of my capabilities? Alas, I can only blame my own inadequacies. Having followed the king for so long, it would have been splendid to acquire even a fraction of his military prowess." As he lowered his head, preparing to take his leave, he was suddenly addressed by the king. "Indeed, the assassination of the hostage Bo Yikao from Shiqi pertains to the reputation of our great Shang among the feudal lords. Let this matter proceed as you have proposed. Feihu, heed my command. Ensure that the bandits are captured in their entirety, and bring the leader back to Chaoga, where I shall personally interrogate him." The king's advisor, Jie, had previously calculated that among this group of bandits, there was one with formidable powers, possessing 3 eyes. Lu Chong's first thought was of Yang Jian. If it truly were Yang Jian, Lu Chong would certainly bring along Shun Gongbao to confront him. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. He had previously utilized the human sovereign sword to open a spatial rift, secretly observing Yang Jian, who was still at Yushuan Mountain's Jinxia Cave, training under the esteemed Yuding Junren. It was improbable for him to have suddenly ventured into the territory of the great Shang to stake a claim and engage in such disreputable dealings. Thus, he resolved to delegate this task to Huang Feihu. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu was filled with exuberance. After a decade, he would finally have the opportunity to lead troops into battle. Though it was against mountain bandits, and he would command merely 100 men, it was a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. His chance to contribute to the great Shang had arrived. "Rest assured, my king, Feihu shall not fail in his duty." After expressing his gratitude, he took his leave. The civil officials, witnessing Lu Chong's earnestness regarding the matter, felt a wave of relief wash over them. The king is indeed wise. The Shibwa Marquis is renowned for his benevolence. Should his son meet an unjust fate, other lords would surely harbor resentment. Fearful of what? Feizhong and Eli, upon hearing the official's words, immediately sprang forth to stand beside him, coldly retorting, "How can you bolster another's ambitions? Moreover, what reputation does the Shibwa Marquis possess? As a minister, he gathers hearts and cultivates a facade of righteousness. He will undoubtedly become a scourge upon the world." Feizhong spoke with fervor, his expression fervent. Even Lu Chong upon the throne could not help but be momentarily taken aback. His demeanor was one of loyalty exceeding that of a devoted minister. The official, frightened by Feizhong and Eli's remarks, trembled and hastily knelt, exclaiming, "My king, spare me. The Shibwa Marquis feigns benevolence. Compared to our great Shang's human sovereign, he is utterly enough." Lu Chong gestured for Feizhong and Eli to withdraw. Gazing thoughtfully at the eloquent minister, he smiled faintly and remarked, "The Duke of Shibo has recently lost his son, which must surely be a source of profound sorrow. Since you suggest that we send someone to mourn at Shiqi, why not entrust this task to you?" The minister, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me? To Shiqi?" Lu Chong then summoned a piece of silk, inscribed a message upon it, and carefully rolled it up before sealing it and handing it to the minister. "You shall deliver this letter to Shiqi, ensuring that you read it aloud in the presence of the duke and his sons. Do you understand?" "I understand, your majesty." This humble servant accepts the decree. Clutching the silk letter, the minister felt a surge of excitement. A journey to Shiqi surely promised significant rewards. The king must recognize his loyalty, thus bestowing this honorable task upon him. What a delightful prospect. Subsequently, the court officials reported various trivial matters, most of which Lu Chong entrusted to 2 elder royal uncles for resolution. After the morning court session, the sun was nearing its zenith. He had been occupied with cultivating the emperor's techniques and had not found the time to visit Chintang Pass to see his nearly 1-month-old nephew. He recalled that little Nezha, upon his arrival, could already stand and run, and within a year had grown into a moody youth with dark circles under his eyes. Now, just half a month since his descent, he should still be adorably chubby, the perfect age for playful interactions. If he missed the chance to feel that little belly, it would indeed be a missed opportunity. Returning to the inner palace, Lu Chong changed into casual attire. Although it was casual, it was still adorned with intricate patterns and luxurious fabrics, presenting an appearance that was far from ordinary. Just as he was about to step out, he heard a melodious laughter drifting in from outside. "Your Majesty, my improved version 30 of the Huang family's hot pot has been successfully developed. Come and taste it." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chong's heart sank. He contemplated drawing the emperor's sword and fleeing to the eastern sea, but it was already too late. Huang Feihu's sister, the cheerful Huang Guifei, seized him as if she were a joyous little bird, her excitement palpable. The psychological trauma inflicted by the previous version 20 of the hot pot had yet to fade, and now she had upgraded to version 30? Had he known, he would not have married her into the palace. Beauty has indeed led me astray. In an instant, Lu Chong's survival instinct ignited his mind into overdrive. The hot pot could wait. He would take her out of the palace today for a change of scenery. But my improved version 30 of the Huang family's hot pot, she protested. My dear consort, heed my words. This time, I shall take you to Chuntang Pass to meet my little nephew. What do you say? The mention of the nephew brought a look of delight to Huang Guifei's face. Wonderful. I shall go. Lu Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing could rival the allure of an adorable child. Nezha, uncle entrusts his life to you. Chapter 18, Nezha, be good. Come to Mama. Li Manor. In the courtyard, pines and cypresses flourish, while the weapon rack displays a collection of gleaming bronze long swords. The shadow wall is adorned with carvings of the fierce totem, epitomizing the grandeur of a military family. Inside the kitchen, the azure brick floor has been polished smooth by the passage of time, and a freshly cut peach blossom is placed in an earthen jar. Bathed in the gentle warmth of the midday sun, Lady Yin is in the kitchen, scooping a ladle of flour to prepare sweet pancakes for Nezha. With two soaring topknots, bare feet, and a little behind exposed, the small Nezha, adorned with a golden chinquan circle and a red belly wrap, sits nearby, playing with a rattledrum. After a while, he glances at his busy mother. Strands of hair dusted with flour fall beside Lady Yin's ears, and her apricot-colored, narrow-sleeved short attire accentuates her graceful figure. She gently pours clear water into a wooden basin, and the flour, as white as jade, dances in the air with her slender fingers, gradually forming a glossy dough. Thud, thud, thud. The small Nezha, barefoot on the blue bricks, is captivated by the white flour in the burlap sack. He climbs onto the table, tilting his head to gaze at the dough rising like waves on the counter, and suddenly, with arms outstretched like lotus roots, he lunges towards the mound of flour. With a poof, a cloud of flour rises 3 feet high. The small Nezha rolls into the pile, his entire body enveloped in a fluffy white coating. He removes the burlap sack from his head, revealing a cherubic face with innocent, wide eyes that blink at Lady Yin. Then he extends his tongue to lick around his mouth. You little rascal. Lady Yin, looking at the pitiful yet adorable Nezha, cannot help but burst into hearty laughter. Pah! Observing his mother's joyful laughter, Nezha feels a bit aggrieved and reaches out for a hug. Mama, mama. Lady Yin, suppressing her laughter, embraces the flour-covered Nezha. Good boy. My darling. Nezha gazes up at his mother's face, allowing her to gently wipe his small face with a handkerchief. There we go, my precious Nezha looks splendid. Holding the charming little Nezha, Lady Yin beams with happiness. Before long, the small Nezha lays his head on his mother's shoulder and drifts off to sleep. Lady Yin tenderly cradles Nezha and places him back in his little cradle, covering him with a blanket. She quietly half-closes the door and returns to the kitchen, continuing to knead the dough while listening to the sounds of Nezha sleeping. Madam, the king and consort Huang have arrived. The steward announces from outside the kitchen. Hearing this, Lady Yin quickly washes her hands and brushes off the flour from her clothes. She instructs the steward to keep an eye on Nezha before hurrying to the parlor to greet them. I pay my respects to the king and consort. No need for such formalities. In the parlor, as Lu Chong sees Lady Yin preparing to kneel, he quickly stops her. Consort Huang, standing beside, supports Lady Yin, saying, Sister, you haven't completed your confinement. Take care of yourself. With a hearty laugh, Lady Yin pats her chest and confidently declares, I'm fine. I am a formidable warrior and the mother of 3 children. My physique is robust. Ha ha. Listening to Lady Yin's cheerful laughter, Lu Chong is lost in a myriad of thoughts. In the original narrative, Yin Shiniang sustained grave injuries during the invasion of the underwater demon clan at Chuntang Pass, ultimately being imprisoned in the Tiang Yuan cauldron by the infinite immortal elder. When faced with the elder's coercion to force Nezha to consume the destruction of God's pill, she, despite her body nearing its limits, summoned every ounce of her strength to snatch the soul destruction pill from the hands of the celestial being, casting it into the magma without a moment's hesitation. A woman may be gentle by nature, yet a mother stands resolute. Now, with Lu Chong present, as Yin Shiniang remains his blood-related sister, it is inconceivable that such a tragedy would unfold anew. By the way, where is Nezha? Returning to the king. Nezha has just fallen asleep. Would you like to see him? I can fetch him, came the response. No need. Lu Chong waved his hand and turned to Huang Fei, saying, Did you not bring gifts? Indeed, Huang Fei exclaimed, taking Yin Shiniang's hand and leading her out of the parlor to the entrance, where she called out loudly. Bring it in. Yes. Thus, before Yin Shiniang's wide-eyed gaze, a small team of soldiers pushed in a cart. The cart was laden with several burlap sacks, filled to the brim with an array of ingredients. With a proud expression, Huang Fei declared, the first 2 carts contain vegetables, cabbage, radishes, water spinach, chives, celery, bamboo shoots, and taro. The king has allocated me a plot in the royal garden, and these are freshly harvested this year. They are exceptionally fresh, perfect for Nezha to replenish his nutrients. She looked toward Lu Chong and inquired, my king, what was that nutrient called again? Vitamin, Lu Chong replied with mild exasperation, which helps combat fatigue and alleviates dark circles. Ah, and there are also several carts of meat at the back. This is the game I hunted a few days ago, preserved by freezing, and it is remarkably fresh, wild boar, pheasant, bear deer, and rabbit deer. Upon witnessing the abundance of fresh meat, Yin Shiniang covered her mouth, her face alight with excitement. So much fresh meat. Not to mention at Chintang Pass, even the nobles of Chaogo would find it difficult to procure such a bounty. Across the entire Shang Dynasty, only my royal brother, Emperor Xian, could afford to bestow such gifts. My brother, with this much meat. Our family of just a few cannot possibly consume it all in 3 years. Aware that her brother's generosity was not to be retracted, yet apprehensive of squandering his goodwill, she pondered for a moment before stating, Sister expresses gratitude for my brother's generous gifts. There is another matter I wish to report. The elders and townsfolk of Chintang Pass have assisted in its defense and have extended much care to our Li family. I plan to host a banquet when Nezha turns 1 month old, inviting everyone to celebrate his arrival, utilizing these ingredients to express our gratitude. I wonder if the king would honor us with his presence? Lu Chong laughed heartily, of course. I must partake in my nephew's month-old celebration. He continued, furthermore, I shall introduce Nezha to a playmate of similar age, as a means of fostering friendship. The youthful companion Lu Chong mentioned is, of course, the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing, who shares a common lineage with Nezha. Both individuals are exceptionally gifted, yet they have endured profound solitude throughout their lives, devoid of friendships. Nezha, despite his seemingly carefree and nonchalant demeanor, cherishes the bond he shares with Ao Bing, a friendship forged in the crucible of childhood loneliness. Similarly, Ao Bing has been immersed in rigorous training under the strict tutelage of Shingongbao, forbidden from forming friendships to safeguard his identity as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Their paths serendipitously cross by the Eastern Sea, leading them to become each other's sole confidants, ultimately standing together against the heavenly tribulations, confronting life and death. Lu Chong could not bear the thought of his 3rd nephew growing up in isolation. He aspired for Nezha to become a celebrated auspice of the Shang Dynasty, revered by the populace. Furthermore, he aimed to facilitate early interactions between Nezha and Ao Bing, unlocking the formidable powers of their combined Spirit Pearl and Demon Pill. He envisioned Nezha, perceived by the world as a demon, and Ao Bing, regarded as a mythical dragon, transforming into the esteemed protectors of the Shang Dynasty, rewriting their fates. Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang was filled with astonishment. Thank you, Brother Xiao Wang, for your gracious approval. No sooner had she spoken than a servant rushed in, pale as a ghost, exclaiming, Madam, it's terrible. Nezha has vanished. Chapter 19. Shall we play Jianzi together? Madam, it's terrible. Nezha has vanished. The words struck Yin Shiniang like a bolt of lightning, draining the color from her face. Wasn't he the steward watching over him? How could he have disappeared? The servant stammered, It's my fault. While delivering the shopping list to the steward, I chatted a bit too long, and in the blink of an eye, the servant began to chastise himself, slapping his own face in despair. Yin Shiniang, in a flurry, urged, instead of lamenting, we should hasten to search for him. The servant promptly departed to seek Nezha. Huang Fei, equally anxious, instructed her soldiers to join the search, while Lu Chong remained composed, addressing both her and Yin Shiniang. Do not panic, I know where he is. Though both women were fraught with worry, they looked at Lu Chong with puzzled expressions upon hearing his words. Where is he? Lu Chong turned his gaze toward the living room, where the Emperor's banner was enshrined by Li Jing. The scent of incense wafted from a bronze censer adorned with the patterns of gluttonous beasts. The Emperor's banner hung from a dark iron frame embellished with 5-colored clouds, its dark golden dragon motifs faintly visible amidst the smoke. It was evident that Li Jing held this banner in high regard. Lu Chong placed his hand upon the banner and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the subtle influx of demonic energy. For the past fortnight, the Emperor's banner had been absorbing the demonic essence from Nezha's being, elevating its level to 2, capable of harboring 3 soul demons simultaneously. Regrettably, the requirement for suitable soul essences posed a challenge, as Lu Chong had yet to encounter a fitting spirit. However, the demonic energy emanating from Nezha's demon pill allowed Lu Chong to ascertain his whereabouts. The presence of this delicate thread of demonic energy indicated that Nezha had not strayed far. If he were 5 miles from the Li residence, the connection would have severed. Lu Chong's gaze directed southward, the very direction from which the demonic energy was emanating. Lu Chong reassured Yin Shiniang, saying, "Do not worry, Nezha is safe. You both stay here and wait while I go to fetch him." After uttering these words, he ventured towards the source of the ominous energy. The two women, upon hearing the king's resonant and unwavering voice, felt their hearts steadied considerably. Sighing, Yin Shiniang expressed her concerns, laden with anxiety. Huang Fei comforted her, saying, "Shiniang, do not fret. The people of Chintang Pass are well acquainted with Nezha, and no demon dares to cause trouble. He will surely be unharmed." Yin Shiniang shook her head, responding, "I am not worried about Nezha's safety. I am concerned for the safety of the people of Chintang Pass." Huang Fei exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Nezha? Young Master?" Meanwhile, the steward, in a state of frantic desperation, searched the streets of Chintang Pass, drenched in sweat, yet Nezha remained elusive. Unbeknownst to him, little Nezha was hiding not far behind him, playing a game of hide-and-seek and secretly observing the stewardess' reactions. As the steward failed to locate him, Nezha, clad only in a small lotus flower diaper, stifled laughter with his hand over his mouth. Just then, a colorful shuttlecock fortuitously landed on his soft belly. Bouncing to the ground, intrigued by the unfamiliar object, Nezha's curiosity was piqued. A cute little girl with a circular bun ran over, picked up the shuttlecock, and gazed at the bewildered Nezha. "Would you like to kick the shuttlecock together?" she asked with a smile, handing it to him. Nezha's eyes widened as he looked at the girl, who was about his height, feeling a warm sense of kindness. He joyfully nodded, exclaiming, "Yes." "Nezha!" Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the crowd. Upon hearing Nezha's name, everyone on the street came to a halt. "Isn't that the demonic child from General Li's family? How did he get out?" they murmured. "Didn't they say he wouldn't be released again? Why is he here?" The terrifying scene of fireballs flying on the day Nezha was born lingered vividly in their memories. Yet, out of respect for the king, who declared Nezha a harbinger of good fortune for the Shang Dynasty, they refrained from discussing it openly. Nonetheless, in hushed tones, they warned their children to steer clear of the third son of General Li, lest they suffer harm. The little girl was swiftly taken away by an adult, leaving the fallen shuttlecock behind, as they hurriedly distanced themselves. Nezha, witnessing the fear and avoidance in the eyes of the onlookers, felt a profound sense of confusion enveloping his innocent heart. He picked up the shuttlecock, intending to call out to the little girl to return it, when suddenly, a clod of mud was flung from a distance, smacking him squarely in the face. "What kind of harbinger are you? You are nothing but a monster. We of the demon-slaying gang are not afraid of you. Go to hell." Several children seized rotting vegetable leaves, spoiled tomatoes, and eggs from the roadside, hurling them at Nezha. For the first time, little Nezha experienced the cold, dismissive, and disdainful gazes of the people. He was at a loss as to why this was happening. What had he done to deserve such treatment? His small fists clenched in frustration, filled with indignation. Why is it that everyone seems to bully only me, and those adults merely stand by, watching as a group of children torments Nezha, without anyone stepping forward to intervene? The demonic energy within little Nezha surged with an unprecedented intensity. Lu Chong felt the threads of dark energy emanating from Nezha thicken significantly, causing him to pause momentarily. Could it be that Nezha was angered and preparing to retaliate? But he had not even reached a month old. Who could provoke an infant to such a state? He quickened his pace, eager to discover who dared to lay a hand on his little nephew. At that moment, the steward, alerted by the commotion, located Nezha and rushed to shield him from the bullying. "Is the young master unharmed? Come, let us return home." The elderly steward extended his arms to embrace the trembling little Nezha, who was seething with rage, shielding him from the malicious attacks of the other children. "We must take this little demon back and confine him. My lady has warned that this small fiend will one day bring ruin upon all of Chintang Pass." Regardless of the rotten tomatoes, vegetable leaves, and mud that struck him, the steward steadfastly protected little Nezha. "You troublemaker, go to hell," shouted a child with a watermelon hairstyle, hurling a stone towards Nezha with a vicious curse. The stone struck with a resounding thud. Vivid red blood began to trickle down, staining the ground. Little Nezha watched in horror as his beloved steward, in a bid to protect him, was struck on the head by the flying stone. Blood gushed forth. The steward, dazed from the impact, felt a rush of stars before his eyes, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Young master," he murmured, oblivious to his own injury. Yet his arms remained locked around Nezha, shielding him fiercely. Little Nezha's anger intensified, his breath quickening. The demonic energy surrounding him grew denser. Yet it was forcefully restrained by the Qianquan circle, tightening its grip. Strangled by the constricting circle, little Nezha found himself powerless, bursting into helpless tears. The indifferent adults observing the scene, taken aback by the sight of blood, hastily turned to leave with their children. Hurry, hurry, do not look. The steward, breathing heavily, could no longer maintain his resolve and was on the verge of collapsing when he suddenly felt a great hand support him from behind. You all shall not leave. Not a single one. Chapter 20. Nezha, call for your uncle. Lu Chong took Nezha from the steward's arms, propping the unconscious steward against the wall. The great king. The steward murmured upon seeing Lu Chong, finding solace in his presence before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Little Nezha, witnessing the steward's head droop to the side, felt a profound shock that was entirely new to him. Yet, upon seeing the steward, who had always cared for him, collapsed against the wall, blood pouring from his wounds. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Grandfather, grandfather, the child called out in a muffled tone, filled with remorse. I won't run, I won't run. Lu Chong examined the injury on the old steward's head, frowning slightly. The elderly steward, having been struck by a rock, suffered more than mere superficial wounds. He cradled Nezha in one arm, cleaning the dirt from his body, then turned to survey the crowd on the street, his gaze ablaze with fury. You have offended the great auspiciousness of the merchant dynasty. You shall all deserve 1,000 deaths. With a resounding hum, the emperor's sword in Lu Chong's hand was abruptly unsheathed, its golden brilliance blinding the onlookers, who hastily knelt and bowed repeatedly. The citizens of Qintang Pass were unlike those from the fishing village. Many had glimpsed the true visage of the king weeks prior, and even those who hadn't could surmise the identity of this formidable figure upon hearing the words Your Majesty. The children who had just been scolded by their parents now bowed down, pleading, Your Majesty, spare us. Spare us. The child is innocent. The boy who had thrown the stone was now paralyzed with fear, his head pressed down by a nearby woman, mindlessly following suit and bowing, too terrified to meet the sharp brilliance of the sword. Innocent children? Lu Chong's expression darkened further. Little Nezha sobbed uncontrollably, gasping for breath. He approached the pleading mother, gently resting the sword's edge upon the child's shoulder. At that moment, confronted with death, the child seemed to awaken to reality. Trembling violently, he collapsed to the ground, expelling a torrent of filth from his mouth. The mother, equally terrified, trembled like a leaf, and the surrounding crowd fell silent in fear. Lu Chong coldly addressed the woman. Have you forgotten that just moments ago your son and his peers declared Nezha not an auspicious being, but a demon? Where else could you have heard such words if not from the mouths of parents like yourselves? If you deem the child innocent, then it is you adults who deserve to face the consequences. With a swish, the crowd of over 100 was struck as if by lightning, their foreheads crashing heavily against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Your Majesty, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs. We shall no longer speak recklessly. Some wept bitterly. Others slapped their own faces in despair, while many pleaded earnestly. Lu Chong, holding little Nezha, gazed down from his elevated position at the throng kneeling around them. Nezha, witnessing the spectacle of supplication, was taken aback, his cries dwindling to silence. Lu Chong raised the emperor's sword high, and several nearby individuals instinctively clutched their necks, crying out in anguish, Spare us, Your Majesty. We truly recognize our errors. We do not wish to die. Your Majesty, they lamented. We have elders and young ones at home. If we perish here, our entire family shall be ruined. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Lu Chong disregarded the pleas of the crowd and let out a cold laugh. Nezha, do you see this? This is humanity, until death is upon them. They remain oblivious to repentance. Though these people are subjects of the great Shang, they dare to speak ill of the auspicious signs I personally bestowed upon them. Such is their unworthiness. Yet, at the moment his emperor's sword was about to descend, he felt Nezha tugging at his sleeve with urgency. Uncle, uncle. Lu Chong halted his motion, astonished as he gazed at Nezha in his arms. A flicker of joy appeared on his face. Nezha, what did you just call me? The little Nezha, though his words were somewhat unclear, spoke with utmost sincerity, articulating each syllable, Uncle, uncle. This was the first time Lu Chong had heard the young Nezha refer to him as such. Good boy, your uncle is here. He gently rubbed Nezha's chubby cheeks, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reflecting on the scene before him. He thought that beheading someone in front of his little nephew might be excessively gruesome. Just as he intended to dismiss the kneeling crowd, he heard the rapid sound of galloping hooves approaching. Your Majesty, spare the people. Jing rode in hastily, urgency lacing his voice. Behind him, The Taoist Jinren Tai descended gracefully on a flying pig. Li Jing dismounted swiftly, taking in the sight of the kneeling citizens of Chintang Pass and the unconscious steward on the ground. He promptly knelt on one knee before Lu Chong, pleading, "Your Majesty, please spare the people of Chintang Pass. The blame lies with me alone. It is I who failed to keep my son in check, allowing him to escape. I assure you, I will keep a vigilant eye on him henceforth and will never allow Nezha to run away again. The fault cannot be laid at the feet of the common folk. It is solely my own." Upon hearing this, the smile that had briefly graced Lu Chong's face faded. Meanwhile, the kneeling crowd, upon hearing Li Jing's words, showed renewed hope, collectively pleading, "Lord Li, your arrival is most timely. You must save us, Your Majesty." Li Jing speaks wisely. If it were not for Nezha's escape, how could we have provoked such an auspicious sign? We were merely overwhelmed by fear, which is a natural human reaction. Jinren Tai dismounted from the pig and approached Lu Chong, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. It was my duty to guide Nezha and teach him the ways of the immortal arts, and I have failed in my role as his master." He then produced 2 palm-sized bronze beast figurines from his robes, chanting softly as he did so. He tossed the 2 bronze figures onto the ground, where they grew in size to that of a 3-year-old child, each wielding a long staff. "Your Majesty, these are the boundary beasts, capable of generating a protective barrier around Lord Li's residence, tirelessly guarding it. With their protection, should any malevolent creatures attempt to harm Nezha, they would be unable to enter. It is truly a win-win situation. I guarantee that Nezha will no longer escape." Lu Chong regarded the seemingly dim-witted boundary beasts with a slight frown. Although these 2 barrier beasts appear somewhat clumsy, the barriers they create are indeed formidable. Even the formidable thunder whip of Shun Gongbao, when swung with great force, cannot break through. 3 dragon kings together can only endure for 3 seconds. However, the method employed by Tai is exceedingly unfair to Nezha. The true fault lies in the prejudices harbored by these individuals. Lu Chong, weary of explaining, embraced Nezha and calmly stated, "This scheme is unjust. Nezha has committed no wrongdoing, yet is subjected to confinement and punishment. By what right?" He turned to young Nezha and said, "My dear, when you reach your 1st month, your uncle will introduce you to a wonderful friend. At that time, you both shall play freely." Upon hearing this, young Nezha's eyes sparkled with joy. "Uncle," he exclaimed, tugging at Lu Chong's clothing and pointing to the unconscious old steward on the ground. "Help, help," Lu Chong replied. "So this is the rescue you speak of?" Chapter 21. Accompanying young Master Nezha in kicking the shuttlecock? What fortune! Tai hurriedly produced a vial of celestial elixir and administered it to the old steward. "Rest assured, my lord, after consuming this refreshing elixir, within half an hour, he shall feel invigorated, with smooth circulation and no residual effects." Tai patted his belly, exuding confidence. Lu Chong nodded and glanced at Li Jing, remarking, "As the commander of Chintang Pass, your love for the people is commendable. Yet, one must also educate their children properly and not indulge them. Should you raise a brood of ungrateful, duplicitous ingrates, I shall hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Li Jing broke into a cold sweat, fully aware that the king's admonition would be etched in his memory. The others, having heard the king declare them a band of ungrateful, duplicitous ingrates, squirmed uncomfortably, fearing the king might unsheath his sword at any moment. Lu Chong approached the child who had thrown stones and the woman beside him, his gaze chilling. As his words resonated, the woman repeatedly bowed her head, weeping profusely. "My lord, I beseech you, spare this child. Whatever wrong has been done, it is my failure as a mother that has allowed it. This child's father died young. Let me, as his mother, bear the consequences. I implore you." Other parents, who had hurled insults and objects at Nezha, joined in pleading for mercy, hoping for leniency. "Leniency can certainly be granted," Lu Chong remarked, and joy flickered across the faces of the crowd. "However, my decree is clear: rewards for merit and punishment for faults. Even a child must face consequences for their misdeeds. There is no room for indulgence in wrongdoing." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces turned ashen once more. "Then, my lord, what punishment do you intend to impose?" The woman trembled, her eyes filled with despair. She thought to herself, even if they managed to escape death, they might still be exiled to the borders to toil under harsh conditions. Imagining her child suffering in the frigid northern wilderness filled her heart with anguish. The other children and their parents gazed at Lu Chong, awaiting the verdict of their fates. Lu Chong's countenance was grim, and little Nezha cautiously spoke. "Uncle, please do not be angry. They are merely children." Lu Chong sighed deeply and turned to face the throngs kneeling in the streets. "To those few miscreants, I offer you 2 paths. The first is to be dispatched to the Northern Sea to defend against the demon clan. Upon hearing this option, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. To be sent to the Northern Sea to confront the demons with their limited abilities was tantamount to madness. They would likely succumb to the harsh conditions long before ever encountering their foes. My lord, what is the second option? A woman inquired with trepidation. Lu Chong glanced at Nezha and smiled faintly. The second path is to go to the residence of General Li, where my 3 nephews are in need of companions for their studies, with meals provided. You need not engage in labor. Simply accompany Nezha in his studies and martial training. And during leisure time, partake in games of shuttlecock and hide-and-seek. Study, martial arts, games, and meals included? The parents' faces lit up with astonishment at such a fortunate turn of events. Compared to the grueling labor in the Northern Sea, serving as companions to the young master seemed a far more desirable fate. Indeed, education is a privilege reserved for noble youths. To be allowed into the Li household as companions for the young master is not a punishment, but a blessing. Yet, some harbored reservations. But my lord, what if something were to happen to the children while at General Li's residence? Tai Jinren furrowed his brow in disbelief at their lack of discernment. What is the likelihood of your child encountering misfortune while toiling in the Northern Sea compared to being a companion in the Li household? He stepped forward, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps. I can guarantee it. Upon hearing the king's decree, Li Jing felt a twinge of concern. With Nezha being the reincarnation of a demon, any loss of control could yield dire consequences. However, since the king had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Moreover, it was undoubtedly preferable to have these children serve as companions rather than sending them to the front lines in the Northern Sea. He quickly addressed the crowd. Fear not. Fellow villagers, the children will be under the care of my wife and me at the Li residence, with lessons from the esteemed Tai Jinren. They are bound to achieve great things in the future. The villagers erupted in excitement at their words. Meanwhile, Lu Chong envisioned the amusing scene of these little miscreants at the Li residence, playing shuttlecock with Nezha, and his lips curled into an amused smile. So, you enjoy bullying your uncle's little nephew, do you? Just wait until you play shuttlecock. You will be silenced one by one. With this group of mischievous children, Nezha's childhood would surely be far from dull. The old steward, having regained his senses, rubbed his head in bewilderment, finding it completely painless. Tai Jinren smiled gently. Steward, how effective is my refreshing elixir? The steward, brimming with joy, exclaimed, What? My chronic leg pain has vanished. My vision has cleared. My back no longer aches. And my shoulders are free of pain. Truly, you are a miraculous healer, Master Tai. The old steward, looking quite refreshed, expressed his profound gratitude to the esteemed Taiji Jinren, who beamed with pride, his eyes narrowing in delight. Of course, I am but a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, destined to become one of the 12 golden immortals. Remedying such trivial ailments is an effortless task. The onlookers in the street felt an immense sense of reassurance. With Master Taiji present, their children were assured safety. Master Taiji, we entrust our child to your care, shouted one. Dogwa, come and bow to the master, call him teacher. By the way, has Master Taiji taken a wife yet? We have a few widows in Chintang Pass. Perhaps, there's no need for widows, Taiji interjected. Little Nezha, relieved to see the steward unharmed, wore a bright smile. Overcome with excitement, he embraced Lu Chong's neck and joyfully exclaimed, Safe, safe, uncle. Lu Chong chuckled with resignation. Let us assume you are referring to me as uncle then. By the way, Nezha, are you hungry? Shall we return home for a meal? Little Nezha, with his chubby hands rubbing his tummy, pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. Hungry. Meat. Lu Chong smiled gently. He too was famished, and as long as it wasn't the infamous Huang clan hot pot prepared by Huang Fei, he would relish any food. Drawing forth the human emperor's sword, he tore open a rift in space. Your mother should have the meal ready. Let us return and feast on meat. Meat, meat, cried Nezha as Lu Chong hoisted him and stepped into the rift, vanishing in an instant, leaving the crowd astonished. Taiji Jinren then tugged at Li Jing's arm, his expression serious. Masterly, how does your wife fare in the culinary arts? Her skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Li Jing replied proudly. Would it be permissible for her to prepare a meal for us? If the immortal is gracious enough, I would be most grateful. Excellent. I am famished after our demon-slaying escapade. Let us hasten. Chapter 22. I have raised a little cat that can even perform a perfect backflip. In the Li residence, the grand hall was adorned with steaming platters of delectable dishes, roasted lamb, grilled venison legs, and simmering seafood soup. Given Chintang Pass's proximity to the Eastern Sea, the abundance of fish and shellfish was remarkable, with fishermen frequently delivering freshly caught seafood to Li Jing's home. It was said that recent fishing trips had proven exceptionally fruitful, always returning with bountiful hauls. To express their gratitude for Li Zhongbing's vigilant protection of Qintang Pass and his role in subduing demons, the fishermen routinely brought new catches to the Li family. While Lu Chong resided far inland at Chaoga, he occasionally received chilled fish, yet nothing could compare to the exquisite taste of freshly caught fare. At that moment, Taiji Jinren lay sprawled beneath the table, oblivious to the surroundings. Lu Chong sat in a position of authority, letting out a helpless sigh. I warned you not to indulge in that hot pot, yet you insisted on sampling its flavor, and indeed, you took a substantial portion. Curiosity killed the cat. Earlier, Nezha had also wished to taste the modified Huang family's hot pot, but Lu Chong had restrained him just in time. Upon witnessing the fate of Tai Jinren, both little Nezha and Yin Shiniang widened their eyes in astonishment. What a perilous concoction that hot pot broth is. They then glanced at Lu Chong, their expressions revealing a newfound sympathy for the king. Yin Shiniang pondered, when Huang Fei prepared it, I didn't sense anything amiss. All the ingredients were sourced from our own kitchen. Even the aroma wafting from the finished dish was quite enticing. How could it taste like this? Little Nezha swallowed hard, his large eyes filled with trepidation. Thank goodness my uncle stopped me. After all, it's my mother's cooking, dependable and delicious, as the reincarnation of a demonic essence. Little Nezha naturally possessed an extraordinary appetite. He held a sugar cake made by Yin Shiniang in one hand and a wooden fork in the other, skewering the roasted venison leg that had been cut for him. His shark-like teeth made short work of the venison, and soon, the large bowl of meat before him was entirely devoured. He ate with such fervor that his mouth was slick with grease, exuding a remarkably sweet flavor. If Lu Chong had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that little Nezha, not yet a month old, could consume food with such voracity. Slow down, Jar, don't choke. Shiniang chuckled, finding greater joy in watching her son eat with abandon than in her own meal. Meanwhile, Huang Fei, sitting beside Lu Chong, wore a melancholic expression, her head bowed in distress. Lu Chong sighed again and addressed Li Jing, just carry him down gently. He is an immortal, so he should not perish easily. Understood, Li Jing instructed his men to remove the unconscious Tai Jinren. Lu Chong observed the figure being dragged away like a lifeless pig and felt a surge of astonishment. This version 30 had indeed improved significantly from the original. When he had sampled the version 10 of the Huang family's hot pot, it had merely sent him running to the restroom all night. He never imagined that version 30 could incapacitate even someone of Tai's cultivation. It was utterly terrifying. Were it not for his knowledge of Huang Fei's remarkable culinary skills, he might even have suspected that this person was sent by the Chan Sect to assassinate him. However, as he looked at Huang Fei, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, suggesting a secret weapon against the notorious Jie Chong. He placed a generous portion of lamb leg in front of Huang Fei, offering her encouragement. Huang Fei, you must believe in yourself. Your cooking is unparalleled throughout the entire Shang Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Huang Fei was deeply moved, wiping away her tears and blushing as she softly spoke to Lu Chong. Oh, my lord, you are truly kind. Even Yin Shiniang felt a pang of emotion in her heart, reflecting, the bond between my brother and Huang Fei is truly profound. This must be what genuine love looks like. Upon his return, Li Jing heard Lu Chong say, Shiniang informed me that during Nezha's full moon celebration, we shall invite the elders of Qintang Pass to partake in a feast. I will bring along a few members of the royal family. There is no need for formalities. Let us treat each other as if we were family. Li Jing felt a warmth in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. After enjoying the lunch prepared by Shiniang, Lu Chong, accompanied by the affectionate Huang Fei, prepared to depart. Little Nezha clung to Lu Chong's hand, gazing at him with sorrowful eyes, filled with reluctance. Uncle, let us play together. Shiniang attempted to lift Nezha away, but was halted by Lu Chong. He knelt down, gently caressing Nezha's small face, saying, Do not worry, dear Nezha. Your uncle will often come to play with you. However, I have other matters to attend to today. In a few days, I shall bring some cousins to join you and play. Additionally, I will introduce you to a little friend of your age. I am certain you will have an abundance of joy together. Upon hearing Lu Chong's words, little Nezha blinked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He nodded vigorously and exclaimed, Uncle. Friends. Lu Chong was heartened by the trust reflected in Nezha's eyes, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Surely, he was now regarded as the beloved uncle. Having been raised as a demon child, Nezha, at merely 1 year of age, bore the wisdom of an adult that had seemingly pierced through the veil of worldly illusions, lacking the innocence of youth. Yet, as his uncle, Lu Chong was resolute in preserving the radiant light in the eyes of the adorable little Nezha. regardless of prejudice or fate. As the Emperor of humanity, he would strive to vanquish all adversaries that threatened their peace. Exiting the Li residence, Huang Fei nestled against Lu Chong's shoulder, clinging to his arm without a hint of embarrassment at the astonished gazes of passers-by. "My lord, you are exceedingly kind to me. To be your consort is a stroke of incredible fortune in my life." Lu Chong smiled faintly, privately acknowledging that Huang Fei possessed beauty, grace, and charm in her demeanor, though her culinary skills were of an unpredictable nature. Within the imperial harem, Empress Jiang was his rightful queen, married to him at the time of his ascension. Alongside concubines Huang and Yang, Empress Jiang was virtuous and skilled in the kitchen, while concubine Yang, though gentle, captivated with her enchanting dance and myriad talents. Other concubines varied in origin. Some were presented by officials, while others were exotic women captured during battles, each possessing their unique allure. Lu Chong understood well that in this era, survival was arduous for women, particularly for those of striking beauty, who often faced tumultuous fates. As the Emperor of humanity, it is only natural to provide a haven for them, thus taking them into the palace as consorts, fulfilling his duty to the best of his abilities. Huang Fei nestled in the robust embrace of the king, her face gradually warming, flushed with a delicate hue as she whispered, "Your Majesty, do you have any plans for tonight? I have a little cat that can perform backflips. I wonder if you might care to see it this evening?" Lu Chong, taken aback, responded, "A cat can perform backflips? Surely you jest. How could I dare to deceive your Majesty? You shall see for yourself tonight," she replied coyly. "Very well." Lu Chong mused briefly before addressing the scheming Huang Fei. "You may return to the palace. I must attend to some matters in the EC first. But I shall visit your palace later to see the cat." He then commanded the soldiers escorting them to ensure Huang Fei's safe return to the palace. "Your Majesty, you must keep your word," Huang Fei said as she climbed into her carriage, lifting the curtain and biting her finger, reluctant to part. Lu Chong waved dismissively, "Fear not. What could be more fascinating than a cat that performs backflips? I shall certainly come." With that, the Emperor drew his sword, vanishing into the void. In the Dragon Palace, the Spirit Pearl, little Ao Bing, should now be of a similar age to Nezha. Chapter 23, Nezha's Full Moon Feast? Ao Bing, now you must learn the incantations from your master. If you wish to cultivate your immortality, you must memorize them well. I shall first teach you the transformation spell. Boundless is the expanse of heaven and earth. The universe grants its magic. Swiftly, swiftly, as decreed, transform. Shingongbao was atop the ceiling needle of the Dragon Palace, imparting the transformation technique to little Ao Bing. Ao Bing sat in a disciplined manner, his expression grave as he emulated his master. Boundless is the expanse of heaven and earth. The universe grants its magic. Swiftly, swiftly, as decreed, transform. Little Ao Bing earnestly recited the incantation taught by his master, eagerly raising his head in anticipation of praise. No, that is incorrect," Shingongbao exclaimed, eyes wide with frustration. "It is boundless is the expanse of heaven and earth. Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly as decreed." Seeing his master's ire, Ao Bing furrowed his brow and quickly corrected himself. "Boundless is the expanse of heaven and earth. The universe grants its magic, swiftly. Swiftly, swiftly as decreed." From the magma furnace beneath the pillar, Ao Run languidly stretched his dragon form along the shore. His long claws gently tapped against the chains, and upon hearing the incantation from above, he let out a chuckle. Shingongbao, incensed and about to strike Ao Bing's palm, was interrupted by Ao Guang's deep voice from below the pillar. "Gongbao, why not first write down the incantation and teach Ao Bing to read and recite it?" Shingongbao paused, then sheathed his thunder whip, nodding in agreement. "Very well." Suddenly, a familiar golden light appeared at the depths of the Dragon Palace. Shingongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang both froze momentarily. Ao Guang quickly separated his spirit from his body, transforming into human form, and approached the figure emerging from the crevice, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the Emperor of humanity." Lu Chong nodded and gestured to Shingongbao, who was secretly observing from atop the pillar, to come forth. When Shingongbao beheld the human emperor beckoning, he promptly rose to his feet, adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. He cradled the young Ao Bing and gently descended from the pillar. Approaching Lu Chong, he respectfully bowed and announced, "I, Shingongbao, disciple of the Chan school, pay my respects to the human emperor." In his arms, little Ao Bing tilted his head, curiously observing the figure before him. It was the first time he had witnessed his father and master showing such profound respect to another. Lu Chong gestured for them to rise, and then conveyed his purpose. To attend the full moon banquet? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang displayed a look of surprise, followed by a furrowing of his brows, falling silent. Shen Gongbao, however, frowned slightly and remarked, "But the Dragon Clan is, after all, perceived by the world as a tribe of monsters. Should we rashly appear among humans, it may incite panic. Not to mention the prejudices of mortals, even Li Jing and Tai." Ao Guang sighed deeply and bowed to Lu Chong, stating, "Your Majesty's kind intentions are appreciated. Yet I do not wish to cause trouble for the great king." The implication of refusal was unmistakable in his words. Nearby, the Sea Dragon King Ao Run, soaking in the magma, let out a light laugh. "Ha, brother. A millennium ago, you were never this timid. Why do you now hesitate to show yourself before others? Has the interminable night of the Eastern Sea dulled your courage?" Behind him, the fiery South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin and the cunning North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun emerged from the magma, mockingly gazing at Ao Guang. "You coward. A millennium ago, we resisted the heavenly court together, yet you turned traitor and became their lapdog. Bah. Now you fear even humans and still wish to rely on spiritual pearls to send your son to heaven and immortality? Truly a dreamer." Upon hearing the scornful jibes from his siblings, Ao Guang clenched his fists, seething with anger. Ao Run chuckled derisively, turning his gaze to Lu Chong, revealing unabashed admiration in his eyes. "Esteemed human emperor, if you could assist us in escaping this purgatory of the Eastern Sea, we would be willing to honor you as our master and pledge eternal loyalty." Lu Chong paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating the merit of this proposal. Shen Gongbao quickly interjected, "Silence. You three are filled with ulterior motives. How could the human emperor easily trust your flowery words?" Ao Guang added, "Thank you." Lu Chong smiled faintly regarding Ao Guang, Shen Gongbao, and the other three Sea Dragon Kings. He said calmly, "I have already conferred upon the Dragon Clan the title of Guardian Spirit Beasts. Ao Guang, your quiet protection of the fishermen of Chintang Pass these days has not gone unnoticed by me and the people of Chintang Pass. I also remember your personal involvement in bringing the Sea Yasha to justice. This invitation for you and Ao Bing to attend Jar's full moon banquet is made with careful consideration." Lu Chong was well aware that the prejudices in people's hearts were indeed a formidable mountain. Yet, no mountain, no matter how great, could withstand the power of the human heart. Moreover, what of the demons? As long as they are willing to protect the grand empire of Dashang and assist its people, they are to be regarded as divine beasts worthy of reverence and offerings from the populace. Those celestial beings, perched high above, untouched by mortal concerns and oblivious to the plight of the common folk, how can they claim to be the deities of Dashang? Ao Guang and Xingguangbao, I now pose this question to you. Even if Albing were to enter the Jade Void Palace and bow before the primordial heavenly master, what would that accomplish? Ao Guang replied, "Naturally, he would participate in the war of deification, achieve great merits, and ascend to become a true immortal in the heavenly court. At that time, our Dragon Clan would surely return to the heavens." However, Xingguangbao appeared momentarily taken aback, lowering his head. His own ascension through arduous cultivation had taught him that such matters were not so straightforward. Human hearts are often clouded by prejudice. Would the celestial beings be any different? Those like him and the Dragon Clan, with their scales and horns, were inherently deemed inferior. Even if Albing were the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, he would ultimately struggle to escape their disdain. The notion of elevating his entire kin alongside him was but a jest. "Those not of my kind harbored different intentions." This phrase was the catchphrase of his elder brother. After years of ascension, Xingguangbao found himself relegated to performing menial tasks for his master and elder brother, never once returning home. Gazing at the obedient Albing in his arms, doubt began to creep into his heart. Is this path truly the right one? Xingguangbao sighed deeply and murmured, "Yet, in this world, aside from this path, what other roads remain for us to tread? If Albing does not ascend, how will the Dragon Clan ever find their opportunity for resurgence?" Lu Chong thrust the human emperor's sword into the ground and chuckled, "There is no path in this world. Only the brave carve their way. The narrow paths pointed out by those celestial beings, the so-called fate decreed by the heavens, I shall never tread upon." Ao Guang, Xingguangbao, I hope you will provide me with a final answer at the full moon banquet in Chintang Pass. Chapter 24. The first encounter with Little Albing. There is no path in this world. Only the brave carve their way. Little Albing, upon hearing the words of the regal earthly king, could not help but display a look of confusion as he gazed at his father and master. He observed that the two individuals he revered most were now bowing their heads, their expressions inscrutable to him. Xingguangbao closed his eyes in contemplation, while Ao Guang looked towards the inferno above, his heart swirling with countless thoughts about his wife and son's fates. If Albing were to encounter misfortune, he could not fathom what he might become. Albing, what are you doing? In a moment of distraction, Shengwangbao found little Albing suddenly darting from his arms, running to Lu Chong's feet and gazing up at him. Are you the great king of the mortal realm? His large, ocean blue eyes sparkled with astonishment. Albing, be careful. Come back. Shengwangbao exclaimed, eager to pull Albing back. Yet, Lu Chong gently crouched down, meeting little Albing's gaze at eye level. His skin, resembling the cold jade of the deep sea, faintly radiated a soft blue glow, as if enveloped in a delicate layer of water. The young visage, round and smooth as a snowball, bore the delicate contours of emerging beauty, with the eyes yet to fully blossom, slightly drooping at the corners, exuding a sense of innocent bewilderment. He had not anticipated that this little Ao Bing would grasp speech so swiftly. A wave of concern washed over him for Zhou. May you prevail, dear one. With a gentle smile, he addressed the young Ao Bing. Indeed, I am the king of the great Shang. Ao Bing's tiny mouth seemed to gasp in astonishment, followed by a blink and a nod, before he suddenly knelt down with a thud. My king, I beseech you, save my father and the dragon clan. The glimmering hope in Ao Bing's eyes shone brightly as he earnestly implored Lu Chong. They are so pitiful, along with my aunt and uncle trapped in the magma. And those peculiar uncles. Bad people have confined them in this dreadful place. It is truly terrifying. Surely, my king, you possess the means to rescue them, do you not? Hearing the candid words of the innocent Ao Bing, Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were momentarily taken aback. Even Lu Chong was greatly surprised, never expecting that this mere half-month-old Ao Bing could articulate such coherent thoughts. Furthermore, his desire extended not only to saving his father but the entire dragon clan, and even the demon beings imprisoned in the underworld. The reincarnation of the spiritual pearl emanated a pure and untainted kindness that moved Lu Chong deeply. Contemplating the future, where in 3 years Ao Bing would seek to destroy Chintang Pass for the sake of his kin, Lu Chong sighed softly. Nezha was beset by overwhelming malice, while Ao Bing was enveloped by immense expectations. Although at that time Ao Bing appeared to be of adult stature, he was, in truth, the same age as Nezha, only 3 years old. Driven by conscience, he came forth to assist in restraining the demonic Nezha, inadvertently exposing the identities of the dragon clan and the spiritual pearl. He was forced to choose between annihilating all and witnessing the demise of his family. Under the weight of the dragon clan's expectations, Ao Bing could only shatter his own kindness with an icy hammer. Do you wish to help your father and kin, as well as the underwater demon clan, escape the shackles of the Eastern Sea's purgatory? Ao Bing's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Chong, nodding earnestly. Ao Bing desires to. I can grant you this promise. Is that true? Splendid. Thank you, my king. Lu Chong replied. However, you must agree to one thing in return. Yes, I promise. I will agree to anything. Ao Bing responded with unhesitating eagerness. Hearing this, Ao Guang and the other dragons displayed expressions of astonishment. As they listened to Ao Bing's words, a sense of shame crept into their hearts, compared to Ao Bing's pure and untainted affection for them. Their own love for him seemed to be intertwined with calculations of self-interest, binding, and even exploiting him. Even Shen Gongbao found himself moved by the innocence and kindness expressed in Ao Bing's words. He understood deeply that the path of cultivation and the nature of this world would present insurmountable challenges for a child as pure and unblemished as Ao Bing. Upon hearing such words from the young Ao Bing, Ao Guang stood frozen, as if carved from wood, consumed by regret for not being able to provide him with a more favorable path. From the molten depths, Ao Run gazed at Ao Bing's small, snow-white figure in the distance, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her delicate features as she sighed softly. This little nephew of hers was indeed exceedingly naive. The Emperor of Humanity is but a mere mortal. How could he possibly interfere with the decrees of the celestial court? Behind her, a heart-wrenching sob pierced the air. Turning, she frowned slightly. Ao Qin, why do you weep? The South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, cradling his head, wept even more sorrowfully. My nephew is truly remarkable. How can he be so filial at such a tender age, even wishing to rescue me, his third uncle? I could weep to death. Ao Run retorted with exasperation. You fool. Children speak without restraint. He is merely jesting. Look at you, so foolishly earnest. Do you truly believe that the human king could set us all free? Humph. Even if he possessed such power, would he possess the kindness to do so? Those not of our kin harbored different intentions. It is likely that even if we were to escape this purgatory, we would find ourselves on a path of certain doom. Gazing melancholically at Lu Chong, Ao Run exhibited a feverish enthusiasm tinged with a hint of sickness. A path of doom? What could be more dire than being eternally trapped in this underwater hell? If the human king indeed has a means to liberate us, it might just present a splendid opportunity. Lu Chong regarded the innocent Albing with a faint smile. Fearing Lu Chong might withdraw his promise, Albing hastily grasped his hand. My lord, please state your conditions. What must Albing do? At that moment, Ao Guang approached Lu Chong. Bowing respectfully, my lord, I beseech your forgiveness. The child, in his ignorance, spoke thoughtlessly. I ask for your understanding. Albing, alarmed by his father's stern words, quickly released Lu Chong's hand. The excitement that once illuminated his face faded into disappointment, yet he murmured, but, father, my lord just promised to save us. Silence. Ignorant child. Retreat at once. Ao Guang bellowed, startling young Albing into a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. Shun Gongbao furrowed his brow and swiftly gathered Albing into his arms, gently admonishing, Albing, remember, when adults speak, children should refrain from interrupting. You may interject only when conversing with your peers. Lu Chong addressed Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao, stating, as the Emperor of Humanity, my word is unassailable. A promise made cannot be retracted. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao exchanged bewildered glances before hastily kneeling, cold sweat beading on their brows. Forgive us, my lord. The honor bestowed upon our dragon clan as guardians of the realm is a tremendous grace. Ao Guang dares not harbor further desires. The child's remarks were merely innocent musings. I implore you not to take them to heart. Shun Gongbao chimed in swiftly, indeed. My lord, please do not hold it against us. Lu Chong sighed. Yet he swiftly seized the little Ao Bing from the grasp of Shun Gongbao. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were both taken aback, only to see Lu Chong cradling Ao Bing in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you wish for me to save the dragon clan. The terms are exceedingly simple. 15 days hence, at the full moon banquet of the Li family in Chintang Pass. Ao Guang, Shun Gongbao, you must ensure Ao Bing's presence. There must be no mistake. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were momentarily stunned. The Emperor of Humanity proposed to rescue their dragon clan, and the only condition was to bring Ao Bing to a mere banquet? Was it truly that simple? Chapter 25, The Full Moon Banquet of Nezha 15 days later. At dusk, in the front courtyard of the Li residence in Chintang Pass, lanterns and decorations adorned the surroundings, radiating an atmosphere of festivity. The old steward approached the gathering of guests, noticing the faces of the townsfolk were clouded with worry. Do not wear such gloomy expressions, everyone. Let joy illuminate your faces. The crowd glanced up at him, their hearts heavy, and reluctantly managed to muster smiles that looked more painful than pleasant. The old steward then turned his attention to the musicians, furrowing his brow as he reprimanded them. Are you playing a dirge? Today is Master Nezha's full moon banquet. Changed to a more lively tune. The musicians hastily adjusted their melodies, and momentarily, the atmosphere lightened. In the underground storeroom, 2 barrier beasts were guarding the sea yaksha. When will we be let out, lordly? Wait for the signal. Oh, understood. Inside Nezha's chamber, Yin Shiniang dressed little Nezha in a new outfit. Her heart swelling with joy as she beheld her revitalized child. Mother, this outfit is beautiful. Nezha loves it. Little Nezha stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. Everyone will surely love Nezha, right, mother? Yin Shiniang nodded resolutely, assuring Nezha, of course, my dear, you are the most beautiful, adorable, and beloved child in the entire world. Hee. Little Nezha beamed at his mother's words. By the way, mother, uncle said he would come today. Has he arrived? Yin Shiniang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Nezha remembered so clearly. Your uncle, she hesitated, for the king was often preoccupied with state affairs. Though he had mentioned bringing the royal family to celebrate, it was understandable if he could not make it due to pressing matters. Upon hearing his mother's uncertain tone and noticing the flicker of doubt in her eyes reflected in the mirror, Nezha's earlier excitement dwindled significantly. Is uncle not coming? He turned and buried himself in Yin Shiniang's embrace, his large eyes searching hers, the sparkle within dimming. Yin Shiniang could only comfort him. Nezha, the king has prepared a surprise for you. You will discover it once you step outside. Will that do? Upon hearing the word surprise, Nezha's eyes brightened once more. All right. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, today we gather at the Li residence to celebrate the first month of my son's life. I am truly honored and deeply grateful for your presence. Li Jing stood before the assembly, raising his cup as he proclaimed, I toast to all the elders present. Let us drink to honor you first. After downing his drink, the elders from Chintang Pass forced awkward smiles, raising their cups in response. Congratulations, General Li. Congratulations. Congratulations. A sense of unease filled the hearts of the crowd, as they eagerly wished for the banquet to conclude swiftly. Tai Yi gazed longingly at the towering stacks of wine barrels, his mouth watering. It had been a month since he had indulged since the birth of Nezha, and the temptation was overwhelming. Just a small sip should be harmless, right? Just as he contemplated this, a loud voice echoed from outside. The king has arrived. He quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing. Thank goodness. Yin Shiniang emerged from the house, cradling the excited Nezha, and approached Li Jing, kneeling at the entrance alongside the others to welcome the royal presence. We pay our respects to the king. The palace guard stood vigil at the door as Lu Chong, accompanied by Queen Jiang, entered the Li household, causing the assembled crowd to avert their gazes. Following closely were Wang Shu, Bai Gan, and Jie Sect. Behind them trailed a group of 5 elegantly dressed young men, each adorned in intricate patterns that spoke of their noble status. The last among them, though handsome and fair-skinned, wore a simple, worn black robe. Despite lacking the opulence of his companions, he bore a resolute expression, at ease. After Lu Chong and Queen Jiang took their seats at the head of the table, Wang Shu and Bai Gan addressed the crowd. The king has decreed that today's gathering is to celebrate Nezha's first month. There is no need for formalities. Indeed, Li Jing and Yin Shiniang, along with the elders of Chintang Pass, responded in unison. The two then rose to invite Bai Gan and Jie Sect to take their seats, expressing their gratitude with courteous and effusive remarks. Unbeknownst to them, Nezha had already slipped away to Lu Chong's side, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Uncle." Li Jing and Yin Shiniang broke into a cold sweat, ready to retrieve Nezha, but the king gestured for them to refrain. Lu Chong, unfazed, effortlessly lifted little Nezha into his arms, chuckling. "It has been a few days since we last met. Have you missed your uncle?" In the half-month since their last encounter, Nezha had visibly grown, his dark circles beneath his eyes more pronounced. Nezha nodded vigorously. Yes, uncle. What about the friend you promised to bring me? Where is he?" He glanced around Lu Chong, spotting the gentle and dignified Queen Jiang. "Uncle, is this also my aunt? Why is she different from the last one?" Queen Jiang arched an eyebrow but smiled as she asked Nezha, "The last aunt? Was her surname Huang or Yang?" Nezha pondered deeply, shaking his head. "I don't know her surname, but the dishes she cooked were quite frightening." Queen Jiang smiled faintly, fully aware he was referring to the Huang consort. "Dear Nezha, next time you visit Aunt Jiang's palace, she will prepare delicious food for you. Absolutely delightful and not frightening, all right?" Upon hearing this, Nezha's face lit up with joy, his large eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing Nezha's exuberance, Li Jing and Yin Shiniang felt a wave of emotion. In recent days, to shield Nezha from the scrutinizing gazes of others, they had encouraged him to diligently follow Master Tai, to learn the ways of Tao, and even to read. To their astonishment, Nezha had obediently complied, studying earnestly without attempting to escape again. At this moment, Lu Chong gently ruffled little Nezha's hair and said, "Do you remember when your uncle mentioned introducing you to friends?" I remember." Nezha nodded eagerly. Lu Chong beckoned to 5 young boys at the entrance. "You 5, come forth to meet my dear nephew." "Yes, father." The leading boy was none other than the Crown Prince Yin Jiao, accompanied by the other 4, who approached and bowed respectfully to Lu Chong. Queen Jiang looked at the mature-looking Yin Jiao with a face full of satisfaction. As they rose, Crown Prince Yin Jiao spoke clearly. Yin Jiao pays his respects to aunt, uncle, and cousin Nezha. Beside him, the other 4 introduced themselves in turn. Son of the East Bo Marquis, Jiang Wenhuan, greets General Li, Lady Yin, and Nezha. Son of the South Bo Marquis, Yishan, greets General Li, Lady Yin, and Nezha. Son of the North Bo Marquis, Chong Yingbiao, greets General Li, Lady Yin, and Nezha. The last boy, fair-skinned and resolute in demeanor, stepped forward. Son of the West Bo Marquis, GFA, greets General Li, Lady Yin, and Nezha. Chapter 26. GFA, the adopted son of Emperor Xian. GFA, the son of West Bo Marquis Ji Chong. A sudden shock coursed through Li Jing upon seeing him. He had heard of the tragic fate of the West Qi heir, Bo Yitzao, who had met a gruesome end merely half a month ago. The king had dispatched Huang Feihu to investigate, but the outcome was still unknown. Seeing Crown Prince Yin Jiao arrive with 4 hostages to celebrate Nezha's full moon, Li Jing could not help but feel immense gratitude. "I welcome the Crown Prince and the esteemed heirs." At this moment, GFA, though the eldest among them, was merely 14 years old, the age fitting for a second-year junior high student under the compulsory education system. Just yesterday, West Bo Marquis Ji Chong had sent GFA to the court as a hostage for West Qi. Before the gathered ministers, GFA had expressed his gratitude to the king on behalf of Ji Chong, declining the position of Grand Minister, only seeking to uncover the truth behind Bo Yicao's death and to bring the true culprit to justice. Despite his tender age, GFA spoke with conviction, maintaining poise before the ministers of Chaoga. Even in the face of slander and intimidation from Fei Zhong and Yi Lai, he remained undaunted, retorting sharply and leaving them thoroughly chastised. Such boldness was unprecedented for a hostage, and many ministers clamored for GFA's punishment by execution. However, Lu Chong had intervened on his behalf. He recognized that GFA's temperament and character bore no resemblance to that of Bo Yicao. Bo Yicao possessed a character marked by forbearance and compliance, in stark contrast to GFA, who was forthright and unyielding. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself harboring a certain admiration for this future King Wu of Zhou. Furthermore, Lu Chong discerned the rationale behind Ji Chang's decision to send the outspoken GFA as a hostage. At that moment, with Bo Yicao recently deceased, if Lu Chong were to issue an order for the execution of the candid GFA, or to secretly silence him, or even if he were to succumb to a sudden illness, it would inevitably link the deaths of the two brothers in the eyes of the public. At that time, all manner of treacherous rumors about his intolerance towards the West Qi would surely circulate among the feudal states. He would undoubtedly don the infamous crown of a tyrant. Consequently, the covetous old sages of the Chan religion would have just cause to initiate their grand scheme of deification, thus overthrowing the Shang Dynasty. This was Ji Chang's cunning stratagem, sacrificing his own son's life in exchange for the support of the celestial principles. This old trickster, skilled in divination, boasted the additional advantage of having numerous sons, no less than 100. The loss of a few, or even dozens, would hardly faze him. Yet, one must admit, this old schemer truly possessed remarkable patience. However, when faced with the court's demands for GFA's execution, Lu Chong merely smiled. He addressed his uncles, Baigan and GZ, saying, "My esteemed uncles, do you recall that in my youth, I too was audacious and defiant, unwilling to submit to anyone?" Baigan was momentarily taken aback, while GZ, quick to respond, interjected, "Your Majesty possesses an innate aura of kingship, a strength capable of reversing the course of 9 oxen and the might to move pillars with ease. I remember when you were a young prince. You single-handedly repelled 100 enemy cavalry with unparalleled bravery." Baigan chuckled. "Indeed, I remember. The late king could not prevent you from charging forth, and he often recounted this tale to boast about your valor." Observing Baigan's awkward scratching of his head, Lu Chong smiled slightly. He then turned to GFA, who appeared resolute in facing death. "In my youth, I too shared your temperament. What value is life? If it must be, then death is but a triviality. Seeing you now is akin to gazing upon my younger self. GFA, you truly bring me joy." The Assembly of Ministers, taken aback by the king's commendation of GFA, stood in stunned silence. The king truly was magnanimous, a wise and virtuous sovereign. Only Fei Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat once more. How exceedingly challenging it was to discern the king's true desires. GFA, too, was stunned by the king's words. Upon learning of his brother Bo Yicao's death, he had been eager to mount his steed, sword in hand, and ride to Chaoga to confront the king and avenge his brother. In the descriptions provided by his father and Jiang Taigong, the king was portrayed as a lecherous, autocratic tyrant, ruthless and warlike. Just moments ago, he had lambasted his ministers and seemed resolute in facing death. But now, he claimed to see reflections of his own youth in GFA. For a moment, GFA's mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for words. The king expressed that he found joy in him. "In my recollection, neither my father nor Jiang Taigong ever boasted so openly about themselves. At most, they would merely mention their commendable calligraphy, impressive horsemanship, or proficient swordsmanship. My father never claimed to resemble his youthful self, a statement I often heard him make to my elder brother." GFA's typically resolute countenance flushed slightly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise." His tone softened thereafter. "I only ask that Your Majesty investigates the cause of my brother's death and restores justice for him." Lu Chong sighed and replied, "That is only natural. I had intended to send Bo Yicao back to Shiqi to fulfill his filial duties, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed on the road, and not a single one of the 100 guards I dispatched survived. This matter was entrusted to King Wuqing for investigation a fortnight ago. A resolution shall soon be forthcoming, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, GFA hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After permitting him to rise, Lu Chong continued, "GFA, your character is resolute. As you are new here, tomorrow marks the full moon celebration for my nephew Nezha. Would you care to accompany me to Chintang Pass?" GFA was momentarily taken aback. As an outsider, I fear it may be inappropriate. Lu Chong chuckled lightly. Indeed, I almost forgot to inquire. Would you be willing to become my adopted son? Adopted son? GFA looked up, astonished, at the exalted monarch. You wish to make me your son upon our first meeting? That seems rather inappropriate. The courtiers present were equally taken aback. Your Majesty, this might contravene the laws of propriety, a long-bearded civil servant interjected. What is inappropriate about it? Wang Shu Jizi retorted. Does the king require your counsel in matters of his own family? Such affairs are certainly beyond the purview of you external ministers. Wang Shu Baigan gently stroked the long-bearded civil servant's beard, smiling as he added, at your age, how can you be so lacking in understanding? Step back. Yes, yes. The long-bearded civil servant hurriedly retreated, trembling. Baigan and Jizi, as elder members of the royal family, could settle any internal matters with their mere approval. Observing the king's evident favor towards GFA, they surmised that the king intended to win hearts through virtue. They silently admired him, recognizing that such a strategic move showcased his magnanimity and wisdom. Truly, a blessing for our great Shang. Their gazes towards GFA now contained a newfound warmth. Meanwhile, GFA was engulfed in shock. I, GFA, an adopted son of DXIN? How could you agree so easily? My father has clearly stated that DXIN is a tyrant, one who favors only his own kin. Does this favoritism imply that I must first become your son? This cannot be right. Chapter 27. If I bestow upon you a title, does it require your father's consent? GFA gazed at the lofty monarch, his heart a maelstrom of emotions, deeply conflicted. Ultimately, he knelt and expressed, I thank you for your kind intentions, your majesty. However, I must first seek my father's permission regarding this matter. Wang Shubigan and GZ furrowed their brows, exhaling deeply through their nostrils. The other ministers expressed their discontent as well. Fei Zhong shouted vehemently, this GFA is exceedingly audacious. My lord, this insolent youth has shown great disrespect. I implore you to allow me to challenge him to a duel. Evil came forth, visibly incensed, his hair and beard bristling with indignation. GFA knelt in silence, unable to counter the accusations. Before his departure, his father had instructed him to decline any rewards the king might bestow upon him. Should he be unable to refuse, he was to request that the king grant relief from taxes to the people of Shiqi. Yet now, how could he rebuff the title of adopted son? Father, you did not mention that the king would be so gracious. He had just expressed joy at being likened to the king in his youth, and now he wishes to adopt him as a son. Such magnanimity rendered GFA's previous fervor somewhat foolish. Moreover, upon hearing the king's intention to adopt him, he felt a flicker of joy. How could he be unaware that being the adopted son of a king was a matter of great honor? Yet, DXIN was a tyrant. This was the lesson imparted by his father and the sage father since his childhood. DXIN's intent to adopt him must harbor some insidious scheme. He must tread cautiously and remain vigilant. With these thoughts, his countenance hardened anew, and he looked up at the king, declaring, Your Majesty's grace overwhelms me. I am deeply honored by your affection. Yet I must request permission to consult my father before I kneel to you as my adoptive father. Lu Chong sighed and said, Very well. Let someone draft an edict for me. The edict read, I hereby appoint GFA as my adopted son. Thus it is decreed. The edict was to be sent to Shiqi, personally delivered to Jie Chong. Do I require your father's consent for my decree? Would that not render my position as king meaningless? Upon hearing this, GFA was taken aback. This king is excessively autocratic. Yet, soon after, a sense of elation welled within him. The king's command is not to be defied. In this manner, he would not be contravening his father's instructions after all. Nevertheless, his father would surely be furious upon seeing this edict. After Lu Chong spoke, he pointed to the long-bearded scholar and said, You shall deliver this edict to Shiqi. The long-bearded scholar was overjoyed. The last time old Zhou went to Shiqi with a message, he had not yet returned, undoubtedly having reaped considerable rewards from Jie Chong. Now, such immense fortune has finally come to my family, the Zhangs. Thank you, my lord. I shall fulfill your command without fail. After receiving the edict, he felt deeply moved. The king has been exceedingly generous to us scholars. GFA, coming back to his senses from his reverie, observed the king laughing and playing with little Nezha, and he felt a profound sense of reflection. Is this DXIN truly, as my father and the sage father proclaimed, a tyrant who brings calamity to the nation? Gentlemen, Li Jing stood upon the makeshift stage in the center of the courtyard, addressing the gathered crowd. The king has decreed that starting next month, a martial arts academy will be established at the Li residence. All villagers with children aged 6 and above who meet the necessary criteria are encouraged to register promptly. The notion of a martial arts academy left the villagers of Qintang Pass momentarily bewildered. Li Jing elucidated. The Martial Arts Academy is an institution dedicated to the study of martial arts and battle strategies. The king has graciously opened this opportunity to all, regardless of status or gender, as long as the children are suitable candidates. The academy will offer lessons in combat tactics and martial arts in the morning, followed by training and practical combat exercises in the afternoon. Will there be no breaks throughout the day? Someone from the audience inquired. Rest assured, there will be intervals. Each class lasts for 1 hour, with a 15-minute break in between for recreational activities, such as playing Jianzi. Playing Jianzi? The children from the Fumo gang, seated beside their parents, trembled at the mention of this game. Their recent experiences at the Li household had left them thoroughly acquainted with the perils of Jianzi. It had been a harrowing ordeal, with initial encounters leaving them dazed against the wall. They had thought they might never regain consciousness, yet each time, a jovial plump figure had roused them, and miraculously, they suffered no broken bones. However, the mere sight of the Jianzi now invoked a reflexive dread within them. Later, Madame Yin had equipped each of them with a suit of armor to wear while playing. While it prevented them from being knocked out, it did little to alleviate their fears. Now, they finally grasped how juvenile their earlier actions had been when they had hurled objects at Nezha. The boy who had thrown stones was filled with trepidation, pondering the fate he might have met had Nezha retaliated by kicking the stones back. As the fortnight passed, the sight of the Jianzi became a source of psychological distress for them. Upon hearing that the academy's extracurricular activity included playing Jianzi, they immediately clutched their parents, pleading, "Father, Mother, must I attend the martial arts academy?" However, their parents were captivated by Li Jing's words extolling the virtues of the academy. Not only would meals and drinks be provided free of charge, but the children would also have the opportunity to learn martial arts from Master Li. Those excelling in combat strategies might even be invited to join the army as officers. Moreover, those with spiritual roots in their cultivation would have the chance to study under the esteemed Tai Junren. Upon hearing Li Jing's declarations, the parents were filled with astonishment and delight. The king is wise. I wish to enroll my son, Goa. I too wish to register my child. And Master Li, will you accept girls? Of course, Li Jing replied. During the Shang Dynasty, it was not uncommon for noble women to take up arms, exemplified by the likes of Queen Fu Hao and the dual-wielding warrior Deng Chanyu. Splendid. The king is truly enlightened. As the parents eagerly registered their children, the young ones felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath them. No longer would they simply be companions to Nezha, playing Jianzi. What other challenges awaited them? Real combat. How could we possibly contend with Nezha? The leader of the demon suppression gang and several hall masters suddenly felt a profound sense of despair. Had they known, they might as well have gone to the North Sea to serve as provisions for the demon clan. The idea for the martial arts hall naturally originated from Lu Chong, who conveyed to Tai Yi that whether it was one sheep or two, they were still being herded. Should they cultivate a few promising talents, it would spare Nezha from solitary boredom, providing him with companions that could potentially alleviate the darkness within him. Li Jing and his wife nodded in agreement, and Tai Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. The students of the martial arts hall, aside from Nezha and his few accompanying disciples, included Yin Jiao and the hostages from the 4 noble houses of the East, West, South, and North. Moreover, Lu Chong had reserved one additional spot. In the sky, thunder rumbled ominously. What a lively scene. On the roof of the Li residence, a figure clad in black, slender, and with a sinister countenance, had appeared there unbeknownst to anyone, suddenly speaking up. Upon hearing this voice, Tai Yi immediately became alert. Glancing at the roof with a look of suspicion, "Junior brother? What brings you here?" Chapter 28. The minister Ao Guang and his son Ao Bing pay their respects to the human emperor. Shun Gongbao stood atop the Li residence, hands clasped behind his back, and with a cold snort, he slowly descended and approached. Tai Yi drew forth his whisk from behind, while Li Jing and Yin Shiniang wore tense expressions, uncertain of Shun Gongbao's intentions for appearing at such a moment. The dark clouds in the sky loomed lower, and the thunder roared, causing the citizens of Qintang Pass to feel a surge of fear. "My lord," said the Queen Jiang, her brows slightly furrowed, "the heavens seem unfavorable. Should we not disperse?" Nezha frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had finally gathered so many people for his full moon banquet, and he did not wish for a rainstorm to dampen the festivities. Lu Chong looked up at the ethereal dragon shadows in the sky, yet smiled faintly. "There is no need for alarm. It will not rain tonight." The Queen Jiang was momentarily taken aback. When did the king become a weather forecaster? Observing his confident demeanor and the smile gracing his lips, she thought him quite handsome. Little Nezha, upon hearing his uncle's words, felt a spark of hope reignite in his eyes. If it did not rain, his full moon banquet could proceed. Hooray! Shingongbao, facing the scrutinizing, hostile, and frightened gazes of the crowd, strode proudly before Lu Chong. Kneeling on both knees, he respectfully performed a ministerial salute, hands clasped in reverence, proclaiming, I, Shingongbao, hereby pledge my service to the great Shang. What? Shingongbao you? Tai Yi, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Master has instructed us to steer clear of court affairs. How could you? Shingongbao snorted coldly, transmitting a message to Tai Yi. Steer clear of court affairs? Tai Yi, do you not consider the identity of your own disciple? The son of the commander of Qintang Pass in the Great Shang. Surely you do not think that the celestial master selected this disciple haphazardly? Upon hearing these words, Tai Yi was momentarily stunned, waves of tumultuous thoughts surging within him, leaving him at a loss for words. The master merely stated that Li Jing was the one destined by fate, and that Nezha played a crucial role in the battle of the gods. Initially, it was believed that Li Jing's integrity and adherence to righteousness qualified him as such a fated individual. However, after hearing Shingongbao's remarks, doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be related to Li Jing's identity as the commander of Qintang Pass? Li Jing clenched his fists and addressed Lu Chong. Your Majesty, this man once attempted to steal the spirit pearl and maliciously implanted the demon orb into Nezha's body. His intentions are nefarious. Do not trust his words. I urge you to see through his deceit. Young Nezha, upon hearing his father's words, exhibited a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Demon orb? He cast an innocent gaze towards Lu Chong, tilting his head in bewilderment. It was then that Li Jing realized. In a moment of rashness, he had spoken irrevocably. He and Lady Yin had initially conferred with the great Master Tai, planning to reveal to Nezha that he was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl once he had matured, while concealing the matter of the demon orb to prevent Nezha from succumbing to despair upon learning the truth. Unexpectedly, in his fury upon encountering Shingongbao, he had forgotten this arrangement and divulged the reality. The three were momentarily taken aback, simultaneously gazing at the king, unsure of how to explain. Demon orb? Queen Jiang and Yin Jiao, along with the others, frowned slightly upon hearing this term. Their glances toward Nezha were laced with a newfound wariness. Although they were unaware of the implications of the demon orb, the very association with the word demon clearly signified something ominous. Could it be that the king's nephew, Li Jing's third son, Nezha, was indeed a manifestation of a demon? The citizens of Qintang Pass fell silent, their hearts racing in trepidation. At this moment, even the young Nezha sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere, feeling as though he had become utterly isolated. Lu Chong sighed softly, cradling Nezha in his arms, and rose to his feet. With a grave demeanor, he stated, My dear Nezha, given the circumstances, your uncle must reveal the truth. In fact, your true identity is— Nezha blinked his large eyes, his expression brimming with anxiety. Li Jing, Lady Yin, the great Master Tai, Shingongbao, and all the others present in the Li residence held their breath without exception, nervously awaiting the king's next words. Everyone understood that revealing to Nezha, this child barely a month old, that he was the reincarnation of the demon orb could lead to dire consequences. It might incite Nezha to lose control, abandon hope, or even succumb to darkness. Yet, when Lu Chong completed his statement, Nezha scratched his head and repeated, Reincarnation of the Hunyuan Pearl? Confusion filled his large eyes. What did that mean? Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged glances, and after a moment's pause, they quickly nodded, affirming, Yes, yes. Reincarnation of the Hunyuan Pearl. Master, is that not correct? Upon hearing this, the great Master Tai, tapping his head with his whisk, chuckled, Indeed, indeed. Reincarnation of the Hunyuan Pearl. Reincarnation of the Hunyuan Pearl. Ha! The Hunyuan Pearl is indeed a treasure of the heavens and earth, capable of absorbing the vital energies and demonic forces of the world. It is the ultimate secret weapon devised by the primordial supreme being to be placed among mortals. Thus, upon your birth, it is only natural that some extraordinary phenomena would manifest, setting you apart from the rest. Upon finishing his words, he turned to the citizens of Qintang Pass and inquired, What do you say? Is there not something extraordinary about this? Indeed, indeed. Something truly exceptional. The crowd hastily nodded in agreement. Nezha was greatly astonished, realizing how uniquely special he was. No wonder others regarded him with different eyes. I am the Hunyuan Pearl. A secret weapon? What about the demonic orb? Precisely. Lu Chong continued. In fact, there are two Hunyuan Pearls. One is the demonic orb within you that devours demonic energy, and the other, His gaze shifted towards Shingongbao. Shingongbao rose, his expression solemn as he nodded and said, "The other Hunyuan pearl, which absorbs vital energy, is with my disciple." Tai Jinren was momentarily taken aback, lifting his whisk. "Ah, Shingongbao, how you have managed to seize it. Quickly return it to me." But Shingongbao retorted, I'm in it with my disciple." "Your disciple?" "Indeed." Shingongbao pointed towards the heavens. Tai and the others turned their gazes skyward, where a storm of thunder rumbled, and a silver figure gradually descended before Lu Chong. The figure was tall and imposing, clad in silver dragon-patterned attire, with flowing white hair adorned by a pair of coral dragon horns rising majestically, eyes filled with determination. The Dragon Clan. At the sight of the dragon horns, Tai instantly became alert. Isn't it trapped in the East Sea? How could it appear here? Moreover, judging by its aura, it must be a royal of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang. His gaze then fell upon what the figure held. There, before him, stood a child of Nezha's stature, with blue hair and two small dragon horns upon its forehead, wide-eyed as it surveyed this unfamiliar environment. Ao Guang paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, striding confidently to Shungongbao's side and bowing to Lu Chong. "I, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, present my son Ao Bing to pay homage to the human emperor." Chapter 29. Little Nezha meets Little Ao Bing, the Dragon Clan. A gasp escaped Tai Jinren's lips, and the faces of the citizens of Chintang Pass, Queen Jiang, and Yin Jiaoji were instantly filled with astonishment. Were not the Dragon Clan confined in the depths of the East Sea's purgatory? How could they possibly be here? Subject? Tai and Li Jing exchanged glances. Puzzled by Ao Guang's self-identification before the emperor, they looked toward the sovereign seated above. "Be at ease." Lu Chong, cradling Nezha, smiled at the bowing Ao Guang. The Dragon King of the East Sea seemed to have finally come to terms with it. As Ao Guang performed his bow, he also set Little Ao Bing down. Mimicking his father, Little Ao Bing bowed to Lu Chong with impressive seriousness. Witnessing this, Little Nezha's eyes widened in wonderment. "Hey, uncle, look. He has horns on his head too. How delightful, how delightful." Little Ao Bing raised his head, gazing at Little Nezha with a look of confusion. Clutching the hem of his father Ao Guang's garment, a hint of fear etched on his face. Tai Yi, noticing the azure mark upon Ao Bing's forehead, exclaimed, "The spirit pearl mark. Shingongbao, did you truly bestow the stolen spirit pearl upon the Dragon Clan? Fool, who dares to steal?" Shingongbao replied with a cold smirk. "This spirit pearl was personally bestowed upon the Dragon Clan by the king." The king? Tai was taken aback. He recalled that it was indeed the king who had taken the spirit pearl initially. But why bestow it upon the Dragon Clan? Li Jing and Yin Shiniang were equally perplexed, while Queen Jiang and Yin Jiao exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The people of Chintang Pass whispered among themselves. Isn't the spirit pearl considered a supreme treasure? Why give it to the Dragon Clan? Aren't they all monsters? They wreak havoc and have caused the deaths of countless coastal citizens of Chintang Pass. The demon clan is irreconcilable with our human clan. Could it be that the king has been bewitched by the monsters? As these remarks reached his ears, Ao Guang clenched his right hand into a tight fist, producing a series of crackling sounds. Little Ao Bing, listening to the discourse, was filled with confusion. His kin were suppressing the demon beasts in the underwater purgatory. How could any dragon venture out to wreak havoc and harm others? "Hey, what nonsense are you all spouting?" Little Nezha, infuriated by the crowd's idle chatter, emanated an aura of demonic energy that intensified with his rage. The audience below trembled in fear, suddenly obedient, bowing their heads and daring not to utter another word. Little Ao Bing noticed that the boy with the peculiar dark circles, who had just remarked upon his uniqueness, was now speaking up for him, momentarily taken aback. He regarded Nezha with curious eyes. Though his anger appeared fierce, it inexplicably warmed Ao Bing's heart. Lu Chong rose, gently cradling Nezha in his arms, and approached Ao Guang and Ao Bing. He placed Nezha before Ao Bing, then drew forth the human sovereign sword. The expressions of Ao Guang and Shingongbao instantly shifted. The great king? However, next, the king raised the human sovereign sword high above his head, proclaiming to the assembly, "I stand here today to announce to the world. I hereby decree the Dragon Clan as the guardian divine beast of our great Shang. Protect our great Shang and advance and retreat alongside our great Shang citizens." Lu Chong's demeanor was solemn and dignified, the human sovereign sword shimmering brilliantly in his grasp, his words resonating like the shattering of a great stone, vibrating the eardrums of all present. Excitement flickered in Ao Guang's eyes. To be the guardian divine beast of the great Shang was an unparalleled honor for the Dragon Clan. Shingongbao gazed at the human emperor Xian before him, equally stirred. This human emperor indeed acted upon his words. Perhaps the destiny of the Dragon Clan could truly be transformed in the hands of this emperor. To have the Dragon Clan serve as the guardian divine beast of the Great Shang, not only the citizens of Chintang Pass, but even Li Jing, Yin Shiniang, and Queen Jiang displayed expressions of astonishment. Yin Jiao and several princes gazed at the king with astonishment, their eyes wide with confusion. Tai Zhenren took 2 steps back, clearly unable to believe the words he had just heard. The Dragon Clan, the guardians of the nation? The dragon race had once led the demon tribes in rebellion against the heavenly court. Such actions were tantamount to defying the celestial order. Were they not afraid of the heavenly court's wrath? At that moment, an elderly man from Chintang Pass, his vision blurred with age, leaned on his cane and stepped forward. Addressing Li Jing, "Your Majesty, Chintang Pass has suffered countless casualties resisting the demon tribes, and we stand resolutely against them. You cannot do this," the old man declared. "Even if it costs me my life, I cannot bear to witness the Dragon Clan becoming the divine protectors of our great Shang." With that, he gritted his teeth and charged towards Tai Zhenren, but the latter, taken aback, had no time to react as the elderly man's frail body was rebuffed by his ample girth. Thankfully, a resolute young man, GFA, quickly caught the old man. "Are you all right, sir?" he inquired with concern. Seeing the elder nod, GFA felt relief wash over him. He assisted the old man to a seat before stepping up to confront Lu Chong. In a resonant voice, GFA proclaimed, "Your Majesty, GFA believes this course of action is unwise." His firm and resonant words echoed throughout the Li residence. The Dragon Clan is a part of the demon race. How can they possibly serve as the divine guardians of our great Shang? I earnestly implore you to reconsider your decree. Upon hearing GFA's bold declaration, Li Jing, Tai Yi, and everyone present were momentarily stunned. This young man dared to openly challenge the king. Did he not value his life? If the king were to become enraged, it could cost him dearly. "GFA, silence at once," Yin Jiao exclaimed, his face paling as he rushed to GFA's side. Quickly apologized to the king and begged for mercy. However, GFA firmly pushed Yin Jiao aside. "Since the king has acknowledged me as his adopted son, I cannot remain silent," he insisted. "If the king insists on designating the Dragon Clan as the guardians of the nation, then he must first kill me." At GFA's resolute words, Ao Guang's expression darkened, his right claw clenching slightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "How dare you insult my Dragon Clan? I shall tear this arrogant boy to shreds." GFA closed his eyes, but Shin Gongbao held back Ao Guang, casting a penetrating gaze upon GFA. Observing his unwavering determination, he coldly remarked, "Humans possess both virtue and vice. How can demons be devoid of good and evil? It is merely the prejudices harbored in your hearts." GFA, was it? "On what grounds do you claim that the demon race is unworthy of serving as the guardians of the nation?" "It is simply because the Dragon Clan is powerful, and you cannot control them." His chilling gaze swept across Li Jing, Tai Yi, and every soul at Chintang Pass. "Ultimately, was it not rooted in your own fear? How utterly laughable." Ao Guang chuckled, sighing in response to these words. The two of them felt a chill in their hearts and bowed to Lu Chong, saying, "Your Majesty's kindness is deeply appreciated. Ao Guang thanks you." However, Lu Chong smiled gently and replied, "The splendid performance has only just begun. To leave now would be a pity, wouldn't it?" "A splendid performance?" Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, the drums began to beat, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. There stood a performer clad in white, resembling a celestial fox, bowing towards the moon. Lu Chong returned to his seat with little Nezha and little Ao Bing, granting seats to Ao Guang and Shin Gongbao. They sighed, reluctantly taking their places. The others sat quietly, fearful of disturbing the king's enjoyment. On stage, the performer portraying the celestial fox began to sing. "The moon over the East Sea is cold at dawn, to accumulate merit in the mortal realm. Nightly, I patrol the village to protect the young, fearing that my presence in the hidden woods may be discovered." Upon hearing the song, the crowd at Chintang Pass was momentarily taken aback. Celestial fox? More like a fox demon. Indeed, the fox spirit is the most detestable. Then, a group of villagers wielding sticks appeared, singing in unison. "The master lost a chicken, the neighbor laments, cursing that wretched scoundrel's rotten heart." Suddenly, a white figure dashed through the stacks of wheat, with torches and sticks in hot pursuit. "Oh, whether fox or spirit, who cares? Bravo!" The audience erupted in applause. Even the queen and Yin Jiao displayed expressions of delight, inquiring of Li Jing, "What is this tune? How amusing! Your Majesty, This is a performance designed by the fishermen of a village in Chintang Pass. I found their singing quite delightful, so I thought to invite them for some merriment. The queen and Yin Jiao nodded in agreement, their attention captivated by the performance. GFA, witnessing such an entertaining spectacle, found it a refreshing experience unlike anything he had encountered in Shiqi. As the villagers exited the stage, a performer clad in moss-green toad skin, resembling a sea demon, appeared, grinning as he sang in colloquial tones. Hey, your grandpa, am a carefree guest from the sea. Just stole a fat chicken for a feast. Suddenly, the celestial fox leapt from behind him, assuming a fierce combat stance. But then, the celestial fox's legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The sea demon cackled, seizing the chicken and fleeing. The celestial fox lamented, alas, how did I stumble into the hunter's iron trap? Then the celestial fox sang, my claws are broken, blood staining my white fur. I still remember that year, when the young one fell into the pond. I coiled my tail around him to bring him to the shore, and in return for today, I faced sticks like whips. The villagers returned to the stage, brandishing their sticks, ready to strike the fallen celestial fox in time with the beating drums. The audience erupted into laughter. Look at this seductive fox spirit. She deserves to die? Kill her. Kill her. However, little Nezha, little Ao Bing, Ao Guang, and Shun Gongbao clenched their fists in silence. The poor white fox spirit lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. At that moment, a pregnant woman ascended the stage, pounding her thigh, and began to sing tearfully towards the fallen fox spirit. In the ancestral hall, I found a pile of chicken bones. The scales of a yuksha hang from the beams. Regretfully, I wield my sword against my benefactor. Kneeling, I call out, but he does not return. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing this, GFA was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the Dragon King Ao Guang across from him. The audience fell into a stunned silence, unprepared for such a turn of events. Soon after, a child's innocent voice chimed in with a nursery rhyme. White Andy, with a long tail, save the child, hide and seek. The ancestral hall honors the fox spirit, never to be seen again, as dreams of mushrooms under the moonlight. Listening to the words of the nursery rhyme, the audience was left speechless. Queen Jiang and several mothers wept openly. The poor white fox spirit, who only sought to protect the village's children, was ultimately killed by the foolish villagers. The fox spirit had safeguarded the village, yet was met with blades and clubs by its own people. These villagers truly deserved condemnation. Without discernment, they wrongfully accused the white fox spirit. These fools would eventually face retribution. Bang, bang, bang. As the drums concluded, the performers returned to the stage, prompting the audience to urgently cry out, the white fox spirit is so pitiable. Save her. Has the white fox spirit been revived? Those villagers truly deserve punishment. Why did such a good fox spirit meet such a tragic end? Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao sighed in unison, closing their eyes, their emotions tangled. The white fox spirit, devoted to goodness and the protection of the villagers, had been killed instead. Perhaps this is the fate of our demon clan. Tai sighed and murmured to himself. If there truly exists a demon with such virtue, then naturally, upon death, they should ascend to immortality. Nezha and Ao Bing, seated beside Lu Chong, watched with great interest. Although they struggled to comprehend the lyrics, the lively atmosphere captivated them. In the midst of it all, Nezha even handed Ao Bing a chicken leg, a delicacy the latter had never tasted before, and he relished it with delight. At that moment, Jing stepped onto the stage and addressed the crowd. Dear villagers, allow me to introduce to you these performers, who are actually the residents of Xingyu Village in Chintang Pass. Upon hearing this, the people of Chintang Pass were taken aback. Xingyu Village? Wasn't that a remote little village? How could they produce such exquisite operatic performances? What an eye-opener. They performed so splendidly. At this moment, the performer portraying the white fox fairy stepped forward and addressed the crowd. In our village, few are literate, and this play is not of our own creation. The tale of the fox fairy is based on true events. True events? Upon hearing this, the expression of astonishment and skepticism filled the faces of Queen Jiang and the audience below. At that moment, GFA ascended the stage, glaring fiercely at the ensemble of actors behind Li Jing. Nonsense. What is the purpose of this fabricated performance? A demon is a demon. How could it possibly protect mortals? Demons only consume the living. For us mortals to survive, we must rely on the protection of the celestial beings above, acting in accordance with heavenly decree. Demons and mortals are irreconcilable foes. As GFA spoke, his hair bristled with indignation, his face flushed with fury. The audience exchanged whispers, each harboring doubts. This is merely a play. It cannot be taken seriously. Is there truly a fox spirit that does not devour humans, does not steal chickens, yet specifically protects mortals? A demon is a demon. How could it perform virtuous deeds? Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao resonated with the fox spirit's plight, and at this moment, their fury could no longer be contained upon hearing the words of the crowd. Silence. How do you know there are no benevolent beings among demons? Are there no wicked mortals among you? Moreover, even celestial beings possess emotions and desires. There are malevolent ones among them as well. What of demons? Are they inherently deserving of death? Had it not been for the presence of the human emperor, the two might have already unleashed their wrath, wreaking havoc upon Qintang Pass. Humph. When paths diverge, we cannot conspire together. Farewell. Just as they were about to storm off, Lu Chong coldly interjected, "Sit down. The performance is only halfway through. Why the haste? What is the rush?" Upon hearing the emperor's command, the two wore expressions of frustration and ultimately complied, sitting back down, their lips pressed tightly together, nearly devoid of color. Li Jing sighed and remarked, "If there are doubts regarding the truth of my words, the villagers of Xingyu are witnesses. Furthermore, the centurion who handled the matter that day and the boundary beasts must be brought forth. Bring forth the Siyiksha." Chapter 31, Master Shun, we are all villains. Boundary beasts. Bring forth the Siyiksha. Li Jing called out loudly. Boundary beasts. Bring forth the Siyiksha. After calling twice, there was no response. In the cellar, the Siyiksha jolted awake, sitting upright. Upon hearing Lord Li's summons, he turned to the two bronze boundary beasts guarding him and said, "Gentlemen, did Lord Li just call for me? Let us hurry and go." The boundary beast on the right, with a pointed head, quickly stood up and spoke in a Na'vi tone. "Oh yes, I believe I heard it too. That was Lord Li's voice. Let us bring him out. What is the rush?" The boundary beast on the left, lounging on the ground while picking its nose, replied nonchalantly, "Lord Li hasn't given the signal yet. We can only release him upon receiving the signal." Huh. The Siyiksha was taken aback. Signal? Oh, yes. We must wait for the signal before releasing him. The pointed-headed barrier beast nodded slightly before resuming its seated position. Hayasha gazed incredulously at the two. "Isn't that the voice of Lord Li? What more signal do we need? Did Lord Li not instruct me to go out as a witness? Hurry, open the barrier and let me out." The barrier beast on the left, engrossed in picking its nose, scoffed, "You know nothing. Without a signal, what if it's a trick or an ambush from a monster?" Turning to Hayasha, it furrowed its brow and asked, "Why the rush? Are you eager to escape? Speak up. Was that voice you pretending to be Lord Li?" Hayasha quickly waved his hands. No, it wasn't me. How could I dare? I am truly repentant and would never attempt to flee." "Humph. Stay put. Our barrier is impervious. You shan't escape." After saying this, the left barrier beast returned to its nose picking. At that moment, the pointed-headed beast on the right seemed to recall something, eyes wide with inquiry. "By the way, what is the signal?" The left beast suddenly froze. "Ah yes, what was the signal again?" Hayasha and the pointed-headed beast gasped in shock. "Barrier beast, quickly bring Hayasha out," Li Jing called out repeatedly. Yet there was still no sign of Hayasha. Lu Chong flipped his right hand, and the emperor's sword sliced through the air, creating a rift in the void. Crash! The two bronze barrier beasts and Hayasha tumbled out from within. The two beasts were now grappling with one another, exchanging blows without yielding. "How could you forget something so crucial? If we missed the chance, it'll be your fault. How can you blame me? You didn't know the signal either." They continued to bicker and fight, drawing a frown from Tai Jinren. "What is this occasion? Why are you fighting?" "Hey," Tai quickly called out. However, they seemed oblivious, caught up in their skirmish. "It's your fault. You can perish." "Hey," Tai raised his voice, gritting his teeth. "You two, cease this brawl." The clamor of their scuffle persisted, sparks flying as they clashed. Tai, exasperated, clutched his chest and wielded his whisk to separate the two barrier beasts. "What are you doing? Are you fighting a watermelon?" Nezha and Ao Bing found this spectacle utterly amusing, laughing heartily as they sat beside Lu Chong, thoroughly entertained by Tai and the barrier beasts. Lu Chong sheathed the emperor's sword, shaking his head in resignation. These two barrier beasts were utterly unreliable when it mattered most. Then he glanced toward a corner, his brow furrowing. A puddle was attempting to slip away unnoticed amidst the crowd. Hayasha had transformed into a watery form, ready to escape, when suddenly a whooshing sound pierced the air. A black iron whip ensnared him, glistening ominously. Crackle! A flash of electricity enveloped him. In an instant, the Sea Knight demon revealed its true form, only to be flung back by the iron whip, the smoke billowing from its charred body. The Sea Knight demon weakly lifted its head, only to see Shun Gongbao standing before it, his expression devoid of warmth. "Please, Taoist Shun, show mercy," the Sea Knight demon implored, hastily kneeling in submission. "Do not electrify me any longer, Taoist Shun. I am a demon too." Clinging to Shen Gongbao's thigh, it wore a sycophantic grin. "We are all villains here." It was abruptly kicked aside by Shen Gongbao. "Who associates with you as a villain? I have come alongside Ao Guang to heed the summons of Emperor Xin, to serve the great Shang and aid the common folk. This is a path of righteousness." "What?" "This is a misunderstanding." The Sea Knight demon, now prostrate on the ground, pleaded desperately, "Taoist Shun, please have mercy and spare me. I am but a minor character." Yet the next moment, its gaze fell upon Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, who sat nearby, his icy stare fixed upon it. "Sea Knight demon, were you attempting to flee just now?" The Sea Knight demon trembled uncontrollably. With tears and snot streaming down its face, it cried, "My king, it is a misunderstanding. I had no intention of fleeing. I merely... Oh yes. I simply noticed that the land around the Li residence was too filthy and wished to clean it up. How could I dare to escape? Spare me, my king." At that moment, the crowd at Chintang Pass, including Queen Jiang and GFA, looked on in astonishment at the appearance of the Sea Knight demon. Is this the same Sea Knight demon portrayed in the play just now? It truly is revolting. Lord Li, swiftly eliminate this monster. Do not allow it to harm the people any longer. Li Jing, standing upon the platform, addressed the crowd. "Dear villagers, your suspicions are well-founded. This Sea Knight demon is indeed the one from the earlier performance. Strong and adept at water evasion, its venomous spit can petrify people, making it a formidable foe. It has repeatedly ventured ashore to the prosperous fishing village, intending to abduct children and livestock, but has always been driven away by the white fox. Yet, the villagers mistook the white fox for a malevolent spirit, plotting to ensnare it. Later, while expelling the Sea Knight demon, the white fox inadvertently triggered a hunter's trap, nearly losing its life. Sea Knight demon, you tell us, does this not reflect the truth?" The Sea Knight demon knelt, nodding vigorously. "Indeed. What Lord Li says is entirely accurate. Half a year ago, I grew tired of sea delicacies, which prompted me to venture ashore for something different. Initially, I spotted a little girl, planning to abduct and devour her, only to be thwarted by a white fox. I thought it came to contest me for food, but that white fox knocked over a ceramic jar from the family shelf, causing a commotion that drew the family out, forcing me to escape through water evasion. Each time I sought to snatch a child, that white fox was always there guarding. Finally, on one occasion, I managed to steal a chicken, but lo and behold, the white fox appeared again, and unexpectedly triggered a trap. Thus, I finally succeeded in acquiring an old hen." He pleaded, "Lord Li, I assure you, I have merely stolen a chicken. I have taken nothing else. Please spare my life." Chapter 32, Bygone remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Hai Yacha laid bare his actions before the assembled crowd. The elders of Chintang Pass, as well as Queen Jiang and Yin Jiao, listened in astonishment to Hai Yacha's account. Could it be that the tale of the white fox spirit was indeed true? Alas, such a tragic fate for the white fox. The preconceived notions within the human heart are like a veil that blinds, evoking profound sorrow. GFA pressed his forehead, disbelief etched across his face. His once unwavering convictions were shaken violently, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. How could this be? A fox demon protecting the village? It was inconceivable. His father and the monk had always said that demons were of a different kind. Those not of our kin must harbor ill intentions. How could one sacrifice their life to protect the villagers? This was simply unfathomable. The villagers of Xingyu kneeling on the stage wept bitterly, proclaiming, "The white fox spirit is our savior. We are ungrateful, even lesser than children. Even the young understand the kindness of the fox spirit towards us. Yet we have been blinded by appearances, turning against our benefactor. We are truly deserving of death. If giving our lives could atone for our sins against the fox spirit, then let us perish." Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, the villagers drew daggers from their bosoms, crying, "Fox spirit, we are willing to die in repentance." With that, they plunged the blades toward their hearts, tears streaming down their faces. The crowd gasped in horror. Even Li Jing was taken aback. Queen Jiang, Yin Shiniang, and a host of women covered their eyes in fear. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao stood agape, while Nezha and Ao Bing stared wide-eyed at the stage. At that moment, a swift and ethereal white shadow appeared upon the stage. The shimmering white fox tail, illuminated by the moonlight, flicked gently, disarming the daggers from the villagers' hands. The crowd was astounded, and upon closer inspection, they beheld a pure and sacred white fox. On one of the fox's legs, a dark cloth was tied. Lu Chong recognized it immediately, It was the strip he had torn from his own garment to bandage the little white fox's wound. A faint smile graced his lips as he gazed upon the pristine creature. No longer a single tail, the white fox had transformed into one with 3 tails. Truly, it was the auspicious spirit fox. Having trained with Kong Xian for merely a month, it had achieved the form of a 3-tailed spirit fox. 1 month prior, after rescuing the little white fox by the East Sea, Lu Chong had dispatched Kong Xian, the general of Sand Mountain Pass, with the unique skill of 5-colored divine light, to find the little fox and take it as a disciple for training. A month had passed, and the little white fox's progress was indeed remarkable, bringing Lu Chong a measure of delight. It was said that when a spirit fox reaches 5 tails, it could take on human form. Lu Chong wondered what the little white fox would look like upon transformation, his heart swelling with anticipation. The appearance of the white fox at this moment serves to vindicate its name. Upon witnessing the return of the white fox before them, several individuals from Xingyu village were instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, as they fervently prostrated themselves in reverence. "Oh, fox immortal! Farewell, dear white fox!" At that moment, they were so moved that words failed them. "We can only repay the grace of the fox immortal with our lives. We beseech you, forgive us." At this juncture, the crowd, faced with the resplendent white fox, was collectively astonished. The elderly man, whose sight had dimmed with age, widened his eyes in disbelief, casting aside his cane to kneel before the fox. "It truly is the fox immortal. Quickly, bow to the fox immortal and seek her protection for us in Chintang Pass." The crowd hastily followed suit, bowing fervently. As they observed the lively white fox, Nezha's large eyes sparkled with curiosity. He tugged at Lu Chong's sleeve, exclaiming, "Uncle, is this the white fox goddess who protected the children? She looks so beautiful. Uncle, can I touch her fur? Please." A.O. Bing, standing nearby, mirrored his excitement and anticipation in his azure eyes. Having just heard the tale of the fox immortal safeguarding children from harm, both had shed tears in secret. Their hearts weighed down with sorrow. Thus, when they heard the folks of Chintang Pass declare that the fox immortal deserved to die, little Nezha nearly erupted with rage. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing, witnessing the malice directed at the demon race, felt a surge of indignation and grief. He mourned the tragic fate of the white fox in the play, feeling a profound sense of empathy. After all, had not the Dragon Clan also been persistently misunderstood? Now, seeing the white fox alive and standing there, tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. How wonderful! The little white fox is not dead. Shun Gongbao and A.O. Guang exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. A.O. Guang was aware of the matter concerning the little white fox and the sea demon, which he had previously shared with Shun Gongbao. However, they had not anticipated that this little white fox would appear here, having cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Typically, fox demons find it arduous to acquire rare treasures and elixirs. Developing a single tail signifies over 100 years of cultivation. 3 tails would denote 300 years. Achieving the status of a 9-tailed spirit fox would mean one has reached the pinnacle of 1,000 years. What remarkable adventures could have enabled this little white fox to amass such cultivation in such a brief span? The little white fox gazed coolly at the throng, both on stage and off, bowing before it, yet remained unmoved. For it, the worship of humanity had long ceased to hold significance. With a graceful step, it fluidly leaped down to the ground, approaching Lu Chong. Bai Gan and Jie, the 2 royal uncles, momentarily paused. Their expressions weighted with gravity as they regarded the charming white fox. "Indeed, this white fox is truly delightful," remarked Queen Jiang with a smile. However, the white fox merely cast her a fleeting glance before leaping directly into Lu Chong's embrace. The smile on Queen Jiang's face instantly froze, her fists clenched tightly. This little white fox was rather excessive, was it not? Yin Jiao and GFA exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, brows furrowing in concern. Lu Chong chuckled, gently stroking the little white fox's head, while little Nezha and little A.O. Bing flanked either side, each grasping a tail of the fox, their faces alight with joy. Bai Gan leaned closer to Jie, whispering, "Brother, why do I feel that this little white fox has a certain allure? Allure? Is beauty synonymous with allure? Think carefully before you speak. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from saying anything further," Jie replied. Raising a cup of wine, Jie stood before the astonished crowd, proclaiming, "Congratulations, my king. Celebrations are in order." Lu Chong smiled slightly, acknowledging Jie as the astute uncle, quick to react. "Uncle Jie, what wisdom do you share?" In response, "Your Majesty, the white fox is historically referred to as a creature of auspiciousness. A ruler endowed with benevolence and wisdom is graced by the presence of such a fox, which safeguards the great Shang. This is indeed a significant omen of good fortune. Indeed, indeed. Bygone remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 33. Minister Ao Guang is willing to guard the four seas and protect the great Shang. Upon Ji's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Even GFA found himself at a loss for words. The notion of the white fox guarding the village, though fantastical, was undeniable in light of his first-hand experience. Reflecting on the teachings from his father and master throughout his life stirred conflicting emotions within GFA. Could it be that their words were not infallible? Queen Zhang gazed at the auspicious omen nestled in the king's embrace, managing to muster another smile. Uncle GZ speaks truthfully. This little white fox indeed radiates vitality. Surely, it is a spirit beast bestowed upon us from the heavens, for the king is virtuous. Lu Chong observed little Nezha and little Ao Bing, who were joyfully engaged with the fox's tails, smiling gently. The queen's words hold merit. In light of this, I shall bestow a rightful title upon the white fox. For its service in protecting the subjects of the great Shang, I declare it a sacred beast. Henceforth, the populace shall not harm the fox tribe. Those who defy this decree shall face severe punishment. With that, he cast his gaze upon the kneeling villagers of Xingyu village. You stand under the protection of the spirit fox, yet show no gratitude, instead committing acts of violence against your benefactor. You must atone with your lives. I spare you not out of remorse, nor for your theatrical portrayal of the white fox. You should be grateful to be subjects of the great Shang. As your sovereign, I show mercy, but shall not tolerate transgressions. Should such folly occur again, there shall be no clemency. Upon hearing these words, not only those on stage, but also the elders of Chintang Pass below were stirred with great emotion. Our king treats us as his own children. His benevolence is unparalleled. At this moment, Li Jing let out a sigh of relief and addressed the crowd. As citizens of the great Shang, having received the benevolent grace of the king and reclaimed your lives, you ought to repay the nation with your very beings, and cannot err again. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Lu Chong, a sudden sound interrupted him. GFA knelt on one knee and proclaimed to the king, Your Majesty. GFA is unwilling to comply. In an instant, all movements froze. Yin Jiao and several other hostages sprang up, glaring at GFA. GFA, have you lost your mind? To defy the king's decree is a capital offense. Bygone and GZ exchanged puzzled glances, staring at this hostage from the West Qi with bewilderment. GFA, the matter of the white fox protecting the village is so clear. What further objections do you have? GFA shook his head, pointing at the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, who sat adorned in silver armor with silver hair and dragon horns, and declared, Your Majesty, What do you call me? Lu Chong interjected. Father King. Lu Chong smiled slightly, his demeanor unruffled by GFA's reckless boldness. Good son. Speak. What is it you wish to inquire of your father? The corners of GFA's mouth twitched slightly, his earlier frustration dissipating as if punctured. He continued, Father King. Regarding the white fox's protection of the village, GFA acknowledges his own narrow-mindedness, yet I cannot accept the notion of the dragon clan becoming the nation's guardian beasts. The dragon clan is treacherous and greedy, devoid of loyalty, and excels in stirring chaos, having caused the demise of countless citizens. Such vile demons cannot be entrusted with the role of national guardians. GFA refuses to comply. Bygone observed the youthful yet resolute GFA and nodded slightly. His words were indeed a candid expression for the nation. Well said, young lad. You possess a commendable spirit. However, Ao Guang seethed with anger upon hearing this. Had it not been for GFA being the adopted son of the human emperor, he would have already struck him down. Ignorant youth, unable to discern right from wrong. Nearby, Shen Gongbao's expression was cold, his piercing gaze fixed on GFA. Among the gathered crowd at Chintang Pass, some began to whisper amongst themselves after hearing GFA's words. Indeed, the dragon clan controls the East Sea. How many fishermen have perished in its storms? Only in recent weeks has the sea calmed somewhat. Yes, thanks to Lord Li leading the troops to eliminate the demons, we have had a few days of peace. The East Sea Dragon clan stirs up the winds and waves. How can they be worthy of serving as national guardians? Sitting beside Lu Chong, the young Ao Bing could naturally hear their murmurs, his heart filled with confusion and grievance. He looked to his father and Master Shun, then turned his gaze to the human emperor, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, Your Majesty, our dragon clan truly means no harm. Father and the other dragons are bound to the pillars, unable to escape and cause harm. Little Nezha, Noticing the grievance in Ao Bing's eyes, paused in surprise. Dragon Clan. You are also a dragon? I don't believe dragons are inherently bad, are they? Lu Chong gently rubbed the heads of the two small children, smiling as he remarked. The nature of a person, whether good or evil, bears little relation to their appearance or lineage. One must never judge an individual or a group based on mere rumors. His gaze shifted towards GFA, accompanied by a subtle smile. Upon witnessing this smile, GFA felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him. At that moment, a heavily armored commander of the Hubei army strode in, quickly approaching Lu Chong and kneeling on one knee. Report, Your Majesty. A demon-slaying captain from Chintang Pass seeks an audience. A captain? The crowd fell silent in astonishment, yet Lu Chong nodded affirmatively, saying, Let him in. Soon after, the captain who had dealt with the White Fox incident at Xingyu village arrived, accompanied by a contingent, carrying a long black cloth bag. It appeared that something within was writhing. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves, What could that be? Is it moving? Surely it cannot be a snake. What kind of snake could be that large? It must be at least 4 or 5 zhang long. Could this be the main course for tonight? With a dramatic flourish, the captain placed the black bag before the assembly and bowed deeply to Lu Chong, declaring, Your Majesty, I have brought you the creature you requested. He swiftly pulled down the cloth, revealing a bound black sea dragon. Its body, adorned with dark iron scales, bore the marks of countless wounds, each inky scale embedded with coagulated sea blood. White streaks, resembling the jagged scars of a blade, snaked down its neck to its gills. The spine glowed with an ethereal blue phosphorescence, while its triangular head, devoid of horns, bore bony protrusions, and its brow was marred by grotesque growths that housed serpent-like eyes, their vertical pupils gleaming with malice, and its fangs sharp as daggers. With a thunderous roar, the black sea dragon let forth a terrifying cry. Observing the fearsome visage of the creature, the crowd at Chintang Pass trembled in terror. Taiji Jinren stepped forward, gazing at the dragon, exclaiming, Is this not the vile creature I accompanied Lordly to capture half a month ago? Upon seeing the dragon, Ao Guang's brow furrowed slightly. The black sea dragon, sensing Ao Guang's gaze, reflected his visage within its golden eyes, and then sneered coldly, uttering, Ao Guang. I never imagined that the illustrious Dragon King of the East Sea would become a mere lapdog for humanity. Bah! However, Ao Guang paid no heed to its derisive words, as his heart was already filled with astonishment. Just half a month prior, Li Jing and Taiji had ventured to the East Sea, seeking his aid to hunt the Black Sea Dragon. This was the very culmination of that endeavor. His eyes brimmed with shock. Could it be that the human emperor had foreseen this moment and prepared for it in advance? Such thoughts left Ao Guang at a loss for words to adequately express his reverence for the emperor. Immediately, he knelt and proclaimed, I, Ao Guang, humbly thank your majesty. For the rest of my life, I vow to guard the 4 seas in your service, safeguarding the great Shang, with my life as my oath. Chapter 34, GFA. Is your father a rebel? Now, the Dragon King Ao Guang finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and the human emperor. Compared to this sovereign of humanity, he appears to be nothing more than a naive and simple-minded dragon. A month ago, when this sovereign bestowed the spirit pearl upon him, he must have already been orchestrating today as circumstances, from the humble fishing village to the entire Chintang Pass. The infamous name of the fox demon has undergone a complete transformation, evolving from a mere sprite into a revered spiritual beast of commerce, worshipped by the populace. The words spoken by this sovereign upon their first encounter beneath the sea still resonate profoundly. In this world, there exists no path, only the brave shall forge one. This sovereign of humanity utters not a single empty phrase. Besides this proclamation, he recalls another statement made by the sovereign, rebuild the new demon court. At the moment those words were uttered, Ao Guang instinctively felt that such a feat was impossible. With the celestial court reigning high above, and the divine beings as numerous as the grains of sand, the notion of reconstructing the demon court seemed utterly unattainable. Even to establish a power slightly larger than their dragon clan would invite annihilation. Like the great disciple of the Kunlun primordial heavenly sovereign, the infinite immortal elder, who commands a demon-hunting team specifically tasked with exterminating the demon clans of the mortal realm. Fortunately, having been conferred the title of East Sea Dragon King by the Celestial Court, he need not worry about the demon-hunting squad as pursuits. However, as time has passed, the singular truth he has gleaned from his millennia of existence is that in this world, the strong are the sole architects of truth. Concepts such as celestial beings and demons, good and evil, merely serve as chains to bind the weak. No matter how desperately one strives, like Shingongbao, they remain mere instruments, baited with the unattainable position of the 12 golden immortals, manipulated to further the interests of the powerful. To those celestial beings, should the dragon clan ever lose its value, they would be regarded as nothing more than expendable detritus. Yet this great sovereign of commerce is different. Lu Chong nodded towards Li Jing. Li Jing acknowledged with a nod and then approached the ink dragon, pointing at it as he addressed the citizens of Chintang Pass. 3 years ago, this ink dragon plagued the East Sea, stirring up storms, destroying fishing boats, and devouring fishermen. Fortunately, with the assistance of the East Sea Dragon King, we fought valiantly against this vile dragon in the depths of the sea, ultimately driving it from the waters. Together with Tai Jinren, we were able to subdue this malevolent creature with the 9-dragon divine fire, thus alleviating the maritime peril for Chintang Pass. During this period, the seas around Chintang Pass have been tranquil, and the fishermen venturing out have surely felt the difference. Every outing has not only been peaceful, but also bountiful. All of this is thanks to the covert assistance of the East Sea Dragon King. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the citizens of Chintang Pass were jolted with astonishment. What? It was not the dragon clan causing the turmoil, but this malevolent dragon? That wretched beast. It was responsible for the demise of my husband. Woe is me. Over these past 3 years, how many men, young and old, from Chintang Pass and the neighboring fishing villages have fallen victim to its insatiable hunger. Such hatred. Lordly, we must not let this vile dragon escape. We must flay it alive and avenge our fallen kin. Witnessing the crowd's fervor, a glimmer of indifference flickered in the vertical pupils of the malevolent dragon. O lamentable human race, you are inherently at odds with our demon clan. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, it is only natural for us to consume you. Ao Guang, do not delude yourself into thinking that by bestowing upon them a few trifling favors, they will regard you as one of their own. A demon is a demon, and they shall never place their trust in you. Ha ha. At these words, a chilling fury flickered in Ao Guang's eyes as he seized the neck of the ink serpent, coldly declaring, our dragon clan is the divine beast that safeguards the great Shang. How dare your serpent clan even think to be mentioned in the same breath as us? From this day forth, the accounts between the dragon and serpent clans shall begin to be settled. With that, waves of water surged from his right claw, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent dragon tooth blade. With a decisive snap, he severed the serpent's head at the root. In the East Sea, Ao Guang henceforth wishes to serve the human emperor alongside the dragon clan, loyal to the great Shang. Grasping the head of the ink serpent, Ao Guang approached Lu Chong and knelt on one knee. This human emperor not only conferred upon the dragon clan the title of divine beast, but also sought to dismantle the prejudice against demons in the hearts of the people of Chintang Pass, using the incident involving the white fox as a catalyst. He would also assist in capturing the ink serpent that had been wreaking havoc in the East Sea, thereby clearing the dragon clan's name of false accusations. This was already a tremendous favor to the dragon clan. Moreover, the human emperor had personally promised to aid them in establishing a new demon court. They would no longer need to bow to the whims of the heavenly court. Such a feat was undeniably arduous, a truth Ao Guang was acutely aware of. Yet, compared to being a mere lapdog to those celestial beings above, he would rather choose to follow this human emperor. The battle of the gods is fraught with countless consequences. Even if he were to perish in service to this emperor, it would be far preferable than to live as a dog of the Chan Sect. To die with purpose is a joyous fate. At that moment, Lu Chong turned his gaze towards the utterly astonished GFA, chuckling softly. Fair? Yin Jiao. Noticing GFA's stunned state, hurried to his side and nudged him. It was only then that GFA snapped back to reality, looking up at the great human emperor seated above. Yes, father. Lu Chong continued. Just now, you questioned why the dragon clan deserves to be the divine beast of the great Shang. What qualifications do they possess? Now, I shall enlighten you. It is precisely because the dragon clan protects my Shang subjects, eradicates wicked serpents, and safeguards Chintang Pass. They defend the myriad demon clans beneath the sea and protect the human realm. The dragon clan has rendered service to the nation, and I shall naturally reward them. Cold sweat streamed down GFA's forehead. He recalled his earlier doubts regarding the king's words, filled with remorse. How narrow-minded he had been. A demon like the dragon clan, who guards the populace, undoubtedly deserves the title of divine beast. Why then did both his father and Master Shuo insist that the dragon clan was a malevolent force disrupting the human world? Lu Chong observed GFA's anxious demeanor and sighed gently. Just as your father, Ji Chong, has tirelessly prepared provisions and waged wars for me in the West Qi. Governing it with great order, he has undoubtedly performed a great service. I shall reward him, grant him a peaceful retirement in West Qi, elevate him to the rank of 3 dukes, and place him among the highest of officials. If I, as you assert, fail to reward merit and yet accuse your father of conspiring against my grand Shang Dynasty, would I not be a thoroughly incompetent and tyrannical ruler? Observing GFA's pallid countenance, Lu Chong gently comforted the small white fox in his arms, pausing momentarily before continuing. Or do you truly believe your father is a rebel unworthy of such honors? Each of Lu Chong's words pierced GFA's heart like a sharpened blade. GFA, drenched in perspiration, awakened to a profound realization. Father, revered father, you have erred. Father King. GFA recognized his transgressions. He knelt beside Ao Guang, bowing his head to Lu Chong. The king's virtue is unparalleled, and I am in deep admiration. My only wish now is to uncover the truth behind my elder brother Bo Yicao's demise, to avenge my brother and report to my father. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to inform his father and revered father of today's revelations. The king is not a tyrant who rules with an iron fist. He is indeed the rightful sovereign. Report. Outside, King Wu Cheng Huang Feihu seeks an audience with the king. Lu Chong smiled slightly. Just in time. Chapter 35. Then, let it be executed. My king, the leader responsible for the murder of West Qi's heir Bo Yicao has been apprehended, Huang Feihu announced, hoisting a man before him as he entered the Li residence. The man was ensconced in a black burlap sack, his hands bound. His once resplendent golden armor and crimson robe now tattered, his body marred by numerous wounds from which blood oozed. Huang Feihu held him aloft as though he were a mere piglet. With a forceful toss, he cast the man onto the ground, then bowed respectfully to the king seated above. Feihu has fulfilled his mission. Seeing Huang Feihu's exuberant demeanor, Lu Chong nodded with a smile. Huang Feihu, the foremost general of the Shang, had never practiced any mystical arts. He was a mere mortal. As for the captured leader, Huang Feihu yanked the burlap sack from the man's head, revealing his visage to the assembly. Ah, 3 eyes? Exclaimed Queen Jiang in astonishment. Tai Yi and Shun Gongbao furrowed their brows. The man's skin bore a bluish hue, his hair a vivid vermilion, and an additional horizontal eye graced his forehead. However, at this moment, that eye had been gouged out, leaving a hollow, bloodied cavity that appeared particularly grotesque. Huang Feihu declared, My king, this scoundrel is named Wen Liang, a master of sorcery who claimed dominion over the mountains and thrived on plunder. It was during the journey back to West Qi that the heir Bo Yicao encountered this villain, resulting in his gruesome fate. As these words fell, GFA was struck with a sudden shock, turning to gaze at the captured leader. Is this the very fiend who took my brother's life? Father King. GFA knelt upon the ground, his eyes aflame with rage. Please grant me permission to personally slay this fratricidal fiend. Granted, Lu Chong replied without hesitation. Just moments ago, as Ao Guang severed the head of the Mo Jiao, the system had prompted him. The human sovereign banner detects a suitable demonic soul to be contained within the banner. Do you wish to ensnare it within the human sovereign banner? Lu Chong decisively included it, his heart brimming with astonishment. The Emperor's banner now possessed the capability to absorb souls and refine them into demonic entities. The inherently fierce Mo Jiao's soul could be perfectly infused with the demonic energy, serving as a formidable demon under the Emperor's banner. This brigand, known as Wen Liang, was a notorious criminal, merciless enough to butcher individuals without a flicker of hesitation, clearly devoid of humanity. If his soul were to become a second demon, the potency of the Emperor's banner would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. It is said in certain tales that the primordial celestial venerable wielded a Pangu banner bestowed by Hong Jun, capable of commanding the might of heaven and earth, excelling in both combat and creation, and ranking first in the primordial chaos. Lu Chong pondered whether such treasures existed in this world of demonic children. Yet, with the Emperor's banner in his possession, and with proper nurturing over time, it would surely shine brilliantly in the forthcoming battle for deification. Having received the king's permission, GFA unsheathed his sword and approached the brigand leader. He pointed the blade at Wen Liang's throat, his voice trembling as he demanded, Speak. Who is it that orchestrated the assassination of my elder brother, Bo Yicao? Wen Liang raised his head, gazing at GFA, a smirk playing on his lips. The one who bid me to kill your elder brother is none other than your brother himself. You lie? GFA exclaimed, his emotions surging, as he pressed the blade against Wen Liang's neck, drawing blood. Wen Liang frowned slightly, yet his eyes betrayed no fear. With a cart full of gold, silver, and jewels, Attended by several beautiful maidens, he flaunted his wealth boldly. Who else should he rob, if not the likes of him? Had it not been for the schemes of others that blinded him, did they think mere mortals could capture him? Bah! With a resounding kick, Huang Feihu struck Wen Liang in the head, sending him sprawling to the ground, his forehead and eyes bleeding profusely, presenting a ghastly visage. Queen Jiang and Lady Yin hurriedly covered Ao Bing and Nezha's eyes to shield them from the frightening sight. Huang Feihu pointed at Wen Liang, scolding, before the king. You dare act so recklessly? Your misdeeds have brought forth retribution. Is it not a pity that your 3 dog eyes were blinded during your plundering of our great Shang? Young Master GFA, swiftly slay this vile brigand and avenge your brother. GFA gripped the copper sword, staring at the malevolent Wen Liang, swallowing hard, his breath heavy. His hands clutched the sword tightly, the knuckles turning pale. You still hesitate, young Master GFA? Huang Feihu questioned, frowning at the delay. Wen Liang erupted into laughter. Ha! You, a mere boy without a full beard, dare to kill me? Humph! Let me tell you, my master is none other than Zhu Lusan. Who would dare to slay me? Ha ha! Zhu Lusan? Tai Yi and Shun Gongbao both gasped in astonishment. Who do you claim your master is? Tai Yi swiftly interposed, stepping closer to Wen Liang. Zhu Lusan, a golden immortal under the primordial celestial venerable, from the Feiyun Cave in Jialong Mountain. Wen Liang cackled maniacally. Is it truly Zhu Lusan? The expressions of Tai Yi and Shun Gongbao turned grim. Neither of the two had anticipated that the leader of the thieves was, in fact, a disciple under their own sect. How could Brother Zhou accept such a scoundrel as his apprentice? Taiji Jinren exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Moreover, as a member of the Chan Sect, how could you stoop to thievery and engage in such heinous acts of plunder and murder? Even if Brother Zhou were present, he would surely not spare your life. At the mention of Brother Zhou, Wen Liang's countenance brightened with hope. Could you be the esteemed Taiji Shishu? He hastily knelt before Taiji Jinren. My master once instructed me to cultivate in the mortal realm, promising that I would eventually have the opportunity to achieve divinity. Shishu, I am destined to become a god. How can I perish at the hands of these mere mortals? Please, save me. Taiji, upon hearing this, found himself in a profound dilemma. At that moment, GFA, who had been gripping his sword tightly, relaxed his hold and exhaled softly. He had found it difficult to strike down the very person who had slain his brother, despite having been granted the chance for vengeance by the king. His heart was filled with a mix of guilt towards Bo Yikao and a tinge of relief. He had never taken a life before. Brother, I am truly sorry. Shin Gongbao glanced at GFA, who seemed to have shed a heavy burden, and shook his head discreetly. The young heir of Shichi appeared resolute. Yet he was ultimately indecisive when faced with the matter of life and death. If he truly sought revenge, he should have decapitated Wen Liang before he uttered those words. That would have made it easier to justify in front of Zhou. However, the thought of Zhou did little to improve Shun Gongbao's opinion of him. In Zhou's eyes, Shun Gongbao was merely a beast clad in fur and horns, never deserving of respect. Furthermore, his apprentice had become a notorious bandit. Although Wen Liang's words did not seem false, if word of this incident spread, it would ultimately tarnish the reputation of the Chan Sect. It was likely that Zhou would not acknowledge him as his disciple. To kill or to spare, that was indeed a conundrum. Huang Feihu furrowed his brow, declaring, What is this, Brother Zhou? In my daxing, murder and plunder warrant the death penalty. Your Majesty, please allow me to execute this thief. Lu Chong, feeding a meatball to Nezha, smiled gently and replied, Then let it be done. Chapter 36. Ao Bing, can you play Jinzi? Hearing the king's words, Huang Feihu grinned widely and, with a swift motion, drew forth his large blade. No matter what celestial being's disciple you are, to commit crimes within the realm of my daxing shall be met with the full measure of our laws. As he gazed upon the gleaming blade, Wen Liang was instantly struck with terror, so much so that he soiled his trousers. He rolled on the ground in despair. My master is Brother Zhou, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. You mere mortals cannot kill me. Taiji Shishu, please save me. I am destined to become a god. I cannot die here. Neither Tai Yi nor Shun Gongbao anticipated that this emperor of humanity would so casually decree death, disregarding even one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, Zhu Lusan. According to customary practice, when disciples of Kunlun commit transgressions, they are subject to the corresponding sect rules. However, Huang Feihu's earlier statement holds merit. Since the offense occurred within the territory of the Deshang kingdom, it should be adjudicated by the laws of Deshang. Ordinarily, such a quandary would not arise. After all, how could a mere mortal general easily capture someone with even a modicum of celestial prowess? Yet now, having been apprehended, The fate of life or death rests solely in the hands of the sovereign. With a swift motion, Huang Feihu swung his blade before Tai Yi. The sound of metal clashing resonating as it struck the ground. Tai Yi, step aside. The king has decreed that my blade will strike down the unworthy and the wicked. Should it fall upon you, I would be greatly remorseful. Tai Yi hastily retreated, inadvertently kicking Wen Liang towards Huang Feihu. My apologies, esteemed brother Zhu Lusan. I am truly unacquainted with this disciple. Ah, master uncle. With a crunch, Wen Liang's head was severed by Huang Feihu's blade. As his soul departed his body, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him directly into the emperor's banner. Lu Chong also received a system notification, detected a suitable malevolent spirit for the banner, successfully captured in the emperor's banner. Now, the emperor's banner contained 2 malevolent souls, and it would not be long before the residual demonic energy would nurture them into formidable fiends. Furthermore, during the past half-month, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of the emperor's realm. Once both the emperor's sword and banner reached level 10, he would ascend to the 4th tier, unlocking the emperor's platform. That would be a guillotine capable of slaying even celestial beings. Witnessing Wen Liang's severed head roll, GFA gasped. He was not horrified by the sanguinary scene, but rather awed by the overwhelming might of his imperial foster father. With a mere utterance, he had executed a disciple of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. GFA had heard from Shang Fujiangxia that each of the 12 golden immortals was a transcendent being of immense power. Though they usually resided in their secluded abodes, should a disciple err, they would fiercely protect their own. Having slain Zhu Lusan's disciple, this emperor would likely become a thorn in his side. Offending a golden immortal is, without doubt, an imprudent course of action. Yet, simultaneously, GFA found himself filled with profound respect for this emperor. Thank you, great king. Avenge my brother. Tai Yi and Shun Gongbao gazed at the rolling head of Wen Liang, initially startled, but they both sighed inwardly in unison. This emperor is truly formidable. However, it seems that this sovereign may soon attract calamity. Meanwhile, Ao Guang furrowed his brow. Zhu Lusan, one of the 12 golden immortals, possessed unmatched earth-traversing techniques and formidable artifacts such as the binding rope of celestials and the steel symbol of earth. If he were to set his sights on someone, there would be no escape, even to the farthest corners of the earth. Moreover, it is not merely the 12 golden immortals who command great power. Even the abilities of their disciples likely surpass those of myself, the Dragon King of the East Sea. His gaze shifted towards the great king, then to the young Ao Bing beside him. At this moment, the human emperor was feeding both the young Nezha and Ao Bing, occasionally offering morsels to the little white fox cradled in his arms, his expression serene and unfazed as if the recent events were trifling matters. Contemplating this, Ao Guang couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. For the Dragon King of the East Sea, offending a being of the 12 golden immortals was a matter of great distress. Yet, for this human emperor, it was truly insignificant. Furthermore, Ao Bing, being the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, would inevitably surpass my own strength in the future as he trained alongside Shin Gongbao. Should Ao Bing, by fortune, become a trusted aide to the human emperor and achieve great feats in the Battle of Fengshan, he would undoubtedly lead our dragon clan back into the light. At that moment, Yin Jiao and the other 3 hostages were witnessing the decisive nature of the human emperor for the first time. What of the disciples of the immortals? Should they violate the laws of the great Shang, they would meet their demise. In the hearts of the youths, a profound respect and admiration for the regal figure above arose. Yin Jiao felt a swell of pride. His father truly lived up to the title of the great Shang, human emperor. In the future, he too must embody the same charisma as his father. Huang Feihu led his men to retrieve the corpses of Mo Jiao and Wen Liang. The admiration the people of Qintang Pass held for the great king was beyond words. Each person beamed with joy, respectfully proclaiming, "The great king fears not even the immortals in his quest for vengeance for the heir of Shiqi. Truly, he is our splendid monarch. Alas, you are all so naive." Naive? What do you mean? Humph. Do you think the great king is merely avenging the heir of Shiqi? If not, then what? Alas, the heir of Shiqi was escorted by our great Shang soldiers on his journey home. Any brigands daring to slay our soldiers are showing contempt for the great Shang. How could they possibly survive, even if they are immortals? Moreover, I have heard that upon reaching the bandits' lair, King Wuqing issued an immediate order, leave no one alive except the ringleader. Oh, how splendid that is. It merely alleviates a great concern for our great Shang populace. With such a band of thieves daring to ambush the official roads, who could feel safe venturing out? Indeed, with the great king present, We need only to focus on our tasks and refrain from wrongdoing. There is nothing to fear. The great king's wisdom and martial prowess are a boon to our great Shang. Lu Chong, listening to the flattery from the crowd below, yawned. These people truly know how to sway with the winds. Yet, he was pleased to hear it. Moreover, he believed that henceforth, there would be no more talk of Nezha being a demonic orb in Chintang Pass. However, he glanced again at the young Nezha, who was pouting, his eyelids drooping. A visage of discontent. He did not understand why his mother had prevented him from witnessing the earlier beheading of Mo Jiao. To rid the people of harm is indeed a delightful endeavor. Alas, however, after feeding for quite some time, Uncle has also had his fill. The full moon banquet is drawing to a close. He cast his gaze towards the other side of Uncle, where little Ao Bing resides. The two had just formed a friendship moments ago. Nezha's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a colorful shuttlecock from his pocket and addressed Ao Bing. Hey, Ao Bing, do you know how to kick a shuttlecock? Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang gasped in horror. Nezha, perhaps it would be best if tomorrow your mother kicks with you. Unexpectedly, little Ao Bing swallowed a mouthful of delicious food, nodded, and replied, My master taught me once, but I'm not very good. That's splendid. I'm not very good either. Come on, Ao Bing, let's give it a try. All right. The two little ones, barely a month old, held hands and walked away together. Yin Shiniang followed behind, covering her forehead. This is bad. Shuttlecocks are not to be trifled with. Chapter 37. Ao Guang, my son Ao Bing, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. The third prince of the East Sea, cannot be outdone by your Nezha. Kicking a shuttlecock? Upon hearing that Nezha intended to play with Ao Bing, Yin Shiniang's expression darkened. Such a charming little Ao Bing. What if Nezha accidentally kicked him too hard? How would they appease the guardian beast that the king had painstakingly sought? She hurriedly grasped Nezha's arm. Nezha, perhaps we should reconsider. It's overcast, and what if it rains? Oh, never mind. Unbeknownst to her, Ao Guang had already approached Ao Bing from behind, smiling softly. Rest assured, Madam Yin, with me here, it will not rain. He then snapped his fingers, and the ominous clouds instantly dispersed. Looking down at Ao Bing, he said, Today is also your full moon day. Go and play freely. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's face lit up with uncontained joy. Yes, father. Wait, Dragon King. Li Jing quickly reached out to stop Nezha, then turned to Ao Guang with a serious expression. To be frank, Nezha has trouble controlling his strength when kicking the shuttlecock. My wife is concerned that if your son cannot withstand it, he might get hurt. Ao Guang squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing with a nonchalant demeanor. Does General Li believe that my son Ao Bing, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, the third prince of the East Sea, cannot surpass your Nezha? His words dripped with subtle mockery. Madame Yin was momentarily taken aback. Where did this competitive spirit come from? Just as she was about to intervene, she heard Li Jing calmly respond. Li Jing is merely worried that there are no suitable armors for your son in Chintang Pass. Should the child get hurt, and the Dragon King were to hold a grudge afterwards, it could lead to a flood at Chintang Pass. Madame Yin sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Husband, your competitive spirit knows no bounds. Ha ha. Ao Guang laughed heartily, patting his chest. If my son were to get hurt, it would be his lack of skill. Moreover, our dragon clan is the guardian beast of the nation, serving my master the emperor, and would naturally not cause trouble for you at Chintang Pass. Given this context, Li Jing nodded with a calm demeanor, releasing Nezha with a smile, saying, Go, my child. Remember, harmony is paramount. Winning and losing are of no consequence. Little Nezha, upon hearing these words and observing the serious expression on his father's face, paused momentarily. While his father spoke of the unimportance of victory and defeat, the gravity of his expression and the firm grip on his hand seemed to convey a message entirely contrary to his words. Ao Guang then addressed Ao Bing. Make sure to give it your all. Demonstrate our dragon clan's prowess. He then turned his gaze towards Li Jing, and their eyes locked, sparking with intensity. Lady Yin sighed in exasperation, bemused by their contradictory claims of indifference towards the outcome, yet their competitive spirits rivaled that of children. Ao Bing and Nezha exchanged glances, puzzled and shrugged. Regardless of their fathers, the two children scampered to a clear area, ready to commence their match. Tai Yi, clutching his stomach in laughter, pointed at young Ao Bing, saying to Shun Gongbao, Look at your disciple. He appears rather frail. If he fails to catch even a single shuttlecock from my student, it would be quite the embarrassment. Shun Gongbao, with hands clasped behind his back and chest puffed, rolled his eyes in response. Humph. My disciple Ao Bing is a true reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. Moreover, do you not recall during our time at Yushu Palace, when we played shuttlecock? Did you ever best me? Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's smile faltered, and he ceased to jest. Alas, dear brother, your competitive nature is too fervent. You should cultivate a more serene disposition and refrain from such relentless striving. Shen Gongbao scoffed. Cultivate serenity? Among the disciples of our master, only you, Tai Yi, can afford such nonchalance. If I do not compete, how can I hope to earn the title of a disciple of the celestial lord like you? Just as he was about to retort, Tai Yi called out to Nezha, Nezha, do not hold back at the outset. Strike him in the center. Use all your strength. That boy is not as weak as those other little rascals. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Fatty, is this how you instruct your disciple? Tai Yi, holding his whisk, closed his eyes and sighed. Brother, let things unfold naturally. Release your attachments, and do not cling too tightly. Seething with anger, Shen Gongbao thought. If it were not for the presence of the emperor, he would have already unleashed his thunder whip on Tai Yi. Meanwhile, little Nezha and little Ao Bing disregarded the adults' banter, engaging in their match with enthusiasm. Their faces lit up with excitement. The spectators in Xintang Pass were astounded to witness someone capable of matching Nezha in a game of shuttlecock. Their perceptions shattered, especially the former members of the demon-slaying gang. Now assistants to Nezha, who watched in awe, jaws agape. Nezha's shuttlecock was so forceful that even seasoned warriors like Yin Shiniang and Li Jing struggled to keep up. With a single kick, one would be sent flying, crashing into the wall. If it were not for the intervention of the plump fairy, they might have long since lost their lives. Li Jing and Yin Shiniang were momentarily taken aback. Truly, as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, she was able to match Nezha in skill. Ao Guang also smiled faintly, acknowledging that the reincarnation of the demon pill was indeed extraordinary. However, the most anxious were Tai Yi and Shen Gongbao. One swallowed hard, while the other clenched his fist until it turned purple. Little Nezha and little Ao Bing had already exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, both awaiting the final outcome of their duel. Lu Chong smiled as he observed the excitement on Nezha's face, letting out a gentle sigh. From a young age, Nezha had always played alone at home. As his two brothers, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, had entered the Chan Sect as disciples early on, leaving him without companionship. The citizens of Xintang Pass regarded him as a demon, subjecting him to severe discrimination. As his father, Li Jing sought to ascend to the heavens with Tai Yi to plead with the Yuan Shi Tianzun for the lifting of the heavenly tribulation curse. He spent an entire day away, returning to find that Nezha had already turned 1 year old, missing countless moments of companionship. As his mother, Yin Shiniang, a general of Xintang Pass, also had limited time to be with Nezha, growing up in loneliness and prejudice. It was only natural for Nezha to harbor resentment towards the world. Yet, he did not succumb to despair due to his origins. Instead, he maintained a righteous heart, much like a lotus flower that remains unsullied amidst murky waters. Now, as a prominent merchant and Nezha's maternal uncle, Lu Chong had finally begun to rectify some of the regrets of Nezha's childhood. However, the heavenly tribulation curse still loomed 3 years away, and Lu Chong would not allow Nezha to be obliterated by it. He aimed to gather as many demon clans as possible and elevate the status of the human emperor's sword. The underwater demon clan, the 3 dragon kings of Ao Run, as well as the industrious groundhog fairies who could only eat a good meal after working hard, the orphaned little demon apprentices under Shun Jingdao, and the formidable stone lady, who possessed the strength of a demon king. By recruiting them all as his subordinates, he would enhance his power and significantly increase his chances in the impending battle of the gods. Chapter 38, Lu Tong, a bright future awaits. As the banquet drew to a close, little Nezha and little Ao Bing parted with tearful eyes, reluctant to say goodbye. Ao Bing, we haven't determined a victor yet. We promise to continue our shuttlecock kicking next time. Yes. Little Ao Bing nodded vigorously, his face brimming with anticipation. Ao Guang embraced little Ao Bing, and together with Shen Gongbao, they soared towards the East Sea. It's time for you to rest, Nezha, Mrs. Yin urged repeatedly, watching Ao Bing's figure disappear into the horizon. Nezha finally turned away. Don't worry, Nezha, you will meet again in a month, Yin Shiniang said as she lifted little Nezha in her arms. Really? Nezha rubbed his eyes and asked. Indeed, didn't the king just say so? In a month, we will host a martial arts academy at our home, and you and Ao Bing will study and train together there. Not only Xiao Aobing, but also the prince cousin of the Wang family, along with the 4 young lords from the noble houses, and many children from Xintang Pass will attend classes at the martial arts hall. You will have even more friends then. More friends? Really? Little Nezha's mouth stretched wide, revealing a set of uneven teeth, his face brimming with joy. Of course, how could there be a falsehood when the king has issued a decree? However, Nezha, you must promise your mother that once you are in the martial arts hall, You will study diligently and cultivate earnestly, so that you may repay your uncle in the future, all right? Yes, I want to join Albing and help my uncle protect everyone. Observing the earnest expression on little Nezha's face, Yin Shiniang felt a wave of contentment. After lulling little Nezha to sleep, Yin Shiniang stepped outside and said to Li Jing, "The king instructed you to lead the troops in cooperation with the Dragon Clan to eradicate the Jiaozu from the depths of the East Sea. When shall you depart?" "In 3 days. It is likely to take at least 3 months, as the Jiaozu are cunning and difficult to eliminate. But with the Dragon Clan's assistance, success is assured. There is no need for concern. During this time, the king will send people to the Li residence to construct the martial arts hall, and the elders of Chuntang Pass will come to assist. Shiniang, you will have to take care of Nezha alone during this time. You need not worry while you are away. Nezha is quite obedient now." Li Jing shook his head. "I am not worried about that. The king stated that there will be a tournament in Chaogar a year from now to select martial generals, display national prestige, and intimidate those with rebellious hearts. He specifically named Nezha as a participant. Alongside him will be the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Albing. Nezha must not lose to him," Li Jing said sternly, holding Yin Shiniang's hand. Yin Shiniang sighed silently. "You two fathers are rather frivolous in your competition over the children. But will this not be too burdensome for Nezha? In 3 years, the heavenly tribulation will arrive. Would it not be better to let Nezha live carefree during this time?" Li Jing shook his head. "Shiniang, do you remember what the king said on the day Nezha was born?" "What did he say?" "The king said we need not worry about the heavenly tribulation. He will take care of it for Nezha. Our duty is to raise Nezha with all our hearts, ensuring he has a happy childhood. The king also mentioned that he would conquer the Shirong and Dongi. Now it has come to pass. And he has made Nezha a symbol of auspiciousness for the Shang Dynasty, allowing the Dragon Clan to become the nation's divine beasts. Every word the king spoke has been fulfilled. I believe the king will surely find a way to confront Nezha's heavenly tribulation." Seeing the determination in Li Jing's eyes, Yin Shiniang nodded after a long pause. "Whatever the king says will surely come to pass," she quietly assured herself in her heart. The next day, Tai rode the flying pig away from Chuntang Pass, heading towards Kunlun Mountain, his face clouded with gloom. Even with his mouth stuffed full of roasted chicken, duck, and goose, he found them lacking in flavor. The merchant sovereign who ordered the execution of the 3-eyed beings, if indeed they are disciples of the formidable Master Lu Sun, would undoubtedly be incensed, seeking an explanation for such an affront. Should it come to light that I have erred regarding the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, it would surely spell disaster. With my revered master currently in seclusion, I can only turn to my senior brother, beseeching him to intercede on my behalf and smooth over this matter. Ultimately, it is out of respect for Master Lu Sun that I find myself in this predicament. One must ponder, if one chooses to take on disciples, they ought to be properly guided. How could one allow them to descend into the depths of banditry? Alas, when it comes time to instruct Nezha, I must not slacken my vigilance. Should he stray from the righteous path, it would be an unforgivable sin. Sigh as a mentor. My heart is truly burdened. Yet, as I muse, my spirits lift considerably, and my appetite awakens. Before long, I have devoured the substantial feast prepared for me by Lady Yin. The flavor of this venison is simply exquisite, utterly divine. Just as I relish the delectable meal, my gaze is suddenly drawn to a great banner unfurling in the clouds ahead. On its pristine white surface, a grand golden character stands out, Chuan. Instantly, I sit up straight, wiping the grease from the corners of my mouth and stowing away the remnants of my meal. Looking towards the clouds, I behold a throng of celestial beings clad in unblemished white robes, swords slung across their backs, and magical artifacts in hand, their eyes fixed upon the forest below. Among them stands a tall, slender youth. His long hair is gathered at the back, and a golden arrow-like mark adorns his forehead. Dressed in a flowing white robe embellished with golden patterns, he holds a wooden longbow. With an air of calm composure, he draws back the bowstring. From the bow, branches sprout forth like a tree reborn, followed by a deluge of golden arrows raining down upon the forest below. A tremendous roar erupts from within the woods, and powerful demonic auras surge skyward. Yet, the bow-wielding youth remains unfazed, waving his right hand with an expression of indifference. Demon hunting team, advance. He commands. Countless celestial beings in white respond, rushing towards the formidable demonic energies emanating from the forest. Witnessing this overwhelming display of power, I swallow hard. The youth beneath the banner of the Chan Sect is someone I recognize. Dear boy, I ride my flying pig over to greet him. Upon seeing me, the bow-wielding youth's expression shifts to one of surprise. He quickly lowers his bow and bows respectfully, saying, Junior pays his respects to Uncle Tai. No need for formalities. I reply with a warm smile. I recall that the captain of this demon hunting team was once Shin Gongbao. Now my senior brother has entrusted this significant duty to you? Your future is indeed bright, young dear boy. You honor me too much, uncle. Dear boy responds with another respectful bow, a smile gracing his features. This time, I have descended to cultivate the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl by the decree of the celestial sovereign. Such merits are truly deserving of a promising future. Is that so? I inquire, scratching my head with a grin. By the way, what manner of demons are you pursuing in this desolate place? Lu Chong cast a glance at the fierce battle below, his expression calm as he addressed his master. Master uncle, several bull and wolf demons have taken residence in the mountains, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. Master, unable to bear the suffering of the common folk, has dispatched disciples to lead a demon-capturing team for their apprehension and transformation. Tai Yi sighed. Ah, my elder brother is indeed compassionate. You all have truly worked hard. I shall not disturb you. I will take my leave to Yushu Palace. Wait, Master Uncle, I have another matter to inquire. Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback. What is it? I have heard that the king of the great merchant has conferred upon the East Sea Dragon clan the title of National Guardian Beasts. Is this true? Chapter 39. I, Shun Jingdao, ask if you are willing to become my disciple? Tai Yi laughed heartily. Little Lu Tong, your news travels swiftly. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang and his clan have valiantly suppressed sea demons beneath the waves, safeguarding the people. This merits recognition. The benevolent merchant emperor, cherishing his subjects, has honored them with the title of National Guardian Beasts. It is indeed a reward for their merits. However, Master Uncle, Lu Tong furrowed his brow. Demons are ultimately demons. They are not of our kind, and their hearts may differ. To place excessive trust in these demon clans may lead to catastrophic consequences should they betray us in the future. If they were to destroy the entire Chintang Pass, it would be. Tai Yi gazed at Lu Tong, momentarily astonished. Isn't this little Lu Tong himself a product of the dear demon's cultivation? Now that he has become an immortal, does he harbor such hatred for demonkind? Surely, it cannot be so. He quickly waved his hand. Enough, little Lu Tong. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Dragon Clan. I am well aware of the situation. By the way, is my elder brother at Yushu Palace? I have matters to discuss with him. Lu Tong appeared slightly taken aback. Then he sighed with regret and nodded. Master is currently in Yushu Palace preparing for secluded alchemical refinement. If you go now, you should be able to see him. Excellent, excellent. You all continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave, he concluded, giving a playful pat to the flying pig's rear as he soared towards Kunlun Mountain. As Lu Tong observed Tai Yi's retreating figure, he clenched his fists in silence. Roar! A massive bull demon in the forest let out a thunderous roar, revealing its enormous form of 5 zhang, sending several demon-capturing team members flying. It then bolted deeper into the woods. Lu Tong's countenance grew stern as he raised his longbow. Whoosh! 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 A rain of golden arrows descended from the heavens, piercing the enormous bull demon and leaving it bloodied and wounded. With a resounding crash, the bull demon collapsed, blood spraying forth. Several enraged members of the demon-capturing team aimed to slay the beast, but Lu Tong descended from the clouds, raising his hand to halt them. The immortal elder has decreed no wanton killing. A disciple reported from the rear, Captain Lu Tong, there are still some small demons fleeing. Their cultivation is not high. Should we pursue them? Lu Tong gazed up at the sky and replied, the time is nearly upon us. Bind the demons and bring them back to Yushu Palace to deliver to the immortal elder. He shall teach them. Understood. Shortly after the demon-capturing team departed with the captured spirits, the weather gradually turned gloomy. Drip, drip, drip. A torrential rain began to fall upon the mountains. An elderly man adorned in a robe, with a beard of gray, flicked the ashes of a recently extinguished talisman from his hand as he reached the summit of the mountain. He gazed longingly in the direction from which the demon-hunting team had departed, letting out a sigh. Alas, it is indeed fortunate that many of the demon clans have been blessed with the guidance of the celestial teachings, he mused. Observing the torrential rain washing away the blood that stained the forest floor, he approached the spot where the bull demon had fallen. Digging into the earth that had accumulated around the fallen creature, he uncovered a small hole. Within it, a pair of bewildered and fearful eyes stared back at the gray-bearded elder. Extending a hand towards the trembling young bull demon, he spoke in a deep, reassuring voice, Fear not, young one. I am Shang Dynasty. Would you like to become my disciple and train under my tutelage? If you adhere to the principles of the heavenly path and diligently cultivate your skills, you shall one day be accepted by the celestial realm and reunite with your parents. Do you consent? Upon hearing the promise of reuniting with his parents, The young bull demon ceased his weeping and crawled out of the hole, nodding earnestly at Dao. Master, if I work hard in my cultivation, will I truly be able to see my parents again? Rest assured, my child, that day will surely come. Half a month later, at the fertile slopes, Lu Chong surveyed the diligent group of groundhogs before him, letting out a weary sigh. Can you truly consume this fare? Just by inhaling its aroma, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. The groundhog demons, each distinct in form, wore patched clothing, some even exposing their bare arms. Their bowls for dining equally tattered. Each was wholly absorbed in their meal, savoring every bite, oblivious to the presence of the two outsiders, as if fearing that any delay would deprive them of their food. Great King, Bao, standing beside Lu Chong, sighed resignedly. These groundhogs hold food in the highest regard and have established their own dominion here. They seldom interact with the mundane world, only occasionally venturing underground in the battlefield to dig tunnels and pilfer discarded armor and weapons, which they use to clear land and gather firewood for their settlement. I shall seek out their leader, Lu Chong nodded. Fortuitously, he had enlisted the counsel of Shang Dynasty, the former captain of the demon hunting team. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to communicate with these rodents. Before long, the groundhogs parted to create a path, and the crafty-eyed old rat too emerged, his face breaking into a wide grin upon seeing Lu Chong. Oh my, is this the esteemed merchant king? My brother has summoned you. At that moment, Old Rat 1 was seated upon a rudimentary throne crafted from wood, adorned with a red cloth around his neck and clad in shabby bronze armor, exuding an air of a ruffian. His beady eyes scrutinized Lu Chong from top to bottom before he grinned and remarked, "So, this is the merchant king? You appear quite robust, but to expect my little demons of the fertile slopes to serve your merchant clan, is that not a bit far-fetched?" Old Rat 2, standing beside his leader, emboldened by Old Rat 1's celestial-level prowess, asserted, "Indeed, as the Emperor of humanity, if you do not present a greater display of sincerity, it will be quite challenging for us to assist you." Bao stood aside, momentarily taken aback. "Hey, Old Rat, earlier, it was mentioned that as long as you follow Wang Ling's instructions, you would be provided with food and shelter. How can you disregard that?" The second mouse chuckled. "So what if we are given food and shelter? Our brothers from the humble soil have dreams. Since the Emperor has come to our land, is it not reasonable for us to have some of our dreams fulfilled?" "Silence!" Bao exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. "Do you take the Emperor for a wishing well? Have you become too greedy?" However, Lu Chong merely smiled faintly and waved his hand towards Bao, saying, "It matters not. I have come this time to help realize your dreams." With that, he drew the Emperor's sword and waved it through the air. A fissure in space appeared, and sacks of grain began to rain down before the astonished mice. The sound of the bags hitting the ground echoed like thunder. In the blink of an eye, the grain had piled up into a small mountain. The first and second mice, along with a host of groundhog demons, stood in awe. "Brother, am I dreaming? Is there truly this much grain? We will never have to suffer hunger again. Quickly, gather the king's bounty and store it in our burrow. We shall not go hungry again." The mouse demons rushed forward, eager to drag the sacks of grain into their den. Yet, Lu Chong stood resolutely before the mountain of grain, sword in hand. "My grain is not to be taken for free." Chapter 40. The groundhog will never be a slave. Truly delightful, the mouse leader held a bowl of soup, his expression darkening slightly. "You wish for our submission? Very well. As long as you provide us with food every month, I, the mouse leader, shall henceforth call you king. Should you require any assistance from my brothers, do not hesitate to command." For the mouse leader, merely calling someone king bore no loss. Yet, receiving such an abundance of grain was an exceptionally lucrative deal. In the future, he would not mind calling the Emperor father if it meant securing food. As for commands, he would agree to whatever was said, but whether he would act upon them remained to be seen. Lu Chong chuckled softly. His visit to the humble soil was not merely to have this mouse king call him king. Subduing the mouse demons and elevating the rank of the Emperor's sword was one objective. Furthermore, he intended to leverage the advantages of the mouse population. Although their combat prowess was lacking, their sheer numbers were impressive. If they were sent to battle, half would likely flee underground. However, if tasked with farming and producing grain, their numerical advantage could significantly bolster the food supply for the empire. In his years of warfare, he had never relied solely on the rear to supply provisions for his army. That model was fraught with risk should the supply line be severed. The entire army could face collapse. War has always required meticulous accounting. To sustain prolonged conflict, one must ensure a steady production of grain to fuel the war effort. The venerable Tai Shi remains engaged in battle with the northern demon court by the North Sea, with an incessant demand for provisions and supplies. With the support of the resourceful Tuntant mice, adept at burrowing and stockpiling grain, the logistical strain on the North Sea will be alleviated by at least half. Henceforth, you shall no longer reside in this barren land. Master Shun will lead you to a new realm. There, you may cultivate the land, sow crops, and live a fulfilling life, free from the sudden incursions of deities. I can assure you of your safety." Upon hearing these words, all the mice fell silent. This mortal king is exceedingly arrogant. He guarantees our safety? The second mouse chuckled slyly, observing, "He still fails to grasp the situation. Brother, let us show him a thing or two." The elder mouse tossed aside his unfinished meal, seized a hefty club from beside him, and leapt down from the throne. Casting a cold gaze at Lu Chong, "You are but a mere human emperor. I grant you the courtesy of calling you king to placate you. What do you take us for? Slaves?" The second mouse shouted from behind, "Exactly. The mouse clan shall never be enslaved." Seeing this, Lu Chong spoke no further. He drew the human emperor's sword and swung it toward the elder mouse. A powerful golden sword aura surged forth. Crack! The ground erupted with a massive fissure, and the elder mouse's wooden throne was reduced to splinters. The elder mouse, wide-eyed, stared at the shattered throne, momentarily stunned, before handing the club to the second mouse. "You go." The second mouse, taken aback, quickly smiled awkwardly. No, brother, how could I dare to overshadow you? You should go. Did you not claim that the mouse clan would never be enslaved? If I say you go, then you shall go. No more nonsense." The elder mouse shoved the club into the second mouse's arms, pushing him forward. Trembling, the second mouse approached Lu Chong, clutching the club that was thicker than himself, stammering, Do you not concede? Do you believe I want to show you my might?" Lu Chong's human emperor's sword quivered slightly, yet before he could make a move, the second mouse dropped the club and knelt, pleading, "Please, my king, spare my life. I am willing to till the land and stockpile grain. Have mercy." Lu Chong pointed his sword at the elder mouse, who instantly transformed his defiance into submission. "To till the land. Our mouse clan adores farming. We cherish the food we grow ourselves." The elder mouse, along with the entire mouse clan, knelt down, repeatedly bowing. Lu Chong smiled faintly and sheathed the human emperor's sword. To subdue these demon clans, mere benevolence is insufficient. One must understand the weight of hard-earned sustenance. If they do not grasp the challenges of acquiring their food, they will not learn to cherish it. At that moment, he also received a notification from the Human Emperor counterattack system. "Congratulations, host, on subduing the Earth Immortal Level Mouse Demon King, 2 Fei Yuan. Human Emperor, Sword Level 1. 5 Level Human Emperor, Sword Unlocked." Lu Chong casually glanced at his current personal status. Name, DX in Yin Shiniang, Lu Chong. Age, 33 years. Realm, Perfected Human Emperor 3rd Level. Ability 1. Human Emperor's Body 20, one-handed strength of 10,000 pounds. Impervious to demonic charms and sinister arts. A born Human Emperor with exceptional allure. Ability 2. Human Emperor's Banner 3. Souls Harvested, 1. Wen Liang, Level, Refinement Progress, 10, 2. Mo Jiao, Level, Refinement Progress, 5. Capable of soul harvesting, absorbing demonic energy, nurturing demon heads, and instilling fear in malevolence. Ability 3. Human Emperor's Sword 4. Subjugated Demon Kings, 1. EC Dragon King Ao Guang, Loyalty, 9,999. 2. Three-Tailed White Fox, Loyalty, 100. 3. Mouse Demon King 2 Fei Yuan, Loyalty, 80. Able to traverse all directions, wherever the heart desires, one shall arrive. Ability 4. Human Emperor's Platform. Unlockable upon elevation to Human Emperor 4th level. Ability 5. Human Emperor's Spear. Unlockable upon elevation to Human Emperor 5th level. Ability 6. Lu Chong observed the enhancement of his personal strength compared to a fortnight ago, feeling considerably relieved. This period of cultivation had not only allowed him to reach the perfected state of the Human Emperor 3rd level, but had also elevated his Human Emperor's body to level 20. His one-handed strength had increased from 1,000 pounds to 10,000 pounds. Together, both hands could exert a formidable force of 20,000 pounds. He recalled the famed stabilizing needle of the Dragon Palace, the Rui Jingu Bang of the future Monkey King, which weighed 13,500 pounds. Now, if he exerted his full strength with both hands, he could lift that needle. Of course, raising it and wielding it freely like the great sage are worlds apart. Yet, with such strength, coupled with invulnerability, he harbored no fear even when facing Earth Immortals or even higher-tier Demon Kings. Furthermore, both the Human Emperor's Sword and the Human Emperor's Banner had seen enhancements, their latent power now more astonishing than ever. Just a casual swing of his sword could fracture the very ground. Though he had yet to employ the human emperor's banner, once the demon heads were nurtured, it would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. With a fully leveled human emperor's banner, even when faced with 1,000 troops, he would stand unafraid, even if he were alone. Having subdued the mouse demon king, his next target was the stone man whose form resembled a grand mountain. Lady Shiji, I wonder if you can withstand this punch of mine. Chapter 41. Who is the most beautiful woman in this mountain? Mouse Boss and Mouse Second, accompanied by their underlings the groundhogs, entered the spatial rift leading to the northern realm, carrying the provisions Lu Chong had bestowed upon them. There, Lu Chong had designated a special autonomous district for the mouse demons. As long as they paid their taxes diligently, internal affairs would be managed entirely by Mouse Boss, with no interference from Lu Chong. Naturally, Lu Chong had also made an agreement with them to refrain from harming the citizens of the surrounding Dashang. The rat leader promptly stood at attention, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord, as long as we rodents have food to eat, we shall never rebel. In the past, we burrowed into this fertile land to survive out of sheer necessity. Had we attracted the attention of the demon hunting squad, we would have likely been captured long ago." Demon hunting squad? Lu Chong mused, momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. Shin Gongbao urged the rat leader to swiftly lead his team of groundhogs to cultivate the land diligently and serve the Dashang. When he later approached the king, he found the ruler's countenance dark and his voice icy as he inquired, "Is this demon hunting squad that the rat leader mentioned directly under the command of the Wuliang Xinwang?" Shin Gongbao was momentarily startled by the glint of murderous intent in the emperor's eyes. "Indeed, my lord," he replied, bowing his head. "Wuliang Xinwang is the eldest brother of both myself and Tai, a disciple of the Yusu Palace under the Yuan Shi Tianzun. This demon hunting squad is tasked specifically with maintaining order across the 3 realms, and all its members report directly to Wuliang Xinwang." A flicker of sorrow and humiliation crossed his gaze as he continued. "The previous captain of the demon hunting squad was none other than I, Shin Gongbao." He was puzzled as to why this emperor displayed such a countenance upon hearing the squad's name. Logically, the Dashang emperor should have no prior entanglement with the demon hunting squad, whose purpose was to rid the mortal realm of demons, suggesting no animosity should exist between them. His heart filled with uncertainty. Could it be that during a past mission assigned by the Xinwang, he had inadvertently offended this emperor? The thought sent a chill down Shin Gongbao's spine, compelling him to clarify the matter of the demon hunting squad to the king. Lu Chong clenched his fists beneath his dark robe, flames flickering in his eyes. Wuliang Xinwang. In 3 years, this treacherous and cunning old peach would incite the 3 great dragon kings to obliterate Qintang Pass, framing the dragon clan in the process, while seeking to refine the dragon race and the underwater demons with the Tiang Yuan Ding. This included Nezha, Ao Bing, and Li Jing. Within that Tiang Yuan Ding, Yin Shiniang, who had sustained severe injuries while protecting Qintang Pass, was tragically transformed into an elixir. She was none other than his sister. Lu Chong recalled vividly how, upon his arrival in this realm, Yin Shiniang had yet to wed Li Jing. Before their father, Emperor Yi, passed away, when he ascended the throne, his elder brother, Wei Ziqi, had attempted a coup with a group of loyal guards. At that time, Lu Chong had only just traversed into this world, weak and vulnerable. With the system newly bound and yet to be activated, Wei Ziqi's palace coup forced Lu Chong to abdicate. But it was his dear sister who wielded a sword and fought valiantly by his side, carving their way through the enemy. This bond of sibling loyalty had remained etched in his heart over the years. Thus, his affection for little Nezha surpassed that for his own sons, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Now, upon hearing the words demon hunting squad, Lu Chong recalled the fate of Yin Shiniang. Embracing Nezha, she had been refined into a medicinal pill. Recalling the final scene of his beloved younger sister, how could he not feel a surge of anger? He nodded lightly. After years of warfare, as the emperor of humanity, Lu Chong had already mastered the art of burying his fury deep within his heart. Although the infinite immortal elder did not belong to the esteemed ranks of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, his subordinates, the Deer Boy and Crane Boy, had already reached the threshold of the half-step golden immortal realm, and his own cultivation was likely even superior. Furthermore, ascending to the status of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun is not solely determined by cultivation. One must also complete the trials set forth by the primordial heavenly sovereign and accumulate merit. The Taoist attainment of the infinite immortal elder undoubtedly rivaled that of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, coupled with the formidable demon capture brigade of 100,000. Should Lu Chong venture to the Yushu Palace for a one-on-one confrontation, it would be akin to courting death. After all, Beyond the earth immortal realm lie the mysterious immortal and true immortal stages, followed subsequently by the golden immortal. He had currently attained the third-tier perfection of the human emperor realm, with prowess comparable to that of a mysterious immortal. Armed with the human emperor sword and the human emperor banner, along with the enhancement of his human emperor physique, he felt no trepidation when facing any immortal below the true immortal stage. However, should he confront someone of the true immortal level or above, victory would not come easily. Not to mention the infinite immortal elder, who surpassed even the golden immortal realm, along with the two quasi-golden immortals, the Crane Boy and Deer Boy, plus the immense force of the Demon Capture Brigade. While Lu Chong brimmed with confidence, he was far from arrogant. The most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly subjugate the Demon King, thereby elevating the ranks of the Human Emperor's sword and Human Emperor banner, advancing his cultivation to the fourth tier of the Human Emperor realm, unlocking the Human Emperor platform. With the ability to slay immortals bestowed by the Human Emperor platform, Lu Chong would fear no golden immortal, even one who had perfected their realm. The Demon King. Lu Chong's gaze sharpened. Aside from the beautiful Zhou Nyang in the mountains, there were three other Demon Kings in the East Sea: the Dragon King Ao Shun of the North Sea, the Dragon King Ao Chin of the South Sea, and the Dragon King Ao Run of the West Sea. If he could recruit these three formidable Dragon Kings as his subordinates, the level of the Human Emperor sword would surely see a significant enhancement. Yet, the singular issue with these three Dragon Kings was their lack of loyalty. Having witnessed the betrayal of their elder brother Ao Guang, none of them could be trusted now. The only unwavering truth remained: in this world, strength reigns supreme. These three Dragon Kings had forsaken all notions of loyalty, focusing solely on aligning with the strongest. Lu Chong couldn't help but chuckle wryly at his predicament. He found himself ensnared in a peculiar paradox. To grow stronger, he first needed to subdue the three Dragon Kings. Yet, to subdue them, he must possess sufficient strength. With a heavy sigh, Lu Chong turned to Shen Gongbao and declared, "Let us depart. We shall first pay a visit to the esteemed Zhou Nyang residing in the mountains." At the Skull Mountain's Bone Cave, the robust and formidable Zhou Nyang seated herself upon a stone bench and inquired of the copper mirror before her, "Pray tell, who is the most beautiful woman within a 10-mile radius?" "It is you, Zhou Nyang," replied the copper mirror. "Hee." "And who is the most beautiful woman within a 100-mile radius?" "It is you, Zhou Nyang." "Hee." "Who, within 1,000 miles, is the most beautiful woman?" "It is you, Lady Shurji." "Oh, ha ha ha." Lady Shurji joyfully placed her hands on her hips, laughing heartily. "And what about within 10,000 miles?" "Still you." Shitangjing rolled her eyes. And before she could finish, Shurji yanked her up, attempting to bend her directly. "Can you not be more sincere? Are you already weary of lying? I tell you the lady, adore the truth, speak freely." Just as Shurji's words fell, a tremendous crash echoed from the entrance of the cave. "Shijishi, come out and meet your doom." Chapter 42. Aluan, do you wish to depart from this abyssal inferno? Shengwo Bao, wielding the Thunder God's whip, hovered in the air, looking down into the bone cave. "Shurji, come out and meet your demise." Furious, Shurji declared, "I could be burned to ashes, struck by lightning, or perish in solitary beauty, but I shall never wither away." With a swift motion, she seized a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds and hurled it towards Shengwo Bao outside the cave. Shengwo Bao split the stone in half with a strike of the Thunder God's whip and then lunged at Shurji. As a demon immortal who had cultivated alone for millennia, Shurji was equally formidable. Shengwo Bao, with a graceful and agile form, summoned heavenly thunder, engaging in a fierce battle with Shurji for over 100 rounds, gradually gaining the upper hand. "Where does this little leopard spirit come from, daring to wreak havoc on my Skull Mountain? Do I have a grudge against you? Do I even know you?" Shengwo Bao scoffed, "Enough of your nonsense." In a sudden flash, he shattered Shurji's form into fragments. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the entire mountain began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain swiftly morphed into a towering stone giant, raising a hand to strike Shengwo Bao. "This entire mountain is my body. You, little leopard spirit, truly do not know your fate." With a resounding thud, Shurji brought Shengwo Bao crashing to the ground, her laughter booming with pride. However, moments later, she froze, shock etched across her face as she gazed at her own hand. There was Shengwo Bao, floating in midair, hands behind his back, wearing a light smile. He had even retracted the Thunder God's whip. "Humph, arrogant young one, dare to mock Lady Shurji, and even dare to strike." Seeking death, another colossal arm, resembling a mountain, clenched into a fist, swinging fiercely towards Shengwo Bao in the air. Yet, Shengwo Bao did not flinch. He even turned away with a faint smile, completely disregarding her. This ignited Shiji's fury anew. The force behind her arm surged once more. Just as her fist was less than half a meter from Xingguobao's back, a massive spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, engulfing her mountain-sized right arm entirely. Behind the astonished visage of Shiji, another enormous spatial rift manifested simultaneously. Shiji's colossal fist emerged within the rift, striking her own nape. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal mountain range suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless massive boulders erupted, crashing to the ground, causing the earth within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble violently. Shun Gongbao hovered in the air, gazing at the cataclysmic scene with astonishment. Truly, what a formidable king! With merely a gentle wave of the human emperor's sword, this towering giant instantaneously crumbled to dust. The ability to wield the human emperor's sword with such finesse is a testament to the prowess of Emperor Xin. Just moments ago, I narrowly escaped being crushed by this stone Jie. However, with such devastation, where can one find her true form? Amidst the rubble, a few small stones began to stir, coalescing into a petite stone body. Thankfully, a trace remained. The diminutive stone Jie pointed at Shun Gongbao's slender silhouette in the distance, indignantly declaring, "You vile leopard. Mark my words. One day, I will avenge this grievance." She turned to flee but collided with a tall man clad in a dark robe, none other than Lu Chong. "Stone Jie, I am the human emperor. Will you not submit?" Faced with the razor-sharp human emperor's sword, Stone Jie felt a profound sense of helplessness and insignificance. To expect me to submit? Dream on. Although her form had considerably diminished, her spirit remained unyielding. If you refuse to yield, then perish beneath this human emperor's sword. Lu Chong sighed, shaking his head at the sight. Meanwhile, Stone Jie gazed at the imposing and valiant human emperor with admiration, her heart brimming with aspiration. He was undeniably a born ruler, an absolute powerhouse. Should I have the fortune to follow this human emperor, I would be spared the loneliness of this skull mountain. If the king does not reject me, I wish to be your adopted daughter. Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback. You are not adhering to the script. First, you declare your refusal to submit, and now you seek to be adopted? However, he observed Stone Jie's adoration and noted the impressive loyalty rating of 95 in the system prompt, momentarily stunned. Stone Jie was indeed sincere, showing no hint of deceit. Her attitude was commendable. Accepting such a daughter would not be unwelcome. She may be small and endearing, but in times of conflict, she could grow as immense as a mountain. If unleashed in battle, she could undoubtedly crush a multitude. Dear daughter, come walk with your father. Oh, father, you are so handsome. Little Stone Jie bounced joyfully behind Lu Chong, her face radiant with admiration. As they passed by the astonished Shun Gongbao, he haughtily snorted, seemingly dismissive of them. Noticing the human emperor's sword slicing through the void, Shun Gongbao hastily followed suit. Beneath the depths of the East China Sea, Ao Run swayed her slender, enchanting dragon form, gazing at Ao Guang and Ao Bing on the shore, a hint of mockery gleaming in her eyes. Brother, you haven't forgotten about us three, have you? The fiery and irritable Ao Qin scoffed, humph. In contemporary times, the dragon clan of the East Sea has ascended to the status of the divine beasts that protect the great merchant nation, no longer confined to the lightless depths of the ocean. Yet, you continue to impose upon us this wretched abode. How outrageous! With a countenance marked by malice, Ao Shun exclaimed, Brother, why have you not yet led the dragon clan out? Release us, and let us return to the mortal realm to receive the veneration of those common folk. Ao Guang, however, responded with a cold smile, addressing Ao Run and the others. You three are truly in harmony, performing splendidly. Allowing you to rejoin the dragon clan is not an insurmountable task. Yet, regrettably, your intentions elude my understanding. Even if I wished to intercede on your behalf with the human emperor, he would surely not place his trust in you. Observing his uncles and aunt, Ao Bing sighed softly. It was evident that even the most formidable figures would find it challenging to place faith in them. Just moments ago, his aunt Ao Run had suggested that their father speak to the emperor of the great merchant nation, offering to atone for their misdeeds by serving him. However, if even their father harbored doubts regarding their words, how could the emperor be expected to believe them? Ao Bing understood that this predicament was not solely the fault of the great merchant king or his father. He could only hope that his uncles and aunt would endeavor to contribute positively to the dragon clan, thereby rebuilding the trust that had been lost. Perhaps then, their father could plead with the king on their behalf, leading to a potential turning point. At that moment, a rift in space appeared within the dragon palace. Lu Chong emerged alongside Shun Gongbao, gazing into the abyss of the ocean floor. He pointed towards Ao Ron, who was looking up in wonder, and asked, Ao Ron, do you wish to leave this underwater purgatory? Come with me to witness a broader world. Chapter 43. Ao Ron's freedom. Lu Chong arrived at the underwater purgatory and released the newly tamed little Shichi, who began to play with stones alongside little Ao Bing. After speaking those words, he smiled at the myriad expressions playing across Ao Run's face. The prospect of leaving this underwater purgatory left Ao Run in a state of shock, disbelief, and excitement. Having been imprisoned for over 1,000 years, she had dreamt of escaping this underwater hell and reclaiming her freedom. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. The young dragon had longed to follow the human emperor and serve him. If only the emperor could break Ao Run's shackles, she would gladly devote herself to him day and night, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, I merely wished to grant you freedom. And you are contemplating serving me? He thought. How audacious. Nevertheless, considering that the Prince Imoong and the young white dragon were both breathtakingly handsome and possessed remarkable charm, it was only fitting that Ao Run, upon transforming into human form, radiated maturity, wisdom, and a hint of danger. Lu Chong was not captivated by Ao Run's beauty. Rather, he was pained to see such a stunning woman suffering in this desolate place. Behind Ao Run, Ao Qin and Ao Shun, two dragons, also emerged from the magma pool, joyfully bowing to Lu Chong and exclaiming, My king, I wish for the same. Coughing, Lu Chong's expression darkened instantly. Observing the bizarre appearances of Ao Shun and Ao Qin, he inwardly scoffed. No, you are not alike. Ao Run, do not be audacious. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang hastily approached Lu Chong and bowed respectfully. His brow furrowed deeply. My king, do not be angered. My younger sister Ao Run is inherently mischievous. Once her chains are loosened, with her sky-rending claw, she can swiftly escape to 1,000 miles away. My king, do not be deceived by her flowery words. Ao Guang, you traitor, why must you confine us here? Ao Run spat, her teeth clenched in fury. Ao Qin angrily struck the magma before him, splattering it onto Ao Shun. Humph, wiping the magma from his face. Ao Shun shot a cold glare at Ao Guang. You truly are our esteemed elder brother. With a grim expression, Ao Guang fell silent, pressing his dragon claw against a pillar. A violent current surged through the chains beneath the magma, shocking the three of them into a cacophony of cries, rendering them powerless. No need for more words. He withdrew his claw and respectfully gestured to Lu Chong. They intend to deceive the king. I beseech you to punish them. Lu Chong let out a quiet sigh. As the head of the dragon clan and the elder brother of the three seas dragon kings, Ao Guang, although brutish in his methods, acted undoubtedly for their preservation and for the survival of the entire dragon race. Regrettably, having once led the dragon clan in rebellion against the heavenly court, he now trembled in fear upon witnessing true power's overwhelming force. He only sought to survive alongside the dragon race. If Ao Bing were to ascend to immortality and lead the dragon clan back to the heavenly court, that would be his greatest aspiration. Fear not, Lu Chong replied with a faint smile. I have come today for Ao Run. Upon hearing this, Ao Run's eyes widened in astonishment. For me? Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? She glanced at her sky-rending claw. My king, if you desire it, take it. Ao Run extended her dragon claw, the ethereal blue of her 5 elongated nails shimmering before Lu Chong. If the king wishes for anything further from Ao Run, please do not hesitate to ask. All she sought was for the king to liberate her from this purgatory of the Eastern Sea. With that, she cast a beguiling glance at Lu Chong. Ao Qin and Ao Shun also pledged their loyalty. Your Majesty, we too can negotiate. We can also adore the great Shang. At this moment, Shun Gongbao coughed lightly and spoke beside Lu Chong. My king, if you wish for them to serve you and guard against betrayal, all that is needed is for me to cast a heart-piercing curse upon her. A heart-piercing curse? The 3 dragon kings, bathing in the magma, widened their eyes in horror, glancing at Shun Gongbao with a hint of reverence. This fellow is truly ruthless. Though they had never witnessed the curse, they had heard whispers of it. Once the incantation is invoked, countless needles and stabs would pierce the victim's meridians. Any forced movement would result in excruciating agony and dismemberment. Shun Gongbao gazed at the 3 dragon kings, a faint smile gracing his lips. My lord, once they are ensnared by this spell, I assure you, they shall never dare to betray you again. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang fell into silence. The king had shown kindness to the East Sea. If Ao Run and the others were to serve him, it seemed this was the only viable method. He understood that the decision he made years ago, though for the survival of the dragon clan, surely left the three siblings unsettled. If they could serve the Emperor of Humanity, it might be their sole chance at redemption. At that moment, Ao Run exchanged glances with his brothers, nodding in agreement. In their youthful ignorance, they had once been unaware, but after a millennium in confinement, they now comprehended who dictated the rules of this world. Ao Run looked up at the exalted Emperor, his eyes filled with admiration. If you can rescue me from the torment of this inferno, I, Ao Run, willingly accept the heart-piercing spell. For the rest of my life, I shall follow you, serving day and night, never to betray you. With that, Ao Run respectfully lowered his head. Ao Qin and Ao Shun followed suit, declaring, "My lord, we too." Seeing the three dragon kings bowing submissively, Shun Gongbao smiled slightly. "In that case, let me cast the heart-piercing spell upon you." He was about to invoke the spell when he was abruptly stopped by Lu Chong. "My lord." Shun Gongbao's face was a mask of astonishment. Ao Guang wore a puzzled expression, while Xiao Ao Bing and Xiao Shiji turned their gaze towards the Emperor. The three dragons in the magma also looked momentarily stunned. "My lord, what does this mean?" A hint of sorrow flickered in Ao Run's eyes. Did the Emperor disdain him, unwilling to let the young dragons serve him day and night? Lu Chong gently shook his head and addressed the perplexed Ao Guang. "Unlock them." Ao Guang was taken aback, and Shun Gongbao hastily interjected, "My lord, no, absolutely not. They are cunning and untrustworthy. If we release them, they may flee without a trace. I implore you to allow me to cast the heart-piercing spell upon them." "Unnecessary." Lu Chong, under the watchful eyes of Ao Guang and the four dragons, seized the dragon toothblade. With a decisive snap, he severed the chains binding the three dragons. In the depths of the underwater inferno, countless demon clans gazed in astonishment. Ao Run, Ao Qin, and Ao Shun watched in disbelief as the chains that had confined them vanished inch by inch. "I am free. I, Ao Run, am finally free." Ao Run surged forth from the magma, transforming into human form, and laughed heartily. Chapter 44. Nothing that a nod cannot express. Haha. Esteemed Emperor, thank you for granting me my freedom. Ao Run reveled in the air, stretching his enchanting form, admiring his human shape. His long, deep blue hair cascaded down, and his dragon-scale armor skirt swayed like a jellyfish gliding through the sky. She gracefully rested her elongated, manicured fingers upon her arm, while the other hand delicately clasped her slender waist, gazing with exhilaration at the humanoid form she had been estranged from for millennia. "To be frank, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, you are indeed striking." Arwen glided elegantly through the air, her dainty nails momentarily lingering on the robust chest of Lu Chong. Subsequently, she turned and tore open a rift in the fabric of space beside him. "Farewell, Emperor." "Ha!" she exclaimed, preparing to slip into the rift and escape the inferno of the East Sea. Ao Guang's expression faltered, and he hastily reached out to grasp Arwen. "Arwen, are you out of your mind? The Emperor has granted you freedom, and you dare to betray your vow." Arwen scoffed, her face icy as she seized Ao Guang fiercely. "Brother, you have imprisoned me for a millennium. Today, do you still wish to obstruct my quest for freedom?" Ao Guang brandished his blade in defense, his gaze toward Arwen brimming with rage. "The Emperor's benevolence restored the Dragon Clan's honor, bestowing upon us the title of guardian beasts of the nation. This debt is unforgettable. How can you be so treacherous?" Arwen coldly laughed. "Treacherous? That is a lesson taught by you, dear brother." With that, she lunged at Ao Guang, seizing the moment as he defended himself, and leaped backward, disappearing into the rift, vanishing from the East Sea. "Ah, finally free. Hee hee. Ao Guang, brother. Until we meet again." Ao Qin and Ao Shuan chimed in unison, transforming back into their humanoid forms and following Arwen into the rift. Ao Guang sighed helplessly. Turning back, he bowed deeply to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is my inadequacy that failed to retain them." "What?" Ao Guang pondered, confused by how the Emperor's words seemed to echo those of Shingenbao. Raising his head, he realized that only Shingenbao stood before him. The Emperor had already vanished, leaving only a shimmering golden rift beside Shingenbao. "Where is the Emperor? Has he left?" Ao Guang inquired urgently. No, he hasn't left." Ao Guang's eyes widened with suspicion as he searched around, yet he could not find the Emperor's figure. "Indeed, he just departed," Shingenbao replied. "Then where did he go?" Ao Guang pressed anxiously. I don't know. If he isn't pursuing Arwen and the others, where else could he be?" Ao Guang fell silent for a moment, gazing at Shingenbao with a look that seemed to convey a myriad of unspoken words. Ultimately releasing a deep sigh, "We must hasten to assist. The Emperor is alone against three. It would be dire if anything were to go wrong." Bao regarded Aoguang, and after a brief pause, nodded solemnly. Aoguang's eyes sparkled with newfound joy as he patted Bao's shoulder. That's right. A nod is all that is needed. There is nothing that a simple nod cannot express. Let us move swiftly. With that, Aoguang seized Bao and stepped into the rift. Aoruan, Aoshuan, and Aoqin fled to the shores of the East Sea. Aoruan closed her eyes and inhaled deeply the moist air of the seaside. Is this the taste of freedom? Aoshuan swung his blade, sending a cloud of sand and mud flying upon the beach, tears streaming down his face. At last, our feet no longer tread upon the scalding lava of purgatory. How wonderful! Aoqin collapsed onto the warm sands, lying on his back, exclaiming that after a millennium, they had finally escaped. How arduous it has been. Aoruan gazed into the vast sky, her initial excitement gradually dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss. They were free. Yet what was she to do now? Should she return to the West Sea, gather the remnants of their kind, and continue the struggle against the Celestial Court? No. She was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Celestial Court. Through a millennium of torment, she had come to understand that the Dragon Clan's aspiration to dominate the three realms and oppose the Celestial Court was a futile dream. The Celestial Court was populated by formidable beings, with countless Luo golden immortals. Even if one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were chosen at random, she would be left with no choice but to escape using the sky-rending claw. However, if they could not defeat them, then perhaps they should join them. Aoruan gazed toward the direction of Kunlun in the west, a faint smile gracing her lips. Join. Aoqin and Aoshuan, busily constructing a sandcastle on the beach, paused in unison, perplexed by her words. Join whom? The Jade Void Palace. The Jade Void Palace. Aoqin and Aoshuan exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Indeed, only by allying with the celestial sect of the Jade Void Palace and serving the immortals could they ensure the protection of their kind. Aoruan's brow furrowed slightly. Her eyes filled with resignation. This is the only path left for the three of us. Aoshuan and Aoqin shared a glance, sighing deeply. A millennium ago, how majestic it was for the Dragon Clan to roam the heavens and the earth. Now, were they to become mere pawns for those contemptible immortals? Surely, they would not trust us. What if, as Bao said, they cast the heart-piercing curse upon us? What then? Aoruan looked at her two disheartened brothers. Frowning, what other choice do we have? We are fugitives of the Celestial Court. Even if Aoguang dares not report us, once discovered by the immortals, death would be inevitable. Do you have any better ideas? A sigh escaped from behind them. They turned in unison to see a figure standing atop a tall rock by the sea. Clad in a dark robe, wielding the golden sword of the human emperor, his countenance was stern, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. It was Lu Chong. How could he have caught up so swiftly? Aoruan's face was marked with astonishment. Aoqin and Aoshuan quickly scrambled to their feet, brushing off the sand. They carelessly trampled their freshly built sandcastle, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Aoruan raised her hand to stop them, looking up at Lu Chong, human Emperor Shishin. You, alone, face the three Dragon Kings. Even with the Emperor's sword in hand, you remain no match for us. Aoun advised the king to simply embrace his role as sovereign. Upon finishing his words, he waved the sky-rending claw, conjuring a rift in space before them. Just as they were about to step into it, they heard Lu Chong's voice emanating from the stone behind them. I have just liberated you from your chains and bestowed upon you freedom. Are you truly willing to shackle yourselves once more, serving the so-called immortals of the Jade Void Palace for a lifetime? Chapter 45. Aoun. To preserve myself. I have no choice. I have proclaimed that as long as you contribute to the Great Shang, I shall assist you in rebuilding the Demon Court. Upon hearing this, Aoun and his siblings stood frozen in place. Rebuilding the Demon Court. Is this the proclamation of a mortal emperor? Mortals harbor deep-seated prejudices against the demon race. Should they fall into mortal hands, they would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. If spared, their future would be even more wretched. The only thing that sustains the relationship between humans and demons is their mutual hatred, accumulated over millennia. Thus, Aoun and her siblings could only approach this human monarch's proposal with the utmost skepticism. Trusting humanity is simply an impossible task. Your conditions, great king, are indeed appealing. Yet, as Aoun gazed at the resplendent golden clouds on the western horizon, a sense of relief washed over her. When she first encountered this human emperor, she had indeed been captivated by his unique charm. Countless images flooded her mind, envisioning a love affair with this Emperor of Shang, a wedding night, and the birth of little dragonlings. However, when her gaze returned to the seething inferno of molten lava, she realized that it was ultimately nothing more than an unattainable fantasy. Her solitary vow, forged over a millennium, was singular, to regain her freedom. As long as she could escape the abyssal prison, she would abandon her brothers, her beliefs, and her dignity. The only lesson Aun had gleaned from her millennia in torment was that strength commands respect. Though the king may secure their status and freedom in the mortal realm, what of the celestial realm? If confronted by golden immortals, or even great Luo golden immortals, or the saints of the three purities, while you, great king, hold the title of emperor, you remain but a mortal. What chance do you truly possess? Silence. Ao Guang appeared on the beach, his countenance brimming with fury. The king is destined by heaven, and is thus under celestial protection. How could the saints of the three purities oppose the emperor? Aun, Aoqin, Aoshuan, have you not contemplated the consequences of your betrayal today? Hearing Ao Guang's words, Lu Chong wished to concur. The saints of the three purities would never stand against the emperor. Yet, the decree they crafted was precisely to oppose him. The war of the gods was fought in the name of Zhou against Shang. This is the script predetermined for the emperor beneath the three purities. If he cannot rally the demon race while the three purities compile the god list, his fate as emperor is already sealed by the saints. Upon hearing Ao Guang's furious words, the expressions on Ao Run and the other two dragons grew resolute. Betrayal? Humph, we learned it from our elder brother. Ao Guang retorted angrily. Initially, to preserve the dragon clan, I had no choice. Yet, Ao Run replied indifferently, now, to safeguard myself, I too have no choice. With that, she thrust her sky-rending claw fiercely, tearing through the void behind her. Oh no, they intend to flee. Shen Gongbao swiftly drew his thunder whip, ready to intervene. However, he was directly halted by Lu Chong. Do not panic, they do not intend to escape. Ao Run, Ao Shun, and Ao Qin transformed into their dragon forms, spiraling above the East Sea, creating countless rifts in space. Upon closer inspection, Ao Guang was suddenly taken aback. Ao Shun and Ao Qin each wielded a sky-rending claw. What were they planning? Shen Gongbao, equally astonished, speculated, could they be summoning the sea monsters for a joint prison break? Ao Guang shook his head. The sea monsters are suppressed beneath the depths. Their chains remain unbroken. How could they dare to ally with those traitors, Ao Run and her kin? As the two pondered, the movements of Ao Run and her companions finally ceased. The three dragons returned to the shore, bowing their heads in unison, greeting the celestial presence descending upon the East Sea. As their words faded, a brownish-yellow hoof stepped out from the largest spatial rift. Following closely, a youth riding a colossal stag emerged from the fissure, his tall and slender figure standing proudly in the air above the East Sea. With long hair tied back and a golden arrow-like mark on his forehead, he donned a white robe adorned with golden embellishments, wielding a wooden longbow. Though youthful in appearance, Ao Guang sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this young man, a manifestation of the half-step golden immortal realm. Shen Gongbao's eyes widened in shock, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Could it truly be him? How did he end up here? Has the matter of Ao Bing been discovered? Lord Dear Youth, Ao Run addressed the bow-wielding figure suspended above them. We are willing to submit to the celestial sage, serving the Yu Su Palace faithfully. The Dear Youth nodded in acknowledgement, then focused his gaze upon Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao. Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea, are you aware that concealing dragon eggs and planting spiritual pearls is a capital offense? Uncle Shun, this matter must surely be coerced by Dragon King Ao Guang. Quickly come to Lord Deer's side. He will certainly explain to my master and absolve you of guilt. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. In this matter, I, Uncle Shun, am one of the principal conspirators and was not coerced by Ao Guang. Furthermore, the plan to exchange spiritual pearls for magic pills was orchestrated solely by me. I aim to demonstrate to the world that I, Shen Gongbao, can cultivate spiritual pearls into greatness. I should be the master of the reincarnated spiritual pearls. I should be that 12th golden immortal of Kunlun. The Dear Youth gazed at Shen Gongbao, who stood beside Ao Guang, momentarily speechless. He seemed to recall the moment he first arrived at the Yu Su Palace, witnessing the commanding presence of his mentor, Master Shun, leading the demon hunting team. Back then, Master Shun exuded an aura of authority that made him an idol, a paragon. He emulated Master Shun's diligence, his demeanor, and his respect, while also adopting Master Shun's guile, cruelty, and restraint. Observing the unwillingness, fury, and hatred etched on Master Shun's face, Lu Chong let out a long sigh. Master Shun, you conspired with Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, to acquire the Spirit Pearl, gifting it to him and fathering Ao Bing. Do you not realize the gravity of your transgressions? The demon hunting team is here today. Will you not surrender and confess your sins? At that moment, Ao Guang finally comprehended. Ao Run had not merely escaped the abyss of the ocean. Ao Run. Ao Guang brandished the dragon tooth blade, furiously pointing at the three dragon kings. You dared to secretly contact the Yusu Palace, betraying me and the dragon clan. Yet, a hint of a smile graced Ao Run's lips. Elder brother, you were quite correct. It was indeed my younger sister who gifted a shard of the Void Claw to Lord Lu Chong through a spatial rift, securing her position as a disciple of the infinite immortal. Naturally, such an opportunity comes at a cost. That cost, dear brother, is you and the dragon clan beneath the East Sea. Ha! Did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Ao Shun and Ao Qin shared in the arrogance of their laughter. Ao Guang, in the past, you and the dragon clan sold us three. Today, it is our turn to sell you and the entire dragon clan. Chapter 46. Lu Tong, you dare to capture even the Emperor of Humanity. Ao Guang looked at the triumphant trio in shock, his face a mask of rage. Could it be that the dragon clan was to perish at their hands? Ao Guang, do you not understand your crimes? Lu Tong's voice boomed like thunder as he questioned Ao Guang. Ao Run and the other two dragons circled behind Lu Tong. The members of the demon hunting team gazed at Ao Guang with indifference. In that moment, Ao Guang appeared as a sinner facing judgment. He glanced at Shun Gongbao beside him and declared, the matter of the spirit pearl was indeed acquired under my coercion of Shun Gongbao. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Shun Gongbao's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Ao Guang. No, Ao Guang whispered to him. Take good care of Ao Bing for me. With that, he turned and drew the dragon tooth blade. All sins would rest solely upon Ao Guang's shoulders. Having nothing to do with the East Sea Dragon clan. A millennium ago, I faltered once. Today, Ao Guang shall ascend to the heavenly court to discern whether you are celestial or demonic. Lu Tong coldly regarded him, raising his longbow. You seek death. Ao Guang charged forth amidst a rain of golden arrows, his expression resolute as he surged towards Lu Tong and the entire demon hunting team. The unity of man and blade. Shun Gongbao watched Ao Guang's retreating figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. To protect him, Ao Guang willingly bore all the sins alone. The foolish dragon, however. At the moment when Ao Guang shouted the name of his technique, a golden-hued rift in space unfurled before him. In the next instant, he found himself transported behind Lu Chong. Lu Chong cast an irritated glare at Ao Guang. Did I command you to seek death? Stay put. Ao Guang, brandishing the dragon tooth blade, blinked in surprise. After a moment, he regained his senses. Wait, I had assumed my stance, and now I'm being yanked back? As he observed the imposing figure of the king wielding the emperor's sword, coldly regarding the celestial deer youth above, along with the three dragon kings behind him. Ao Guang hastily voiced his concerns. Your Majesty, this dear youth possesses the cultivation of a quasi-golden immortal, and there are over 1,000 members in the demon hunting squad, many of whom boast the strength of true immortals. We must not engage them head-on. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong struck Ao Guang sharply on the head with the hilt of his sword. You are aware that the dear youth is a quasi-golden immortal. You know there are over 1,000 in the demon hunting squad. You understand they possess the strength of true immortals. So why did you brazenly charge in, merging man and blade? You relish showing off, don't you? You would risk your life for the sake of bravado. As Ao Guang gazed at the furious expression of the emperor, an inexplicable warmth surged within him. Rubbing the bump on his forehead, he lowered his head and said pitifully, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The little dragon acknowledges his mistake. Lu Chong rolled his eyes and turned away. He then spoke solemnly, Do not forget. You and your dragon kin are the guardian deities of my realm. He directed his gaze toward the demon hunting squad led by the deer youth in the sky, raising his sword and pointing at the celestial figure. Dare to harm my sacred beasts, and you shall meet your demise. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao regarded the emperor's back with complex emotions. Your Majesty, they had not anticipated that the emperor would draw his sword for their sake. Shun Gongbao's face was filled with solemnity. He had not contributed to the glory of the great Shang, nor accomplished anything for the emperor. Yet, the emperor stood alone to protect him and Ao Guang. Such kindness, how could it ever be repaid? At that moment, the dear youth in the sky bellowed. King of Shang, this matter does not concern you. I am here on the orders of the immortal elder to eradicate the dragon clan's evil. I implore the emperor to depart swiftly to avoid any unfortunate casualties. Lu Chong, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, it is the command of the boundless immortal. This old peach of longevity will stop at nothing for the sake of alchemy. He stood proudly upon the rocky shore of the East Sea, sword pointed at the dear youth. You think you can threaten me? How utterly contemptible. In response, the dear youth coldly commanded the demon-hunting squad, advance, capture the emperor, and deliver him to the immortal elder for judgment. Shin Gongbao was astounded that the dear youth dared to move against the emperor. Has the senior brother lost his senses? The emperor is the sovereign of the mortal realm. How could your esteemed disciple even think to capture the emperor? With gritted teeth, he drew the thunder whip and addressed Ao Guang. Ao Guang. At this juncture, what are we waiting for? The time has come. When was it? Ao Guang remained entranced by the overwhelming aura of protection bestowed by the sovereign. Unable to extricate himself from the sensation, Shun Gongbao interjected, though the sovereign is the emperor of humanity, how could he possibly engage in combat against the celestial beings of the Jade Void Palace? Release the sea monsters and rally the dragon clan to protect the sovereign. If we cannot safeguard him, what claim do we have to be the divine beasts of the nation? Moreover, do you not recall the truth I revealed to you regarding the demon capture squad? Do you wish to witness the entire dragon clan transformed into elixirs within the cauldron of the immortal elder? Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang suddenly came to a realization. Very well. Nodding in agreement, his spirit promptly returned to his corporeal form beneath the sea. Dragon clan of the East Sea, heed my command. Release the sea monsters and join me in rebellion. The dragon clan of the East Sea was momentarily taken aback. Then, Ao Guang wielded the dragon tooth blade as a key, inserting it into the mechanism lock of the sea calming needle. Click, click, click. As he turned the key, the chains binding all the sea monsters in the abyss were shattered. Now you are free. Whether you wish to depart or seek vengeance against me, I shall accompany you. However, those lofty celestial beings hover above the East Sea, intent on capturing us all to refine into elixirs. After we clash with these so-called immortals, if we both survive, I await your arrival to join me in battle. But for now, I will lead the dragon clan against those scoundrels of the demon capture squad. With that, he turned and led the multitude of dragons from the East Sea toward the surface of the ocean. An armored octopus general and a shark commander gazed up at the dragon clan. What era are we in, still challenging the immortals? Ao Guang is truly mad. Indeed, he possesses remarkable courage. What's there to fear? Death is but a consequence. They exclaimed. Follow him. What is there to fear? The octopus general, with his 8 arms, brandished 8 blades, baring his teeth as he surged forward with the dragon clan toward the sea surface. The shark commander swung 2 crab meteor hammers, hastily following suit. The other sea monsters, inspired by the fierce exchange between the 2 leaders, felt their blood surge with fervor. As the 2 powerful figures charged forth, they too unsheathed their weapons and surged into the fray. To hell with the immortals. Ao Guang and the dragon clan burst forth from the ocean's depths, aligning themselves neatly behind the emperor of humanity. With a cacophony, countless sea monsters erupted from the depths. The octopus general and shark commander bellowed in fury, unleashing their wrathful roars. Where are those immortals? They have oppressed us for a millennium. I curse you, immortals. Kill. Chapter 47. Hee-hee, Crane Boy. Hee-hee-hee. In the East Sea, the azure waves roiling beneath a canopy of dark clouds, the dragon clan, sea monsters, and myriad beasts stood poised and ready. Following closely behind Lu Chong, a menacing aura erupted, akin to violet flames. Leading a horde of demons, the formidable Lu Chong, clad in a dark robe and wielding a golden sword, summoned a cataclysmic inferno. The terrifying presence surged towards Lu Tong and the 1,000 members of the demon-catching team behind him. Lu Tong, typically unflappable, wore a face of astonishment. The great merchant king had allied himself with the demon race. Not only Lu Tong, but also many of his comrades displayed expressions of incredulity. How could this merchant monarch be so intimately associated with the demon kind? Had he perhaps been ensnared by their malevolent influence? As the human emperor, his cooperation with the demons was nothing short of a betrayal of humanity, a disgraceful and lamentable act. Yet what could be done, Captain Lu Tong? The enemy vastly outnumbered them. Lu Tong's countenance revealed his apprehension. However, beside him, a beguiling voice interrupted. Immortal Lu Tong, our prior agreement stipulated that as long as we lure out the dragon clan, we would receive the elder's protection. Surely the elder's prowess is not merely this. The corner of Ao Ruan's mouth curled into a slight sneer. Observing the contemptuous expression on the alluring Ao Ruan, Lu Tong felt a flicker of indignation. How could the Dragon King of the West Sea be so infuriating? His junior sister, however, was endearing and charming, with a refreshing demeanor. Heh, Lu Tong, ha. Coming back to his senses. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and catching sight of Ao Ruan's increasingly disdainful gaze, Lu Tong snorted coldly. You, a mere Dragon King. are blissfully unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Do you think you can fathom the Elder's capabilities? With a glare directed at the merchant king leading the demons below, Lu Chong declared coldly, Human Emperor DXN. I, Lu Chong, disciple of the infinite elder of the Yushu Palace in Kunlun Mountain, am here to eradicate demons and uphold justice. I implore the human emperor to depart swiftly to avoid misfortune. Before his words could settle, Lu Chong merely chuckled. I am the sovereign of the great merchant, the ruler of the world. Since ancient times, the East Sea has been the territory of the great merchant, and the dragon clan serves as its guardian beast. You expect me to abandon my land and forsake my people? What face would I have left to call myself the human emperor? Gathering his power onto the sword, he swung fiercely. The golden sword energy, imbued with the might of tigers and dragons, surged towards the demon-catching team in the sky. Ao Guang transformed into dragon form, summoning the East Sea Dragon clan to conjure winds and thunder, augmenting the sword energy's ferocity. The underwater demons gazed upon the formidable sword energy, greatly astonished. This merchant king was indeed formidable. Lu Chong, at the forefront, felt his pupils constrict. An overwhelming might, the imperial aura of the human emperor, crashed upon him. Was this truly the sword of the human emperor? With only a deer antler bow in hand, and lacking any protective artifacts, this sword energy, infused with the ultimate human power, was far beyond his capacity to withstand. He relentlessly drew back the bowstring, releasing golden arrows. Yet they were shattered into fragments before even reaching the sword energy, dissolving into nothingness. Escape? As that thought barely formed in his mind, the overwhelming golden sword energy had already descended before him and the other members of the demon-catching team. Where could they flee? Captain Lu Chong, what shall we do? You must think of a solution. Behind him, the members of the demon-capturing team erupted into a cacophony of panic-stricken cries. Damn it! How can this human emperor possess such formidable power? Run! The 1,000 celestial beings of the demon-capturing team were thrown into disarray. Some attempted to flee, colliding chaotically and plunging into the Eastern Sea, where the lurking shrimp soldiers and crab generals shredded them to pieces. Others wept and cried out, heedlessly retreating in desperation. Under Lu Chong's sword strike, the once cohesive demon-capturing team was now utterly fragmented. Seeing this, Lu Chong realized he was no match for the enemy and hastily drew forth the Void Claw. If he could not prevail, he would have to avoid confrontation. He slashed forward with the claw, only to his astonishment find no spatial rift opening before him. Heh. Arwen gracefully alighted behind him, her eyes glinting with derision. Esteemed Lord Lu Chong, you wouldn't be contemplating escape, would you? Without the young dragon's permission, you cannot flee. At her words, disbelief flickered in Lu Chong's eyes. Arwen, you dare betray me? Arwen's face wore a scornful smile. Betrayal? Ha! You misjudge me, Lord Lu Chong. My principle has always been that the strong command respect. If your skills are merely this modest, it would be difficult for me to assist you. Glaring at her, Lu Chong's teeth clenched in fury. Yet, at that moment, the sword energy was closing in, summoning all his strength. He struggled against the relentless dragon aura and the oppressive might of the human emperor, revealing his true form. The once mighty Lu Chong, servant of the infinite celestial elder, is but a mere deer demon. Seeing Lu Chong's true nature, Ao Guang's face twisted into a disdainful smile. Boom. Just then, a piercing wail erupted from the dark clouds above. A massive black dragon descended from the sky, accompanied by a crack of thunder. A pair of white crane wings surged directly in front of Lu Chong. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Chong's imperial sword energy collided with the black dragon, shattering it to pieces. However, the force of the sword energy was also significantly diminished by the dragon's onslaught. The residual might brushed across Lu Chong's face, leaving behind a small scar. The dragon clan and other demons gasped in astonished excitement. Even the celestial beings can be injured. What of the half-step golden immortal? They are merely transformed beasts. They too can be harmed. What is there to fear? Brothers, let us charge forth. The dragon clan and the underwater demons surged with newfound vigor, their morale soaring. Yet, the expressions of Lu Chong, Ao Guang, and Shun Gongbao grew grave. Just as they were taken aback, an ancient voice resonated from the heavens. Lu Chong, still not retreating. Lu Chong, still reeling from the earlier shock, glanced at the crane youth who had spread his wings to shield him. The crane youth's face remained as cold and indifferent as ever. The young man covered his injured face and cast a fierce glance at the ground where Ao Guang lay. Yes, master, he said, bowing toward the front. Suddenly, an old man appeared seemingly out of thin air, resembling a 3-year-old child in stature, with white hair and a youthful visage, yet possessing a bald head. He held a peachwood staff, exuding an air of celestial grace. Senior brother. The face of Shun Gongbao was filled with astonishment, while Lu Chong's gaze also fixated on the old man in the air. Wuliang Xinwen. It is this scoundrel, feigning righteousness and steeped in hypocrisy. He exploited the 3 traitorous dragons, Ao Run and his ilk, to massacre the innocent citizens of Shintangwen. His ultimate goal is to annihilate the dragon kin and refine them alongside the aquatic monsters into elixirs to strengthen the power of the Chan Sect. He even threatened Nezha with the lives of Li Jing and Yin Shiniang, forcing Nezha to swallow the soul-extinguishing pill. This old wretch is unworthy of being human. Chapter 48. The Tianyuan Cauldron. Wuliang Xinwen looked down from his lofty perch, addressing Lu Chong with feigned reverence. Great King, I am Wuliang Xinwen, the foremost disciple of the primordial supreme being of the Chan Sect. I implore you not to cling to your delusions and protect these merciless monsters. Lu Chong scoffed. Monsters kill without a second thought? How are you any better than they are? Oh dear senior brother, Great King, please cease this conflict. Tai Jinren rushed in on a pig, eager to mediate. The dragon kin have committed no wrong. Why must you seek their destruction? Silence. Wuliang Xinwen shoved a peach into Tai's mouth. The dragon kin have forsaken the heavenly court and incited rebellion. I act on behalf of celestial justice. Acting on celestial justice? Shen Gongbao, standing beside Lu Chong, sneered. You are clearly steeped in wickedness. Shen Gongbao, cease your nonsense. Have you forgotten your brother, your father, and the minions of that little demon? I have cared for them for a long time. At these words, terror washed over Shen Gongbao's face. Little leopard. Father. His expression faltered with uncertainty. Just then, a sudden whoosh. Thunder rumbled ominously from the dark clouds above. Boom. The demons looked up, panic evident on their faces. For creatures of the nether are instinctively sensitive to thunder. Yet, what followed was even more terrifying than the storm itself. A colossal spherical object, like a mountain, descended from the heavens. Run for your lives. The little star is crashing into the earth. The shark leader blurted out clumsily. Nearby, the octopus general extended 3 arms, rubbing its head in confusion. What is that? Shen Gongbao's face was one of sheer shock. The Tianyuan Cauldron. Crack. The immense Tianyuan Cauldron split into 8 segments, descending heavily and encompassing all the demons, the dragon kin, and Lu Chong below. The boundless immortal elder has ensnared the multitude, intending to refine both the dragon and demon clans within the celestial origin cauldron. A demon, not far away, sensing the ominous aura. Madame Yin's expression turned grave as she rushed over. Li Jing was overseas, exterminating the Jiaozu, while Yin Shiniang served as the magistrate of the entire Qintang Pass. At this moment, she arrived at the East Sea, accompanied by a small child, none other than the young Nezha. Clutched in Nezha's arms was a diminutive golden flag. A spirit pearl? The boundless immortal elder momentarily faltered, but then a cruel smile crept across his face. No, it is a devil's orb. So that is why Tai informed me that Nezha still needs cultivation and cannot ascend to the Jade Void Palace. I never expected that the devil's orb had reincarnated as Nezha. With a face of helpless compassion, he declared, then let us refine together. And the spirit pearl. Both are treasures. Quickly, enter my celestial origin cauldron. The young Nezha beside Madame Yin, along with the little Ao being concealed amid the sea waves, suddenly felt an immense force pulling them. They soared directly toward the center of the celestial origin cauldron. Mother! Mother! Young Nezha cried out, desperately trying to grasp his mother's hand. Yin Shiniang's fingertips lightly brushed against Nezha's, but she could not hold on. Helplessly, she watched as he was drawn away by an inexplicable force. Jar! Jar! Madame Yin called out anxiously. Mother! Mother! Save me! Young Nezha shouted, his voice tinged with tears. His tiny form, together with Ao Bing, was lifted into the embrace of Lu Chong, who was situated at the very heart of the celestial origin cauldron. Chapter 49. Ignite the celestial origin cauldron. Alchemy. At Yuling Mountain, in the Golden Cloud Cave, Yang Jian had just cultivated the 8-9 profound art, transforming into a majestic eagle. He captured a green-feathered mountain chicken, skewered it on his 3-edged blade, and kindled a fire with a branch to roast the fowl. Nearby, the howling celestial dog sat on the ground, tongue lolling, drooling uncontrollably. Yang Jian inhaled deeply the savory aroma of the roasted chicken, breaking off a crispy chicken leg. Just as he was about to take a bite, when he heard the voice of his master, the Jade Capital Real Man, echoing from the cave entrance. Erlang. Yang Jian quickly concealed the roasted chicken and leg behind him. The Jade Capital Real Man, eyes closed, fingers weaving through intricate calculations, furrowed his brow. I have divined that your grandmaster, the boundless immortal elder, and your uncle, the divine leopard, are to face a calamity, seemingly related to the East Sea. You must hasten to their aid and lend them your support. Yes, Yang Jian responded, bowing respectfully. Yet, he soon discovered that the chicken leg in his hand had been reduced to a mere bone. Looking down, he saw that the howling celestial dog had devoured the meat and was now galloping away with the remaining chicken, kicking up dust like the wind. This scoundrel! Just as he was about to curse the thief of a dog, he heard his master say, "What is the matter, Erlang?" "Nothing, master. Disciple. I shall now head to the Eastern Sea to assist Master Bo and Uncle Shun." The Jade Ding true man nodded, observing Yang Jian's gallant demeanor, and smiled, saying, "Good disciple, this descent from the mountains serves as your training. During actual combat, adaptability must take precedence, and safety should be paramount. In times of adversity, one must never act recklessly." "Yes, I will remember." The Jade Ding true man pondered for a moment and added, "Furthermore, you must bear in mind, disciple, that your celestial eye possesses immense power. Unless absolutely necessary, strive to refrain from its use. Consider it a means to accumulate combat experience for the forthcoming battle of deification." Indeed, Yang Jian, fully aware of his master's concern for his safety, felt a surge of gratitude. This time upon descending, "I shall certainly uphold the honor of my master and the name of the Chan school." The Jade Ding true man nodded in satisfaction. "Good disciple, hasten on your way." Outside the cave, Yang Jian bid farewell to the Jade Ding true man, whistled, and in the blink of an eye, the howling celestial hound came bounding from afar. Gazing at the hound's gleaming coat, Yang Jian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, lightly kicking it. "Fool, have you gorged yourself?" The howling celestial hound wagged its tail, incessantly licking its elongated tongue. "Having eaten well, you should be swift. Our journey to the Eastern Sea awaits, and let us have a contest. If you dimwit, should lose, I shall boil you for dog meat soup." The hound paused momentarily upon hearing this, then with a swift motion, dashed down the mountain. Yang Jian smiled slightly, sheathing his two-edged blade, performing a hand sign, and leaping into the earth, employing earth escape to journey towards the Eastern Sea. At the Three Mountain Pass, within the general's office, the little white fox languidly groomed its four tails, speaking fluently. "Master Kong, how much longer must I wait to achieve my five-tailed transformation?" Not far from the little white fox, Kong Xian, adorned with a faint five-colored divine light, stroked his beard and admonished, "Haste, haste, haste, always in a rush. You hinder your own cultivation. Do you think achieving five tails is so simple?" He took a sip of tea to calm his irritation. If this were an ordinary disciple, he would have long since received a sound thrashing. Yet, this little white fox was a disciple appointed by the king himself, and thus, it was not permissible to discipline her. Nevertheless, he pondered within himself, even if permitted, he might not have the heart to do so. Having practiced for merely a month and a half, the little white fox had already cultivated four tails, boasting over 400 years of experience. She certainly possessed remarkable aptitude. In the future, once she achieved 9 tails and a millennium of cultivation, she might awaken a divine ability rivaling his own 5-colored divine light. At that time, she would surely contribute significantly to the great Shang and the king. Meanwhile, after being scolded by her master, the little white fox lowered her head in contrition. "Master, I only wish to transform into human form swiftly, to be with the king together." "Together for what?" "In the blooming flowers and beneath the moonlight." Kong Xian sputtered out a mouthful of tea, inwardly shaking his head. "Ah, the blooming flowers and the moonlight. Your master's teachings and cultivation are meant for you to frolic with the king in such romantic settings? Consider how to contribute to the great Shang, you rascal." Just as he was about to impart a lesson in moral education to the little white fox, he was taken aback to find it suddenly rise from the ground. Its ears quivered slightly as it turned to gaze towards the east. "My lord is in peril." "What?" Upon hearing this, Kong Xian could no longer remain seated. "What troubles my lord?" Just as he was about to inquire further, the little white fox had already leaped away, bounding gracefully from his military residence, dashing eastward with great speed. Could it be that my lord truly faces danger? No, I must follow to ensure everything is well. In West Qi, Ji Chong had just prepared a warm welcome for 2 couriers from Chaoga, treating them with exquisite food and drink. Shortly thereafter, he received a letter from GFA. Upon opening it with Jiang Zia, Ji Chong was so incensed that he struck the table in fury. "Unfilial son, ignorant child, how could he commit such an absurd act?" he exclaimed. "He dares to claim that Dxin is a virtuous king and that Bo Yi Cao was not ground into meat paste by the king." Yin Shou even disregarded past grievances and adopted him as a son. He further insists we previously misunderstood the king. This is utterly outrageous. Ji Chang's face flushed with rage as he slammed the table repeatedly, ultimately causing himself to stomp his foot in pain. Cursed ingrate. This boy is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. How I despise that Yin Shou did not deal with him on the spot. This infuriates me. Zhang Zia, reviewing the letter, confirmed it was indeed penned by GFA. My lord need not be so agitated. The second young master, being of youthful disposition, was misled by Yin Shou's facade. One cannot entirely fault him. Zhang Zia stroked his long white beard and set the letter aside. Master, how can I not be enraged? My eldest son was turned into meat paste, and that Yin Shou not only found a scapegoat, but also publicly had Huang Feihu behead that thief. He cleansed himself of all blame while gaining a reputation for being benevolent. Moreover, he sent 2 insatiable gourmets to vex me, and now even GFA, that ungrateful child, has turned his heart towards Yin Shou. How can I not be infuriated? After all these years, when will the battle of the gods commence? Must we wait until I am no more? My lord, do not be hasty. Zhang Zia gazed at the sky. If my calculations are correct, the current king of the Shang is facing a life-and-death crisis. A life-and-death crisis. Upon hearing Zhang Zia's deduction, Ji Chong felt a mix of delight and confusion. Is Yin Shou to perish? If this is true, it would be akin to a pie falling from the heavens. The strategist's predictions have never been in error. If so, I, the Marquis of Shibuya, must lead my troops to Chaoga to aid the king. Ha! In the East Sea, the Wuyang Xianwing was igniting the Tianjuan Ding with a spark of true fire. Chapter 50. Release my jar. The Wuyang Xianwing lit the Tianjuan Ding with true fire, seated upon the cauldron while reciting incantations. Lu Tong, He Tong, and 100,000 demon-catching troops stood vigil to protect him. Arun gazed blankly at the closed Tianyuan Ding, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Her elder brother, Ao Guang, had been imprisoned, serves him right, and little Ao Bing, as well as the Emperor of Humanity. This emperor possessed a sword, akin to hers, capable of opening spatial rifts and traversing freely through the cauldron. Yet, why had he not emerged? Could it be that upon entering, he was devoured by those sea-dwelling demons? Or perhaps reduced to ashes by the blazing Samadhi true fire? Alas, was this so-called Emperor of Humanity merely this? Senior brother, please, cease your actions. Do not err further. Tai Yi implored, swallowing the large peach in his mouth and beseeching the Wuyang Xianwang. Within this cauldron resides Shun Gongbao, our fellow disciple. There are also the reincarnations of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill, along with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. How could you possibly cast them all into the cauldron for refinement? If Master were to learn of this, oh dear, I truly could not bear it. Wah? Wah wah wah. Wuyang Xianwing stuffed a peach, twice the size, back into Tai Yi's mouth, binding him with vines. Grasping Tai Yi's ear, he bellowed. Had it not been for your generation's frivolousness and lack of ambition, would I need to capture demons and refine pills? Everything I do is for the growth and prosperity of the Chan Sect. Seeing the profound obsession of his senior brother, Tai Yi sighed helplessly. If only Master were here. A mere plea to Master would surely result in the release of the demons from the cauldron. Yet now, they could only leave their fate to the heavens. Inside the Tianyuan Ding, countless wronged souls of deceased demons transformed into wraiths, unleashing torrents of Samadhi true fire, encircling the sea-dwelling demons. General Octopus waved his arms with calm composure. What is there to fear? We have endured in this underwater purgatory for over 1,000 years. Bathing in magma is but a daily affair. Suddenly, flames ignited along the octopus's arms. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He hurriedly waved his arms to extinguish the flames, releasing a plume of white smoke. Goodness, it's Samadhi true fire. The octopus's tentacles scorched, emitting an alluring aroma, as he turned to the gathered demons. Look, only I shall partake in this feast. Ah, how delightful. Ao Guang descended from the Dinghai God Needle, transforming into human form, cradling little Ao Bing in his arms. Little Ao Bing, nestled against Ao Guang, with glistening eyes, inquired, Father, where are we? Hee. Is there any need to ask? We are certainly enjoying a bath. So comfortable. Little Nezha, in Lu Chong's embrace, appeared utterly serene, seemingly unaffected by the cauldron's temperature. Shen Gongbao, taken aback, never anticipated that senior brother would imprison him within the Tianyuan Ding as well. Reflecting on senior brother's previously amiable demeanor toward him, he felt an involuntary wave of nausea. Once, the infinite immortal bestowed great expectations upon him, urging him to diligently cultivate and work hard, alleviating the burdens of his master and striving for an early ascension to the 12 golden immortals. He indeed adhered to this guidance, leading the demon hunting team to eradicate and capture demons, providing raw materials for the alchemical endeavors of the infinite immortal. Over the years, he contravened his true nature, wielding his whip against his kin of the demon clan. Countless times, he had become numb to it all. Yet the fruits of his labor amounted to nothing more than a few inferior, discarded elixirs. What he found even more unbearable was that now, he too had been confined within the celestial Yuan cauldron, alongside those demons. In the heart of the infinite immortal, he had never been regarded as a disciple, but merely a tool, one that required minimal maintenance, only to be discarded when no longer needed. In contrast, Tai, who was neither as diligent nor as steadfast, repeatedly received the accolades of the celestial lord, to the extent that even the infinite immortal dared not impose harsh punishments upon Tai. Ha 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 ha. Shen Gongbao erupted into a maniacal laughter. Master? Little Ao Bing listened to his master's desolate laughter, his eyes filled with concern. Ao Guang gazed at him in bewilderment, asking, "How can you laugh at a time like this?" However, Shen Gongbao merely smiled slightly and offered no reply. Turning to Lu Chong, he clasped his hands and said, "My lord, I have a plan to break this cauldron." "Really?" Ao Guang and the famished General Octopus, along with the Shark Commander, all turned their attention to Shen Gongbao. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong felt a stir in his heart. Although he found himself within the celestial Yuan cauldron, his life was not in peril. If he wished to escape, he could use the human emperor's sword to tear through the void and take Nezha with him. Yet, what he desired more was to shatter this celestial Yuan cauldron. If his memory served him correctly, it was this very cauldron that had refined his younger sister, Yin Shiniang. The celestial Yuan cauldron, the demon hunting team, the old longevity peach. None who dared oppose me would be spared. Moreover, within this cauldron lay a great opportunity uniquely his. However, before proceeding, he wished to hear Shen Gongbao, this future grandmaster of the nation, share his strategy for breaking the cauldron. Speak, how do you intend to break it? Shen Gongbao looked at the small Nezha in Lu Chong's arms and said, "My lord, if we can release the Qiankuan circle binding Nezha, restoring his magical orb's power, and combine it with the spiritual pearl's energy within Ao Bing, their fusion will yield the primordial power capable of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The three-flavor true fire is also a form of this spiritual essence. By absorbing sufficient three-flavor true fire and condensing the primordial power to strike upwards against the celestial Yuan cauldron, there lies a chance to break free." Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback. "Grandmaster, has your stutter improved?" This method seemed plausible. The fusion of the spiritual pearl and the magical orb could even devour the power of the heavenly tribulation. The might of the three-flavor true fire was indeed not to be underestimated. Shen Gongbao, hailing from the lineage of the Scroll King, truly possessed a remarkable ingenuity to conceive such a strategy. However, Shen Gongbao revealed a look of concern and remarked, "The sole variable in this plan is that once Nezha breaks free from the constraints of the Qiankuan circle, he may lose his reason, making it difficult to coordinate with Ling Zhu, and could even potentially harm Ao Bing." Lu Chong smiled faintly, suggesting, "This should not pose a significant issue. As long as we only partially unbind the Qiankuan circle, we can suppress the uncontrollable demonic nature, rendering this approach indeed viable." Yet, Lu Chong shook his head and added, "Nezha and Ao Bing are still too young. Their powers are not yet fully manageable. Should they inadvertently fall victim to the three flames of true fire, the outcome would be catastrophic." The flickering hope among the assembled demons was once again extinguished. "What is happening?" A crab demon gazed at its own body as a sudden burst of blue light emanated from it. Then, with a resounding pop, the crab demon transformed into a round elixir. The demons were initially taken aback, but then they screamed in terror, "It's true. It has really turned into an elixir." "Calm down. Quickly harness your energy to protect your bodies." Ao Guang hastily urged the others. At that moment, the projection of the infinite immortal elder appeared before Lu Chong, smiling benevolently as he said, "Human Emperor, you should hasten to leave with me. No one will come to your rescue. Nezha obediently consumed this extermination elixir, and I shall ensure your mother remains unharmed." After saying this, outside of the Tianyuan cauldron, Yin Shiniang, her hair disheveled and grasped by the crane boy, appeared before everyone. "Scoundrel, release my Nezha at once." Chapter 51. Nezha, let mother hold you. Upon seeing Nezha captured, Yin Shiniang swiftly drew her sword and charged at the Tianyuan cauldron. With a clang, she was rebuffed, her arm numbed from the impact. Gritting her teeth, she struck again. But her grip faltered as she was struck by an arrow from the dear boy. The crane boy, his expression cold, seized her and carried her before the infinite immortal elder. Scoundrel! Yin Shiniang unleashed a torrent of curses towards the infinite immortal elder. Return my son to me. The infinite immortal elder remained unfazed, eyes closed in incantation, disregarding her pleas. Regardless of her struggles, the crane boy held her firmly in place. Observing the fresh crimson blood seeping from her arrow wound, the crane boy sighed with a slight frown. Madam Yin, give up. The demonic elixir is inherently ominous. If it remains in the mortal realm, it will bring chaos to the world. The spirit pearl has been stolen by the dragon clan of the East Sea with nefarious intentions, attempting to sow confusion. The demons of the world are all of the same ilk. The immortal elder, with great righteousness, had no choice but to refine it into an elixir to prevent the suffering of humanity. Nonsense. Yin Shiniang retorted vehemently at the crane boy. How has my son Nezha ever brought chaos to the world? Nezha is a great auspice appointed by the king. Demons are all black. You self-proclaimed immortals. Aside from your white garments, how are you any less tainted than they are? The crane boy, upon hearing this, quietly lowered his head. Yet, he continued to restrain Yin Shiniang, rendering her struggles futile. Severely injured, she could hardly escape with a single hand, and facing the infinite immortal elder would likely yield even more dire consequences. The king? The infinite sage let out a cold laugh, declaring that your king is also within the cauldron, having willingly descended into depravity and allied with the demon race. What face does he have to proclaim himself as the human sovereign, when he can no longer endure within the cauldron? He will surely beg this old man to release him. Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang's complexion turned ashen. What did you say? The king is also inside. Coughing violently, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Zhou. Memories flooded back to her of the day when Zhou was born, and the king, disregarding the scorching demonic flames, cradled Zhou in his arms, presenting him before all the officials and bestowing upon him the title of auspicious omen for the great Shang, earning the reverence of the people. This dispelled the misunderstandings surrounding Zhou and afforded him companionship and friendships. Without the king, Zhou would undoubtedly be viewed by the citizens of Chintang Pass as a demonic orb, a monstrous aberration, suffering discrimination and confined within the Li residence, unable to step outside. Allied with demons, descending into depravity. Yin Shiniang recalled the performance of the White Fox Fairy by the villagers of Xingyu on Zha's first full moon. If demons can protect humans, how are they different from immortals? If immortals are adept at taking lives, how are they any different from demons? With her eyes wide with fury, Yin Shiniang directed her wrath towards the infinite sage, the guardian deities, and the gathering of demon-hunting immortals, demanding in a fierce tone, as immortals, how can you indiscriminately refine my son alongside the dragon and demon clans without reason? What difference is there from the demonic path? You who claim to be the true lineage of Pangu in the Yushu Palace, guardians of the righteous way. With increasing blood spilling from her lips, Yin Shiniang trembled, nearly unable to stand. The crane youth gently supported her back with his wings, while the deer youth remained silent. The infinite sage, now visibly enraged, waved his hand, sending Yin Shiniang flying from the crane youth's grasp. Your deceptive words bewilder the masses, and you are obstinately stubborn. I have no time to waste on your nonsense. Into the cauldron with you. A fiery opening appeared in the blazing Tianyuan cauldron, and the bloodied Madame Yin was unceremoniously thrown in by the infinite sage. Inside the cauldron, Ao Guang struggled against the blazing true fire while simultaneously conjuring a vortex with one hand to catch the falling Yin Shiniang. Lu Chong swiftly caught her, alarmed by her severe injuries and the profusion of blood. Mother! Mother! Little Nezha's eyes brimmed with tears, which turned to steam before they could fall, evaporated by the intense, true fire. Mother! Please wake up. Little Nezha gazed at the crimson stains on Yin Shiniang, confusion etched across his face. He grasped her hand, gently shaking it. Mother! Does it hurt? Wake up, please. Don't sleep, don't sleep. Zhou hasn't slept yet. You still haven't told Zhou a story, Mother. Hearing little Nezha's trembling voice, Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao bowed their heads. Even the octopus general and shark commander, along with their underwater demon kin, shook their heads in silence at the sound of little Nezha's cries. As members of the demon race, they too were born of parents. Though the octopus has never laid eyes on its mother since birth, who would dare to harm her? I would demand their life. Old octopus, you are somewhat fortunate. The shark, grew up in the womb as well, but after I devoured several of my brothers, my mother ceased to recognize me. You are truly hungry. General Octopus and Commander Shark sighed deeply, and behind them, the crab demons, turtle spirits, and fish monsters wept profusely. We are even more unfortunate. We have never seen our mother throughout our lives. If she were here, perhaps we would not have fallen to this fate. being refined into elixirs without anyone to care for us. Little Ao Bing gazed at Nezha's sorrowful expression, his own eyes moistening. He had once asked his father where his mother was, but each time, his father only shook his head and sighed. His master never mentioned her. After that day at Shintang Pass, when he met Nezha's mother, Ao Bing began to form a concept of his own mother. Surely, she must be as gentle and beautiful as Nezha's mother. Now, seeing Yin Shiniang gravely injured and unconscious, Ao Bing felt a similar sorrow. Nezha, cough, cough. Yin Shiniang heard little Nezha's call and struggled to open her eyes. Nezha, are you all right? Mother, you finally awoke. Little Nezha hurriedly wiped the tears from his eyes, revealing a broad smile. I'm fine, I don't feel the fire. Mother, you are injured. How do you feel? Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang let out a long sigh of relief. Cough, cough, Brother Wang. She struggled to rise from Lu Chong's arms to speak with him, but was met with a fit of coughs. Lu Chong, suppressing his inner fury, replied to Yin Shiniang in a calm tone. Rest assured, sister, I will take good care of Nezha. Grateful, Yin Shiniang cast a glance of appreciation at Lu Chong. She was acutely aware of the severity of her own injuries. Moreover, being in the Tianyuan Ding, she understood the inevitable outcome. The only regret was not being able to see how Nezha would grow up. Finally, Yin Shiniang looked toward little Nezha, extending her hands and offering a gentle smile. Nezha, let mother hold you once more, shall we? Little Nezha could no longer hold back and cried out, rushing into Yin Shiniang's embrace. Mother. Chapter 52. Nezha, help me break the cauldron. Little Nezha clutched Yin Shiniang tightly, crying heart-wrenchingly. Witnessing this scene, Ao Guang and the multitude of demon tribes behind him could not help but shed tears. While General Octopus and Commander Shark sobbed uncontrollably as they cultivated their powers. How tragic. The separation of mother and child, eternally apart, is too cruel. Are we not unfortunate as well? No, we can only perish here. Mother, though I have never seen your face, I truly do not wish to die. I have yet to find a wife. Alas, my dear cousin, I, the King of Crabs, have yet to return home in glory. To marry you with all pomp and circumstance. That night was my fault. I could not restrain myself. What has become of me? My body has transformed into a mere shell. Sigh, my brother, may you fare well. I suspect we shall meet again ere long. As the myriad of creatures mourned, a fissure of purple space opened within the heavenly origin cauldron. A blue skirt billowed, resembling a jellyfish swaying in the breeze. Ao Run descended beside Lu Chong, observing Ao Guang's desperate struggle, and chuckled softly. Brother, today is your turn. Ao Guang coldly retorted, Ao Run, have you come here seeking death? Shun Gongbao and the sea demons glared at Ao Run, wishing fervently for mutual destruction. Brother, my sister has no time to deal with you now. Ao Guang, intent on drawing his blade to fight, found himself needing to protect little Ao Bing from the blazing true fire, and thus had to swallow his pride for the moment. With a triumphant demeanor, Ao Run approached Lu Chong, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, you have unlocked me from peril. This time I have come to rescue you. One life for another, as a token of gratitude. Lu Chong, cradling the unconscious Yin Shiniang and Nezha, did not respond. Instead, he gazed calmly at the unconscious Yin Shiniang and stated, Ao Run, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to submit to me and serve the Great Shang henceforth? Upon hearing this, Ao Run paused momentarily, then replied, I apologize, Your Majesty. I have come to aid you solely to repay a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, I have become a disciple under the immortal master, Ao Qin and Ao Shun, and can only remain loyal to him. I dare not betray your intentions. I act according to my conscience, without seeking any recompense. Since we are now adversaries, let us not speak of gratitude any longer. Lu Chong rose, not even casting a glance at Ao Run, as he hoisted the exhausted Yin Shiniang and approached Ao Guang and Shin Gongbao. You shall use your magic to preserve her corporeal form. I will break the cauldron. Upon hearing the Emperor's declaration, Ao Run's face was filled with astonishment. Break the cauldron. Although your Majesty holds the esteemed title of Emperor, you must know that the heavenly origin cauldron is a treasured artifact of the Chan Sect, the core magical tool of the Jade Void Palace. How could it possibly be easily destroyed? Moreover, outside, the boundless immortal and 100,000 demon-capturing troops guard it. To break the cauldron is akin to ascending to the heavens. Your Majesty should remain calm and leave this place quickly. Your life is of utmost importance. Ao Run had just pleaded with the boundless immortal to enter the cauldron to rescue the Emperor, all to repay a debt of gratitude. Little did she expect such ingratitude from him. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were equally stunned at Lu Chong's intention to break the heavenly origin cauldron. How could this be possible? With their strength as Tai golden immortals, even they could only protect themselves within the cauldron. Yet the Emperor dared to speak of destroying it? But seeing the resolute and composed expression on the Emperor's face, they exchanged glances and nodded decisively. In the present moment, the trust bestowed upon every word and syllable uttered by this great merchant king is unparalleled. Although the king has not revealed the means to overcome their plight, the mere notion that he can accomplish it instills confidence. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao forego their protective spells and instead encase Yin Shiniang's fading corporeal form in ice, sustaining it with their magical prowess. Little Nezha gazes upon his mother, her face still adorned with a smile amidst the frost, and an overwhelming sorrow and fury swell within him. Mother! His cry resonates like a primal roar. Lu Chong gently sets little Nezha down and draws forth the diminutive golden pattern human emperor banner from his back. As the banner comes into Lu Chong's possession, it grows to match his height before he casts it into the air. Roar! Roar! The malevolent figures of Wan Liang and Mo Jiao encircle the banner, soaring above, exuding a palpable aura of dread. Their gazes sweep over the myriad sea demons meditating below, as if at Lu Chong's command, they would choose their next victim. The ominous energy radiating from the human emperor banner not only terrifies the underwater demon clan, but also sends a shiver down Ao Run's spine. Such a treasure is beyond her experience. If it were unleashed upon her now, her only recourse would be to flee using her void-rending claw. What are the intentions of the human emperor? Lu Chong casts a glance at the encased Yin Shiniang, a sense of guilt flickering in his eyes. Sister, rest assured. Your brother will safeguard you and Nezha. His countenance remains serene, yet his heart is ablaze with uncontainable wrath. Shun Gongbao, at your service. Completely unbind Nezha's Qianquan circle. Shun Gongbao hesitates momentarily but refrains from further inquiry, responding, as you command. Though he does not comprehend the king's reasoning for fully unbinding Nezha's Qianquan circle at this critical juncture, in a moment of life and death, he harbors no doubts regarding the king's orders. Nezha, Lu Chong says, placing the heartbroken little Nezha on the ground, crouching to meet his gaze with solemnity. Your uncle requires your strength to shatter this cauldron, rescue your mother, and avenge her. Are you willing? Tears well up in little Nezha's eyes as he looks at Lu Chong, filled with trust. He kneels before Lu Chong, bowing deeply. Uncle, as long as it saves my mother, Nezha is willing. Lu Chong observes the resolute and sorrowful little Nezha and nods in acknowledgement. Shun Gongbao intones the incantation. As the sun and moon coexist, all spirits converge. The boundless Qianquan circle hasten forth as commanded. Upon completion, the Qianquan circle emits a resonant hum, loosening from little Nezha's neck. Boom! An inferno of blazing flames erupts, enveloping little Nezha entirely. From within the conflagration emerges a slender, handsome youth, his eyes rolling back in a display of intense power. A torrent of demonic energy surges forth from his being. Even Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao find it difficult to confront the might of this infernal blaze. Though the young Nezha appears merely 7 or 8 years old, he exudes an air of youthful recklessness. Shun Gongbao sees the Qianquan circle, initially expecting Nezha to exhibit the irrational ferocity akin to that of a newborn. To his surprise, Nezha remained silent, gradually positioning himself beneath the human sovereign banner, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed in deep meditation. The Samadhi true fire surged into Nezha's being as if it had discovered a sanctuary, transforming into an endless torrent of demonic energy. This malevolent essence was unleashed, surging into the human sovereign banner. The human sovereign banner's level has increased. The human sovereign banner's level has increased. The human sovereign banner's level has increased. After a brief moment, as the banner absorbed the demonic energy, its level ascended to 10. Next, only the human sovereign sword remained. Another chapter is on the way, currently being fervently written. Chapter 53. This sea-stabilizing needle has another name. Here's a third update. Thank you for the gifts and support. The human sovereign banner fluttered in the air. Lu Chong, wielding the human sovereign sword, approached the underwater demon clan and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I, Emperor Xin, now, in the name of the human sovereign, absolve the underwater demon clan of the sins committed a millennium ago. I, Emperor Xin, now, in the name of the human sovereign, decree you as the sea-stabilizing divine beasts of the great Shang. From now on, you shall be led by the East Sea Dragon clan to safeguard our great Shang maritime domain. Upon finishing his declaration, countless golden rays erupted from the human sovereign sword, soaring into the heavens to merge with the demon clan's celestial spirits. General Octopus and Commander Shark scratched their heads, bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? Why does this fire seem less scorching? Alas, I feel stronger than I did moments ago. But what was that just penetrated my mind? Why do I feel so fervent? Silence. Ao Guang transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the air and unleashing a furious roar towards the underwater demons. Having been imprisoned for a millennium, the demons instinctively fell silent, submitting to the command. Ao Guang declared, "The benevolence of the king is unparalleled. Forgiving your transgressions from 1,000 years past, as well as my own and that of the dragon clan. Out of great compassion, the king has designated my dragon lineage as the guardians of the nation and you as the sea-stabilizing divine beasts. This grace is akin to a rebirth. From now on, as long as you uphold the king's orders, safeguarding the great Shang and its people, you shall receive the protection of the human sovereign. However, should you defy the king's commands, continuing your misdeeds and stirring chaos, I, Ao Guang, shall be the first to hold you accountable." Upon concluding his words, Ao Guang clenched his dragon claws in the void. The demons instantly felt excruciating pain, as though they were being cut and hewn. "Dragon King, spare us. Great King, forgive us. We are profoundly grateful for the absolution of our underwater demon clan's sins and pledge to obey your commands from now on. Yet, we fear we are on the verge of being refined into elixirs, and our time may be fleeting." Shun Gongbao approached the assembled demons and said, "What is there to panic about? The Tian Yuan cauldron is about to shatter." At his words, the demons were collectively struck with astonishment, their gazes turning towards the exalted human sovereign. How strikingly handsome. The reflection of Lu Chong's figure sparkles in the small eyes of the shark commander. Even the octopus general is captivated by the regal aura emanating from Lu Chong. There he sits, cross-legged in midair, surrounded by the emperor's sword and the emperor's banner, his imperial might compelling those around him to avert their gaze. Is this truly the great merchant emperor? Ao Run gazes at Emperor Xian, filled with confusion. Why must it be so? He could easily depart with her. Yet he chooses to gamble with his life, directly opposing the infinite immortal. One must remember, behind the infinite immortal lies the authentic teachings of the Chan Sect. The Kunlun Yushu Palace, where the primordial heavenly sovereign, one of the three pure ones, resides. Though he holds the esteemed title of emperor, does he truly wish to confront a sage of the three pure ones? The heavenly court is immensely powerful. She experienced its might firsthand a millennium ago. What can Emperor Xian accomplish? Should he offend the primordial heavenly sovereign, he may face dire calamities in the future. With this thought, Ao Run sighed in resignation. Since the king is unwilling to leave with her, she dares not insist further and bids farewell. Her gratitude has been expressed. If the king chooses not to accept it, she cannot compel him. She can only hope that he can indeed escape this peril. Lu Chong paid no heed to Ao Run's departure. His emperor's sword and banner had both ascended to level 10, positioning him to break through to the 4th tier of the emperor realm. Once he achieves this breakthrough, he shall unlock a 3rd imperial treasure, the emperor's platform capable of slaying celestial beings. Shun Gongbao re-equipped Nezha with the Qianquan ring, subduing the demonic essence of the magic orb. Little Nezha resumed his youthful appearance, standing alongside Ao Bing. The Lady of Little Stone emerged from Ao Bing's pocket, joining the two as they gazed up at their adoptive father suspended in the air. Ao Guang and the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, along with the underwater demon tribe, looked up at this emperor, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Heaven above, we beseech you for protection. May he break free. What is there to fear? Our king is the emperor. If that longevity peach dares to harm the emperor, do you believe his master would not take his own life in atonement? Bang! Another minor shrimp demon transforms into an elixir. Oh dear! Heaven bless our king, heaven bless us. Lu Chong abruptly opened his eyes. A surging and fervent energy coursed through him. 4th tier of the Emperor realm, unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th tier of the Emperor realm. Absorb the demon clan's defiance against the mandate of heaven, and cultivate the imperial spirit. Ability 1. Enhancement of the Emperor's physique by 10 levels. Strength increased by 100,000 pounds. The imperial spirit can be consumed to temporarily elevate strength tenfold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 4, Emperor's Platform. The Emperor's Platform can consume imperial spirit to slay celestial beings above. Lu Chong beheld his breakthrough, a surge of imperial spirit welling up within him, and his heart swelled with joy. His strength reached 100,000 pounds. If he were to unleash a punch, it could undoubtedly shatter mountains. Moreover, by consuming the imperial spirit, he could temporarily amplify his strength tenfold. That is a force of 1,000,000 pounds. Moreover, the Emperor's Platform has been unlocked. This is a miraculous treasure capable of slaying immortals. The elevation of his realm has endowed him with strength that exceeds tenfold. Truly, the Emperor's counterattack system lives up to its reputation. However, at this moment, he has no time to meticulously explore other matters. There is only one objective before him: to shatter the cauldron. He gently descended to the ground, contracting the Emperor's banner with his mind before affixing it back onto the small Nezha's back. With measured steps, he approached Guang. Amidst the astonished gazes of the underwater demon tribe and the East Sea Dragon clan, my king, Guang felt a heightened sense of pressure emanating from this emperor, more formidable than before, making him hesitate to meet his gaze directly. Lu Chong nodded at him, turning his attention to what lay behind. There stood a tall, robust stone pillar, silently erect, inscribed with two characters, Dragon Palace. Lu Chong approached the stone pillar, exhaling deeply, and addressed Guang and Shun Gongbao. Do you know the name of this stone pillar? Reporting to the king, Guang replied, gazing at the stone pillar that had accompanied him for a millennium. This is a remnant from the ancient times of Du's flood control. Utilized to ascertain water levels and stabilize the tumultuous seas, it is named the Sea Stabilizing Needle. Lu Chong smiled slightly. Guang, do you know that the Sea Stabilizing Needle has another name? Upon hearing this, Guang and Shun Gongbao exchanged puzzled glances. Another name? The little dragon had never heard of such a thing. Lu Chong laid his right hand gently upon the coarse surface of the Sea Stabilizing Needle. Speaking softly, its other name is the Rui Jingu Bang. Rui Jingu Bang. Guang and Shun Gongbao furrowed their brows, repeating this name. Boom, boom, boom. Within the heavenly Yuan cauldron, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The Sea Stabilizing Needle radiated a brilliant light. Chapter 54, Rui Jingu Bang. Seeking gifts. Outside the heavenly Yuan cauldron, the crane boy flew to the side of the infinite immortal elder, retracting his wings and whispering a few words. A fox demon? The infinite immortal elder's gaze flickered slightly. Dear boy, without turning his head, the infinite immortal elder commanded, capture that fox demon. Yes, master. The dear boy knelt to receive the order, then drew forth his antler bow, soaring into the air, aiming at the frantically charging white fox. Drawing back the antler bow, he took aim. Whoosh, whoosh. An endless barrage of golden arrows erupted from the antler bow. Boom, boom, boom. The golden arrows rained down, enveloping the area around the white fox, stirring up a cloud of dust and obscuring its form. Senior brother's archery is extraordinary. He has subdued that fox demon from such a distance. Lord Dear Boy is truly formidable. That little fox demon must have lost its way to dare come here to meet its end. Ha ha. Laughter echoed among the demon hunting team, mocking the fox demon. The dear boy maintained a calm demeanor as he descended, aiming to capture the injured fox demon within the heavenly cloud cauldron. Upon landing, I approached the white fox, pierced by several arrows and lying in a pool of blood, my brow slightly furrowed. Is it dead? A deceased fox spirit, at best, could only produce a low-grade elixir. The fur of this fox spirit was sleek and lustrous. Had it still been alive, it could have crafted an exquisite potion. What a pity. Just as I bent down to retrieve the white fox, I noticed its eyes suddenly flicker. An instant later, a gust of wind surged before me. Whoosh. I swiftly sidestepped, stabilizing myself, only to feel a fiery sting on my right cheek. Oh, why does your left cheek bear a wound as well? It was only your right cheek that was grazed. But, well, at least it appears symmetrical now. The little white fox wore a mischievous grin, proudly swaying its foretails. A glint of cold light flashed in my eyes as I coldly remarked, I was indeed careless regarding the fox clan's illusions. With that, I leapt high into the air, drawing my bowstring taut. You've lost your chance to flee, fox spirit. Golden arrows flew forth in a flurry, forcing the white fox to evade in every direction. The little white fox, agile and sprightly, danced through the rain of arrows, its laughter never faltering. Is that all? Compared to my master's divine speed, this is painfully slow. You'll need to practice more to hit me. Oh, that bow of yours has quite a unique design. It couldn't possibly have been taken from some deer demon. Could it? I wonder if it was stolen, or perhaps it was a gift for me. In a flash, the little white fox darted behind me, preparing to claw at my garments. Reveal your true self, I exclaimed, astonished. This fox spirit possessed a speed akin to teleportation. Bang! A pair of crane wings shielded me from the blow, forcing the little white fox back. The little white fox gazed longingly at the crane spirit with outstretched wings. Yet its mouth continued to prattle. Oh dear, are you pained? TSK, TSK. Silence, fox spirit. I retorted, my expression turning frigid as I flapped my wings, conjuring a tempest. The little white fox recognized that evading arrows in such a storm would be a daunting task. "Master, you've arrived," it exclaimed, looking back at the crane and me, its eyes brimming with delight. "Humph, do you think such trifling tricks can deceive us? Truly laughable," I scoffed, drawing my bow to shoot. Buzz! A burst of colorful light suddenly illuminated behind us. Both of us felt a chill run down our spines. Turning to look, we beheld a general adorned in shining armor, standing there with a resplendent plumage of 5 colors, akin to a peacock fanning its tail. In the next moment, a flash of 5-colored brilliance swept past, revealing our true forms. I was a spotted deer, and my companion was a red-crowned crane. Kong Xian stared at us with wide eyes, its formidable quasi-saintly aura rendering us utterly powerless. We felt as though our strength had been drained, and attempts to cast spells for escape proved futile. A sudden realization struck me. This individual's cultivation surpassed even that of my master. The little white fox gasped quietly, realizing that it was indeed a deer demon. Just moments ago, she had found it peculiar that this demon wielded a bow crafted from the antlers of its own kin. Shaking her head, she chose to disregard the dear boy, who had been stripped of his powers by the master. She hurried to the side of Kong Xian, anxiously exclaiming, "Master, look at that grand cauldron. The great king must be there." Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that the heavenly origin cauldron of the Jade Void Palace? How could the great king be here?" Although he struggled to believe the revelation, he could not afford to be careless. He drew a long knife and pressed it against the neck of the dear boy, demanding, "Is the human Emperor Xuanzang here?" The dear boy had intended to put on a brave front in front of the crane boy, adopting a defiant stance. However, to his surprise, the crane boy interjected, "Umph. Even if you kill my senior brother, I will never reveal that the human Emperor Xuanzang is inside the heavenly origin cauldron." "Oh, quite defiant, are we?" Kong Xian paused for a moment upon hearing this. The crane boy, with an indifferent expression, passionately continued, "Even if I told you that inside this cauldron are the wife of General Li Jing from Chanting Pass, the younger sister of human Emperor Xuanzang, Yin Shiniang, and her third son, Nezha, what could you possibly do? Can you save them?" The dear boy widened his eyes in shock. "Sister, why are you revealing secrets so easily?" Kong Xian and the little white fox exchanged glances, taken aback by the crane boy's honesty. The crane boy glared at Kong Xian, raising his slender neck defiantly. "Even if you kill me, I will never disclose that the dragon clan of the East Sea and the underwater demon clan are imprisoned in the cauldron, soon to be refined into elixirs. Our master is the chief disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, a being of the Tai golden immortal realm, with unparalleled wood-based magical powers. And we have 100,000 demon hunting squads. Can you defeat them all by yourself? Humph, I won't tell you anything. You might as well kill us." The dear boy remained silent, and so did Kong Xian and the little white fox. "Forget it. I have no desire to take lives. You may go," Kong Xian finally said, shaking his head in resignation. If he were to slay such an honest child, he feared he would never find peace again in sleep. Once the two departed, the dear boy let out a long sigh of relief, casting a complex look at the crane boy. "Sister, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to save your brother." "Don't misunderstand," the crane boy replied coldly, glancing at him. "I merely wish to survive. Furthermore, I hope Yin Shiniang can live to see her child grow." Above the heavenly origin cauldron, upon seeing Kong Xian, the face of the infinite immortal elder turned somewhat grim. The ability to instantly strip the dear boy and crane boy of their powers indicated that he was at least a formidable being of the quasi-saint level. Just as he was about to approach and persuade the other party to leave under the pretext of exorcising demons, he suddenly felt the heavenly origin cauldron beneath him shake violently. Rui Jingu Bang. Activate. Chapter 55. Break at the Rui Jingu Bang. Lu Chong gently placed his hand upon the Dragon King's stabilizing rod, the Dinghai Shenzhen. A radiant light burst forth, reverberating with intensity. The winds and clouds stirred, and a cacophony of creatures echoed in unison. Ao Guang and the entire Eastern Sea Dragon clan, along with Shun Gongbao and all the aquatic demon folk, were gripped by disbelief. This stabilizing rod had always remained steadfast, impervious even to storms and hidden currents. How could it tremble so? General Octopus and Commander Shark gazed upward at the towering stone pillar, witnessing layers of rock rapidly shedding. Boom! A cascade of debris fell, creating a colossal pit in the ground that even 10 sharks could not fill. The dragon clan and the demon folk hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. A small yellow dragon crawled on the ground like an earthworm, landing behind Commander Shark, who burst into laughter. Yet, in the next instant, the little yellow dragon soared into the air, seemingly recalling its ability to fly, and with a swift motion, it darted in front of Commander Shark, turning back to laugh heartily at him. Bang! It then collided with a protruding stone wall. Commander Shark pointed at the little yellow dragon, laughing once more. Bang! A large rock fell right before him, and without any defense, he was knocked straight into it. Ao Guang, accompanied by Ao Bing and the frozen Yin Shiniang, with Ao Bing cradling the small Shijin Yang, fled into the distance. Shen Gongbao, wishing to escape, glanced back at the little Nezha, sighed, and lifted him up, dodging the falling debris as they moved aside. All eyes were fixed upon the figure of Emperor Xian standing beneath the Dinghai Shenzhen. Their faces were etched with shock, and their eyes filled with incredulity. Look, the Dinghai Shenzhen seems to have diminished in size. It has truly shrunk. I had thought this stabilizing rod was permanently embedded in the ocean floor, hence its name. How could it possibly become smaller? Oh, the Emperor just mentioned that this Dinghai Shenzhen is also known as the Rui Jingu Bang. Could it be that it can enlarge or shrink according to one's will? That makes sense. You should give it a try. I wouldn't dare. I might be crushed by falling stones before I even reach it. Shen Gongbao rolled his eyes at them, saying, this Dinghai Shenzhen was utilized by the ancient Yu the Great for flood control. Its merits are immeasurable, and only those of virtue can wield it. The king is the supreme human emperor, blessed with fortune. Had it not been for the king's recent conferral of you as the sea-subduing divine beasts, benefiting from his fortune, you would have surely perished beneath the falling rocks. Upon hearing this, General Octopus, Commander Shark, and the aquatic demon folk behind them displayed expressions of delight. So, being the sea-subduing divine beast of the great merchant has such advantages? Splendid. For the rest of my life, and for generations to come, I shall willingly serve as the sea-subduing divine beast of the great merchant. Just as the demons rejoiced, the Dinghai Shenzhen had shrunk to a height of 3 to 4 zhang, the stones entirely fallen away, revealing its resplendent golden form. The appearance resembles a long rod with golden hoops at both ends, and a segment of black iron in the middle. Look, there is even an inscription above. The Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 pounds. It truly is called the Rui Jingu Bang, truly befitting of the great king, who possesses such knowledge. Both Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao were equally astonished, particularly Ao Guang, who had been entwined around this sea-settling needle for over a millennium, was utterly unaware that it bore an inscription, yet the king, having visited the depths of the sea only 2 or 3 times, was already acquainted with its name. Moreover, he could effortlessly alter its size. A wave of self-mockery surged within him. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, he only knew that this sea-settling needle was a relic of King Yu, yet he remained oblivious to its true value. Over 1,000 years indeed. Legends state that treasures possess spirits, and only those fated may recognize them. Truly, it seems so. With this divine artifact, we shall surely shatter the Tianyuan Ding. Ao Guang gazed at the Emperor Xian, who held the Rui Jingu Bang, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He addressed the dragon and demon clans. For so many years, the dragon clan has guarded the depths of the sea, yet they still seek our lives. Since they desire our lives, let us wager our very existence against them. The octopus general bellowed in indignation. The multitude of demons responded in unison, yes. Let us contend with them. When we charge forth, we shall eliminate those immortals. Indeed, we are the divine beasts of the great Shang. Those immortals are nothing. Let us fight. 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 Ignoring their rallying cries, Lu Chong marveled at the Rui Jingu Bang, which transformed in size at his will, his heart filled with delight. He merely wished to experiment, never expecting the staff to truly respond to his desires, altering its dimensions. It is indeed a treasure of postnatal merit. How delightful! Were it not for the increasingly fierce flames of the true fire within the Tianyuan Ding, Lu Chong would have certainly taken the Rui Jingu Bang in hand to play with it. This staff is simply magnificent, truly worthy of being the exclusive weapon of the great sage equal to heaven. Over 1,000 years later, Sun Wukong would wield this Rui Jingu Bang to cause havoc in the heavenly court. Today, I shall first use this Rui Jingu Bang to shatter the Tianyuan Ding. He silently chanted, big, big, big. The dragon and demon clans all gazed at the Rui Jingu Bang, which had just shrunk, as it began to grow larger once more. It grew taller and taller. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, it had already reached the apex of the Tianyuan Ding. Open for me. The immense force caused the infinite immortal sitting atop the ding to tremble violently. No, it cannot be. How can this be? Subsequently, he saw a crack form at the mouth of the ding. A surge of true fire burst forth through the crevice, causing the infinite immortal to furrow his brow tightly. At that moment, Kong Xian had already arrived before him. You are the infinite immortal? Quickly open the Tianyuan Ding and release the prisoners. Otherwise, death awaits. The immortal Wu Yang hastily pressed down the lid of the cauldron with his foot and presented the green jade token, declaring, I am Wu Yang, a disciple of the primordial supreme being of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. With this token, you are now one of us from the Chan Sect, and may freely enter and exit the Yushu Palace. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. However, we are currently at a critical juncture in alchemy. Regardless of the matter, let us discuss it after we have completed our task, shall we? Kong Xian, the commander of the Three Mountains Pass in the Shang Dynasty, retorted without hesitation, release the king at once. Observing this, Wu Yang contemplated alternative strategies, but suddenly felt an immense force surge beneath his feet. He pressed down with both feet, striving to suppress that power. Yet, in the next moment, the golden cudgel expanded once more, shaking the lid of the Tianyuan cauldron and nearly lifting him off his feet. Wu Yang intended to cast a spell, but was swiftly thwarted by Kong Xian. Quickly let the king out. Faced with Kong Xian, Wu Yang found himself at a loss. Then, with a resounding bang, the lid of the Tianyuan cauldron was forcefully blown off. Lu Chong stood atop the dragon head of Ao Guang, gazing down at Wu Yang with a voice that resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens and the earth. I, Emperor Exine, heed no heavenly decree, and make no distinction between immortals and demons. I judge solely by virtue and vice. Wu Yang, you have committed heinous crimes, and thus shall face the most severe punishment. Behead him. Execute immediately. Chapter 56. What business do the common people of my realm have with your Chan Sect? Lu Chong, soaring upon the dragon's head, his dark brocade robe billowing in the wind, looked down upon Wu Yang. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the human emperor caused even the 100,000 demon-hunting troops, along with the celestial beings, to feel a sense of trepidation. Xiao Baihu and Kong Xian beheld their king and were instantly filled with joy. Truly, he is my king. And scathed and mounted upon a dragon, shattering the Tianyuan cauldron of the Yushu Palace. A true hero indeed. Kong Xian stroked his beard with pride, his face alight with astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Baihu gazed at the king on the dragon, her eyes sparkling with excitement, filled with budding affection. How handsome my king is. Seeing the human emperor emerge alongside Ao Guang, Wu Yang squinted his eyes and remarked, At last, you have come out. I was truly worried sick. Standing beside Kong Xian, Wu Yang adopted a tone of earnest entreaty. My king, do not be swayed by these demon tribes. They bear heavy sins and harbor deep-seated enmity with humanity. They must not be tolerated. I have come to protect the common folk, to prevent the dragon clan from unleashing these demons upon Chintang Pass. Ao Guang has recklessly released the underwater demon tribe. They will surely wreak havoc upon the world. If we do not eradicate them now, how can our Chan Sect justify itself to the common people? Observing Wu Yang's theatrical performance, Lu Chong smiled coldly. The Rui golden cudgel, almost sensing the moment, transformed into a thick rod over 2 zhang long, spinning gracefully into Lu Chong's hand, aimed directly at Wu Yang. The common people are mine. What concern is it of yours with the teachings of the Church of Enlightenment? Upon uttering these words, the Emperor of Humanity, in his 4th tier of power, ceased to conceal his presence and unleashed his full might. The formidable aura emanating from him sent ripples through the ranks of the demon-slaying squad. The dragonkin and the aquatic demons that had escaped from the cauldron unfurled behind him like a pair of colossal wings. Shinkong Bao gazed at the infinite sage, his heart devoid of any lingering affection. Master, for years, I have toiled for you, like an ox or a horse. And now it turns out, I was merely a pawn in your alchemical endeavors? What a revelation you have bestowed upon me, dear master. General Octopus and Commander Shark were equally incensed. You old rascal. We of the demon clan have neither wronged you nor insulted your mother. Why do you treat us as mere fodder for your grill? Is this the authentic conduct of your Church of Enlightenment? Bah, such authenticity is but a guise for unscrupulous demonic practices. We shall avenge our brothers, Asia and Asia, who were cruelly refined into elixirs within that cauldron. Their demise was most tragic. They had yet to marry or even find their biological parents. A tortoise wiped the drool from its mouth, holding an elixir in one hand. Silence. The infinite sage glared with fury, his visage bereft of any celestial grace. You sinful demon kin, your time has long come. I merely wish to make your deaths of some worth today. Contributing to the grandeur of our Church of Enlightenment will allow for a more favorable reincarnation in the future. Failing to recognize my good intentions and showing such disrespect is truly outrageous. Upon hearing these words, Kong Xian's gaze sharpened, and he drew forth his mighty blade. Who do you call outrageous? Speak again. Just moments ago, he had seen the king unscathed and pondered whether to reconcile with this infinite sage of the Church of Enlightenment, perhaps incapacitating him in the process. After all, the master of the Jade Void Palace is the primordial supreme being, known for his fierce protectiveness of his disciples. It is indeed justifiable for a mentor to be protective. However, should one of his disciples fall, he would not hesitate to intervene. Regardless of whether one is a golden immortal or an earth immortal, right or wrong, the first blow would be delivered. Yet now this sinister, peach-like elder dares to label my king of the Shang Dynasty as outrageous? Do you even hear the words you utter? The infinite sage's countenance grew grim as he perceived Kong Xian, a figure of quasi-saintly strength, drawing his weapon against him. He resolved that unless he demonstrated his true capabilities, they would remain oblivious to the might of the Church of Enlightenment. Demon-slaying squad. Annihilate them. Kill. The demon-slaying squad surged forth like puppets under the infinite sage's control, charging towards Lu Chong and the dragonkin. The infinite sage also retrieved a black and white elixir from his peach-wood staff and swallowed it. His aura surged dramatically. Kong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he was hurled 30 zhang away, clutching the little white fox by its nape, landing beside the king. With a look of wonder, he remarked, "Is this the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm? The great king, the immeasurable immortal, is indeed on the brink of becoming a saint. Although he too stands at the threshold of saintliness, merely a step away from the sanctified realm, and is adorned with the radiant five-colored divine light. He does not fear solitary combat. However, when two quasi-saints engage in battle, the fate of the little white fox nearby may not be guaranteed. This little white fox, endowed with extraordinary talent, is a disciple chosen by the king himself. Ensuring the safety of the white fox is of paramount importance. Moreover, there exists the formidable demon-capturing brigade of 100,000, which, although comprised predominantly of quasi-gold immortals, poses a significant risk due to sheer numbers. Thus, I hastened to the king's side to deliberate on a strategy. Great king, shall I lead you to retreat for the time being? We can devise a longer-term plan, I suggested. Yet, Lu Chong did not respond. Instead, he calmly declared, Kong Xian, I have never taken a step backward in my life. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's heart jolted. Indeed, over the years, the king has led his troops into battle, serving as both the spearhead and the unwavering shield. He has never retreated an inch. My previous remark was nothing short of an affront to the king's illustrious reputation. A slight sheen of sweat formed on my brow as I quickly bowed my head, exclaiming, Great king, forgive my transgression. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. Lu Chong did not chastise me, but instead addressed me earnestly. I must entrust you with another matter. Commander Kong Xian, command me without hesitation. I would gladly face death for you. I promptly replied. Lu Chong solemnly handed me the encased figure of Yin Shiniang. Frozen in ice, he spoke slowly and deliberately, as if fearful that a single mispronounced word could lead to irreparable consequences. Commander Kong Xian, it is imperative that you deliver Yin Shiniang's frozen form to Chaoga and entrust her to the great shaman, ensuring that her soul is preserved. Speed is of the essence. Remember. Understood. I accepted the command, casting a glance at the king, where I perceived an unprecedented emotion in his austere demeanor. A fierce wrath, an anger so intense it seemed ready to consume all. The little white fox behind him gazed at her beloved king, and tears unwittingly welled in her eyes. In the king's gaze, she discerned a hint of sorrow. Her eyes shifted to the immeasurable immortal, whose form had grotesquely swelled, and to the 100,000 demon-capturing brigade. Their banners emblazoned with the words, Chan, cursed Chan teachings. How dare they bring such sorrow to my beloved king? You are truly despicable. Chapter 57. What is the heavenly court? Let them face my wrath. While Kong Xian harbored concerns for the king's safety, bound by royal command, he could only escort Yin Shiniang and the little white fox away. He silently vowed, once Yin Shiniang is delivered to the great shaman, I shall rally forces to support the king. Lu Chong watched their departing figures with a sigh of relief before turning his gaze towards the distant, immeasurable immortal. At this moment, the demon-capturing brigade and the dragon and demon tribes had begun their fierce clash, transforming the sky into a tumultuous interplay of black and gold torrents. They collided, intertwined, separated, and regrouped in an endless cycle. During each tumultuous reassembly, countless bloodshed and severed limbs fell into the surging waves of the East Sea. Ao Guang entrusted both the young Nezha and Ao Bing to Shun Gongbao, as if conveying final instructions. After this battle, their fates remain uncertain. You must ensure their safety. Shin Gongbao, perplexed, could not fathom why Ao Guang exhibited such concern for Nezha. Nezha, in turn, found an inexplicable fondness for the old Dragon King. Ao Guang continued. The king has arranged a duel for them. A year hence, regardless of my fate, you must relay the outcome to me. Though I am confident my son Ao Bing will prevail, do not forget to look after both of them. With a scowl, Shen Gongbao sighed, clutching the irate little Nezha at his waist. Rest assured, with my guidance, Ao Bing will surely surpass that portly disciple. Crack. Nezha bit down on Shen Gongbao's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Ouch, that hurts. You little demon. I am your master's uncle. Release me. Shen Gongbao, holding both Ao Bing and Nezha, soared towards the direction of Qintang Pass. On the ground, the deer boy and crane boy, stripped of their cultivation by Kong Xian, sat upon a rocky shore, gazing at the chaotic battle above. The crane boy sat cross-legged, attempting to regain his powers through meditation, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had to concede. Who would have thought that the general of the three mountains of the Shang Dynasty possessed such profound magical prowess? It seems we shall require at least 7 days to restore our abilities. Alas, what a pity, the crane boy remarked with a faint smile. The deer boy had also tried, finding himself completely unable to harness his powers. Now, they were akin to mere mortals, save for their distinct animal heads. One a deer, the other a crane. Sister, why do you seem rather cheerful? The deer boy inquired. Brother, you misjudge my feelings. How could I be so bold? With master fighting for his life above, how could a disciple like me not feel 100-fold sorrow? Oh, the deer boy pondered thoughtfully, after seeing Shen Gongbao depart. A flicker of confusion crossed the deer boy's eyes, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master Shen has left. The crane boy, upon hearing this, sighed softly. In the past, when Master Shen led the demon hunting team, were you one of his subordinates? Not merely a subordinate, the deer boy replied, nostalgia glimmering in his gaze. Master Shen took great care of me and promoted me to his deputy. I only became the captain after he departed from the team. Who would have imagined that today I would find myself facing him as an adversary? The deer boy's words were laden with regret. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed from the sky, shaking the ground and stirring up monstrous waves in the East Sea. The deer boy and crane boy quickly turned their attention skyward. There, they beheld Lu Chong, his body swelling to many times its size, transformed into a super-muscular figure of the Wuliang immortal. Behind him, countless branches sprouted, intertwining to form a colossal withered tree, its roots embedded in the Tianyuan Ding. Observing Kong Xian and Shen Gongbao retreating, the Wuliang Xianweng revealed a faint smile. Human sovereign, had you allowed that quasi-saint to remain, perhaps you would have had a chance to surpass me. Yet, you let him leave, even sending Shen Gongbao away, truly a self-inflicted wound. Surely you do not believe that you and the Dragon King Ao Guang can prevail against me? Huh, how utterly ridiculous. The Wuliang Xianweng lightly clenched his fist, the explosive power radiating from him instilling a profound confidence. I shall grant you a third chance. If you obediently depart and hand over the dragon and demon clans to me, I will ensure you may return to reign as the king of Deshang without hindrance. Listening to the elder's words, Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly. Since you extend such an offer, I too can grant you a chance. Simply present your neck. Allow me to behead you, and I assure you I will not trouble you henceforth. You, the Wuliang Xianweng, infuriated, his white beard and brows bristling, glared at Lu Chong. Since the human sovereign insists on opposing the Chan Sect at the cost of national fortune, I shall not hold back. You three emerged to assist. As his words fell, 3 colossal dragons soared forth behind him. One was crimson as fire, another azure as silk, and the third crawled ominously. They were the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shan. They gazed down derisively at Ao Guang beneath Lu Chong. Even at this juncture, you still do not surrender to the Xinwang? If you persist in your obstinacy, dear brother, you may soon taste the bitterness of vengeance. Ao Run smirked, his gaze chilling. Ao Guang looked at the 3, letting out a sigh. The obstinate ones are you. The human sovereign kindly sought to bestow upon you the title of guardian beasts of the nation, yet you failed to appreciate his goodwill, colluding instead with the Wuliang Xianweng to conspire against the East Sea Dragon clan and the demons. Now, you remain lost, and I fear there will be no path of return. Ao Shun and Ao Qin scoffed, while Ao Run brandished his sky-rending claw, chuckling lightly. Return? My sister has fled the East Sea, never contemplating a return. Yet, brother, you have released the underwater demons and allowed them to display disrespect towards the Xianwang. Are you not afraid he will report this to the heavenly court, condemning our dragon clan to a fate without burial? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's brow furrowed slightly. The heavenly court? Lu Chong, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, replied coldly, "What is the heavenly court? The dragon clan now serves as my Deshang's divine beasts. In this world, apart from myself, no one may judge the dragon clan. We have contributed to the nation and upheld virtue. With merit upon us, our past transgressions are absolved. Such a petty human sovereign, truly arrogant." The Wuliang Xianwen gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. "The heavenly court is the most sacred sovereign of the three realms. Even you, human sovereign, must revere the heavens. Such hubris will surely invoke divine retribution. Your Deshang shall be annihilated. Today, I shall awaken you, the Emperor of humanity, as a means of upholding the heavenly mandate." With that said, he clenched his fists and struck them together before his chest. From behind him, endless vines coalesced into two colossal fists, resembling mountains, surging towards Lu Chong and Ao Guang. Boom! Lu Chong, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, leapt fiercely into the air, aiming a strike at the face of the infinite immortal. "Huh! You wretched being! Take this blow from me." Chapter 58. For the sake of the primordial celestial's grace, I beg for mercy, great king. As Lu Chong soared into the sky, he brought down his staff with great force. The infinite immortal wore a disdainful expression, his face brimming with arrogance. "You think to challenge me with a mere iron rod? How laughable." He summoned forth a massive wooden arm, 10 zhang thick, to counterattack with ferocity. "Witness as I send you back to Chaoga with a single punch." Crack, crack, crack. At the sound, the smile on the infinite immortal's face abruptly froze. What is happening? Through the narrow crevices of the branches before him, a glimmer of auspicious light pierced through. Could it be that my fellow disciples have come to aid me? In the next moment, the branches shattered entirely. A golden-hued iron rod appeared before him with great velocity. Boom! The Rui Jingu Bang, as thick as a bowl, struck directly upon the head of the infinite immortal. Thud! The infinite immortal was sent crashing down from the air, landing upon the immense Tianyuan Ding. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and upon touching his warm nostrils and ears, he found blood. How could a single blow possess such might to injure a quasi-saint level immortal? What kind of staff technique is this? The infinite immortal's face was painted with shock, yet the force of the blow was not yet spent, as it continued to descend upon him. The infinite immortal, just struck, felt his hands grow weak and his legs immobile. "Quickly, come to my defense." In desperation, he summoned the vines, ensnaring the waists of 100 nearby demon-hunting squad members and pulling them before him for protection. Cowering behind them, he watched as the staff descended from above. It had appeared only as thick as a bowl moments ago, yet now seemed as stout as the pillars of a grand hall. Upon closer inspection, it had also grown significantly longer. The entire staff now measured a staggering 30 to 40 zhang. The infinite immortal then comprehended that this was no ordinary iron rod, but a genuine treasure. As the staff descended, it obliterated the 100 demon-hunting squad members, leaving no trace behind. Clang! The colossal staff grazed past the side of the infinite immortal, crashing into the Tianyuan Ding. Crack! A cacophony of shattering echoed from the ding. The tremendous shockwave roared across the skies of the East Sea. The cosmos trembled, and the waves surged mightily. Seated atop the ding, the infinite immortal felt dizzy and disoriented. His body was already numb and weak. Gazing at the enormous Rui Jingu Bang, now less than 3 feet away, a flicker of fear finally crossed his countenance. If this staff were to strike him squarely, what fate would await him? In the heavens, the fierce battle between the demon-catching team and the aquatic dragon clan was abruptly interrupted by a resounding tremor. Ao Guang and Ao Run, along with their companions, retreated several paces, cautiously gazing toward the direction of the Tianyuan cauldron. Ao Guang's expression was one of incredulity and profound delight. Could such formidable strength be unleashed with a single strike? Ao Run was equally astonished, unable to fathom how quickly the contest between the king and the immortal had been decided. The immeasurable immortal, who had consumed an ascension elixir and was on the verge of attaining the quasi-saint realm, had been vanquished by the human sovereign in one blow. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have dared to imagine such a turn of events. "Are you regretting your choices now?" Ao Guang inquired, casting a glance at Ao Run and the others. Ao Run scoffed and shot him a glare. "Do not presume that just because the human sovereign has defeated the immortal, he is invincible in this world. This incident will undoubtedly reach the ears of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Once they unite in action, even the human sovereign will find it challenging to withstand their might. Today, the human sovereign has forged a deep enmity with the Chan Sect. I foresee that it will be you who will regret this in the future." Ao Guang responded with a cold chuckle. "Oh, then let us await the outcome." Ao Run's face was etched with frost, as she let out a disdainful huff. Meanwhile, Lu Chong felt a surge of exhilaration within him. What a fortuitous encounter with the Rui Jingu Bang. With his current strength as a fourth-tier human sovereign, possessing a force of 100,000 pounds, he could wield it. But to maneuver it as effortlessly as Sun Wukong did would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, he had just sealed the entire Eastern Sea Demon clan within the Tianyuan cauldron, filling his body with the essence of the human sovereign. By consuming this essence, he could temporarily amplify his power tenfold. At this moment, he found himself endowed with a staggering 1 million pounds of strength. With his human sovereign physique, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, which weighed 13,500 pounds, was now a matter of ease. Combining the Rui Jingu Bang's ability to enlarge at will, his recent strike could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Perhaps reminiscent of how King Yu tamed the waters over a millennium ago, Ao Guang was engaged in an intense struggle against Ao Run and her companions. Valiantly holding his ground despite being outnumbered, Lu Chong descended upon the Tianyuan cauldron, brandishing the golden staff and dispatching several members of the demon-catching team, their brains splattering upon impact. Approaching the bloodied immortal, he raised his staff high. "Wait, Your Majesty, I have something to say." "Speak," Lu Chong replied. Yet the Rui Jingu Bang in his hands showed no signs of stopping. "Ah, my legs." The immortal cried out in anguish, clutching his limbs. He produced a celestial pill, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this pill will grant you eternal youth and immortality. Please spare me." Lu Chong accepted the pill, noting its quality and sincerity. Once more, he raised the Rui Jingu Bang high. "There's more. There's more." The immortal hastily retrieved another pill. "This pill will ensure your good fortune is boundless, shielding you from all ailments and calamities." Lu Chong took it, then crack. Another strike landed upon the immortal's other leg. "Where has your arrogant demeanor vanished to?" At this juncture, to attempt to barter with mere elixirs for your life is nothing short of absurd. The countless immortal elder now appeared pallid, grievously beaten by an iron staff and rendered immobile, forced to prostrate himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Great King, spare my life. I, an old fool, have been blind. I shall not dare again, I promise. Out of respect for the primordial supreme being, grant me a reprieve." "Humph, what of the primordial supreme being?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chong chuckled lightly. "Do you not realize who the mother of Nezha is, whom you cast into the heavenly Yuan cauldron? She is none other than my sister, who has shared both fortune and adversity with me." His eyes glimmered with boundless fury. At this moment, the countless immortal elder's face turned ashen, gazing at the Rui golden cudgel, a deep-seated fear swelling within him. Death loomed perilously close. "Great King." The countless immortal elder knelt and prostrated himself, his bald head repeatedly bowing to the ground. "I did not wish to harm your cherished sister. It was my disciple, Lu Tong, who shot the arrow. This rebellious disciple is of monstrous origin. I have long sensed his treacherous heart. This time, he has undoubtedly acted against Yin Shiniang to sow discord between us. Great King, you possess keen insight. Do not mistakenly slay an innocent." Lu Chong responded with a cold smile. "At your advanced age, to shift responsibility onto your younger disciples in times of crisis, do you not feel ashamed? Such utter shamelessness. What use is there in sparing you? Prepare to meet your end." With that, he swung the Rui golden cudgel fiercely towards the countless immortal elder's enormous head. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed. Lu Chong's face bore a hint of confusion as he beheld the weapon that had intercepted his Rui golden cudgel. It was a trident halberd. "Master Uncle, Yang Jian has arrived late to protect the teachings. I implore your forgiveness." Chapter 59. Yang Jian's worldview is on the brink of collapse. The countless immortal elder, beaten by Lu Chong, could only crawl on the ground, desperately pleading for clemency. As he faced imminent death beneath the Rui golden cudgel, suddenly, a tempestuous wind and thunder roared forth. Clang! The trident halberd, like a bolt of lightning, stood resolutely before the countless immortal elder, directly blocking the golden cudgel. "Master Uncle, Yang Jian has arrived late to protect the teachings. I humbly beg for your pardon." A strikingly handsome figure appeared, clad in a half-shouldered white robe, with a dark inner lining, and a fissure-like vertical line on his forehead shimmering with a cold azure light. His sword-like brows slanted towards his temples, and his eyes resembled a cold pond reflecting the moon, while his cheeks were sharply chiseled, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Upon seeing this newcomer, the countless immortal elder was instantly overwhelmed with tears. "No, good nephew. Your arrival is most timely. Had you come any later, I would have been done for. What sort of staff does this human emperor wield? Even I, at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, cannot withstand it." This is truly an affront. One blow has shattered my ageless divine art. He touched the numerous creases etched across his face, filled with trepidation. Were it not for the protection of his ageless divine art, he might well have lost his life. Lu Chong grasped the golden cudgel, gazing at the three-pronged spear held by Yang Jian. As I had just drawn the cudgel, this fellow Yang Jian approached with his weapon. What an absurd twist of fate. Brandishing the cudgel, I pointed at Yang Jian and declared, Yang Jian, you insist on protecting this malevolent peach of longevity, do you? I shall not tolerate this. I have condemned the infinite immortal to death. Are you attempting to rescue a death row inmate? Evil peach of longevity? Yang Jian glanced back at his master, who was observing the scene. What a vivid expression. The infinite immortal was taken aback. Yang Jian swiftly turned back, reflecting on the arduous training he had endured on Yuling Mountain. Wait a moment. The term I. Could it be that this individual is the illustrious king of the Shang Dynasty? The one who subdued the eastern Yi and vanquished the western barbarians, bringing prosperity to the Shang? He certainly possesses an imposing and majestic demeanor that inspires awe. Even with my own handsome visage, I would feel compelled to stand down before such a king. Pondering how his master, the Jade Emperor, had sent him to assist his master, he wondered how his master had offended the king of Shang. Furthermore, observing the chaos around him, the demon hunting team and the dragon clan were embroiled in a fierce battle, the scene resembling a meat grinder of madness. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My master is typically benevolent. How could he provoke such ire in your Majesty? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. I implore your Majesty to see reason. Misunderstanding? Ao Guang soared onto the Tianyuan cauldron, transforming into human form, standing beside Lu Chong, and coldly glared at Yang Jian. For a millennium, my East Sea Dragon clan has suppressed the demon beasts beneath the sea, yet your master, without discernment, seeks to refine both my dragon clan and the sea demons into one. Even your Majesty is implicated. Is this also a misunderstanding? Demon Dragon, take this spear. Upon seeing the horns atop Ao Guang's head, Yang Jian's expression shifted, and he swiftly thrust his spear forward. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback. His blade had yet to be drawn, yet the spear tip was already before him. How swift! This young man's prowess rivals my own. Halt! Lu Chong deflected the spear with his cudgel, shielding Ao Guang. Yang Jian, the East Sea Dragon clan is the divine protector of my Shang. Do not act recklessly. Ao Guang felt warmth in his heart, secretly moved by Lu Chong's words. However, a cold snort emanated from behind Yang Jian. You, demon dragon, do not speak nonsense. It is you who violated heavenly decrees, unbinding the sea demons to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. The infinite immortal retorted sharply, you deceive the king, persuading him to designate your dragon clan as the divine protectors of the nation. Is this not treasonous speech, a scheme so insidious? Your Majesty, all I do is for you and the people of Shang. The infinite immortal cried, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Ao Run arrived with Ao Qin and Ao Shun, standing behind the immortal. Demon Dragon, do not harm my master. Yang Jian's keen gaze swept backward, spear raised. Halt! The infinite immortal quickly intervened, saying, they have already pledged allegiance to the Chan Sect. They are our own. Yang Jian, wielding the trident spear, wore a face full of perplexity. Allies, was it not said that the dragon clan were demons? How is it that one has now become the guardian beast of the nation, while 3 others are deemed kin of the Chan teaching? You are confounding me. After a long period of contemplation, Yang Jian's handsome visage furrowed in thought. His master's words held merit. He addressed Lu Chong with a respectful gesture. Your Majesty, it is said that those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. This dragon clan is but a remnant of ancient rebels. We must not be swayed by them, nor allow them to serve as the guardian beasts of the Deshang. Your Majesty, you surely do not wish for the people of Deshang to suffer and be filled with grievances, do you? Lu Chong gazed at Yang Jian, whose expression was one of innocent naivety, seemingly not yet 20. He sighed quietly. Young lad, have you yet to graduate and enter the world? How easily you have been entranced by the words of the infinite immortal. Such an old trickster relishes in deceiving fresh graduates like you. If you believe him, do you not doom yourself? Shrinking the golden staff to fit within his ear, he patted Yang Jian's shoulder with a serious yet affectionate tone. Ah, little Yang? Yang Jian blinked in surprise. What is this appellation? However, the honor of being addressed by your Majesty is quite astonishing. You may call me Erlang. Very well. Little Erlang, or perhaps just Xiao Yang, your Majesty. Xiao Yang Erlang. Yang Jian interjected. Your Majesty, you speak. Lu Chong stood atop the Tianyuan cauldron and addressed Yang Jian. What do you believe your purpose has been while training in the mountains with your master? Naturally, it is to acquire skills, uphold justice, vanquish demons, benefit humanity, and attain enlightenment. Excellent, little Yang. Your aspirations are noble. You are commendable. Your Majesty flatters me. However, I must ask, where do you perceive the distinction between humans and demons? Is the act of slaying demons solely due to their inherent nature? What if there are good demons? Are there indeed good demons? Of course, in Xingyu village of Qintang Pass, there once lived a white fox spirit who valiantly battled a yiksha to save a child. This tale is now widely known among the people. There are also folk operas that recount this story, which are immensely popular. In the future, I shall take you to hear them. The fox spirit fought a yiksha. Yang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Chong nodded, bringing Ao Guang closer, introducing him to Yang Jian. This one is of even greater significance. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. He has safeguarded the underwater purgatory for a millennium, ensuring the safety of East Sea fishermen and granting them bountiful catches. He also assisted General Li Jing of Qintang Pass in capturing the malevolent flood dragon, ridding the populace of a significant threat. Hearing these words from the king, Yang Jian was filled with shock. The fox spirit battling a yiksha, the Dragon King subduing a flood dragon? They not only do not consume humans, but instead protect the people? His worldview was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 60. Yang Jian, Your Majesty, is that my uncle? The fox demon battling a yiksha, the Dragon King subduing the flood dragon? Yang Jian was filled with astonishment. The notion that demons and humans could not coexist was a mantra often repeated by his master. His master had also instructed him that upon mastering his skills, he must vanquish demons and protect the common people. Yet, here was the sovereign of the populace, proclaiming that demons cared for the people. How could such a stark contrast exist between these words and his master's teachings? The infinite sage, noticing Yang Jian's hesitation, was taken aback. How could this emperor be so persuasive? It seemed he was on the verge of misleading his own beloved disciple, who had come to his aid. He quickly interjected. Yang Jian, do not be swayed by such words. The king is under the control of the demon dragon. All of this is orchestrated by Ao Guang. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Yang Jian's eyes. How outrageous! Lu Chong exclaimed, drawing forth the golden cudgel. With a mere thought, it expanded and pressed down upon the infinite sage, who struggled desperately to bear its weight, his face flushing with exertion. I am conversing with my nephew. What business do you have interrupting, you vile peach of mischief? At this proclamation, both the infinite sage and Yang Jian were taken aback. Nephew. Yang Jian gazed incredulously at Lu Chong and questioned, Your Majesty, surely you jest? Erlang is merely a rustic. How could he be your nephew? Ao Guang, equally astonished, pondered, Nephew? Is it not Nezha? How could this fellow also be your nephew? How many nephews does the king possess? With a long sigh, Lu Chong looked at Yang Jian and said, Erlang, perhaps your master has not divulged this to you, but I know that your mother is the celestial Yinhua fairy, the sister of the Jade Emperor. My mother? Yinhua fairy? The sister of the Jade Emperor? At these words, Yang Jian nearly lost his grip on his trident, which clattered upon the Tianyuan cauldron. Covering his head with his hands, he was engulfed in uncertainty. How can this be possible? This was no mere question of possibility. Lu Chong grasped Yang Jian's shoulders, his expression grave as he insisted, Touch your forehead where the heavenly eye resides. Your father is immortal. Had your mother not been extraordinary, how could she have borne a prodigious son like you? Everything I say is the truth. If you doubt me, simply return and inquire with your master, and you shall know. At this moment, the revelation of his biological mother left Yang Jian profoundly shaken, caught in a tumult of belief and disbelief. If what the king said were true, that his mother was Yinhua fairy, then how could he be your nephew? Ao Guang shared the same bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ao Run, Ao Qin, and Ao Shun had spent the better part of the day attempting to move the golden cudgel, only to find it utterly immovable. Upon hearing the words of the king of Shang, their curiosity was piqued, and they decided to sit upon the golden cudgel together. The infinite sage, both furious and anxious, found himself silenced, pinned beneath the weight of the golden cudgel, unable to utter a word. Aoqin sat in the center, cradling a handful of roasted shrimp while Aowen and Aoshuan flanked him, quietly absorbing the bewildering gossip before them. Aowen furrowed his brow and remarked, Is it truly the case that this individual, marked by a singular eye upon his forehead, is the Emperor of Heaven's own nephew? No wonder he is both youthful and striking. Yet how can it be that the king claims him as such? Aoqin shook his head. I do not know. Would you care for some dried fish I have? Yes, Aoshuan exclaimed, slicing the fish into small pieces to share with Aoqin and Aowen. The king has so many nephews. Do you suppose that little Aobing is also a nephew of the king? They laughed. Silence. Aruan elegantly chewed a piece of fish, focusing intently on the king's revelations. I am deep in thought. Lu Chong sighed deeply. Your mother, the fairy Yinhua, is the third sister of the emperor. He has another sister, known as Jinhua, who reincarnated as a sibling of the king, specifically as the wife of Li Jing and the mother of Nezha, Yin Shiniang. Yang Jian's expression turned to one of utter shock upon hearing this. Aoguang, too, was left in disbelief. The three siblings, Aoshuan, Aruan, and Aoqin, stared in astonishment. The mother of Nezha, Yin Shiniang, is the reincarnation of the emperor's second sister, fairy Jinhua. The celestial elder's complexion paled to an ashen hue. The emperor's second sister? Fairy Jinhua reincarnated. This is impossible. The human sovereign must be deceiving us. Do not trust him, dear disciple. Yang Jian also seemed unable to fathom this revelation. My mother is the fairy Yinhua of the heavens? Her second sister reincarnated as the king's biological sister? Then Yang Jian gazed at the dignified king, his expression filled with excitement as if 1,000 thunderclaps resounded within him. The king is, in fact, my uncle? Lu Chong gently patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, exclaiming, My dear nephew, I never anticipated that we would find such a bond here. Since the passing of his father and his subsequent journey with his master, Yang Jian had not encountered family until now. Observing the king's kind and serene demeanor stirred a profound sense of sorrow within him. This was the first time in his life that he felt utterly at a loss for words. After gathering his thoughts and taking a deep breath, he respectfully bowed to Lu Chong, saying, The matters you have disclosed are astonishing, and I am grateful for your kindness in sharing this with me. However, I must consult my master to ensure that you have not mistaken identities, lest your goodwill be in vain. Yang Jian took a heavy breath. Lu Chong did not press him further, understanding that it was a considerable challenge for one so young to accept such a reality. Fear not, Erling. Your uncle shall not rush you. Seek your master, and the truth shall reveal itself in due time. Although the Jade Dingzhenren is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Sect, he has always preferred solitude, practicing the path of sanctifying the physical body and evading calamities. Naturally, his temperament is protective, particularly towards Yang Jian, for whom he harbors deep affection. Jade Dingzhenren is undoubtedly aware of Yang Jian's origins. As for why he has not disclosed the truth about Yang Jian's mother, there must be reasons known only to him. At present, while Yang Jian's physical cultivation is formidable, it remains insufficient for him to cleave through Peach Mountain and rescue his mother. Moreover, the bond between him and his uncle pales in comparison to that shared with Nezha. The Jinhua fairy has already been reincarnated, and though Yin Shiniang and the Yinhua fairy were sisters in their past lives, it does not guarantee they are sisters in this life. Lu Chong's insistence on acknowledging Yang Jian as kin seems somewhat forced. Nevertheless, Yang Jian stands as a vanguard commander alongside Nezha. If this relationship is not recognized now, what if he is later swayed by Jiangxia to go to Shiqi? Wouldn't that spell disaster for himself? At this moment, Yang Jian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, filled with uncertainty. Yet, upon seeing the Wuliang Xinwing's face, which was reddened and nearly purple under the pressure of the golden hoop rod, he steadied himself, recollecting the purpose for which his master had sent him here. Your Majesty, I have come today to assist my esteemed master, the Wuliang Xinwang, in escaping this predicament. I cannot return empty-handed. What must I do for your Majesty to allow me to take him away? Lu Chong smiled gently. This nephew remained composed in the face of the situation, not allowing himself to be swayed by his words nor forgetting his objective for being there. Indeed, he possesses the qualities of a remarkable general. Erlang, if you wish to take him away, the golden hoop rod shall return to the size of a bowl and fly back into my hand. But first, you must endure 3 strikes from me. Chapter 61, The Law of Heaven and Earth, Open. Yang Jian raised his 3-edged spear. In light of this, he resolved to receive the 3 strikes from the king. With a serious expression, he assumed a defensive stance. The golden hoop rod, enveloped in the majestic aura of the emperor, radiated golden light as Lu Chong lifted it with one hand and gently swung it toward Yang Jian. The winds roared. Dragons howled and cranes cried. The celestial battle between the dragon and demon clans, along with the beleaguered demon hunting teams, all turned their gazes toward the Tiangong Ding. Gasps of astonishment, wonder, and joy filled the air, mingling with fear, suspicion, and dread. Yang Jian's eyes widened, and his sense of vigilance surged to its peak. This strike bore the potential to level heaven and earth. Could he truly withstand it? Clang. However, he had no time to ponder. The golden hoop rod collided with the 2-edged spear. Yang Jian felt an immense pressure surge through his arms, as if a mountain was pressing down upon him. His hands trembled and tingled from the impact, His legs felt weak, as if they might buckle under the weight of this overwhelming force. He had trained in the method of physical cultivation under his master, easily able to lift a stone lion with one hand. Yet, beneath this strike, it felt as though his entire strength had been siphoned away. Only by sheer willpower did he manage to maintain his stance, bracing himself against the blow. Lu Chong gazed at Yang Jian, who was gritting his teeth and struggling to maintain his composure, momentarily taken aback. A faint smile then graced his lips. What a remarkable young Erlang. He had anticipated that with a mere flick of a single hand wielding a force of 100,000 pounds, he could render Yang Jian weak and trembling. After all, Yang Jian had only been training under the guidance of the Jade Ding real person for a few short years, and his physical prowess had yet to reach the sanctified stage. To his astonishment, however, Yang Jian had indeed withstood the blow. Truly, he was the future Xinjuan of Erlang, and no less than the nephew of this humble king. Well done, Erlang. Lu Chong chuckled as he lifted the golden hoop staff, extending his left hand to assist Yang Jian to his feet. Witnessing his nephew endure such a formidable strike filled Lu Chong with both surprise and pride. It was a feeling akin to watching one's own kin excel beyond expectations. The thought of such a promising nephew being deceived by that old scoundrel Ji Chong of the West Qi brought a pang of anguish to his heart. With a resounding clang, Yang Jian's three-pronged spear clattered to the ground. Staring at his trembling hands, Yang Jian was engulfed in astonishment. The might of that single strike was utterly beyond belief. The king's strength was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Despite his own training in physical fortitude, he had nearly been unable to withstand such a blow. Moreover, the king had wielded it with one hand, clearly mindful of their familial bond. A warm current surged within Yang Jian's heart at this realization. Behind him, the infinite immortal was equally taken aback by the might of the king's strike, his heart laden with foreboding. Observing the calm demeanor of the human emperor, it seemed that the blow had merely been a test, executed with one hand. The power of a single hand could be so formidable. Was this the essence of the human emperor? Yang Jian's expression suggested that he could barely endure the subsequent strike. The second and third blows would necessitate a strategic retreat. He then quietly instructed Ao Ran, who stood by his side, quickly employ the sky-rending claw. While my master-nephew holds off the human emperor, we must hastily depart from this place and devise a new plan. Upon hearing this, Ao Ran wore a smile tinged with inscrutable intrigue. Do not be in such a hurry to leave, immortal. We agreed upon 3 strikes. There is no need for haste. If we were to depart without witnessing all 3, sleep would elude us henceforth. She chuckled lightly, fiddling with her elongated nails. Noting the furrowed brow of the infinite immortal, she reassured him, "Fear not, dear immortal, my sky-rending claw is far from ordinary. Moreover, we 3 are bound by a spell, as long as the immortal utters the incantation. Our fates are sealed. You need not worry." The infinite immortal squinted thoughtfully, nodding after a moment. "Indeed, you have a point." Lu Chong skillfully kicked the 3-pronged spear up, catching it in his left hand, and tossed it into Yang Jian's embrace. "Good nephew, take this and brace yourself for another strike from your humble king." Lu Chong was thoroughly impressed by Yang Jian's resolve, his face radiating excitement. It was imperative to strike while the iron was hot. Once his nephew attained sanctity, it would indeed become a challenge to engage him. At this moment, Ao Guang stood agape, his face a mask of astonishment. The king's earlier strike, seemingly effortless, wielded tremendous power. The Rui Jingu Bang appeared to be tailor-made for the king. Truly, fortune favors the worthy. Contemplating the future where the king brandishes the golden staff and leads him and the dragon clan into a heavenly uprising, Ao Guang's heart swelled with excitement. He resolved to craft a magnificent suit of armor for the king, ensuring he would make a grand spectacle in the celestial realm. Yang Jian, trembling hands gripping the 3-pronged spear, silently lamented. "Good disciple, hold steadfast. Stay composed, do not lose face. Your master's life hangs in the balance." The infinite immortal behind him offered encouragement. Yang Jian felt helpless. His master had commanded him to descend the mountain to assist his elder, and to falter now would betray years of nurturing and instruction. There was no turning back. He must fight. Whether his elder bore guilt was a matter for the celestial sovereign to decide. Should the king slay his elder, it would undoubtedly forge enmity between them. If the celestial sovereign took action, the king's fate would be dire. Alas, if he were to perish by his uncle's hand, it might be a fitting end. Yang Jian steeled himself. "King, please strike." Ignoring the pain and fatigue in his hands, he resolutely clenched the spear. Lu Chong, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. "Well done." He took a couple of steps back, adjusting his stance, and grasped the staff with both hands. The golden staff extended backward, his arms tensed, and with all his might, he swung it toward Yang Jian. The heavens darkened, thunder rumbled, and the seas roiled. The celestial demon hunting teams and the dragon and demon clans had long abandoned their quarrels, their gazes fixated on the Tiang Yuanding. The deer and crane children on the ground stood in awe, their eyes wide with excitement. Ao Guang and Ao Run, being the closest of the four seas dragon kings, wore expressions of eager anticipation. Just how powerful was the emperor's full swing? The infinite immortal's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze discreetly darting toward the focused Ao Run. You little dragons dare to play tricks with me. This is of your own making. As the king unleashed his might with that strike, its force seemingly capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Yang Jian resolutely closed his eyes. Then, he roared, Law of heaven and earth, activate. The heavenly eye on his forehead erupted with a fierce golden radiance. The wind stilled. The clouds halted. The rivers and seas lay tranquil as if time had frozen. That golden light gradually coalesced behind Yang Jian, forming a golden-armored celestial deity who rose steadily. With the motion of Yang Jian wielding his spear, they braced against Lu Chong's full-force strike. Boom! The moment the Rui Jingu Bang clashed with the three-edged spear, a violent tremor erupted, as if two fated rivals were unwilling to yield an inch to one another. The onlooking dragons were taken aback, hastily casting spells to stabilize themselves. However, the eyes of the Wuliang immortal shone with a sudden brilliance, as he forcefully ripped a cracked sky claw from Ao Run's grasp, creating a rift in space. Good disciple, Master Uncle shall take the lead. We shall meet again. Chapter 62. The Demon Hunting Squad quickly enter the human emperor's banner. Yang Jian let out a low growl, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Master Uncle, did he escape? How could this be? Yang Jian's mind was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The transformation of law into heaven and earth reverted to its original form, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chong hurriedly restrained his strength and lifted the injured Yang Jian. Yang Jian reached out, attempting to grasp Lu Chong's hand, but then his strength waned, and his hand fell limply. Uncle. No. Little Erlang, don't die. You Haven T recognized your uncle yet. We Haven T finished our sparring. We still need to rescue your mother. Rescue my mother? Yang Jian suddenly sat up, eyes wide. What happened to my mother? Lu Chong almost thought Yang Jian had returned from the dead. You little rascal, you're not dead. Lu Chong chuckled helplessly, giving him a playful punch. Cough, cough. Yang Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Oh, it's nothing, just a minor injury. My hand is a bit numb. Injuries are commonplace when training with Master. I'm used to it. Heh. Lu Chong's expression darkened. Is that something to get used to? Truly, you are remarkable. Little Yang, a body capable of sanctity is indeed resilient. By the way, Uncle, you just mentioned going to rescue my mother? But isn't she already dead? How can we rescue her? Lu Chong frowned. Erlang, this matter is lengthy. Now is not the time for such discussions. Ao Run and the three dragons approached, bowing low to Lu Chong. Your Majesty, forgive us. The little dragon failed to detain the Wuliang immortal. Please punish us. Ao Guang looked at Ao Run and the other two kneeling before the king, bewildered. Ao Run, Ao Qin, Ao Shun. How do you three still have the face to plead for forgiveness? Have you betrayed us again? He then turned to Lu Chong, cupping his hands in salute. Your Majesty, they have repeatedly wavered. They are utterly untrustworthy. Lu Chong, assisting Yang Jian to stand, reassured Ao Guang. Rest assured, I know they are loyal. Loyal? Ao Guang scrutinized his three siblings, his face a mask of disbelief. The eldest, Ao Run, approached Ao Guang with a smile, draping an arm over his shoulder. Who says we have betrayed? We have always acted according to the king's orders. Nonsense. Utterly absurd. Ao Guang's shoulder trembled, sending Aowen hurtling away. The king has saved you and released your chains, yet you immediately turn to betray him to the infinite immortal. Now, seeing that the infinite immortal cannot withstand the king's might, you attempt to deceive him once more. Am I, Ao Guang, unaware of your true natures? Aowen, sensing her brother's disbelief, clung to Lu Chong's arm, pouting, My king, look at him. Ao Guang felt a pang in his heart. Lu Chong, called upon by Aowen, was electrified as if struck by lightning. Ao Guang, do not harbor such deep-seated prejudice against your own siblings. Remember, the biases in one's heart are as formidable as a mountain. It is indeed I who orchestrated their feigned allegiance to the infinite immortal, to lure him to the eastern sea. By using you and the aquatic demons as bait, we could ensnare him and the demon-catching team all at once. To avoid raising suspicion, I refrained from consulting you on this matter. Lu Chong sighed, lamenting that his youngest sister had become entangled in such perilous circumstances. You do not hold this against me, do you? Upon hearing this, Awakens felt as though struck by lightning. This was indeed the king's scheme, to use him as bait and draw the serpent from its lair. Your words weigh heavily, my king, Awakens exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Were it not for your strategy, the aquatic demons would remain unconquered, and the Eastern Sea Dragon clan would be condemned to dwell in the dark depths forever. In that moment, he savored the long-lost warmth of sunlight and the caress of the sea breeze, exhaling deeply. Your actions are a tremendous boon to my clan. How shall I ever repay you? Awakens wonders. The remaining members of the demon-catching team, realizing the infinite immortal had departed and sensing the urgency of their situation, hastily made their escape. Awakens, witnessing this, swiftly commanded, all Dragon Clan members, capture them. Not necessary. Lu Chong interjected, halting his orders. Retracting his golden staff, he drew forth the Emperor's banner and cast it into the air, where it gleamed with golden light. Two demonic figures surged from the banner, swirling and growling menacingly. Wenliang, Mo Jiao, devour every last one of the demon-catching team. Leave no survivors. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, the demons forged from Wenliang, and Mo Jiao's essences roared in response. Their eyes locked onto the fleeing immortals, unleashing furious howls. They then darted like the wind towards the fleeing disciples of the demon-catching team. As they passed through the ranks of the aquatic demons, the oppressive aura and frigid temperature emanating from the demons instilled terror within them. Is this a demon? General Octopus gasped incredulously. The reputation of the demons was notorious. Be they human or demon, their appetite was insatiable. Surely they won't consume us as well. As Mo Jiao darted past the shark commander, he sniffed the air around it. Eyeing the fins upon its back, he licked his lips but ultimately turned away, pursuing the fleeing demon-catching team instead. Lu Chong was determined not to let these collaborators escape unscathed, to harm others without cause, knowingly committing offenses, believing that the law does not punish the multitude, and acting as accomplices for the elixir of immortality to conspire against the innocent. If those who achieve immortality are of such ilk, then what significance does the existence of the Jade Void Palace's teachings hold? They are merely a group of self-serving, cunning scoundrels. Such villains shall not escape the wrath of Lu Chong. All shall enter my imperial banner and reflect upon their misdeeds. Lu Chong entrusted the injured Yang Jian to Ao Guang and commanded, you take Erlang and the dragon and demon clans to Chintang Pass for healing. I shall capture the infinite immortal and bring him back for punishment. Capture the infinite immortal for punishment? Ao Guang and the others were filled with astonishment. How does the king know where the infinite immortal has fled? Lu Chong chuckled lightly. A dog with broken legs cannot go far. It will either seek its master to beg for mercy or lament to its kind in search of assistance. Yang Jian, realizing his newly acknowledged uncle was about to depart, understood he could be of no help at the moment. However, Ao Run approached Lu Chong with a face of shyness and reluctance, saying, Your Majesty, are you leaving so soon? Little Dragon has yet to properly express gratitude for your life-saving grace. Alas, Little Dragon still bears the curse cast by that old wretch. I implore your Majesty to show mercy and save me once more. Ao Qin and Ao Shun, rather audaciously, moved closer. Your Majesty, we too. Lu Chong rolled his eyes, dismissing the two impertinent ones with a shove. Fear not, your undercover efforts have not gone unnoticed. How could I not aid you? Ao Run rejoiced, and both Ao Qin and Ao Shun were moved to tears. Subsequently, after issuing a few brief instructions, Lu Chong leaped down to stand before Lu Tong and He Tong. Lead me to your master, or else you shall find yourselves within the imperial banner. Chapter 63. He Tong said, Your Majesty is an outsider. What is wrong with speaking freely? Lu Tong and He Tong had been meditating on the rocky shore for quite some time, accumulating some spiritual power, and were finally able to assume human form. Upon seeing the emperor approach, they hastily rose. Hearing that the king sought the infinite immortal, Lu Tong spoke with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, do not inquire further. We would never betray our master. He Tong, with unwavering pride, added, What my brother has said is absolutely true. Our master resides in the Kunlun Jade Void Palace, a blessed haven in the immortal realm. Protected by the mountain formation of the Chan Sect and numerous elite disciples, mortals can only ascend the mountain via the long steps. The terrain is treacherous, fraught with peril. Without a guide, one would plummet into the abyss, leaving no remains. Those who reach the summit are few and far between. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could He Tong speak such truths, yet wear a countenance of disdain? Nevertheless, the mountain formation she spoke of was likely set by the primordial Supreme One of the three pure ones. Perhaps only a sage could unravel it. Even with the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, he would be powerless against this protective array. Lu Chong, upon hearing this, also knitted his brows and began to cough heavily from beside them. Cough, cough, cough. Junior sister, cease your words, slipped through the gaps of her teeth. However, Tong remained indifferent, her expression cold. Master is gravely injured. As long as he returns to Yushu Palace to take some spiritual elixirs, he will recover within a day. In 7 days, the immortal technique will be restored. Furthermore, as we have numerous disciples in the Chan Sect, although the celestial master is in seclusion, there are still 11 golden immortals. Once the sage summons them back, should anyone wish to harm him, it would be akin to scaling the heavens. Lu Chong nodded in agreement. Thus, to slay the infinite sage, one must act while he is still weak, before the 11 golden immortals from Kunlun return. Lu Tong's countenance shifted in surprise as she whispered urgently in her ear, Junior sister, how could you speak your innermost thoughts aloud? Tong maintained her calm demeanor. The king is but an outsider. What harm is there in expressing my feelings? Lu Chong stared in astonishment, speechless. Your words hold merit indeed. The old peach of immortality abandoned them here and fled alone. The demon hunting squad is now preoccupied with their own escape. Who would know what they discuss with the human emperor? What harm is there in berating him? If given the chance, I would gladly land a few punches on him. Your Majesty. Lu Chong knelt before the human emperor, a look of remorse on her face. Previously, I was coerced by the infinite sage and harmed Madame Yin. I cannot escape the guilt. Now, I only wish to atone for my sins and save Madame Yin's life. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Chong felt a surge of joy within. What plan do you propose? Your Majesty, there exists a medicinal elixir within Yushu Palace that can heal the gravely injured and cure all ailments, known as the Purple Cloud Life-Preserving Pill. The Purple Cloud Life-Preserving Pill? Lu Chong's eyes glimmered with hope. Madame Yin is severely wounded and currently sealed in ice by Ao Guang, with the Great Witch safeguarding her soul. If we obtain the Purple Cloud Life-Preserving Pill, she can be saved. This is my sister who has shared in my trials. I must acquire this pill. Indeed. Lu Chong continued. This Purple Cloud Life-Preserving Pill is a unique concoction of the sage. He has only produced 3, of which 2 were consumed during his ascension to immortality. Now, only 1 remains. Upon his return to Yushu Palace, he will surely take this pill first to recover. As long as we obtain this pill, Madame Yin will be saved. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong understood that time was of the essence. He addressed both of them directly. Very well. Let us proceed to Yushu Palace to retrieve the medicine. Should you deceive me, you shall find no place for burial. Lu Chong sighed, alas. The East Sea lies more than 100,000 miles away. Even if we hasten to Yushu Palace, the infinite sage may have already consumed the pill. Even with the rift-breaking claw to open a spatial fissure, we cannot breach the mountain guardian array. Lu Chong smiled faintly, drawing forth the resplendent human emperor's sword. The formidable aura of the human emperor coalesced upon the blade. With a sweep of his sword, he cleaved through the void. Unlike the violet rifts of the void claw, the golden void fissure emanates an air of noble mystique, leaving the two in utter astonishment. Through the golden spatial rift, Lu Chong and Tong could faintly discern the ethereal jade palaces on the opposite side. There lies the Jade Void Palace. This spatial rift is capable of penetrating the protective mountain formation, reaching directly to the Jade Void Palace. Lu Chong and Tong were utterly astonished. They gazed at the imposing emperor's sword, filled with a profound sense of trepidation. Lu Chong sheathed the emperor's sword, stepping forward to the void rift leading to the Jade Void Palace, and spoke calmly. You best not have deceived me with your earlier words. That Purple Cloud Life-Preserving Pill had better be effective. With that, he strode confidently into the rift. Lu Chong and Tong exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of awe. The oppressive aura emanating from this emperor was overwhelming. They were inwardly relieved that they had not spoken falsehoods earlier. Lu Chong exhaled and said, Junior sister, if anyone inquires about what we discussed with the emperor, you can simply place the blame on me. Tong rolled her eyes. Brother, I haven't said anything at all. But just now. Junior sister only mentioned that our Jade Void Palace's protective formation is extraordinarily powerful, and that master would soon regain his strength upon returning. With the assistance of 11 golden immortals, hoping to deter the emperor. Yet it is you, brother. Tong gazed at Lu Chong, who looked bewildered, her eyes filled with disdain. Brother, if you betray our sect, and if master and the other elders find out, it would be quite dire. She shook her head and followed the emperor into the void rift. Lu Chong's eyes widened, his heart racing as if struck by thunder. Wasn't he agreed that we would speak freely? Junior sister, how could you? This, sigh? With matters standing as they are. There is no choice but to forge ahead. Master, though my heart aches for you, I can only hope you will endure this hardship. Junior sister, wait for me. He hurriedly chased after her. Before long, the East Sea gradually returned to calm. The two demonic entities within the Emperor's banner had fulfilled their orders, extracting the souls of the demon-catching team, regardless of their fates, and drawing them into the banner, soaring towards Chintang Pass to continue absorbing the demonic aura emanating from Nezha. The underwater demon tribe and the dragon clan, led by Ao Guang, also made their way to Chintang Pass. Yang Jian accompanied them to the general's residence of Li Jing to recuperate. As they departed, a lingering sense of something missing hung in the air. The night deepened, and the East Sea returned to tranquility. Whoosh! A slender black dog raced towards the shore. Woof! The exuberant hound of heaven collapsed onto the beach, tongue lolling, panting heavily. At last I've arrived. The master is away. Splendid. I've won. Finally, I do not have to simmer soup. Chapter 64, DXIN. He has arrived. Kunlun. Jade Void Palace. The immortal Wuliang rode upon clouds to the summit, approaching the entrance of the white jade terrace. Two disciples stationed there hastily clasped their hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, immortal elder." However, they could not help but scrutinize him, their faces etched with bewilderment. The immortal Wuliang bore several large welts upon his head. His legs were broken, and his garments were tattered and torn. Once meticulously maintained and radiant, his face now appeared aged and dulled, marred by deep wrinkles, even taking on an unappealing countenance. Had he been assaulted? Judging by his condition, it seemed rather severe. The two disciples could not suppress their laughter, chuckling in unison. The immortal Wuliang furrowed his brow. Noticing that the disciples were too frightened to meet his gaze, he coldly commanded, "Quickly depart. I must summon the 11 disciples to convene the Golden Immortal Assembly." The two disciples were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. "But, immortal elder, the Golden Immortal Assembly is scheduled to convene during the time of the 6 stars alignment, which occurs once every decade. The next occurrence is still 3 years away. Convening it now may be premature." With a huff of indignation, the immortal Wuliang retorted, "Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of this? The matter concerns the very survival of the Chan teaching. How could we afford to wait? Step aside immediately." The disciples, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation. Subsequently, they followed the immortal Wuliang's orders and took their positions below, ensuring no one could enter. The immortal Wuliang raised his staff, reciting incantations to invoke a celestial phenomenon above Kunlun. He then revealed his battered legs, bloodied and mangled. Shortly thereafter, 11 ethereal figures materialized upon the 12 lotus thrones surrounding the white jade terrace. They were none other than the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun: Guang Qingzi of the Peach Blossom Cave on Jiuxin Mountain, Chijingzi of the Cloud High Cave on Taiwan Mountain, Huanglong Jinren of the Mazu Cave on Erxin Mountain, Jiu Lushan of the Feiyun Cave on Jialong Mountain, Lingbao Dashi of the Yuanyang Cave on Kantong Mountain, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan of the Cloud High Cave on Wulong Mountain, Puxian Jinren of the Baihe Cave on Jiogong Mountain, Sihong Daoren of the Luojia Cave on Putuo Mountain, Yuding Jinren of the Jinxia Cave on Yuchuan Mountain, Daoxing Tianzuan of the Yuyun Cave on Jining Mountain, and Qingshu Daojinjuan of the Xiang Cave on Qingfeng Mountain. Once the 11 golden immortals settled into their seats, they opened their eyes and gazed at the immortal Wuliang at the center of the white jade terrace, their expressions instantly shifting to astonishment. Sihong Daoren exclaimed, "Senior brother? Is that truly you?" "Indeed, it is I. Fellow disciples, it has been far too long." The immortal Wuliang replied, his face a portrait of grievance. Puxian Jinren inquired, "Is it truly you, senior brother?" Jiu Lushan remarked, "I hardly recognize you." Huanglong Jinren added, "Senior brother, after years apart, you seem so much more mature." Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan questioned, "Could it be that some formidable adversary has taken advantage of our master's seclusion to cause havoc upon Kunlun?" Guang Qingzi scoffed, "Who would dare to disturb us in Kunlun? Let me crush their skull with a single seal." Yuding Jinren furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Lingbao Dashi pressed, "What has transpired? Senior brother, please tell us swiftly. Do we need to lend our assistance?" The others echoed their inquiries, eager for clarification. The infinite immortal let out a long sigh and, facing the silent Jade Ding Jinren, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Jade Ding, my dear junior brother, I am deeply remorseful." He lamented, tears streaming down his face. Jade Ding Jinren, taken aback, inquired, "Brother, what troubles you? In your kindness, you allowed your disciple Yang Jian to descend the mountain and assist me." The infinite immortal continued, sorrow etched across his visage. "Alas, alas, what do you lament?" Jade Ding Jinren asked, his expression fraught with urgency. I lament that my esteemed disciple, in a bid to save me, was struck down by that tyrant of the Yin and Shang dynasties. What? At this revelation, Jade Ding Junren and the other 10 golden immortals were utterly astonished. Brother, are you saying my disciple Yang Jian was slain by Yin Shou? Jade Ding Junren's face was a mask of disbelief. Not only was he skeptical, but even the notoriously fiery and impulsive Guang Chengzi wore a look of doubt. How can this be? Yin Shou has always kept his distance from us. Why would he attack you, let alone harm your disciple? Indeed, brother, what transpired? In the face of their confusion, the infinite immortal recounted the events that unfolded in the Eastern Sea with meticulous detail. Yet, in his retelling, it morphed into a tale of the Dragon Clan plotting rebellion, colluding with the Emperor of Humanity to ensnare him. They had exterminated the demon-hunting team and seized the foundational heavenly Yuan Ding of their sect. Despite his desperate efforts to reclaim it, he was ambushed by Shun Gongbao, and the Emperor, employing some arcane sorcery, possessed an unimaginable strength, striking him down and severing his legs. When Yang Jian came to his aid, he fell victim to the treacherous ambush of the Emperor and was killed in a single blow. Alas, my noble disciple, our first meeting has turned into an eternal farewell. The infinite immortal lamented, collapsing upon the jade platform, pounding his chest, consumed by grief and indignation. It is entirely my fault for being powerless, unable to safeguard my beloved disciple's life while I persist in this world. The assembly sighed heavily, and Jade Ding Junren, left in a daze for a moment, finally exhaled a long breath and shook his head. Alas, my poor disciple, it is I who have failed you. Ah, Jade Ding, it is my fault. I am to blame for my inadequacy. I could not prevent the vicious assault by Emperor Xian and Shun Gongbao, which led to your brilliant disciple's demise. The infinite immortal expressed his profound sorrow. Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, upon hearing this, clenched their teeth in anger. This Shin Gongbao must have craved wealth and glory, betraying our brother and aligning himself with that tyrant Yin Shou. How could he conspire with the Dragon Clan and the underwater demons to annihilate the demon-hunting team? What is his intent? Has he forsaken his own people? Julia's son, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, remarked, Humph. I have long known that Shin Gongbao, this beast in disguise, does not align with our brotherhood. Look, his true nature has finally been revealed. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan furrowed his brow for a moment, contemplating before asking, Elder brother, what of our junior brother Tai Yi? Upon hearing this inquiry, the other golden immortals fell into a profound silence. The boundless immortal elder shook his head in resignation and slowly remarked, Tai Yi has mishandled the task entrusted to him by our master. What? He has failed. The faces of the crowd visibly paled. The compassionate path Taoist sighed. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl is crucial to the grand scheme of deification. How could Tai Yi be so careless? Humph. It is all the fault of Shin Gongbao. The boundless immortal elder expressed his bitterness, were it not for his interference. Tai Yi would not have faltered. The demon orb would not have reincarnated into Nezha, and the spirit pearl would not have fallen into the hands of Xian, subsequently delivered to the Dragon Clan. The crowd gasped in unison. The spirit pearl has fallen into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Do they intend to rebel? At that moment, a voice of authority resonated from beneath the white jade platform. The Dragon Clan does not intend to rebel. Upon hearing this voice, the boundless immortal elder's countenance turned pale, disbelief washing over him. It was he, Xian. He has arrived. Chapter 65, The Human Emperor's Platform, Slaying the Immortal Elder. At the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Lu Chong gazed coldly at the boundless immortal elder and the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun, stating with indifference, the Dragon Clan has guarded the underwater demon race for a millennium, protecting the people of the Great Shang, their contributions surpassing mountains. I am merely assisting them in reclaiming what rightfully belongs to them. What rebellion could the Dragon Clan possibly contemplate? As the human emperor Xian approached with sword in hand, the boundless immortal elder's complexion turned ashen, his legs and bald head aching, his breath trembling. He collapsed to the ground, fearfully crawling backward, his face a mask of distress as he exclaimed to the 11 golden immortals, It is he, Xian. He colluded with Shun Gongbao to steal the spirit pearl and clandestinely bestowed it upon the Dragon Clan. He also released the underwater demon race and, taking advantage of my unpreparedness, ambushed me, inflicting grave injuries that shattered my immortality and even killed my disciple Yang Jian. Brothers, 100,000 demon-catching troops have perished at his hands. This human emperor Xian is defying the heavens. I beseech you, brothers, come swiftly to my aid and protect Kunlun. The boundless immortal elder wept bitterly, leaving the 11 golden immortals in shock. Is this truly the king of Great Shang? The human emperor, DXIN? Guang Qingzi snorted coldly. Human emperor, DXIN. Leave this place at once. The Jade Void Palace is the domain of our Chanjiao. It is not a realm for you, the human emperor. Some of the other golden immortals displayed expressions of surprise, others uncertainty, while a few clenched their fists. Seething with rage, Zhou Lushun wore a sinister expression. DXIN, you have slain my disciple Wen Liang, and also Yang Jian, the disciple of Brother Yuding. Now you dare intrude upon our Kunlun sacred ground. Do you seek to provoke us? Real Master Yuding glared at the human emperor ascending the white jade platform. His fists clenched in anger as he questioned. Your Highness, I ask but one thing. Did you truly kill my disciple Yang Jian? Lu Chong cast a disdainful glance at Real Master Yuding and coldly replied with a sneer, Yang Jian is dead? What a farce. He pointed his sword at the boundless immortal elder, his face contorted with contempt. You old thief, fabricating lies. Your sins are beyond measure. If today you are not vanquished, I, the Emperor of Humanity, shall be unworthy of my title. Upon hearing this, the infinite immortal trembled with trepidation, urgently exclaiming, It was you who killed Yang Jian. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He lamented to the Jade Dingzhen Run, saying, Yang Jian, my disciple, opened the heavenly eye to protect me, yet was slain by your treacherous blow, Emperor Exine. It is truly lamentable. Upon hearing this, Jade Ding's face contorted with fury. Emperor Exine, how dare you deceive me? If not for facing dire straits, how could Yang Jian have opened the heavenly eye? Lu Chong, weary of his prattle, retorted, Spare me your words. When you meet Yang Jian, the truth shall reveal itself. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards the infinite immortal. Without further ado, he brandished his sword and approached. Emperor Exine, you shall not kill me, cried the infinite immortal, retreating in terror yet shouting fiercely. I am the foremost disciple of the primordial supreme being. I am an immortal. My life is not for a mere mortal king like you to claim. Lu Chong let out a cold laugh, uninterested in his bluster. Advancing step by step with the emperor's sword in hand, on the white jade platform, the onlooking 11 golden immortals of Kunlun were equally incredulous. Guang Qingzi exclaimed, Emperor Xin, how dare you commit murder here? I, Guang Qingzi, shall not permit it. Qi Jingzi added, This is the Kunlun Yushu Palace, a sacred ground of the Chan teaching. Should you dare to slay the immortal, the supreme being will not spare you. Neither shall I, Qi Jingzi. At these words, Lu Chong paused, glancing at the furious Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi. In his memory, it seemed these two rogue immortals had taken Yin Jiao and Yin Hong as disciples. Yet they did not teach them proper cultivation, instead forcing them to elevate their realms with celestial beings, ultimately transforming them into abominations, neither human nor ghost. Their intent was to turn the brothers against their own father. They never regarded Yin Jiao and Yin Hong as true disciples, but merely as pawns in their rebellion against the Shang Dynasty. In the end, unable to bear fighting against their father, they were slaughtered in a tragic fate by the joint forces of the golden immortals of Chan and Jiangxia, meeting a gruesome end. This is the so-called golden immortal of Chan. Coldly regarding the two, Lu Chong sneered. Not permitted? Not spared? Huh. He laughed heartily, as if hearing the most absurd words in the world. When have I needed your permission to act? When have I required your mercy? It is you who, self-proclaimed as immortals, have behaved lawlessly, treating mortals as mere weeds, indifferent to the suffering of the world. Yet you still expect my people to cherish your divine selves? Today, I shall make you witness the dire consequences of opposing me. Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi and the other golden immortals were overwhelmed with shock. Their eyes wide as they stared at Lu Chong. They lamented their current state as mere phantoms, powerless to save their senior brother. Under the watchful eyes of the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun, Lu Chong raised the emperor's sword and aimed it at the infinite immortal's neck. Senior brother, compassionate Guanyin and Puxian averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and the others wore expressions of rage, gritting their teeth, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Emperor Xin, you are truly despicable. Blood splattered everywhere. The infinite immortal, his face contorted in agony, lay sprawled upon the ground, clutching his severed right arm in his left hand. Lu Chong's sword had cleaved through, severing his hand. At this moment, the infinite immortal's visage was one of sheer terror and despair as he reached out to retrieve his fallen hand. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, his left hand was also severed, his expression twisting further in horror. As blood dripped from the emperor's sword, his sanity finally shattered. O great king, please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I shall serve you faithfully from this day forth. I will concoct elixirs for you. Whether it be the longevity pill or the life-restoring potion, I shall provide them all. I beseech you, spare my life." Lu Chong remained silent, merely slicing open the infinite immortal's severed hand to extract a golden purple pill. "Great King, this is the life-saving pill I forged with my essence. It can resurrect those on the brink of death. I intended to present it to you just now. It can surely cure Lady Yin." Lu Chong nodded, placing the pill within his robes as he rose to his feet. Observing this turn of events, the expressions of the 11 golden immortals softened slightly. Could it be that the Emperor sought the life-saving pill? The infinite immortal, too, felt a glimmer of relief. However, just as they all exhaled in relief, a 9-tiered platform suddenly materialized beside the Emperor. Constructed from obsidian, the platform was adorned with a heavy golden guillotine atop a black iron stand. The blade was etched with dragon patterns and stained with blood, bound by chains, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Lu Chong sheathed the Emperor's sword and approached the platform, speaking slowly. "This is the Emperor's platform. I have declared that the infinite immortal is guilty beyond redemption. His sentence is death." Fear gripped the heart of the infinite immortal as he contemplated fleeing in spirit. Yet, a cacophony of clashing chains erupted. The chains of the Emperor's platform shot forth, ensnaring the infinite immortal tightly, binding both body and soul, leaving him utterly immobilized, with no hope of escape. The golden immortals could only watch in horror as their master was dragged onto the dark golden Emperor's platform, his head forced beneath the guillotine. Lu Chong gently raised his hand, and then let it fall. Crack! Blood stained the white jade platform. Chapter 66. What of the skill of 7 arrows in a second? It is the disciple He Tong who is the true prodigy. The infinite immortal's head rolled down the steps, landing upon the ground. The 11 golden immortals were left in shock. He truly killed him. Their master, Emperor Xian, what have you done? This tyrant of the Shang Dynasty has gone mad. How dare he execute the infinite master before their very eyes? Did he not consider the consequences of such an act? Has he always possessed this audacity? Is he truly unafraid of death? The human sovereign platform, having slain a Tai golden immortal, expended the last vestiges of the human sovereign's majestic aura within Lu Chong. The black golden platform transformed into a myriad of starlit specks, dissipating into the ether. Lu Chong lifted the head of the infinite immortal, whose eyes, typically narrowed, now widened in disbelief, the expression on his face frozen in incredulity, his gaze having turned vacant and dazed. Observing the astonished and wrathful expressions on the faces of the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun, Lu Chong gently shook his head. "Is this what you call the orthodox path of the Chan school? Huh?" With a faint smile gracing his lips, holding aloft the head of the infinite immortal, he pointed his sword at the assemblage of Kunlun's golden immortals, proclaiming, "From this day forth, all within the realm of Great Shang, be they human or demon, shall be my subjects, under my command. Should any of you dare to transgress against Great Shang again, this shall be your fate." With that, he disregarded the furious glares of the Kunlun golden immortals, cleaved through the void with his sword, and stepped away. Such a profound humiliation. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi seethed with impotent rage. How dare a mere mortal emperor act with such audacity upon Kunlun Mountain? If this grievance remains unavenged, will not the world perceive our Chan school as a band of cowardly wretches? The countenance of Zhou Lu's son was marked by malice. This Emperor Xian is indeed excessively arrogant, to disdain us and associate with those beastly creatures, yet remain unashamed. It is nothing short of self-destruction. Guang Qingzi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have a plan. Let us dispatch our most trusted disciples to infiltrate the Yin Shang, gathering intelligence. They shall establish their presence at the military strongholds. As our master is currently in seclusion, compiling the list of deified beings, he shall surely achieve significant accomplishments when the grand plan unfolds." Qi Jingzi lauded. "Your idea is splendid, brother Guang Qingzi. By the way, Puxian and Wenshu, I recall that your disciples are the sons of the general of Changtong Pass, one named Mu Jia and the other Jin Jia. The strategic location of Changtong Pass, adjacent to the Eastern Sea, if secured under our Chan school's control, will undoubtedly lead to great contributions. However, Puxian Jinren interjected, "Brothers, my unruly disciple is impulsive and cannot keep matters to himself. I fear he is ill-suited for such a weighty task." When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan also shook his head. "My disciple Jin Jia is still at a nascent stage of cultivation. He too is likely unfit for this duty." Hearing this, Guang Qingzi shook his head and let out a soft huff. Zhou Lu's son then coldly remarked, "In that case, let my disciple Tu Xing's son proceed to Changtong Pass. It will also serve as retribution for his fellow disciple Wan Liang and that traitorous demon, Shen Gongbao." Tu Xing's son must capture him with the immortal binding rope and deliver him to justice. The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Guang Qingzi turned to the only silent figure, Yu Ding Jinren, and inquired, "Fear not, brother Yu Ding. The vengeance for our nephew Yang Jian shall eventually be exacted." Yet Yu Ding Jinren shook his head. "The retribution for my disciple's demise shall be mine to enact." With that, his ethereal form vanished from sight. TSK. This Yu Ding remains ever so unconventional and solitary, Qi Jingzi scoffed. The compassionate Taoist spoke slowly, "Brother Guanqing, now that Master Wu Liang has passed away, the position of the leader of the Chan Sect can only fall upon your shoulders." Guanqing's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, saying, "Alas, what merit or capability do I possess to bear such a heavy responsibility? Moreover, it is not as if our master appointed me. With the master's demise and no final words left behind, this matter may not find unanimous support." Qi Jingzi hastily interjected, "Brother Guanqing, in terms of lineage, experience, and strength, you stand as the foremost among us. If you refuse this position, I, Qi Jingzi, shall be the first to voice my dissent. Do you all agree?" "Indeed. Indeed." The other 8 echoed in unison, nodding their heads. Guangqing sighed, "Since everyone insists, for the sake of Yushu Palace and the prosperity of the Chan Sect, I shall reluctantly accept this duty. Brother, you bear this burden. Brother, your righteousness is commendable. Brother, you are truly remarkable." Lu Chong promptly returned to the Wang Palace of Chaoga as dusk fell. The deer boy and crane boy silently followed him through the spatial rift. Their heads bowed in deference. Lu Chong inquired, "Why have you come along? Surely, it is not to seek vengeance for your master?" "Certainly not." The deer boy knelt and said, "Your Majesty, to speak frankly, we harbor a deep-seated grudge against the old villain Wu Liang. He once led a demon-hunting team to annihilate our deer and crane clans, refining our kin into elixirs, forcing us to consume them, and planting heart-piercing curses upon us to make us his disciples. This was merely a fade to demonstrate that he bore no animosity towards demons, claiming to exterminate them for the sake of the people. The crane boy and I were but pawns in his deceit." The crane boy also knelt and said, "Your Majesty has avenged our clan. We are at a loss to repay you. We only wish for your Majesty to take us in, and we shall serve you faithfully for life." Lu Chong regarded the deer boy and crane boy, sighing, "You have betrayed your master, fearing that the Chan Sect would no longer accept you, correct?" Upon hearing this, the deer boy was rendered speechless. The death of Wu Liang was inextricably linked to them. Should they encounter the golden immortals of the Chan Sect, they would surely show no mercy. Without the sect's protection, countless enemies would seek them out. Apart from seeking refuge with the human emperor, they had no other path to tread. However, the crane boy maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken." Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh, in what way am I mistaken? Even now, you remain so defiant? It appears I cannot keep you." The crane boy did not seek to preserve his own life. His choice to align with the king was purely out of admiration for the king's regal aura, a genuine reverence for him. Lu Chong gasped. The deer boy exclaimed, "Huh?" With unwavering composure, the crane boy continued earnestly, "Today, witnessing your Majesty slay the essence of Wu Liang before the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun has made me truly understand what it means to be a human emperor, and who is worthy of allegiance. Your Majesty, please allow me to pay my respects." Lu Tong stood beside, utterly astonished. What significance did my feat of shooting 7 arrows in a single second hold? In comparison to my junior sister's intellect, it was utterly insignificant. Yet, this casual remark is something I, Lu Tong, shall cherish for a lifetime, a classic to be memorized word for word. This is talent. I fear that even if I were to cultivate for another 1,000 years with all my might, I would never surpass my junior sister. This is something that cannot be learned, truly impossible to replicate. Chapter 67. Rescuing Lady Shi. Lu Chong nodded slightly and helped He Tong to her feet, saying, "Well said. From now on, you shall be my personal guard. She is beautiful, sweet-tongued, and capable. Who wouldn't want this little He Tong as a secretary by their side?" Upon hearing this, He Tong was overjoyed and promptly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am eternally grateful." Lu Tong, hearing this, smiled and inquired, "What about me, Your Majesty?" "You too shall remain." Lu Chong replied, "You can soar through the skies and unleash firepower. You're quite the formidable one as well." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I vow to repay your kindness with my life." Lu Tong exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. After allowing the two to rise, Lu Chong said no more and made his way directly to the Hall of the Shaman, adjacent to the royal palace. He pushed open the door. Inside the dim hall, incense burned in golden cauldrons, and smoke swirled around. a shaman clad in a black fur cloak, adorned with intricate patterns and chaotic trinkets, wore a peculiar mask and sported numerous small braids atop his head. He chanted incantations, muttering incomprehensibly, while holding a small black drum, dancing around a wooden couch, striking the drum as he leapt. As Lu Chong and He Tong followed the king inside, they were immediately struck by an overwhelming fatigue. As if their very strength had been siphoned away, nearly causing them to faint. They hastily retreated outside, unwilling to venture closer. Lu Tong's face was filled with confusion. What is happening? That man does not appear to be a celestial being. Yet why do I feel such an inexplicable reverence? He Tong was equally puzzled. It seems he exudes a primal aura unlike anything I've encountered before, eerie and foreboding, instilling fear. Lu Chong swiftly approached the strangely attired shaman, producing a purple cloud life-preserving pill. The shaman nodded at Lu Chong, promptly accepting it, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. Yet, his chanting, drumming, and dancing remained uninterrupted. After delivering the medicine, Lu Chong said nothing further and quickly turned to exit, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Within the shaman's hall, the peculiar figure with the drum was none other than the royal shaman, Zhou. With his assistance, Lady Yin's soul would be preserved, and after administering the purple cloud life-preserving pill, she would awaken. Lu Chong stood outside, gazing at the starry sky. He Tong, observing the emperor, felt a pang of guilt. She gently approached him from behind, unfurling her wings to shield him from the cold wind. Your Majesty, Lady Yin's injuries are our fault, she said softly. Lu Tong also bowed his head in silence, his emotions tangled. Had it not been for the arrow she shot herself, Lady Yin would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Nor would she have been sent into the heavenly abyss, unable to withstand the torment, lamenting her initial failure to defy the infinite immortal. With 2 sharp slaps to his own face, the dear boy chastised himself. However, Lu Chong waved his hand and said, "This matter lies with the infinite immortal. You were merely coerced by him. I am not a foolish monarch. I can discern the truth in such matters." Upon hearing Emperor Xian's words, both the deer boy and the crane boy felt a pang in their hearts, tears streaming down their faces. Having joined the Chan Sect for many years, they, as beings of demonic origin, had endured discrimination. Whenever a mistake occurred within the demon hunting squad, they were the first to be suspected and punished. Not to mention the daily disdain, mockery, and the gossip that circulated behind their backs. Even when it was later proven that they were not at fault, neither the immortal nor anyone else ever offered them an apology. It was as though the insults and punishments had never transpired. This had been the case for more than a century. Yet now, they heard this sovereign, Emperor Xian, utter such just words on behalf of beings like themselves. How could the deer boy and the crane boy not feel a swell of emotion? To be a celestial being in the heavens was far less gratifying than standing beside the great king. Just then, a plump figure, holding a whisk, ambled around the corner. The master Tai rubbed his sore nose and remarked, "Ah, my dear Yaoer, having indulged too much in peaches, you always find yourself needing the restroom. This place is quite eerie, and the path is hard to discern. I just stumbled once, so do take care." With a sudden trip over a tree root, he fell face first to the ground, blood trickling from his nose. The master Tai rose, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully no one saw. He wiped his nose with his sleeve and brushed off the dust from his clothes. After doing so, he stood up and turned to ascend the steps. "Tai," Lu Chong called out. Startled, Tai looked up, only to trip over the steps and fall face first once more, blood streaming from his nostrils. "Master Tai, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine." Tai awkwardly chuckled, wiping the blood from beneath his nostrils. "Merely a minor abrasion. For us cultivators, it is nothing of consequence." Yet Lu Chong, with a face full of concern, insisted, "Are you truly unhurt? Should we have the palace physician examine you?" "Really, I am fine. I am fine." Tai hurried up the steps, tucking the whisk behind him. He bowed to Lu Chong, greeting the great king. "Oh, crane boy, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the crane boy with his wings unfurled, Tai's expression changed, his face filled with anxiety. "Could it be that you have come to assassinate the king?" Raising his whisk, he pointed at the crane boy and declared, "How dare you? Step away from the king at once. Otherwise, my master will not spare you." The young crane smiled gently, retracting its wings, and respectfully addressed Master Tai. "I have the honor of meeting you, Master Tai." Lu Chong lightly pushed aside Tai's feather duster, offering a serene smile as he reassured, "There is no need for concern, for the crane is now my personal guardian." Upon hearing this, Tai wore a bewildered expression, deep in thought, before ultimately nodding in understanding. "Ah, so it is true. Lu Chong has also come to pay respects to Master Tai. Just as Tai was putting away the feather duster, a sudden voice from behind startled him. Lu Chong. Recognizing it was indeed Lu Chong, Tai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you two have become the king's personal guardian? Lu Chong shook his head, replying, respectfully reporting to you, master. I have indeed chosen to follow the king. Whatever tasks the king assigns me, I shall fulfill without question. Tai was momentarily stunned. Following the king? What of your elder brother? You wouldn't dare betray our sect, would you? The expressions of both Lu Chong and the young crane grew somewhat awkward. Among the disciples of the primordial lord of the Chan school, only Tai possessed a pure heart. He not only refrained from bullying or slandering them, but also frequently cared for them, occasionally providing them with precious pills. If betrayal were to bring shame to anyone, it would be to Master Tai. Lu Chong smiled gently at this. They would never betray their sect. However, with our master gone, what purpose remains for them to stay? With that, he produced the round head of the infinite immortal and presented it before Tai. This is your elder brother, the infinite immortal. With a startled gasp, Tai stumbled backward and fell to the ground, shock and sorrow etched on his plump face. Elder brother, how is it that you are reduced to but a head? He lamented. Oh, how I remember. We entered the Master's teachings together, though it has only been a few hundred years. We have shared many years as brothers in the same sect. Despite your constant reminders that I must strive harder in my cultivation to honor our Master's grace, I believed you. Coughing heavily, Lu Chong stepped forward and addressed Master Tai. Master, the infinite immortal sought to offend the king and falsely accused the dragon clan of the kingdom, deserving of the gravest punishment. The king's execution of him is a rightful decree, and even if the primordial lord were present, there would be no dissent. What? The king executed him. Tai's face turned pale in an instant. The young crane also clasped his hands together and said, Master Tai, you may not be aware, but in the past, the infinite immortal led a demon-hunting team under the guise of education, capturing demon clans indiscriminately, even those who had never committed wrongdoing. As long as they had reached the level of Earth Immortal, were seized. Rather than reforming them, they were ruthlessly refined into elixirs to enhance cultivation. Just as today, the dragon and demon tribes of the Eastern Sea are being refined. What? Tai was taken aback, his countenance paling. All along, he had assumed that the demons captured by the demon hunting squad were merely malevolent creatures wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. After being enlightened, they had seemingly transformed, shedding their past identities as demons, and taken the immortal master Wu Yang as their teacher. To his astonishment, the truth was far different. Glancing at the expressions of Lu Chong and He Tong, Tai momentarily fell into a daze. Once, Xing Wangbao had also served as the captain of the demon hunting squad. He must have been privy to these matters. Yet, why had he never mentioned them to himself? Did Master know of this? At this thought, Tai felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, Master was unaware of this. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Lu Chong collected the head of Master Wu Yang, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Tai, what were you about to say regarding Master Wu Yang? Tai was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and awkwardly responding. Oh, I meant to say, my senior brother, He Tong promptly interjected. Could it be that Master Uncle meant to say one can know a person's face, but not their heart? Oh, yes, precisely. Tai nodded vigorously. The ascension of disciples and the operations of the demon hunting squad have always been the responsibility of my senior brother. Well, Master Wu Yang. The specifics were rarely discussed with us. I, along with my other senior brothers, only know that Master Wu Yang personally controlled the recruitment of disciples, some of whom were demons and others mortals, but beyond that, I truly am not well informed. Lu Chong, upon hearing this, did not press further. It was likely that Tai was indeed unaware. As for whether the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun were informed, Lu Chong had no way of knowing. However, they had indeed accepted the elixirs refined from the demon tribe. In the eyes of most disciples of the Chanjiao, hunting demons bore little difference from hunting beasts. The only distinction being that these beasts possessed human speech and their sharp fangs were more perilous. By the way, Tai, Lu Chong shifted the topic. What brings you here at such a late hour? Upon hearing this, Tai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, it seemed the king had no intention of pursuing his previous question. As for the demise of Master Wu Yang, it could only be attributed to his own arrogance. Dismissing even the human emperor, he had once advised him to refrain from acting against the king and the dragon tribe. But his senior brother was too deeply entrenched in his beliefs, deaf to counsel, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of the human emperor. Reporting to the king, Tai sighed deeply. After the king shattered Master Wu Yang's ageless technique, I too broke free from his restraints and fell into the sea. Thankfully, I was discovered by the Eastern Sea Dragon tribe and brought back to Chintang Pass. After my junior brother rescued me, he informed me that Nezha had fainted due to a fever. Nezha fainted. Lu Chong inquired urgently. Isn't Nezha reincarnated from the demonic orb? Yet he possesses an innate fiery disposition and still succumbs to fever and fainting? The great Master Tai, with a resigned nod, remarked, I administered a pill to him, which temporarily alleviated the fever, yet he remains in a daze, incessantly calling out. What is he uttering? Mother. Upon hearing this, both Deer Boy and Crane Boy were taken aback, subsequently bowing their heads in deep remorse. They could not escape the blame for Madame Yin's injuries. The thought of young Nezha lying unconscious in bed, calling for his mother, pierced their hearts with anguish. Deer Boy struck his own face twice in self-reproach. I am truly wretched. Lu Chong sighed heavily. Should I send a few healers to attend to him? Tai hastily waved his hand. That would be unnecessary. Nezha's ailment stems from his inhalation of an excessive amount of true fire and his reckless attempt to convert it into demonic energy, which has caused blockages in his meridians. Although he is a demon, auspicious signs herald his arrival. His physical form has yet to undergo refinement, rendering him incapable of withstanding the searing power of the true fire. Lu Chong furrowed his brow slightly at this revelation. In his haste to break through the celestial origin cauldron, he had allowed Nezha to unshackle the universe circle, unleashing demonic energy and elevating the Emperor's banner to the 10th level. He had not anticipated such repercussions. The image of Nezha calling for his mother while lying in bed weighed heavily on his heart. This is indeed my fault. It was I who urged him to consume the true fire within the celestial origin cauldron. That boy, deeply loyal and affectionate, would endure any hardship for the sake of his mother. Tai sighed, his brow furrowed in concern. I heard from Shun Gongbao that Lord Kong Xian has brought Madame Yin to the royal palace's grand shaman, so I thought I might see if I could be of assistance. However, I overindulged in peaches today and drank some seawater, which has necessitated numerous trips to the restroom. Lu Chong, observing Tai's disheveled state, chuckled and shook his head. While Tai may often be unreliable, he is indeed a commendable teacher. Fear not, for I have procured the purple cloud life-saving pill, and the shaman has preserved her soul. It shan't be long before she awakens. Upon hearing this, Tai's expression visibly relaxed. If Madame Yin were to perish, the power of the demonic orb within Nezha would likely erupt uncontrollably. At that moment, even the universe circle would struggle to contain it. The four waited by the door for several hours as dawn approached. With a creaking sound, the grand doors of the shaman's hall opened. The grand shaman Zhou emerged. Bowing to Lu Chong, Your Majesty, the 10th princess has awakened. Chapter 69. Let me hold you, mother draped in shamanic robes. Zhou exited the hall and addressed Lu Chong. Your Majesty, the 10th princess has awakened. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's groggy mind instantly became alert. Splendid. He strode directly into the grand hall. Tai clambered up from the floor, wiping the drool from his face, and seeing Deer Boy and Crane Boy follow the king inside. He hastily got up to join them. Inside the grand shaman's hall, Lu Tong and He Tong cautiously stepped inside. Recalling the wild and peculiar atmosphere that had nearly overwhelmed them the previous night, rendering them helpless on the ground. After a careful exploration, they realized that the overwhelming presence had seemingly dissipated, allowing them to fully enter. Brother Wang? The voice of Yin Shiniang carried a hint of confusion. Lu Chong glanced at Yin Shiniang, who sat on a bamboo mat, her expression one of bewilderment, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that a Klitsch amnesia plot was unfolding with his own sister? Zoe, what is the situation? Why does Shiniang seem not to remember me? At this remark, Lu Tong, He Tong, and the venerable Tai Junrin were equally startled, turning their attention to the shaman clad in ceremonial robes, Zui. Zui reassured, Rest assured, Your Majesty. The 8th princess has only just emerged from the depths of the Xianbing. While her soul has returned, her memories have not yet fully restored. We merely need to wait. For how long? Lu Chong inquired with a furrowed brow. At least a day, perhaps a year and a half. A year and a half? Tai and the others exclaimed in unison. Would it mean that even the king would be unrecognizable to her, let alone her own son? Upon hearing this, Lu Tong slapped himself twice in exasperation. I truly deserve this. Yin Shiniang, gazing at Lu Chong, appeared puzzled. Yet hearing herself referred to as Your Majesty and the man before her called brother, she ventured, Brother Wang? Lu Chong's heart leaped with joy. Shiniang, do you remember? Yet. She shook her head. No. Lu Chong's gaze shifted toward Tai, Lu Tong, and He Tong. She rose, approached Lu Tong, scrutinizing him for a moment. Tentatively, she inquired, Son, Lu Tong. He Tong. Tai nearly burst into laughter, but upon noticing Lu Chong's stern expression, he quickly stifled it. Lu Chong hastily retreated, bowing respectfully. Lady Yin, you have mistaken me. I am not your son. Yin Shiniang's face registered surprise, then turned towards the plump Tai Yizhenren. Could this possibly be my chubby son? With evident disbelief and after a struggle within herself, she finally opened her arms, offering a warm smile. Son, let mother embrace you. Tai Yizhenren's smile vanished, replaced by despair. Lu Chong and He Tong turned away, covering their mouths, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Lady Yin, I am Tai Yizhenren of the Qianyuan Mountain, the master of your son Nezha. Upon hearing this, Yin Shiniang appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, she grasped the hand of the recently composed He Tong, her face filled with compassion. Isn't the child a son? How has he become a daughter? It matters not whether you are a son or a daughter, it is all the same. He Tong gazed wide-eyed, her face a canvas of astonishment as she looked upon Lady Yin. Within her heart, an unexpected warmth began to blossom. After a brief moment, she sighed softly and took Lady Yin's hand, saying, Madam Yin, you have misunderstood. Your son is named Nezha. He is not here. Nezha? Upon hearing this name, Lady Yin momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. She pressed her hand to her forehead, anguish etched across her face. Staggering backward, she nearly fell. But Lu Chong swiftly steadied her. What is happening? Lu Chong inquired of Zhou. Your Majesty, Zhou replied. It seems that upon hearing Nezha's name, the frozen memories within Princess Tin are beginning to stir. A glimmer of excitement lit Zhou's face. Now that her physical injuries have been completely healed, it would be prudent to take Princess Tin back to see Nezha. It may hasten her recovery. At Shintang Pass, early morning dawned. The old steward, accompanied by several young members of the former demon-subduing gang, gripped brooms as they opened the gates of the Li residence, preparing to clean. The young lads, just awakened and still groggy, were met with the old steward rubbing his eyes, gazing out with confusion. Why are there more seafood deliveries? He wondered. Fish, shrimp, and even turtles? Is that an octopus? Such a large one. The old man, having lived many years, had never encountered such a creature. I wonder who has gone to such lengths to send all this without even showing their face or leaving a name. Quickly pointing at the drowsy youths, he commanded, Your task today is to bring all this seafood inside and store it in the cellar. As the boys approached, they suddenly noticed the enormous body of a shark stirring. The shark commander rose from the ground, stretched, and turned to face them, displaying a wide grin that revealed over 3,000 healthy, white, yet sharp teeth. Finally, the door is open. May we enter? Ah, the former leader of the demon-subduing gang screamed in terror, turning to flee but inadvertently knocking over his companions in the process. A monster has breached Shintang Pass. Run. As they attempted to escape back to the Li residence, several shadowy figures flew forth, ensnaring them. Children, what are you afraid of? We are now the Sea Guardians, personally appointed by the king. We're not here to harm you, the octopus general said with a sincere smile. Yet to the frightened youths, that smile appeared as a sinister grin. Ah, the former leader and his companions shrieked even louder. Help! Anyone, please come to our rescue. Moments later, a silver-white flash streaked through the air. Ao Guang addressed the octopus general and shark commander, Impudence. Withdraw at once. Do not show disrespect to the subjects of the great merchants. General Octopus hastily released his octopus limbs, allowing them to escape. Lord Dragon King, when shall our sovereign arrive? Can we enter the Li residence? Ao Guang snorted coldly and replied, The affairs of our sovereign are beyond your comprehension. From now on, as the divine beasts of Jinhai, you need only follow the directives given. At that moment, a wave of spatial disturbance was felt, and a golden rift in space gradually opened. The bewildered Yin Shiniang emerged. Following Lu Chong, observing the general's mansion before her, she furrowed her brow and questioned, Is this truly my home? Chapter 70, Proclaiming the Dragon as King. For Solitude's defense, Ao Guang led the East Sea Dragon clan and the Demon tribe, with Ao Run, Ao Qin, and Ao Shun following closely behind, all paying their respects and reverence. We pay homage to our sovereign. Lu Chong scanned the assembly of dragons and sea demons, noting many bore injuries. Some crab demons were missing their pincers, others had their turtle shells shattered, and some dragons had their horns sheared off. Lu Chong inquired about the casualties among the sea tribes. In reporting to our sovereign, Ao Guang respectfully bowed his head. Thanks to the protection of the Emperor of Humanity, our dragon clan suffered only 371 injuries, and the sea demon clan sustained fewer than 1,000, totaling 959. As for those who sacrificed their lives in this battle, the combined total from both the Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Clan is 93. His words carried a hint of pride. The Dragon Clan and the Sea Demons united as one, valiantly resisting the demon-capturing forces, each fighting fearlessly, 10 against 1, without retreat. The faces of the other dragons and demons were alight with the thrill of victory and pride. Ao Run, Ao Qin, and Ao Shun felt a sigh of relief wash over them. They no longer had to bow and scrape like those shameful immortals for their freedom. In this world, apart from the Emperor of Humanity, who would care for the life of a fox demon, who would advocate for the demons, who would risk their lives for the dragon clan, exerting all their strength. Tears glistened in the eyes of General Octopus and Commander Shark. A millennium ago, they had rebelled against the Celestial Court, ultimately facing the fate of being suppressed in the East Sea, enduring the relentless torment of molten lava day and night. They never imagined that even after resigning to their fate, those lofty immortals of the Chan Sect would not be at ease, not only failing to spare them, but also seeking to refine them into elixirs for consumption. Fortunately, under the protection of the Emperor of Humanity, they were able to resist and achieve victory. Had it not been for the safeguarding power of the Emperor, they would have long been transformed into elixirs by the Tian Yuan Ding. Ao Guang, together with the dragon and sea tribes, bowed deeply to Lu Chong, stating, "It is through the assistance of the Emperor that we have survived. Henceforth, we are willing to dedicate our lives to the great merchants, repaying the sovereign's life-saving grace." Lu Chong nodded solemnly and declared, "The sins and grievances of a millennium past are now but memories. Today, the Dragon Clan and the Sea Demons can fight side by side as the guardian beasts of the great merchants, the divine protectors of Xinhai, standing with me against the wicked teachings of the Chan Sect. My heart is profoundly comforted. In the battle of the Celestial Origin Cauldron, the sacrifices of both the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan shall have their names inscribed upon a stone tablet, erected upon the rocky shores of the Eastern Sea. Whether dragon or sea demon, those who dare to oppose injustice and stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle, unafraid of sacrifice, are all heroes of the great Shang." Lu Chong's solemn words reverberated in the ears of the Dragon Clan and Sea Clan led by Ao Guang, akin to a thunderous roar. The eyes of General Octopus and Commander Shark sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. "Can we, the demons, also become heroes?" The sea demons were enveloped in an astonishment beyond expression. A crab demon, having lost its claw, shed tears of excitement from its long eyes. "Woo, for a millennium, the celestial beings above have labeled us as aberrations, as evil, as heretics. Yet now, the Emperor of Humanity dares to call us heroes. Do we deserve such a title?" Commander Shark's voice trembled. "Ever since I transformed into a demon, I have been met with hostility wherever I go. This is the first time I am called a hero. Woo, old octopus, is there anything I should be mindful of in this hero business?" General Octopus scratched his head with his 6 tentacles. "Well, I think that in being a hero, one must first pay attention to their image. Old Shark, when you smile in the future, do temper it a bit. Don't frighten the little children." Ao Run sighed quietly. "Is this truly the vision of Emperor Xian? It is indeed delightful." Ao Qin, lying on the ground, wept uncontrollably. "Woo, my lifelong dream has been to be a hero, following the great king. My dream has finally come true. Woo." Ao Shun looked at him in astonishment. "Did you not say your childhood dream was to become a dragon king? How has it now transformed into being a hero?" Ao Qin huffed indignantly. "I isn't it because of you all. If I had said I wanted to be a hero, you would have laughed at me for eternity. Humph, now you may laugh if you wish. My future aspiration is to become a hero of the great Shang, to guard the Southern Sea." Ao Shun was taken aback. "Third brother, you are not foolish after all. To guard the Southern Sea? The great king has yet to bestow that title upon you, and you are already claiming it?" Lu Chong glanced at Ao Qin's righteous demeanor and smiled slightly. "Excellent. Ao Qin, I hereby appoint you as the future Dragon King of the Southern Sea, to protect the Southern Sea for our great Shang." Upon hearing this, Ao Qin was filled with both shock and joy. After a millennium, I, Ao Qin, can finally return to the Southern Sea as Dragon King. He bowed thrice before Lu Chong. "Thank you, great king. The grace of the king shall be forever cherished by this little dragon." Ao Qin vows to dedicate his life to safeguarding the Southern Sea, to eradicate any scoundrels who dare to invade. Lu Chong nodded in approval. The Southern Sea, without a fiery-tempered dragon king like Ao Qin to guard it, would surely struggle to quell the wild barbaric tribes. Ao Shun and Ao Run stared in disbelief. Is it truly this simple? They immediately turned their eager gazes towards the king. Ao Run, Ao Shun, Lu Chong looked at them. "You too as well will henceforth be appointed as the Dragon Kings of the Western Sea and Northern Sea, commanders of the sea demons, safeguard our great Shang's maritime realm." A blush instantly adorned Ao Run's visage. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a millennium, she would finally return to the West Sea, treading upon its sandy shores and gazing at the setting sun over the ocean. Ao Run's cheeks flushed slightly. How splendid it would be to stroll along the western coast with the king beneath the vibrant hues of the sunset. Ao Shun repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you." However, Lu Chong addressed him, "North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, you have been imprisoned by the Heavenly Court for 1,000 years, and there are matters you are unaware of. The North Sea now faces the resurgence of the ancient demon court, which has seized your North Sea Dragon Palace and is harassing the northern borders of the Deshang. I have dispatched Grandmaster Zhou to guard the North Sea for many years. The time has come for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Ao Shun's countenance transformed from surprise to fury. "What ancient demon court? Huh, it is nothing but a ruse," he asserted. "Fear not, Your Majesty. For Ao Shun shall lead the sea demons to the North Sea and aid Grandmaster Zhou in pacifying the North, driving out that false demon court." Lu Chong nodded in acknowledgement. Through the human emperor's counterattack system, he had conferred rewards upon Ao Run and the other two Dragon Kings, revealing their loyalty levels. Ao Run, 9,966. Ao Qin, 8,888. Ao Shun, 7,777. He was unexpectedly struck by Ao Run's loyalty, second only to Ao Guang's 9,999. A glance at Ao Run revealed her captivating eyes secretly studying him, leaving him curious about her intentions. Chapter 71. Is this my home? Is this my son? Yet, with a loyalty of 9966, Lu Chong was assured that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Ao Run would not betray him. As for the other two Dragon Kings, even if they contemplated treachery, they would need both the intellect and courage to do so. Moreover, any demon king who received his favor had their life and death resting solely in his hands. The dragon and sea clans were filled with exhilaration. To receive the human emperor's acknowledgement and regain their freedom, escaping the inferno of the sea depths, was a tremendous boon. How could they ever repay such kindness? Lu Chong halted their prostrations. There is one more matter. He produced the severed head of the infinite immortal and raised it high before the dragon and demon clans. The sight of the infinite immortal's head left Ao Guang and the surrounding dragon and sea clans momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. The infinite immortal is truly dead. How splendid. That old bald fool sought to refine us and disregarded the king. Now he is nothing but a severed head. He has brought this upon himself. The king is magnificent. He can even slay an immortal of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His power is simply unfathomable. Before their eyes, Lu Chong crushed the head of the infinite immortal underfoot with a resounding crunch. Excellent. The dragon and sea clans erupted in applause, celebrating the demise of the infinite immortal. From the shattered remains of the bald head, a wisp of residual soul soared into the air. After a brief moment of confusion, upon witnessing the mocking expressions of Lu Chong and Ao Guang, the dragon clan and demon tribe, a sudden realization struck. Have I perished? Emperor Xin, you show no respect for the teachings. How dare you take my life, forcing me into disintegration, diminishing my powers. How infuriating. Yet Xin, did you not anticipate this? I possess the technique of disintegration. Once I reconstruct my true form, I shall return to exact my vengeance upon you. I will ensure that the Shang Dynasty knows no peace. The remnant soul of the infinite immortal lord twisted in rage, gazing at Lu Chong, his face a mask of fury. However, Lu Chong regarded his fading essence with an air of subtle derision. Xin, what kind of gaze is that? The remnant soul of the infinite immortal lord seethed. In the next moment, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of oppression from behind. He felt as though he were prey under the watchful eye of a hawk. If he still had a corporeal form, his back would surely be drenched in cold sweat. Slowly turning his head to look behind him, he beheld two monstrous figures, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror, their 5 scarlet eyes fixated upon him. One was a humanoid demon with 3 eyes atop its head. The other resembled a dark, serpentine dragon, fierce and menacing. Their gazes were akin to that of a predator eyeing a delectable meal. What do you intend to do? I am the esteemed disciple of the primordial celestial master. His terror rendered him nearly incoherent. I am the great golden immortal, the infinite immortal lord. Dare to offend me, and I shall imprison you within the celestial cauldron and refine you into elixirs. Snap. Lu Chong lightly snapped his fingers, coolly commanding, devour him. Roar. The two demons, Wen Liang and Mo Jiao, unleashed a furious roar and lunged towards the remnant soul of the infinite immortal lord. Enough. Ah! In the midst of the infinite immortal lord's agonizing wails, his final vestige of a soul was torn into countless fragments. Half was consumed by Wen Liang, while the other half was devoured and digested by Mo Jiao. As they watched the remnant of the infinite immortal lord being ripped apart, the dragon clan and the underwater demon tribe were filled with exhilaration. It serves him right. What a fitting end. This so-called infinite immortal lord was nothing but a shameless old curmudgeon. Relying on his power, he dared to disregard even the great king. He deserved to be eternally reincarnated. Ao Guang and the other dragon kings breathed a sigh of relief. With the infinite immortal lord and the 100,000 demon hunters completely eradicated, the vitality of the Yusu palace was severely wounded. Surely, they could now enjoy a period of peace and recovery. Simultaneously, a thought arose within them. Never again should they oppose this emperor. Even within the heart of the Chan Sect, in the Yusu palace, the great king had directly vanquished him, his soul torn asunder. The very notion of reincarnation had become a distant fantasy. The infinite immortal lord had thoroughly vanished from this world. The 100,000 demon hunters had also been ensnared by the great king's imperial banner, facing endless slaughter and torment. This is the fate of opposing the emperor of humanity. Behind Lu Chong, Tai Jinren and Lu Tong Hetong felt an uncontainable tension in their hearts. Hetong recalled how, just last night outside the Hall of Witchcraft, the king appeared so composed, with an air of dominance that also carried a hint of melancholy. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt regarding Yin Shiniang's severe injuries. And now, having beheaded the immeasurable immortal elder and nourishing the demon with his soul, he was enveloped in an aura of slaughter. This emperor of humanity is truly captivating. Tai sighed, reflecting, "My master often says that the way of heaven is constant, with yin and yang in order, and that good and evil will eventually receive their just rewards. Brother, had you known today would come, why act so rashly in the past?" Lu Tong rubbed his eyes and gazed upward at the sky. "Father, mother, the king has avenged our dear clan. From now on, Lu Tong shall be but a bow in the king's hand. Wherever the king points, I, Lu Tong, shall strike. Such profound grace must only be repaid with my life." Shen Gongbao, with his slender form, stood atop the general's mansion, elated as he watched the immeasurable immortal elder being torn to shreds. "My master often says that good and evil are rewarded, but without the king's formidable strength, who knows when such retribution would have arrived? Perhaps even I, Shen Gongbao, would not have had the chance to stand here unscathed." Before the dragons and demons, Lu Chong ended the life of the immeasurable immortal elder. The sea demons no longer dared to harbor any other thoughts towards this emperor of humanity. Only gratitude remained, a debt of life owed. Lu Chong immediately commanded Ao Guang and the other 3 dragon kings, "I shall establish a martial arts hall at Chintang Pass. The materials have been procured over the past half-month, but we lack manpower. For the next 3 months, you are to lead the demon clan and the common folk of Chintang Pass in constructing this hall. Once completed, you may return to your respective dragon palaces in the 4 seas." Ao Qin and Ao Shun, the 2 dragon kings, were filled with excitement. "Building a hall? That is our forte. A millennium ago, it was we brothers who oversaw the construction of the dragon palace in the 4 seas. Fear not, with us, the construction of the martial arts hall will be a breeze." The other sea demons nodded in agreement. To contribute to the building of the martial arts hall is to serve the king, to serve the great Shang. It is our honor. Old Zhang must exert his utmost effort. Old Zhang, with your portly frame, can you handle it? Perhaps let Old Shark take over. Go on. Tomorrow, you shall witness Old Zhang's prowess. Hee, I shall eagerly await that. After assigning the task of the martial arts hall, Lu Chong turned to Yin Shiniang. Having just witnessed the demon, she felt a twinge of fear. Thankfully, her brother was by her side. Gripping Lu Chong's garment tightly, she dared not let go. "Brother, do you mean this is my home?" At that moment, Li Jing burst out from the courtyard, tears streaming down his face. "You have finally returned." With a look of disdain, Yin Shiniang glared at Li Jing, exclaiming, "This can't possibly be my son, can it?" Li Jing stood frozen in disbelief, tears streaming down his face, as thunder rolled in his heart. Just yesterday, he had received urgent news at the front line, indicating that Yin Shiniang and Nezha had been transformed by a celestial being resembling a longevity peach. In a frantic rush, he had hastened back after completing his duties, feeling as though the sky itself had collapsed. Upon his return, he learned from Shen Gongbao and Ao Guang about the dire circumstances surrounding the battle at Tianyuanding. Meanwhile, the little Nezha, barely a month old, lay in a state of confusion, calling for his mother. Ao Guang mentioned that Yin Shiniang had been frozen in ice, leaving her fate uncertain. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nearly fainted. After vigilantly guarding Nezha all night without rest, he was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his wife return safely behind the king. "Shiniang, you have finally returned," he cried, tears streaming down his face. However, Yin Shiniang looked at him with utter bewilderment. How could this man, who appeared several years older than herself, possibly be calling her mother? Was this truly the auspicious omen that her brother had described in that eerie palace? Was this robust and handsome Nezha really the spirited and charming child she had envisioned? Yin Shiniang, with fear etched across her face, clutched Lu Chong's sleeve tightly, her distaste palpable. "This elder brother, he cannot possibly be my son, can he?" Li Jing, caught off guard by her words, exclaimed, "Shiniang, what do you mean? I am your husband. What is happening? Have you forsaken me? Your husband?" Yin Shiniang stared at him in shock. Upon glancing at her brother, who nodded silently, she resigned herself to the reality. She leaned in and whispered to Lu Chong, "Brother, how could you be so cruel? You have married me off to such a brute? He is indeed tall and strong, but hardly handsome." Lu Chong stifled a laugh, almost choking on her words. With a wry smile, he replied, "Sister, you were the one who chose him all those years ago, declaring that you would marry no one else. Are you regretting your choice now?" "Oh, well, I suppose it is acceptable," Yin Shiniang conceded. Li Jing, bewildered by Yin Shiniang's apparent failure to recognize him, turned to Lu Chong with a face full of questions. "My lord, what has happened to Shiniang?" With a heavy sigh, Lu Chong explained, "Shiniang was gravely injured by the Wuliang Xianwen, her life hanging by a thread. I had Kong Xian escort her to the great witch ancestor, eager to preserve her life. She has awakened today, and her body has healed. The memory is merely in a state of temporary disarray, rendering her unable to recognize anyone." "Ah." Li Jing gazed at his wife, who no longer knew him, his face etched with concern. "Fear not," Lu Chong reassured him. "The great shaman has proclaimed that her memory will return, be it in a day and a half or a year and a half." "A year and a half?" Hearing this, Li Jing let out a resigned sigh. Fortunately, Shiniang's life was spared. A year and a half was not an excessively long time. Yet, the pressing matters at the front demanded his attention, and he lamented his prolonged absence from Shiniang and Nezha, filled with self-reproach. Thus, he bowed deeply to Lu Chong, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is entirely my fault for not caring for Shiniang adequately. I deserve the gravest punishment." Lu Chong gently patted his shoulder, observing the tears welling in Li Jing's eyes, and offered a faint smile. "This is not your fault. You were safeguarding Qintang Pass from the threat of the Jiaozu. In the coming days, I shall ensure that both Shimi and Jar are well looked after. Rest assured, as long as she lives, there will come a day when she regains her memory." Witnessing the king's steadfast resolve, Li Jing nodded tearfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ao Guang, relieved to see that Yin Shiniang's injuries had healed despite her temporary amnesia, exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it was not too late. Indeed. Ao Run, standing beside him, placed a hand on Ao Guang's shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Brother, are you missing sister-in-law? If you miss her, just say so. We are not strangers." "Silence, Ao Run. Do you wish to find yourself back in the depths of the ocean's inferno?" "Humph." Stubborn elder brother, still putting on a brave face. "I shall ignore you now." The sea demons watched as Yin Shiniang struggled with her lost memories, feeling a pang of sympathy. Just yesterday, she had sustained grave injuries within the Tianyuan cauldron, yet had disregarded her own well-being, solely focused on her children. Now, however, she could not even recall what they looked like, such is the cruel hand of fate. "Do not speak, old Zhang. I have something in my eyes," one lamented. "I wonder if my mother will still recognize me when we meet again." "Do not worry," another replied. "Huh, what is there to be reassured about? In your current state, your mother would hardly recognize you." "Huh, you are not faring much better. Hee. Our injuries are badges of honor. The Dragon King has promised that once we recover, we shall be rewarded for our contributions. Soon, we shall no longer be mere wild demons, but esteemed members of the Dragon Palace. Indeed, so we shall return home in glory." Yin Shiniang stared at the general's manner before her, a look of confusion etched across her face. "Is this my home?" "Indeed," Lu Chong responded, guiding the bewildered Yin Shiniang into the Li residence. Behind them, Li Jing, Tai Jinren, Lu Tong and He Tong, Ao Guang, Ao Run, along with the dragon and sea clans, followed suit into the Li manor. The old steward, accompanied by the household staff and several accompanying children, came forth to welcome them. Shen Gongbao and Xiao Ao Bing stood nearby, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the king. We pay our respects to the king." Lu Chong instructed everyone to stand down, advising the dragon and sea clans to rest and recuperate in the front courtyard. Upon catching sight of the rosy-cheeked Ao Bing, Yin Shiniang's eyes sparkled with delight. Brother Wang, this adorable little creature must surely be my son Nezha. Come here, my dear son, let mama hold you. Lu Chong, Shun Gongbao, and Li Jing exchanged startled glances. Without hesitation, Ao Guang swiftly cradled little Ao Bing in his arms. Madam Yin, this is my son Ao Bing. Oh, Yin Shiniang said, sheepishly scratching her head and offering an awkward smile. Lu Chong sighed, leading Yin Shiniang and the others toward the rear courtyard. The Great Witch had advised that the more Yin Shiniang interacted with Nezha, the quicker his memories would return. At that moment, Nezha lay in a deep slumber, and the person he most longed to see was undoubtedly Yin Shiniang. Li Jing had watched over Nezha throughout the night, and Nezha had called out for his mother all night long. The only one capable of awakening him and granting him strength, aside from his biological mother, was perhaps no one else. Chapter 73. My son is not a monster, he is my child. Yang Jian was diligently practicing in the rear courtyard of the Li residence. He never neglected the daily tasks assigned by his master, Jade Dingzhenren. However, at this moment, he was meditating with closed eyes, drenched in sweat. The 2 strikes from the king on the Tianyuan cauldron yesterday had left him restless throughout the night. Uncle King, how formidable you are. It's somewhat terrifying. During the first strike, it was evident that the king had held back his strength. After enduring the first blow, Yang Jian had exhausted all his energy. For the second strike, he opened his celestial eye, utilizing the method of heaven and earth to withstand it. Yet, observing the king's relaxed demeanor as he retracted his staff, it was clear that he had also reserved some of his power, not exerting his full force. If the third strike truly came, would he be able to withstand it? He recalled the image of the infinite immortal being disrupted after losing his power and sighed inwardly. He was still not strong enough. His master had sent him down the mountain for training, presumably to instill a crucial lesson. There are always greater beings beyond oneself. Had he encountered someone other than the king, someone not related to him, would he still be alive? While Yang Jian was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the king and his entourage entering the rear courtyard. He quickly rose to greet them. I pay my respects to the king, General Li, Master Tai, Master Shun, esteemed dragon kings. After addressing the group, his gaze fell upon Yin Shiniang beside Lu Chong, momentarily taken aback. Though he had never seen her before, he felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. Who is this? As Lu Chong was about to introduce Yin Shiniang, she excitedly interrupted, cupping Yang Jian's face in her hands, exclaiming, Brother Wang, look at this child, handsome and valiant. He bears a striking resemblance to you. Could he be my? No, he is not, Lu Chong interjected directly. Sister Ten, his relationship with you is quite complex, so I shall keep it brief. He is your nephew, little Yang Erlang, formerly known as Yang Jian. Hearing this title once more, Yang Jian nearly choked on his breath. After some contemplation, I decided against it, for he is, after all, my own uncle. Taking a step back, I bowed respectfully to Lady Yin and said, Yang Jian pays his respects to you, my aunt. Nephew. Lady Yin gazed at the handsome Yang Jian, her face lighting up with a tender and delighted maternal smile. Although she may not recall it now, having such a strikingly talented nephew as Erling fills her heart with joy. By the way, dear child, have you taken a wife? If not, perhaps you could find one here in Chintang Pass. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing his attractive features. Wife. Li Jing stood there, mouth agape, staring at Lady Yin. My lady, you seem transformed. In the past, upon meeting a junior like Yang Jian, you would surely test his mettle. Now, you speak of finding him a wife. My lady, this is not how it should be. Lu Chong sighed in exasperation. My dear sister, you have merely lost your memories. You have not been possessed. Why then, have you taken on the role of a matchmaker? Yang Jian's future bride. He glanced back towards Ao Run. If memory serves, the future wife of Yang Jian is indeed the third princess of the West Sea. The issue lies in the fact that the current Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run, is still single, and the elder princess is nowhere to be found. He cast a fleeting glance at Ao Run's abdomen. What shall we do? As the uncle, how can I remain indifferent to my nephew's lifelong happiness? Feeling the intensity of the king's gaze, Ao Run's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Oh, great king, how vexing. In front of so many, I feel shy. Aunt. Yang Jian addressed Lady Yin. As a practitioner, I do not concern myself with worldly matters. There is no need for you to trouble yourself over my marriage. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin shook her head. What a splendid young man. Is it not a pity for you to remain unmarried? At that moment, a faint, anguished call emanated from the bedroom in the back courtyard. Mother, don't go, sob sob. The voice was tinged with reluctance, unwillingness, and despair. Mother, please don't leave me all alone. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Her eyes widened as she turned towards the room from which the voice had come. Jar. Her expression instantly turned sorrowful, filled with deep compassion. Jar. Jar. She stumbled towards the house, pushing open the door with urgency. Mother. A weak voice from the bed inside the room came from the young Nezha, his eyes tightly shut. The traces of tears still visible upon his cheeks. His complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, his brow furrowed, sweat dampening the strands of hair on his forehead, clinging to it like a shroud. Jar. Upon seeing Nezha on the bed, Lady Yin felt a piercing pain in her head. Mustering her strength, her steps unsteady, she approached the bedside, lifting the small Nezha into her arms, holding him tightly against her heart. Enduring immense pain, she murmured, "Do not harm my child. Do not harm my child. My child is not a monster. My Nezha is the most obedient child. Nezha, mother is here. It doesn't hurt. Fear not. Do not cry." Lu Chong, accompanied by others, entered the room, witnessing Yin Shiniang in anguish, cradling the unconscious Nezha, her body swaying perilously. Yet, inexplicable strength sustained her, preventing her from collapsing. Jing felt a pang in his nostrils and hurried forward, wishing to take Nezha from her. "Shiniang, please rest for a moment and allow me to hold Nezha." "No. Do not take my child away. Nezha is not a monster. You cannot take him from me. He is my child." Yin Shiniang, resembling a frightened hen shielding her chicks, clutched little Nezha tightly to her bosom. Even Jing was unwilling to pry him away. Ao Guang, Ao Run, Shingongbao, and Tai Jinren could not help but feel moved by the scene. Little Ao Bing's eyes were already red-rimmed. Lu Chong furrowed his brow, uncertain if Yin Shiniang had regained her memories, but her current state of agitation seemed far from promising. It resembled a psychological stress response, suggesting extreme tension leading to unstable emotions and excessive behavior. Tai Yi, is there a way to help Shiniang calm down? Tai Jinren pondered for a moment, tapping his head. "Indeed. Allow me to fetch a bottle of elixir. My lord, this is the dreamless sleep pill. Just one will induce deep slumber until dawn." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong immediately took it, pulling the helpless Jing aside before approaching Yin Shiniang. With a gentle smile, he softly reassured her, "Sister, do not fear. Nezha is safe now. With your elder brother here, who would dare to harm him?" "Elder brother?" At his words, Yin Shiniang turned to Lu Chong, her face a mask of anxiety. Then, with a thud, her legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground. Clutching the unconscious Nezha, she trembled and pleaded, "Elder brother, I implore you, save Nezha first." Chapter 74, Still Sleeping? "I come to slay you." Lu Chong administered the dreamless sleep pill to Yin Shiniang, gently laying her down on the bed. The unconscious Nezha seemed to sense his mother's presence, lying beside her, gripping her clothes tightly. "Oh." Lu Tong and He Tong felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Observing the mother and child clinging to one another, those outside could not help but sigh silently, their hearts heavy with concern. How tragic. It is all the fault of that Wuliang Xianwen from the Chan Sect. He dares to call himself an immortal while deceiving the common folk into offering tributes. Bah. Fortunately, he and his 100,000 demon-capturing troops have now been subdued by the king, and the Tianyuan Ding has been shattered by him. They will no longer stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang frowned slightly. The Chan Sect holds considerable power. With one Wuliang Xianwen fallen, a new one will inevitably rise to take his place. The death of 100,000 demon-hunting troops will inevitably lead to new disciples of the Jade Void Palace rising to take their place. After all, the path to the Jade Void Palace is long and steep, yet the flow of travelers along its route has never ceased. The loss of these troops signifies new opportunities for the remaining members. The Jade Void Palace has grown accustomed to passively reaping the harvest of earthly demons, refining elixirs, and enhancing its cultivation. The recent destruction of their cauldron by the king and the slaying of the infinite immortal elder has effectively severed a vital source of cultivation resources for the disciples of the Jade Void Palace. To cultivate a new source of strength will undoubtedly require considerable time. The period of respite granted by the king is, therefore, a golden opportunity for the dragon and demon clans to flourish. The dragon clan must diligently pursue their cultivation, for the retribution from the Jade Void Palace could arrive at any moment. In his embrace, Ao Bing gazed with youthful anxiety towards Nezha and Madame Yin on the bed, tears welling in his eyes, filled with remorse for Nezha. If he had not seized Nezha's spirit pearl, would Nezha be enduring such tribulations now? Originally, the infinite immortal elder aimed to target the dragon clan and the underwater demon race. Had Nezha been the reincarnation of the spirit pearl rather than the devil's orb, the elder would surely not have laid hands upon him. The plight that has befallen Nezha and Madame Yin weighs heavily on little Ao Bing's conscience. At that moment, a large hand gently patted his small head. Ao Bing looked up to see the king watching him with a faint smile and reassuring words. Do not worry. Nezha is not so fragile. My sister is not so weak either. His voice resonated with conviction, leaving the assembly astonished as they turned their gazes to Lu Chong with expressions of wonder. At that moment, the king displayed neither sorrow nor anger. Instead, his demeanor was calm, as if every occurrence lay firmly within his grasp. Observing this tranquility instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance among the crowd. Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao regarded Lu Chong with admiration, recognizing the king as the true sovereign who maintained composure amidst great affairs. As if every crisis had its own resolution, Li Jing rubbed his weary eyes and bowed to Lu Chong, expressing, Li Jing is profoundly grateful for the king's benevolence. In this life and the next, there is no way to repay it. Before he could finish, Lu Chong interrupted, yawning with impatience. Enough. Spare me the pleasantries. Rather than waste time, you should hurry to the front lines. Have you completed the task of subduing the Jiaozu? I shall dispatch the finest healers from the palace to attend to Madame Yin and Nezha. You need not worry about them. Go swiftly and capture the Jiaowang. I am eager to know who dared to disturb my Shaanxi's. Yes, he affirmed. Then, addressing Ao Guang, he continued. Now that the Dragon clan has been freed from its seal, there is no need to remain confined in the underwater purgatory. Send your most capable subordinates to assist. Ensure the complete eradication of the Jiaozu. Yes. Upon concluding his orders, Lu Chong yawned once more. Fatigued, I returned to the palace to rest. With a single stroke of my sword, I cleave through the void, vanishing into the rift. I bid farewell to the king. And the assembly bows in respect to Lu Chong. Yang Jian also takes his leave from Li Jing, intending to report back to Master Yuding. As he departs, a perplexing thought crosses his mind. Where's my dog? After waiting all night, it has yet to appear. With that keen nose, how could it not find me? Does it fear that I might truly stew it? Nevertheless, I must prioritize reporting to my master. The slaying of the infinite immortal and the destruction of the Tianyuan cauldron, alongside the massacre of the demon hunting team, have inflicted grievous losses upon the Chan Sect. Yet, as the incident was instigated by the infinite immortal, I must seek my master's and the other elders' clarification to avert any misunderstandings. Upon returning to the royal palace, it is already midday. The court has tasked the elder Wang Shus, by Gan and Ji with managing affairs. Skipping meals, I collapse onto my bed, utterly exhausted after a day and night without rest. If I do not indulge in a deep slumber soon, dark circles will surely emerge beneath my eyes. Moments later, soft snores escape my lips. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashes from behind a pillar. An elderly Taoist, draped in a robe adorned with cloud patterns, with hair white as snow and a high bun, wields the sword of slaying immortals. His eyes widen in fury as he approaches the sleeping Emperor Xin. Raising the sword high, Emperor Xin, how dare you slay my disciple? Do you not know that my disciple, despite his tragic background, possesses a kind heart and reveres his master? Yet you have brutally taken his life. Are you even human? The visitor is none other than Yang Jian's master, Master Yuding. Yet Lu Chong remains blissfully asleep, undisturbed. Master Yuding's expression shifts in alarm. What manner of emperor sleeps so soundly in the face of impending doom? Last night, during the Golden Immortal Conference, he had learned from the Infinite Immortal's senior disciple about his pupil Yang Jian's demise. He hastened to Chaoge today, intent on avenging his disciple. Concealing himself here, he has evaded the palace guards' patrols, waiting from dawn until midday. At last, he has come to confront Emperor Xin. Hey, Emperor Xin, wake up. I have come to kill you. Master Yuding calls out, though Lu Chong continues to slumber soundly. Seeing that Emperor Xin remains unresponsive, Master Yuding resolutely raises the sword of slaying immortals, aiming for Emperor Xin's throat. A single thrust would avenge his disciple. However, just before the blade descends, it halts. Sighing softly, Master Yuding leans against the sword of slaying immortals, sitting at the edge of the bed. Wake up. Still sleeping? I am here to end you. Lu Chong turns over, shifting into a more comfortable position to continue his slumber. Master Yuding gazes at Emperor Xin, his white brows knitting together in confusion. Observing Emperor Xin's visage, he does not appear to be a cruel or sinister individual. Instead, he exudes an imperial aura with hints of benevolence. How could one so seemingly noble engage in such treacherous acts? It is unacceptable. My disciple has met his demise due to a treacherous ambush. Should he learn from the netherworld that his master sought vengeance on his behalf, he would undoubtedly harbor grievances against me. Furthermore, If Emperor Xin remains oblivious to the reasons behind his death, how can this be deemed retribution? He must be made aware of the true cause of his demise. Let him perish without regret. With a swift motion, the sword of celestial slaughter gleamed momentarily, cleaving the bed in twain. Chapter 75. The martial arts hall still lacks a physical education instructor. Emperor Xin, arise swiftly and engage in combat with me. The esteemed Jade Cauldron Master severed the bed, jolting Lu Chong awake. The sword of celestial slaughter was menacingly directed at him. Lu Chong, with great difficulty, opened his eyes. Weariness etched upon his face as he beheld the furious elder wielding the sword. A duel? You have triumphed, old one. I concede to your victory. As you depart, kindly remember to close the door. With that, he turned over, shifted his posture, and succumbed again to slumber. The sword of celestial slaughter clattered to the ground, dropped in frustration by the Jade Cauldron Master. What is this? How can you, the Emperor of Humanity, be so audacious? I am brandishing my sword at you. Shouldn't you at least show a modicum of fear? Does he truly not fear death? The Jade Cauldron Master's face flushed with rage. Emperor Xin, you have slain my disciple. I have come today to exact vengeance. You have murdered my fellow master of the Chan Sect, shattered the foundation of our teachings, and killed my disciple. If you are not vanquished today, my disciple's restless spirit shall never find peace. Lu Chong furrowed his brow, too apathetic to open his eyes. Among that group of inept individuals, which one is your disciple? What was his name? Never mind. I have taken so many lives. Even if you spoke his name, I would not recognize him. The Jade Cauldron Master, infuriated, puffed out his cheeks. Very well. You tyrant. You acknowledge it, do you not? Hurry and engage in battle with me. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Lu Chong, feeling helpless, recognized that this man had the audacity to intrude upon his private quarters with the intent to assassinate him, indicating he possessed considerable skill. Yet, he had previously squandered several excellent opportunities to strike, repeatedly insisting on awakening him. How considerate of him. However, not even allowing me a moment's rest, old one. You have chosen your path to destruction. You delight in dueling, do you? Lu Chong brandished the Rui Jingu Bang, which with a resounding thud, extended to 2 zhang in length and the girth of a bowl, and struck directly towards the head of the Jade Cauldron Master. Buzz. The Jade Cauldron Master suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure of boundless merit descending upon him. Alarm coursed through him. This iron staff is peculiar. I cannot confront it head-on. He hastily executed a teleportation technique, finding himself 3 zhang away in an instant. Lu Chong silently chanted a command. The Rui Jingu Bang grew in length with the wind, thrusting towards the Jade Cauldron Master. The Jade Cauldron Master felt a tingling sensation at the scalp. This iron staff must weigh at least 10,000 pounds. Imbued with the weight of merit, should it so much as graze him, he would surely suffer grievous injury, if not death. This divine weapon is indeed not inferior to Yang Jian's dual-edged spear. No wonder my disciple Yang Jian was slain. A sense of sorrow enveloped him. If only I had provided Yang Jian with more protective treasures and personal artifacts when he descended the mountain, he would not have fallen victim to such a treacherous fate. The more I ponder, the more my sorrow and fury swell. I channel my profound energy, wielding the sword of celestial severance, its ethereal aura swirling about me. Xin, you have slain my disciple Yang Jian. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure you bear the consequences. With a decisive gesture, I unleash the sword of celestial severance, thrusting it fiercely towards Lu Chong with the swiftness of lightning. Clang! Lu Chong, his eyes wide with surprise, rises abruptly from the shattered bed, kicking the sword of celestial severance away with a powerful kick. He furrows his brow and inquires, "You claim this disciple of yours. Who is he?" Realizing that a significant portion of the sword is embedded in the stone pillar, the Jade Dingjunrin gazes in bewilderment, utterly astonished. This is the sword of celestial severance, a weapon capable of cleaving even immortals, yet it was so easily dismissed by this Emperor Xin. How utterly outrageous. His gaze shifts to the imposing figure of Xin, who sits by the bed, exuding an aura of authority. No wonder he was able to slay my disciple Yang Jian. Xin, you truly possess such formidable power. I concede defeat. You may proceed. With that, I close my eyes, awaiting my demise. However, in the next moment, Xin sheaths the golden cudgel and strides towards the Jade Dingjunrin, seizing his arm with excitement. You are Yang Jian's master. His voice brims with enthusiasm. The Jade Dingjunrin blinks in astonishment at the exuberant expression on Xin's face, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. It seems he does not intend to kill me after all. Indeed, Yang Jian, whom you treacherously attacked, is my disciple. Yin, your sins are manifold. Today, failing to slay you is a testament to my inadequacy. Go ahead, take my life. I, Jie Dingjun, will not flinch. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Chong exuberantly claps him on the shoulder. Splendid. This truly requires no effort at all. He explains to him, your disciple Yang Jian is perfectly well. He is not dead. It is all a lie spun by the infinite immortal. Do not be deceived. Moreover, I am, in a manner of speaking, Yang Jian's half-uncle. How could I possibly harm my own nephew? Half-nephew. The Jade Dingjun gasps in astonishment. Lu Chong then elaborates on the reincarnation of the Golden Blossom Fairy as his sister Yin Shiniang and the descent of the Cloud Blossom Fairy, who gave birth to Yang Jian. The Jade Dingjun is left utterly shocked. This secret regarding the Cloud Blossom Fairy giving birth to 2 sons and a daughter is a celestial mystery, not to be divulged. How does the king know of it? Furthermore, the reincarnation of the Golden Blossom Fairy is his very own sister? How could the king possibly be aware of such matters? The Jade Dingjun is astounded. He never imagined that this Emperor Yin would possess knowledge even he does not. Lu Chong refrains from further explanation and states, rest assured, Yang Jian has endured my strikes and remains alive. No matter how ruthless I may be, I would never strike my own nephew to such a fatal extent. If you do not believe me, the people at the residence of Li Jing in Chintang Pass can attest to it. However, the immortal Yuding remarked, humph. There is no need for that. My life is currently in the hands of the king. How could I dare to harbor doubts? Lu Chong shook his head. Do you think I am deceiving you? Upon hearing this, Yuding snorted coldly, evidently unconvinced by Lu Chong's words. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chong proposed. Would you care to wager with me? If what I say is true, you must do me a favor. What favor? Yuding asked, slightly taken aback. The martial arts hall at Chintang Pass is in need of a physical education teacher. Physical education? Teacher. Yuding blinked, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Lu Chong smiled slightly. Yuding practiced the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries, focusing on bodily enhancement. If a true immortal could teach the young men of the Great Shang to attain physical sanctity, it would be a significant achievement. At that time, the matter concerning your attempt to assassinate me could be considered settled. The martial arts hall has Tai teaching celestial arts, Ao Guang instructing sword techniques, and Shun Gongbao teaching the 5 lightning whips. With Yuding teaching physical education, or rather, body refinement, there would surely be several formidable soldiers emerging from the martial arts hall, destined to shine in the future battle of the gods. Yuding still appeared hesitant. If what the king says is true, allow me to find my disciple Yang Jian, and I shall comply with the king's command and become the physical education teacher. After Lu Chong finished speaking, he smiled and drew the human sovereign sword. Yuding was taken aback, fearing he might go back on his word. To his surprise, Lu Chong cleaved through the void with one strike, pointing at Yang Jian, who was employing the 5 elements escape technique. ISNT that your disciple. You see, I never deceive. Lu Chong declared earnestly. Chapter 76. Let us go, my beloved. To your chambers. Yuding, seeing Yang Jian with wide eyes and tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, my good disciple is truly alive. Did my senior brother deceive me? This morning, I arrived at the East Sea and saw the howling celestial dog fishing alone by the shore. Thinking that Erlang had indeed perished at the hands of the king, as the infinite immortal had said. Lu Chong patted the weeping Yuding on the shoulder. Old Yuding, will you still seek revenge? Yuding's face flushed as he bowed deeply to Lu Chong. Yuding is at fault. It is all due to my misplaced trust in the villainous lies, which led to my prejudice against the king. I misunderstood and offended the king. I implore the king to punish me. Lu Chong waved his hand, sheathing the human sovereign sword. In truth, as someone of seniority, it is natural to feel anxious upon hearing of a junior being wronged. I do not hold it against you. Yuding felt embarrassed. However, for intruding into the royal palace and pointing a sword at me, you must face consequences. Yuding was drenched in sweat, yet heard the king yawn and declare, I shall punish you by having you serve as the physical education teacher at the Li residence in Chintang Pass 3 months from now. You will be provided meals. Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy. Yuding vowed to wholeheartedly fulfill his role as a physical education teacher. Lu Chong waved his hand, gesturing for Yuding to withdraw, as he needed to rest. Yuding hurriedly bowed in respect and exited through the grand door. He untied the fierce, celestial dog tethered outside. Splendid news, foolish dog, your master has not perished. Woof woof. Come, let us return to the Golden Cloud Cave to fetch Yang Jian and prepare for our roles as physical education instructors. Woof woof. Lu Chong gazed at the bed, now cleaved in 2. Alas, had it not been for the sincere intentions of the great Yuding towards Yang Jian, he would have demanded a life for the bed today, without exception. Now, he could only seek another place to rest. Your Majesty. Just then, a gentle voice floated in from outside the door. Lu Chong turned to see the enchanting Yang Guifei, adorned in resplendent red garments, accompanied by 2 palace maids, come to pay their respects. Noticing the bed shattered into fragments, Yang Guifei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze swept to a sword deeply embedded in a pillar nearby. Could it be that her visit was ill-timed? With a quiver in her voice, she inquired, "Is your Majesty in low spirits?" Lu Chong paused momentarily. "Not particularly. I have just vanquished the malevolent Great Longevity Peach and his 100,000 demon-hunting minions, and rescued Yin Shiniang and Nezha, so my mood is rather amiable." Observing the flicker of trepidation in Yang Guifei's beautiful eyes, Lu Chong followed her gaze and was taken aback to find that Yuding had forgotten his celestial slaying sword. He swiftly extracted the sword from the stone pillar, sighing as he regarded the fissure it had left behind. It appeared that not only did he need a new bed, but also a new pillar. "Should anyone dare to intrude upon my chambers again, I shall not show mercy." He set aside the celestial slaying sword, intending to return it to Yuding in 3 months' time. He then assisted the slender-waisted Yang Guifei to her feet. "Come, my beloved consort, let us retire to your chamber." Upon hearing this, her fair visage flushed crimson. Is it appropriate in broad daylight? Yet, if the king had needs, how could a mere consort refuse? Observing her hesitation, Lu Chong narrowed his eyes. "Not convenient? Then I shall seek out Huang Guifei." His eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. If he did not find a bed soon, he feared he might collapse on the floor. Hearing this, Yang Guifei quickly grasped Lu Chong's arm, holding on tightly. "Convenient. As long as your Majesty desires. I am always at your service." She promptly led him towards her fragrant palace. Moments later, Huang Guifei arrived at the royal chamber with a maid carrying a fragrant pot of meat soup. "Your Majesty, do sample the broth I have spent 3 days and nights perfecting. It is absolutely delightful." Where has the king gone?" she wondered, lamenting the loss of such a splendid dish. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She would send it to Queen Jiang. She would surely appreciate it. Joyfully, she made her way towards the queen's palace. A month later, within the court chamber, a voice resounded, "I report to your Majesty." In the early hours of this morning, King Wuqing was grievously injured during his patrol of the city, and his fate remains uncertain. Eli knelt in the grand hall, his countenance awash with sorrow. Upon hearing the news, Lu Chong straightened in his seat, his brow furrowing slightly. Huang Feihu injured? Though this brother-in-law may lack magical prowess, his skills are far from ordinary. Riding upon the 5-colored divine ox, it would be improbable for a mere commoner to harm him. It seems that his patrol of Chaoga City was not part of his usual duties, perhaps a spontaneous whim. Yet, how could he have sustained such severe injuries in a city where nothing is lost on the streets? Lu Chong, perplexed, inquired of Eli. "How did he come to be injured? Speak in detail." Eli, with tears streaming down his face, recounted, "This humble servant arose early today, waiting for King Wuqing to depart, hoping to invite him for a modest meal by the roadside, purely with the intention of seeking his guidance on how to serve the king better." "Enough of this nonsense," Lu Chong interjected, frowning. "At such a time, do not profess loyalty. Are you so desperate for advancement?" Eli trembled in fear. Yes, my king. This humble servant acknowledges his fault." He then hurriedly recounted the events of the previous day. "Yesterday, as King Wuqing and I had just seated ourselves, we noticed a throng gathered in the street. The air filled with laughter, creating quite a commotion. Concerned that the gathering might obstruct the thoroughfare, King Wuqing approached to discern the situation. To our astonishment, we found a young maiden being harassed by a diminutive scoundrel in broad daylight. With a compassionate heart, King Wuqing could not bear to see the maiden wronged. He bravely intervened to disperse the crowd and rescue her. However, unexpectedly, the scoundrel produced a shimmering golden rope, binding the maiden and attempting to abduct her right there. King Wuqing rushed to her aid, but was unable to untie her, only entangling her further. When he confronted the scoundrel, he was struck down by a blow from the fiend and fell unconscious. Seeing the dire situation, I promptly called for the patrol guards. Yet that scoundrel vanished with the bound maiden without a trace. We searched high and low with the guards, but found no sign of the scoundrel. All we could do was return home. The officials present in the hall were aghast. To dare abduct someone in Chaoga and injure King Wuqing, such audacity was utterly shocking. Who could this rogue be? To have felled King Wuqing with a single strike? Could it be that a monster had taken human form, descending upon Chaoga to abduct maidens, seeking to replenish its vitality? Bam! Lu Chong slammed his palm upon the table, his expression as cold as ice. Earthly escape technique, binding celestial cord. A diminutive rogue, boldly daring to seize a woman in broad daylight, and injuring Huang Feihu. It appears you truly seek your demise. Tu Xing Sun. Chapter 77. Your face is inscribed with tales. The characteristics of the earthly escape technique, binding celestial cord, and a diminutive rogue fit only one individual. Aside from the disciple of the feared Lu Sun, Tu Xing Sun, there is no other. Lu Chong slammed his palm upon the table, his expression as cold as ice. It appears that during the previous encounter at the Jade Void Palace, his words were not sufficiently clear. A limitless immortal elder and 100,000 demon-hunting troops. Such a price is still trifling for the Chan Sect. In dealing with these self-righteous, arrogant immortals, his methods seem to be rather excessively lenient. Upon hearing Emperor Xian strike down with his palm from the throne, the ministers fell silent, kneeling in unison, and collectively proclaimed, "Great King, quell your anger." Lu Chong immediately commanded, "Zhou Yi, here, your servant." The Grand Shaman Zhou Yi rose in response. "Select the finest physicians to attend to King Wu Cheng's injuries." Yes, the ministers were taken aback upon hearing this. Grand Shaman Zhou Yi was the king's most trusted shaman and healer, tending only to the royal family and the favored consort, never to outsiders. It is evident how highly the king regarded King Wu Cheng. If he did not value him, he would not have brought him along as a personal guard during the expedition against the Western Rome. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Yi hurriedly departed to seek his capable physicians. Lu Chong continued, "Eli, accompany me to seek out that rebellious scoundrel. I am eager to discover what sort of wretch dares to cause a ruckus in the streets of Chaoga." "I shall obey." Lu Chong then turned to his royal uncles. "By Gan and Ji, esteemed uncles, I entrust the remaining matters of the court to you." Both Bai Gan and Ji nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, great king." Lu Chong rose to return to the palace, changing out of his royal robe into a fitted black attire, appearing no different from an ordinary warrior. To facilitate the search for Tu Xing Sun, his clothing could not attract undue attention. Eli swiftly donned his outfit as well, ready to accompany Lu Chong as they prepared to leave. "Great king." Wailing, Huang Fei stumbled in, nearly losing her footing. Lu Chong steadied her, offering comfort. "Do not worry. I shall capture that person and avenge King Wu Cheng." Tears streamed down Huang Fei's face like rain on a pear blossom as she repeatedly nodded. "Great king, please be cautious. I have heard that this person is exceedingly peculiar. Take care." Lu Chong nodded, departing the palace with Eli. "Remember, under no circumstances should my identity be revealed." Upon reaching the palace gates, they encountered two civil officials guarding a carriage, waiting there. Upon seeing the king, they hurried over to pay their respects. "We report to the great king that we have returned from the Western Qi." Lu Chong recognized them as those he had sent to deliver messages and commands. However, he had no time to hear their report on the situation in the West. Instructing them to wait in the side hall, he and Eli proceeded to the very street where King Wu Cheng had been injured. They beheld a large area of ground stained a deep brown, evidently the site where Huang Feihu had been harmed. The blood-soaked ground spanned at least a yard square. It was clear that when that blow was struck, the assailant was resolved to achieve a lethal outcome. Lu Chong's expression darkened. Tu Xing Sun's earth-burrowing technique was exceptional and remarkably swift. Capturing him would not be an easy task. Once his whereabouts were discovered, they would have to devise a method to draw him out. As they pondered strategies to lure the enemy, a deep voice resonated from behind them. "Who goes there?" Lu Chong and Eli turned around to find a slender youth clad in light armor. His handsome features were accentuated by a braid resembling a sprig of greens tied at the back of his head. Two large blades were strapped to his back, giving him the appearance of a young swordsman. At that moment, the youth rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, cautiously observing Lu Chong and Eli. Upon realizing he was confronted by a mere boy, Eli stepped forward and waved dismissively. "Away with you. What brings this little brat here? This place is perilous. You shouldn't be here. Go back and chop some straw to feed the cows." The youth's brow furrowed as he reached into his bosom, seemingly to retrieve something. Suddenly, Eli was blinded by a dazzling flash of light. Whoosh! A swift, piercing sound sliced through the air towards him at an astonishing speed. The youth's eyes narrowed, a note of confusion escaping his lips. Just then, a tall, imposing figure stepped in front of Eli, blocking the oncoming threat with a firm grasp. Eli shook his head, and after a considerable pause, he dared to open his eyes. Finally recovering from the blinding light, he beheld the king shielding him with his hand. Lu Chong furrowed his brow. "Young master." Eli, in a moment of panic, nearly forgot the king's admonition to keep his identity concealed before leaving the palace. Observing the king's firm grip, the young swordsman's handsome face revealed a flicker of surprise. It was the first time someone had caught the five-colored stone he had just hurled. "Young master?" The youth's bright eyes expressed a hint of perplexity. Could it be that a young noble from Chaoga City possessed such remarkable skill? Examining the figure before him, he noted the man's stern visage, defined features, and eyes that seemed to shimmer like stars. He hardly resembled a villain capable of abducting young maidens. The youth's cheeks flushed slightly as he lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. "I apologize, sir. It was a misunderstanding. Please forgive my rudeness." Lu Chong, noticing the glimmering light peeking through his fingers, paused momentarily. Surely, this five-colored stone could not possess radioactive properties. As the saying goes, one should not carelessly pick up glowing stones. Fortunately, this world of deities defied logic. Gently tossing the five-colored stone back to the youth, Lu Chong deduced his identity with reasonable accuracy. He was the daughter of the vice-commander of the Sanshan army, Deng Jiogong, Deng Chanyu, Deng Gongzi. Observing Deng Chanyu's attire, Lu Chong noted that she evidently wished to keep her true identity a secret. Hearing her surname uttered by this young noble caused her heart to race. Yet, when he referred to her as Gongzi, she felt a slight relief. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she had always presented herself as a male, and few were aware of her true gender. It seems that this noble young man must have heard of my illustrious reputation. At this thought, Deng Chanyu felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. With cupped fists, she inquired, "My lord, have you heard my tale?" Lu Chong replied, "Not at all. But your countenance speaks volumes of stories untold." Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu's charming face flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing with exhilaration. Surely, this was a compliment. This noble young man possesses a keen eye for character. Lu Chong returned the gesture, introducing himself. "I am Lu Chong, here to investigate the incident involving the martial king, Huang Feihu, who was injured in broad daylight." Deng Chanyu's eyes sparkled with interest. "I am Deng Chan, and I have come for the same purpose. I have heard that a scoundrel committed lewd acts in public, injured the martial king, and even abducted a maiden. Such villainy is intolerable. Shall we join forces to apprehend this rogue?" Upon hearing this, the brutish Eli's temper flared. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Chong swiftly covered his mouth. "My cousin here is not particularly astute. He merely intended to suggest that since you two seek to capture the thief, we might as well accompany one another." Deng Chanyu nodded vigorously, while Eli stood puzzled. "I, the cousin of a great lord? Is there truly such a delightful turn of events?" Chapter 78. Hey, I have yet to mount my horse. Holding a brass compass and a luminescent stone, Deng Chanyu performed a spell and then informed Lu Chong, "The scoundrel is currently 3 miles outside the eastern gate of Chaoga, in a mountain temple at the foot of a hill. We must hasten to rescue the captives." Lu Chong nodded in agreement. To dare abduct maidens under the watchful eye of Emperor Xine, this earthbound monkey was courting death. Deng Chanyu approached on a chestnut steed, extending her hand to Lu Chong. "If you do not mind my humble company, let us ride together. This will surely expedite our journey." Observing the slight flush on Deng Chanyu's cheeks, Lu Chong sighed. Since their mission was for a noble cause, he had no choice but to comply. Grasping her delicate hand, he mounted the horse and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The warmth emanating from her armor sent a shiver through Deng Chanyu, her heart quickening in response. "Let us be swift, Master Deng. We must hurry to save the innocent." At the sound of her own voice from behind, Deng Chanyu hastily dismissed any inappropriate thoughts. Lu Chong was right. Human lives were at stake, and there was no time for delay. What was happening to her? This was their first encounter. Yet she found herself contemplating such embarrassing scenarios. Was it possible that Deng Chanyu was truly this kind of person? Steadying her thoughts, she urged her steed forward. "Giddy up." Together, Deng Chanyu and Lu Chong galloped towards the eastern gate of Chaoga, leaving a bewildered Eli behind. "Wait, I have yet to mount my horse. Hey, don't leave me behind." As the king turned his back and fled further with the young Master Deng, Eli's heart raced with urgency. He glanced around and spotted a donkey cart laden with grain. Approaching the elderly man with a white beard atop the cart, he declared, "Old man, I must requisition your cart." The old man, startled, hastily urged his donkey to flee, but Eli seized the cart's tail, preventing its escape. "Where do you think you're going? I have not said I would not pay." He produced a handful of copper coins and stuffed them into the old man's embrace. The old man quickly dismounted, his toothless grin revealing a single tooth, bowing repeatedly with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I have struck gold. A cart full of grain and a donkey. Who knew I could profit so much? This will surely suffice to marry off my son and build a house." Eli hastily unloaded several sacks of grain from the cart onto his wooden cart, grabbing the whip from the old man's hand to urge the donkey onward. "Giddy up." The black donkey brayed and quickly set off, pulling Eli towards the eastern city gate. Outside the city of Chaoga, at the mountain god temple, the diminutive figure of the Earthwalker's son emerged, fastening his waist belt and adjusting his attire. He smacked his lips and stroked his two little mustaches, his face alight with pride and satisfaction. The maidens of Chaoga City are truly enchanting. Just as he spoke, a sudden flash of light hurtled towards his face. Narrowing his eyes, he sidestepped, but felt a sharp sting across his cheek. A quick touch revealed a trickle of blood on his hand. The Earthwalker's son was momentarily taken aback, his gaze turning cold and fierce as he scanned the surroundings. Who dares to ambush your grandpa? The Earthwalker's son. With a series of swift motions, 5 luminous stones shot forth from Deng Chanyu's hand. The stones struck with a thunderous crack, erupting in clouds of dust. A smile crept onto Deng Chanyu's lips. Got you. She dismounted and brandished her sword, advancing towards the Earthwalker's son, attacking innocent maidens in broad daylight. And now you've fallen prey to my luminous stones. Surrender at once. Lu Chong quickly followed suit, though a frown crossed his brow. Young Master Deng, wait. As the dust settled, the Earthwalker's son had vanished without a trace. Deng Chanyu was momentarily stunned, when suddenly a gust of wind rushed from behind. Still seeking to ambush me? Prepare to meet your end. Gripping a steel rod, the Earthwalker's son emerged from the earth, leaping high to strike down fiercely upon Deng Chanyu's head. His expression was one of triumph, as if he could already envision the splatter of her brain. A sinister smile curled upon his lips. Clang! Deng Chanyu deftly drew her sword from behind, narrowly blocking the steel rod. The clash resonated with a metallic ring. She then performed a swift roll forward, dissipating the force of the blow. The Earthwalker's son was taken aback, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Oh, you little pretty boy, you do possess some skill. What brings you to seek out your grandpa, the Earthwalker's son? Could it be that you are the paramour of that young lady, seeking to play the gallant hero? A lascivious chuckle escaped his lips, and his eyes gleamed with triumph as he gazed at Deng Chanyu. Alas, you arrived just a moment too late. From within the mountain god temple, a woman's piercing wail echoed, followed by a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the air thereafter. Deng Chanyu's pupils constricted sharply as she hurriedly glanced inside the temple. There, at the foot of the mountain god's statue, lay the disheveled maiden, blood gushing from her head, devoid of life. TSK, sighed Tu Xing's son. What a pity. I had hoped to enjoy her company for a few more days. In a fit of rage, Deng Chanyu could no longer restrain her fury and charged at Tu Xing's son with her twin blades. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the two clashed. You beast! Scoundrel! Lecher! Deng Chanyu attacked Tu Xing's son with reckless abandon, but he deftly countered with a staff and earth-moving technique, effortlessly nullifying her strikes. Simultaneously, as he parried her attacks, he taunted, "Oh dear, could this girl truly be your beloved? Why are you so genuinely angered? With your remarkable skills, you must be a practitioner of the arts. Yet, why would a mere mortal woman rouse such fury in you?" With a swift stroke of his staff, he pushed Deng Chanyu back. "If you continue to be so disrespectful, I shall truly become incensed." Deng Chanyu trembled with rage. "You vile rogue, you have slain an innocent girl, and do you not feel a shred of remorse?" Remorse? Tu Xing's son threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Oh, my dear brother, how naive you are. These mortal women are no different from pigs or dogs to us practitioners. Taking their lives is but a trivial matter. Besides, I did not kill her. She chose to end her own life. What does that have to do with me? If I deemed her worthy of my attention, it was her fortune. To seek death in such a manner is to be blissfully unaware of one's own blessings." Upon hearing these words, Deng Chanyu's expression darkened further. "You dare call this fortune?" She pointed furiously at the girl lying in a pool of blood, her eyes bloodshot with fury. Unforgivable. With reckless abandon, she swung her blades once more at Tu Xing's son. Alas, Tu Xing's son shook his head in resignation. "Since you do not value your own life, I shall not show you mercy." He swung his staff fiercely, stirring up dust and debris. Boom. He struck Deng Chanyu back with tremendous force, coughing up blood. Deng Chanyu's long hair was violently freed from its confines by the force of the blow. Tu Xing's son stared at her flowing locks, momentarily taken aback. "Huh. It seems today is my lucky day." Chapter 79. Cousin, take a step back. Tu Xing's son gazed at the fallen Deng Chanyu, her hair scattered around her, his face a portrait of astonishment. "I always wondered how your complexion could be so fair and your skin so delicate. It turns out you are indeed a woman. Far more captivating than that little girl." Approaching Deng Chanyu, Tu Xing's son pointed his iron rod at her and declared, "My dear, it seems we have met under rather tumultuous circumstances, yet fate has brought us together. Why not accompany me? I, Tu Xing's son, am destined to ascend to divinity. Join me, and we shall ascend to the heavenly realms together, reveling in eternal bliss. What a delightful prospect. Deng Chanyu, upon hearing his words, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face contorted with disdain. Bah! You vile scoundrel, do not insult me. My defeat today is a result of my own inadequacies, not your prowess. Her gaze shifted to the chestnut steed beside her, now deserted. A flicker of realization passed through her eyes, accompanied by a hint of relief. Has Lord Lu departed? Perhaps it is for the best. It is my arrogance and impulsiveness that led me astray, ignoring Lord Lu's counsel. Had I followed his strategy, I might not have met such a fate. Fortunately, I have not implicated Lord Lu. Alas, I could not avenge that poor girl. At this juncture, I have no words left. You may as well end my life. With that, Deng Chanyu closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. Yet, Tuxing's son merely chuckled softly, loosening the rope at his waist. To die so easily would be a pity. He mused, deftly tossing the rope, which coiled around Deng Chanyu like a serpent, binding her tightly. With a lascivious grin, Tuxing's son declared, "How could I bear to slay such a stunning beauty? Allow me to reveal the truth. I am one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, the esteemed disciple of the great master Lu Sun. Seeing that we are fated, why not unite in marriage and become a couple? Together, we can ascend to immortality and enjoy a life of divine companionship. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I shall ensure your comfort every day." Deng Chanyu's face flushed with anger upon hearing his words. "Shameless! You, a lecher, dare to claim the title of immortal?" Tuxing's son laughed heartily in response. "What? Can deities not take wives? With a good master, becoming a god is quite simple. Beautiful maiden, do you not yearn to be a high and mighty immortal? Free from worry. Trust me, as long as you submit to me, I promise you will be at ease." "Shameless!" she retorted fiercely once more. Deng Chanyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not spoken. Tuxing's son furrowed his brow and turned to look behind him, where a burly man clad in a black robe was rushing towards him, driving a donkey cart. Evil came racing towards the mountain god temple. Having spotted the short man binding a long-haired beauty, clearly with ill intentions. "Release that girl," he shouted. Hey, stop, stop." However, the black donkey paid him no heed, circling in front of the temple before turning and galloping away in the opposite direction. "Stop!" In the midst of a frantic dash, the donkey pulled its cart and vanished in an instant. Deng Chanyu remarked, "Tu Xing's son, where did this fool come from?" After a brief moment of exasperation, Tu Xing's son shook his head and turned his gaze toward Deng Chanyu, bound by the celestial ropes. He eagerly licked his lips. "My beauty, from this moment forth, we shall be husband and wife. You ought to reveal your name to your husband, do you not think? Fear not, though I may appear unconventional. I assure you that on our wedding night, I shall bring you unparalleled pleasure." Suddenly, a gentle inquiry floated from behind him. At the sound of the voice, a flicker of shock passed through Deng Chanyu's eyes. How could it be him? When did he return? Tu Xing's son clenched his fists and turned around in anger. This marked the third time someone had interrupted him. Could he not have a moment to converse with his wife? Although the newcomer was clad in a simple, tight-fitting black robe, Tu Xing's son felt an undeniable sense of inadequacy. This man possessed an astonishing handsomeness. Tall and imposing, he exuded an intimidating presence that was both awe-inspiring and suffocating. Deng Chanyu gazed at Lu Chong, a twinge of concern creeping into her heart. At some point, this elusive Lu Chong had appeared beside the chestnut horse, wearing a serene smile that suggested he was in complete control of the situation. However, it seemed he had not yet witnessed the true power of Tu Xing's son, the lecherous rogue. "Lu Chong, please be cautious. This scoundrel possesses formidable earth-shifting skills. Do not underestimate him." Tu Xing's son let out a cold chuckle, his irritation rising as he regarded Lu Chong's striking figure. "You, boy, do not think your looks will spare you from my wrath. Dare to behave insolently before Tu Xing's son, and I shall not hesitate to end you." He brandished an iron rod, preparing to strike at Lu Chong. "Be careful, cousin. The villain is coming." The menacing Eli, driving the donkey cart, charged towards Tu Xing's son like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, intent on protecting Lu Chong. Lu Chong sighed softly. His desire for progress was overwhelming. Yet, while Eli was indeed valiant, even a black bear could not withstand his might. And he remained merely a mortal. Tu Xing's son's strength was beyond his reach. Grasping the donkey's reins, he instructed Eli, "Cousin, take a step back. I am about to show off." After being jostled about in the cart, Eli felt dizzy and was unceremoniously flung forward onto the donkey's back. "Cousin, I cannot continue. The rest is in your hands." Eli succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Chong turned his attention back to Tu Xing's son, extending his thumb and index finger toward his ear. Tu Xing's son, observing the peculiar gesture, momentarily paused in confusion. Humph. Do not presume that I will refrain from striking you merely because you are digging in your ears. With a mighty iron rod in hand, I was about to advance, yet I paused in astonishment. Before me, Lu Chong delicately extracted a slender embroidery needle from his ear, pinched between two fingers. The sight elicited a burst of laughter from Tu Xing's son, who exclaimed, "Look at you, still resembling a man, yet playing with a woman's needle." He swung his iron rod with a flourish, a smug grin plastered across his face. "You intend to challenge my iron staff with this trinket? Oh, I see now. Is your aim to pierce me to death? Ha ha. Allow me to grant you 3 jabs. Should I so much as frown, I shall no longer be known as Tu." In an instant, a tremendous pressure emanated from the embroidery needle. It rapidly elongated, transforming into a colossal rod, 2 zhang long and as thick as a bowl. It crashed into Tu Xing's son, pinning him against the wall of the mountain god temple. The enlarged rod bore 5 gleaming golden characters, Rui Jinggu Bang. Chapter 80. Those who offend the subjects of Shang shall be punished, no matter the distance. Tu Xing's son spat blood, his face a portrait of terror. What manner of staff is this? It can alter its size at will, and yet I have not even felt its full force before succumbing. Bound and helpless. Deng Chanyu was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes shifting from shock to delight. Initially, she felt a twinge of despair upon witnessing Lu Gongzi's sudden departure. However, upon his return, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within her. He had come back to save her. Yet, amidst her elation, a flicker of concern emerged. Although Lu Gongzi possessed a striking appearance, towering and imposing, exuding both gentleness and authority, she could discern that he bore no cultivation. He was merely an ordinary mortal. Could it be that he had returned to face death alongside her? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. In this world, there existed someone willing to risk their life for her. They had only known each other for less than half a day. Just as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, she witnessed the diminutive Tu Xing's son being sent flying. He, barely a meter tall and resembling a wild boar, was impaled into the wall of the mountain god temple by a single thrust from Lu Gongzi's rod. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Where did such a massive staff come from? Lu Gongzi truly concealed his prowess well. She had initially feared not only for her own safety, but also for Lu Gongzi's life, believing they would both fall prey to this foul scoundrel. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Gongzi possessed such formidable treasures. During their earlier clash, she had sensed that the scoundrel's strength surpassed her own, and with just a few blows, she found herself weakened, unable to maintain her grip on her twin blades. Furthermore, the opponent's earth evasion technique rendered her 5-color stone ineffective against him. Yet, Lu Gongzi had merely drawn his rod, and with a gentle poke, sent Tu Xing's son crashing into the wall. A mere mortal, effortlessly overcoming an immortal being? Lu Chong gripped the golden cudgel, gradually closing the distance between himself and the Earthwalker's son. As he advanced, an overwhelming aura enveloped the Earthwalker, inducing an unprecedented sense of dread. It felt as though this mortal possessed a more formidable pressure than even his master, no, surpassing that of his ancestral celestial master. Was he destined to perish within this temple of the mountain god? With a sudden heave, the Earthwalker spat out a mouthful of blood. Gazing at the advancing mortal with a face etched in terror, he pleaded, "Wait. Please hold on. To be honest, my master is the celestial being of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Sect, the immortal known as Jiao Longshan Feiyun. I harbor no grievances against you, neither past nor present. It is merely my lack of foresight today that has led to this predicament. I, the Earthwalker, acknowledge my defeat. Let us consider this a chance encounter. Spare my life, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Yet Lu Chong remained silent, his countenance as frigid as winter frost, relentlessly drawing nearer. The Earthwalker, taken aback, faltered, "Do you doubt my sincerity?" Despite his reluctance, he recited a spell, unbinding the celestial cords that ensnared Deng Chanyu. "You must have intervened to save this fair maiden, and I sincerely apologize for my recklessness. I possess a bottle of celestial elixir. Consuming it will not only heal her internal injuries inflicted by me, but also enhance her cultivation. If you spare me, I can offer you 9 precious pills." The Earthwalker hesitated momentarily, his expression tinged with anguish. However, Lu Chong's face remained adorned with a subtle, chilling smile. As he closed the gap to less than 3 feet before the Earthwalker, his gaze akin to that of a spectator to a lifeless form. A sense of disbelief washed over the Earthwalker as he beheld the approaching man. 9 precious pills could elevate a mortal to the realm of Earth immortals. Did this individual truly seek for more? Did he not even wish to spare the face of a golden immortal of the Chan Sect? He gazed at the imposing golden cudgel, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. His plea for mercy stemmed from the significance of this artifact. A being wielding such a powerful treasure could not possibly be an ordinary mortal. If his intuition served him right, this man likely had formidable celestial support backing him. You would do well to reconsider. The Earthwalker growled through clenched teeth, a hint of ferocity creeping into his demeanor. My master is no pushover. Should you dare to take my life, you would effectively offend the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Sect. I advise you, boom. Lu Chong's fist collided with his face, instantly distorting his features, shattering bones and teeth, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. The sheer force of the blow sent the Earthwalker careening like a deflated ball, crashing into the very wall behind him, which crumbled to dust upon impact. Deng Chanyu's complexion turned pale as she beheld the collapsing mountain god temple. Her expression one of sheer disbelief. Master Lu, is it not the power of that artifact, the golden cudgel, that you rely upon? How could a single punch possess such terrifying power? With this blow, one might fear that even celestial beings would be unable to withstand it. Tu Xing's son was sent flying, his face a mask of horror. Excruciating pain, dizziness, and terror overwhelmed him, the unprecedented agony nearly rendering him unconscious. With a resounding crash, the deity statue of the mountain god shattered, colliding with the wall and crashing to the ground. The stone head of the mountain god fell upon his leg, crushing it beneath with a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. A cry of anguish escaped Tu Xing's son's lips. He beheld Lu Chong standing before the decapitated statue of the mountain god, his countenance filled with dread. Just when he thought he would be struck down, the opponent unexpectedly halted. The main pillar of the mountain temple had loosened and was crashing down upon Lu Chong's head. A prime opportunity. This pillar weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Should it fall, no matter how great one's strength, they would ultimately be but a mortal, destined to be reduced to mere pulp. However, Lu Chong appeared oblivious to the impending doom, gently bending down to cradle the girl before the statue. Then, before the astonished gaze of Tu Xing's son, he effortlessly raised his right hand, catching the descending massive pillar with ease. Tu Xing's son's expression shifted from excitement to utter shock. Was this truly a mortal? How could a mere human bear such a heavy beam? His demeanor suggested it was a trivial act, as if performed with no effort whatsoever. Something was amiss. It was not the magical golden rod that served as his support. He himself was the true source of power. This man's strength was unfathomable, far beyond what Tu Xing's son could contend with. Flee. Reluctantly, Tu Xing's son cast one last glance at the distant Deng Chanyu, then invoked a spell, vanishing into the ground. Seeing him escape, Lu Chong made no attempt to pursue, but instead carried the girl from the collapsed mountain temple. He gently placed her upon a wooden cart, removing his dark robe to cover her. Softly he spoke, "Rest in peace. Those who harm the subjects of the great Shang shall be pursued, no matter how far they flee." Chapter 81. The Emperor's Spear. Piercing the stars, Lu Chong gazed at the lifeless girl, turned softly, and closed his eyes. A faint hum resonated as he summoned a long spear into his grasp. The spear, forged of profound gold, shimmered with a dark golden luster, adorned with intricate purple-gold dragon patterns. It resembled a celestial measuring rod, and when wielded, it collided like jade, resonating like grand bells, dispelling malevolence with its presence. This spear was known as the Emperor's Spear. Upon conjuring the Emperor's Spear, the sun in the clear sky dimmed momentarily. Winds surged, and the heavens transformed. Deng Chanyu was suddenly shaken, gazing at Lu Chong and then at the girl lying on the cart, her heart tumultuous as if a storm were raging within. Though Lu Chong's face revealed no discernible emotion, she sensed the weight of the moment. Yet from her previous utterance, she unmistakably perceived the fury. The ire directed towards those lofty beings who regard mortals as mere chaff, trampling upon them with impunity and hurling insults at will. They have never regarded mortals as their equals. Even a creature like the diminutive Tu Xing's son, despite his grotesque stature, could look down upon mortals as mere playthings, subjecting them to his contempt. What rendered her heart even more desolate was the realization that even after years of martial training alongside her father, she was left utterly defenseless before Tu Xing's Sunday. What of the other women, who would be even more powerless in his presence? How many had suffered at the hands of his malevolence before this young girl? Just as she sighed, an overwhelming aura of pressure suddenly surged towards her. She beheld Lu Chong gripping the obsidian spear with fervor. The majestic aura of the Emperor enveloped him entirely. His eyes opened wide, gazing into the distance as if targeting a specific mark. With a swift motion, the spear soared forth like a bolt of divine lightning, its momentum thunderous, piercing through the stars. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished from her line of sight. She heard Lu Chong let out a soft sigh, a sound that made her heart race. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Deng Chanyu rose from the ground, sheathed her twin blades, and approached Lu Chong with a worried expression, saying, "Young Master Lu, I just overheard that scoundrel claiming to be a disciple of the Celestial Sect. If we let him escape, I fear he will not relent, and troubles will abound." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong merely smiled gently. "Do not worry. He is already a dead man." With that, he turned and walked to the donkey cart. With a resounding slap, he struck the forehead of the slumbering Eli. "How can you sleep at such a tender age?" Eli groggily opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Chong in confusion. "Cousin," suddenly jolted awake. He scrambled up from the donkey's rear, utterly terrified. Had he truly dozed off? At a time when the king was ensnared in peril, facing formidable foes, he had the audacity to faint. Why had he not simply perished instead? As he wallowed in regret, wishing he could offer his heart to the king, Lu Chong addressed him. "Drive this young lady back to Chaogu. Ascertain her family background, and ensure she is given a proper burial. Inform everyone in Chaogu that the murderer has met his end." Eli, upon hearing this, glanced back at the young lady's tragic state, his heart jolting with shock. Cursed beast. Yes. Eli bowed in farewell and drove off with the donkey. Deng Chanyu gazed at Lu Chong, perplexed. "Young Master Lu, you just said that Tu Xing's son is already a dead man, but did he not escape? I have heard my father mention that the earth escape technique is exceedingly swift and difficult to pursue. Even if we rode a chestnut horse now, it would be hard to catch up." Lu Chong smiled slightly. "Miss Deng, how about we place a wager? Upon returning to Chaogu City shortly, the Earthwalker would surely be suspended above the city walls. Do you believe it?" Naturally, Deng Chanyu wore a face of disbelief. Since the Earthwalker had fled, he had become elusive, nowhere to be found. Could he possibly suspend himself upon the walls? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, as she gazed at Lu Chong's expression, a thought flickered in her mind. It was not entirely implausible. Looking at the mountain deity temple that Lu Gongzi had shattered with a single punch, and recalling the formidable golden hoop staff from earlier, this Lu Gongzi seemed to possess a depth that was hard to fathom. Moreover, there was that majestic emperor's spear. Merely its appearance suggested it was no ordinary weapon, seemingly rivaling the Rui golden hoop. Though she did not understand why he had discarded such a fine spear, it was likely that Lu Gongzi had his profound reasons for doing so. Very well. Let us wager. Whoever wins shall have the right to ask the other for a task, and refusal is not an option. What do you say? Lu Chong nodded in agreement. Over the course of the past month, he had diligently refined himself, accumulating the Emperor's aura that elevated him to the pinnacle of the 4th tier of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's banner, Emperor's sword, Emperor's body, and Emperor's platform had all been enhanced, successfully breaking through to the 5th tier of the Emperor realm, unlocking the Emperor's spear. His strength was now comparable to that of a great Luo golden immortal. With a mere punch, he could exert a force of 100,000 pounds. If he were to briefly amplify his strength with the Emperor's aura and deliver a serious blow, it would reach 1,000,000 pounds. With the presence of a power amplifier like the Rui golden hoop, one swing would be akin to the descent of the great sage equal to heaven, making it no arduous task to move mountains and part seas. Meanwhile, the Earthwalker was merely at the quasi-golden immortal level, far inferior to the infinite immortal elder. No matter how adept he was at earth evasion techniques, he could not escape the Emperor's spear. Deng Chanyu's offer was too good to pass up. As he observed her flowing hair, Lu Chong smiled slightly. "Deng Gongzi, we have but one horse. Would you care to ride back?" Deng Chanyu was momentarily taken aback. Did we not ride together when we arrived? Why was Lu Gongzi now reluctant to share a ride? She then tossed her hair and retrieved a hairband from her pocket, gathering her hair into a neat bun. Did Lu Gongzi harbor reservations simply because I am a woman? She deftly mounted the horse and extended her hand toward Lu Chong. In the world of martial arts, we are but children of the rivers and lakes, unconcerned with trifles. If you do not mind, please mount. Lu Chong was momentarily stunned. It was I who had been narrow-minded. With a smile, he grasped Deng Chanyu's hand and swung himself onto the horse behind her. Since Deng Gongzi has said so, I shall not stand on ceremony. Deng Chanyu felt her waist encircled, her face slightly flushed. Yet, she insisted, there is no need for such formality. Lu Gongzi, do hold on tightly. It may get bumpy. An hour later, the two rode together, arriving at the gates of Chaogu City. A throng of people had already gathered at the entrance, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the city gate. Deng Chanyu looked up and beheld a grotesquely deformed sphere, impaled by a long spear, firmly affixed to the wall. As she approached, she recognized that the object pinned there was none other than the long-deceased Tu Xingsun. It was indeed true. Her expression transformed into one of exhilaration and disbelief as she turned her gaze towards the spear. Young Master Lu, look, is this not the very spear you cast just moments ago?